stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan. And I'm a stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan. And I'm a stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan. And I'm a stranger in your land. stilettos. Shake it and don't stop. Say oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North American Combo Breaker Championship. I'm Foda, joined here by my main man, Flambo. Flambo, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing quite well, man. I'm just ready to watch some Brawlhalla action. Now, of course, Combo Breaker, fortunate we couldn't make it there in the flesh this time around, but the online tournament definitely not going to be any easier. Lots of hard hitters in this bracket, and especially, I mean, we got one of the big names already coming up, so it's going to be a time and a half.
Yeah, so the bracket's been playing through for a little bit now, and we are now just barely getting into top 32. We've got a few matches that we have set up for you guys. Matches are happening, so we're going to watch them while we're on the way, right? I mean, why not?
Yeah, of course.
But we're getting into the upper bracket, and you'd be surprised in these matches just to get into top 32, some of the people that have to fight each other. I mean, we're going to be looking at matches with the likes of Pugsy versus Lil Cap before top 32. Can you believe that? Sandstorm is going to be fighting SCTP Wilson. I mean, that was a winner's final not that long ago. Santi versus Stingray coming up. Also, Costelix versus Snowy. And that's all right off the bat. I mean, this is going to be an insane tournament. You can only imagine the high octane of every single match that we've got going on here. So I'm excited. I know you guys are excited. We got a lot of people in the chat. Thank you all for joining us here today. I think our first match is going to be Boommy. Tempo Storm's Boommy. You all know him. You all love him. Come on. He's going to be fighting against what could only be defined as a ranked nutter. That is the official term as I understand it. Because this guy, his name's AZR, right? And this guy, he's not even on the website for power rankings. That's how low in the rankings he is. But obviously, he's a beast to be here in the fight to get into top 32, winner's side against Boommy. And you know what? I think Boomy's got to sweat a little bit because this guy, he doesn't have the power rankings to prove. He doesn't have tournament results to prove it. But him and us and a lot of people know that AZR is quite a beast when playing ranked online. He doesn't compete in the tournaments usually, but now we're going to get to see him in his first match against Tempo Storm's Boommy. I'm ready to do this. Are you ready to do this, Flambo?
Oh, I am beyond ready to do this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is crazy, especially the fact, I mean, you're talking about, yeah, we got some crazy matches into top 32. We already had some crazy matches that we didn't even get to see. Wrenched lost to Duck Pete. Like, I don't know who that is. I have no clue who that is.
Wrench, we already saw Wrench talking about that. He said he hadn't eaten in 24 hours. That's totally why he So he's going to eat up and make a losers bracket run. We'll see. Right now, it's going down. Right now, the first match of Brawlhalla's Combo Breaker Championship is getting started right now. Boommy versus AZR. And I got to say, I mean, Boommy is obviously the favorite here to win. If you were betting on these matches, I think you'd be going with Boommy. But AZR, I mean, the odds may not be in his favor, but I think he's got what it takes. Boommy playing Cross is a bit of a surprise. I'm not sure if this is this might be Boommy being confident. We've seen him play it in Cross in tournaments before, but I don't think he considers this his main. I wonder, you know,
well,
is this Boommy not respecting AZR, or is this what he thinks is his best chance to win?
It could very well be. Granted, Boommy has always been considered a god on the blasters, right? And after that last balance patch, the gauntlets did receive a healthy amount of buffs there. So he's thinking, well, this gauntlet blasters combo might actually just be the new wave heading into this new patch. We're going to see as AZR doing the work there with the down sig from Lucian.
He's keeping it even. Wow, he's praying for that down sig. Yeah, it's an instant kill, but it is punishable, and Boomy's definitely expecting it. Nice! Oh, AZR takes the first stock. All right, all right. So Boommy, you know, we're talking about this cross pick, and Boomy's definitely, he's been one to play off meta picks in tournaments before. I mean, I remember he won a tournament playing almost exclusively, actually entirely exclusively, I think, Isaiah at a time when nobody was playing Isaiah at all. He won that tournament, and he was making it look good too. So, I mean, this is kind of classic Boommy to be playing somebody that nobody else in the tournament is really playing.
Wow,
And he got
just
it. That
enough
was good.
force too. And the thing about Boommy as well is I feel like the playstyle of AZR kind of leans into a little bit of a playstyle I think Boommy tends to have trouble with. It's kind of a slower paced nickel and dime guitar gameplay that we kind of know Wrenched a little bit more for doing, but hey, AZR is kind of doing a bit of the same game plan and it's working.
And Lucian's a great character to be doing that kind of gameplay with. He's got tons of defense, tons of speed. He can get in and out, get his hits in. But one thing about Lucian, he's got such low strength that he has to heavily rely on the signatures to finish off Boommy. And almost all those signatures are things that Boommy can react to. I mean, he got that down sig already once, pretty early on. But I think at a certain point, he might have trouble landing a KO, all the while Boommy will gain a lead during that time. But here we are, still a totally even match. Boomy's pushed him off the sides. He has no weapon. AZR might be in trouble here, and I don't think he can make it back.
There's a dodge, down air, gets caught by the ground pound. Yeah, AZR actually did a great job of kind of holding on to his resources there to try and mix up the recovery, but Boommy just hit him off the stage one too many times that he forced him into a linear way of recovering and eventually just ended up losing the stock there.
Yeah, he had nothing left. I mean, all Boommy had to do was line it up right at that point. AZR struggling to find a KO here. This is what I was talking about. This is Boomy's time to gain a lead here while AZR just struggling to find a kill. Look at him. Boomy's just kicking him away piece by piece. And nice! I got the signature, man. And that was not a true combo either. Just a good play. AZR getting in Boomy's head maybe a little bit. Gotta be a little worried. It's only a best of 3, you know?
Yeah, and especially in a moment like that, I think he got that off of what, a down air? Like usually you're used to, oh wow, what a side stick from Boommy.
Oh, that's it. He's done. The weapon throw to spite, but it's over. Game 1 goes to Boommy, as expected. But you know what? AZR, he was keeping himself in the game. I think he's still got a chance. So now AZR gets to ban out all but 3 stages. And we're very quickly going right back in.
And I like what we're seeing from AZR. You were talking about how Lucian doesn't hit very hard. He did take the attack stat to just hit a little bit harder, but it's honestly not going to be enough. Granted for Boommy, I feel like he's slowly kind of like, he was having some issues in the beginning of the last game. He's made the adjustments now. He's even playing more aggressive because I think he's finally understood kind of the defensive patterns that AZR has been putting out here.
Yeah, well, everybody's got a different play style, you know, and that's, I think, Boomy's, he can be extremely aggressive. In fact, he'll put you where you don't want to be. He'll make you play a way you don't want to play. But because he doesn't get, I don't think he gets a lot of practice versus AZR. He has to take a more cautious approach, figure out what this guy's doing, because you don't want to just get caught by surprise. You know, just because this guy's throwing scissors doesn't mean you need to try out rock first. You can maybe just see what he's throwing before you start throwing out rock. Whoa, nice down sig. Okay.
And I love that down sig from Boommy as well. Crosses Blaster's down sig. Comes out pretty quick and it has a decent amount of force on it as well. Covers left and the right side. No need to worry about a mix-up. Just let it fly.
He's got his blasters now. Oh, AZR again with the down sig. I gotta say, it seems so tough to get this done because he has to rely on these signatures that are traditionally pretty hard to land, but AZR is managing, and against Boommy no less.
Yeah, and I think for Boommy, he's not dodging because he's honestly not expecting the signature to come out. Usually, people will kind of do a couple more hits, you know? Usually they go for like a down air into maybe a side light, and then you're kind of waiting for the mix-up after that side light, but AZR just kind of cuts that entire thing short and just says, I did one move, I'm singing now. And Boomy's just not ready for it.
Yeah, and this is a good map for that signature too. I mean, this has got very little amount of walls to be on, which means more opportunity for his guitar down sig to land. And wow, what a combo! Boommy closes out the stock. Now he's a full stock in the lead, and it's going to be very difficult for AZR to come back from this one.
Yeah, AZR needs to get a weapon here. Boommy with a beautiful gravity cancel D-light into a 2-piece conversion after that. Still hunting down AZR. AZR barely getting a chance.
Ooh.
He hasn't really had a moment to reset himself in neutral.
No, he hasn't. Boommy just keeps coming after him. And oh, he got the dodge read too. AZR is not long for this world at this point. One more. Look at this. Boomy's toying with him now. He gets the side light and he's waiting for what AZR is going to do after. AZR could just attack. He could do anything.
Oh! Almost got the Kobe there. There we go. The D-Light into the recovery from Boommy. Secure the KO off the top. That's going to be a 2-0 victory from Boommy. But AZR definitely was not a slouch by any means, right? Like, that was a very competitive two matches that we saw there.
I think he might end up doing well in this tournament. Oh. Have to get our.
Yeah, I was gonna say. What's going on in the lobby?
We might have some issues going on with the lobby. That was a good win for Boommy. A quick 2-0 win. And, you know, the story of Boommy for Combo Breaker, I think, is one of redemption here. As Boommy, for a long time, has been a tournament favorite. I mean, he was ranked 1 in global power rankings for years prior to this. But 2020 hasn't been so good to Boommy. He's in 9th place right now in power rankings, which is amazing. I mean, there are, 4,000 competitors in this one tournament alone, this one bracket. And he's in 9th place, but I know, and I think a lot of his fans know, that he's a top 3 player through and through. So this tournament is definitely going to be a lot about getting back into shape here for Boommy. I think this is his tournament to win.
Yeah, I feel like
we're gonna have to move over to a new lobby here.
We got some weird stuff going on here.
We lost control of the lobby. You know, it happened. It happened. You
just
press back one too many times, and
oh, that's funny. What can I say? People love Brawlhalla. They always want to get in on the action. It's like, oh no, I want to play too. We get it. It's a fun game. The battle pass is out. You got missions you need to do. I'm getting the axe damage and the orb damage.
You gotta get your missions in. All right. We
like
got our new
23.
tournament lobby set up. I think we're ready to go. So our next match coming up. This is going to be a good one. This one I'm really surprised to see happening so early in the bracket. And I guess top 32 is not that early in the bracket when you have 4,000 competitors, but for these players it definitely is. Pugsy versus Lil Cap. These are both players that have won tournaments before. And they're fighting each other pretty early in comparison to that. This may as well be a top 8 fight. This is a top 8 fight in any 2019 tournament. But here we are, the round to get into top 32. This isn't even a top 32 match. This is to get into top 32 on winner's side against 2 total juggernauts. Now I know Lil Cap hasn't been getting super high placements throughout 2020, and that's probably why we're seeing this match happen. So Lil Cap seed's a little lower than it has been in the past, you know? But I think this could go either way, even though Pugsy's seed is astronomically higher than Lil Cap.
Yeah.
I still think Lil Cap, I know Pugsy's thinking that Lil Cap can definitely take him out. So he's just got to take this. This is a serious match. I know we were watching that last match, and the folks at home were like, okay, I mean, we're going to watch Boommy win, right? But you don't know who's going to win this match. I don't think anyone knows who's going to win this match. Lil Cap versus Pugsy. And Pugsy's playing Azoth, which is super new. He's been, he's the tournaments he's won in 2020,
Finn, right?
by the way, with Finn, yeah. So he's playing Azoth now. Let's see how he does. This is cool. I don't think I've ever seen Pugsy's Azoth, let alone in such a competitive environment.
Yeah,
I think Azoth is criminally underrated.
I agree.
And I'm not surprised to see Pugsy picking him up. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him do extremely well this tournament and see Azoth's play rate spike as soon as the tournament's over. All right, well, the fight is underway. 2 juggernauts going at it here. Pugsy and Lil Cap. It's anybody's game.
Nice dodge on the Colgate swipe there, because that forward bar down sig will completely decimate you if you get caught by it off stage. Now, granted, Pugsy on the Azoth here, I'm wondering if he maybe talked to Double Dime a little bit, because he's kind of, when you think of Azoth, you think Double Dime. It's like he is kind of the person with that legend. You think Lil Cap, you think Bodvar in this exact outfit.
Yeah, you think purple Trucker Bodvar. This is definitely classic Lil Caps right here. Stomp Cider off the side. Pugsy loses his weapon, and the weapon throw follow-up is what catches him. But Pugsy's got Lil Captain red. He might be able to equalize this stock. We're playing on the smallest map in the game, so the quicker kills than usual wouldn't be surprising. He's looking for that side air. That's the thing with Axe, you know. I think a lot of these swings would finish him off. There it is. He got it. but it can be tough to land. And Lil Cap knows that game because he's a big Hammer main. So yeah, finding the Stair finisher is like a staple of Hammer gameplay. Lil Cap must be used to like different moves people are gonna do to try and land it. Even game.
Yeah, and I feel like for Lil Cap as well, especially since in the last patch, they kind of reduced the amount you're able to drift as you're doing that side air from Axe. He's definitely happy about the fact that it's a little bit easier now to avoid those very, very threatening blows to his stock. And so far, I mean, it looks like Pugsy's done a decent job of bringing this back. Nice anti-air with the D-Light. He's looking to get even more and more damage here, but Lil Cap, not allowing that to happen.
Sneaky way to get back up. Oh, the weapon throw interrupting his combo. Oh, but the surprise side sig. Oh man, Pugsy being a little too distant. Lil Cap took advantage. And now Pugsy got to equalize quickly here. This could be really bad for Pugsy. That's a pretty early stock. What? Oh man, never mind. Talk about early stocks. Holy cow. All right, Pugsy. he cleaned it up. This is down to the last stock. Totally even damage.
Yeah, the sound effect on that side stick from Azoth is just the sound of the guillotine coming down and off with the head of Lil Cap there. But Lil Cap, it's such a clean cut, you know? One of the most satisfying sticks to hit. Oh, they're playing footsies. Hold on, Lil Cap does the side light. Has center stage here. Oh, he's dashing around him. He doesn't know where to go.
Uh-oh. Pugsy's in red. This is Lil Cap's chance. He's one good stomp away. Look at him going for the stomp. If he could just get the stomp side here, he might get the win here. Pugsy's disarmed. Lil Cap weapon starving. Pugsy's in trouble. What's he gonna do?
Oh, he lives.
Oh, he can't survive another one of those. That's his last life.
He's gone.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Man,
7
that
stomps
last stock,
later.
it was actually really close, but you wouldn't know it by looking at it because that last 20 seconds of gameplay was just Pugsy scrambling to stay alive while Lil Cap was on the hunt.
Yeah, throwing out like kill confirm after kill confirm, stomp after stomp after stomp, and Pugsy will dodge a hitbox, get a gravity cancel D-Light into recovery for a little bit of damage, but then have to continue the game all over again, and he just could not hang on.
So Lil Cap wins game 1, technically the underdog in this match. Pugsy, he's got to fight for his seed here, you know.
Nice.
Bread and butter, 3-piece combo, you know. No big deal for Pugsy.
Yeah. Ooh,
oh man, I don't think he hasn't gotten hit yet. He's playing this one a lot differently.
Oh, okay, I like that.
Oh, man, look at this. Lil Cap is he's letting Pugsy come in and try something, and he's always ready with the hammer stomp to punish it. Now he's going to be playing a little bit differently while he's got this sword. I think Pugsy's got to be real careful about how he initiates against Lil Cap while Lil Cap's on the hammer.
Yeah.
There's the red here, and wow, man, that is Azos got great signatures for this map.
It covers like half the screen with that down.
And everything's just killing at orange. It's crazy. Oh, Lil Cap looking for the recovery. But it's a stomp side air.
And that's the scary thing, right? A hammer is like, okay, you whipped an attack. I'm going to run in now. And they either mash, neutral light, or stomp. And it covers them so much quicker than you think it will. And they get the reversal on you. And you can't help but feel bad about it. Now, Pugsy has been trying to hunt down Lil Cap this entire game. But right there, gets scooped right out of his offense.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Lil Cap's taking a more defensive approach than Pugsy here, and it's certainly working. Oh, there's the hammer now, and he's at stomp kill range, stomp cider kill range. There's the stomps. Lil Cap's looking for the stomps. he's determined. There it is.
Oh, stop! Ah, there it is.
Oh no, this is bad news for Pugsy.
And it's crazy, right? Because as we're watching this, like, Lil Cap stays pretty chill. But then the moment he recognizes, all right, they're getting towards that dark red, that orange, now I'm going to start throwing out stomps willy-nilly. And the amount of pressure it's putting onto Pugsy is a little bit too much for him to handle, it seems like.
Lil Cap plays very grounded. And I'm noticing Pugsy's always trying to come in aerially because Lil Cap, he's got such good command of the ground with the downlight on both of his weapons. Look at this. I mean, he's like attached to the ground in a game with so many recovery options. Lil Cap doesn't need to use him.
Well, you got 3
Pugsy
jumps,
is
a
getting close to
recovery,
death
and air
here.
dodge. Are you staying on the ground? Okay, neutral air. Will he be able to get the stock? Ooh, wow.
It would be insane for Pugsy to bring this back now. Oh wow, that was a desperation move right there. You got to go for something, right? Down a full stock, down 1-0. That's it. Lil Cap takes the set from Pugsy. Pugsy is very high seeded right now. I mean, he's 4th in power rankings. That's a bit of an upset. I mean, it's not that surprising for the real fans of Brawlhalla Esports. They know who Lil Cap is. They know it's not that surprising that that the difference in seed here was so big, and yet the underdog won. But still, man, that's pretty big so early on in the tournament. And Pugsy XD, who's honestly a favorite to win the whole event, is in lower bracket now. In top 32, lower bracket.
Yeah, he's down there with some other hard hitters as well. I mean, we talked about Wrench being down there earlier. I just took a peek now. It looks like Atrophius is down there as well. So we already have like 2 names that you're kind of used to making it pretty deep in the bracket already in the loser side. And now Pugsy's going to be joining them along with Isidrew, who's down there as well. Double Dime is down there. Zexus. Like, we got hitters in the losers bracket, dude. Yeah,
well, you know, and Double Dime had to fight Stingray. Hardy MJ, another big hitter. He had to fight Koslix. Yeah, Isidrew lost, but that was to Snowy, another super high-ranked player. And Atrophius has lost. That was against Wingshell, another well-known top player in North America. There's just tons of heavy hitters. It's never been more difficult to compete in Brawlhalla, man. These guys people are just getting so good. All right, next match coming up here. I know you see it on the screen. I know you guys are already excited. The legend himself, the current king of Brawlhalla, Sandstorm, sponsored by Tempo Storm out here. And he's going to be going up against STTP Wilson, who has had very good sets against him in the past. And that's at a LAN, too, where Wilson admittingly says that he doesn't perform quite as well as when he's at home. So maybe this is Wilson's best opportunity he's ever had to defeat Sandstorm in a tournament. Already drew first blood.
See, I'm terrified for Wilson here because I remember when I saw that last balance patch, I said, oh no. This is the Sandstorm patch. They buffed gauntlets, and look, he's back on the Mordex. I mean,
he's on Mordex, yeah.
That's already enough to let you know he's here with business in his eyes, man. Like, he's not going to play around at all today. I thought he might play the Onyx a little bit because, you know, the Gauntlet Cannon combo, also another very strong one that Sandstorm could take advantage of. But, I mean, his
You can see Sandstorm calibrating already. He lands a Neutralite, and he just sits there and looks at what Wilson does. He doesn't even try to follow up. He's just calibrating right now.
Got the metronome in the back. Oh,
look at Sandstorm rocking default Mordex. I know for a fact he's got every Mordex skin. The man's made over $130,000 in Brawlhalla Esports alone, but he's still rocking default Mordex. This must be a callback to his tournament day. Oh no, you know what? Even when he first came on the scene, he was using Fenrir Mordex.
He was.
It's just I wonder what he's thinking for default skin Mordex. He wants to make it look like he's not trying.
I'm the scrub, or maybe it's the whole like it goes full circle where it's like, hey, all right, having the skin is cool, but now default is cool, and then you just kind of he's a trendsetter. Exactly.
It's like he's got the gauntlets though. These aren't everything else is default except the gauntlet. All right. Well, look at that. While we've been talking, Wilson's got like almost a full stock lead. He just lost it, but look at Sandstorm's health already in orange. Wilson's doing great here.
Let's see. Has the sword in hand, kind of biding his time here. Ooh, nice punish on that. Was able to dodge in, made out an attack from Sandstorm, gets another hit right there. I like what Wilson is doing here. Sandstorm's actually having a pretty tough time approaching here. Hasn't really gotten the dodge reads we're known for, but I'm sure with time those may come out later.
Man, Wilson pretty crazy to go for the ground pound there, but it does do more damage. He's definitely just considering maxing out here. Uh-oh, off the side, he avoids the dreaded side signature. Ooh. Oh, surprise ground pound. Wilson's got Sandstorm on the last stock. Oh, man.
Guitars, too. Nice go for it, boys.
He totally did it.
What's for the side light? I'm looking. Ooh, wow. He actually went for the neutral light there. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for the D light. Oh. Nice 4-hit conversion there from straight to the point. Wilson, Sandstorm looking kind of lost right now.
keeps catching him. I
know.
mean, he's doing follow-ups like oh, he caught him again. Okay, he dodged it that time. Wilson's doing a great job of mixing things up. He's taunting this man. Oh man, well he can't lose now. If he loses now, I mean, what of it?
One for the read there.
Now he's desperate to get the kill. You don't want to taunt and then lose, dude.
It's okay. He has a whole stock to work with.
Oh, he got it. 2 stocks left. SCTP Wilson, what a beast.
I like what I saw there, man. Went into that match completely confident. Said, all right, #1 player in the world. How much money you make off Brawlhalla? Do not care. I am here to come out on top with a pretty convincing, I'd say, 2 stock from Wilson in that first game.
Pretty convincing. He had control the entire match. Wilson did great that time. Wilson currently power ranked number 16 in North America. Sandstorm, of course, first, rank 1. As rank 1 as it gets, by like a mile, he's ranked 1. And, man, Wilson. Going back to the same map, too? No character swaps. All he has to do is the same thing again. Can he get it done?
Hey, I think he can. I mean, this isn't top 32, as we mentioned before, right? Oh, no, it is. This isn't top 32. I didn't realize we had made it yet. Okay, so that means we're going to be sitting on a good chunky set here.
This is before top 32. Yeah. Wow.
This is
goes
winners
down
round 1.
before top 32. What happened?
No, this is top 32. we made it.
Oh,
we made it. This is, yeah.
Oh, okay. You're right. All right. Woo. Because that would be crazy, right?
I thought it was like, yeah, exactly. I was like, dang.
Oh, this is how it starts.
Oh,
nice. Oh, wow. He was
quick.
so smart. I was wondering, why wasn't he on the wall? Why was he staying on the corner? He knew exactly. And even though Wilson barely got back up, and he did, nice play to get back up, Sandstorm just equalized it real quick. And what a different story this is looking like. It's not out of Wilson's hands yet, though. He can definitely score a KO quickly here.
So smart. Sandstorm, he spaces away from the weapon toss from Wilson on the way down because he knows the D-Light will cover the space that weapon toss is covering anyway. He's able to get the punish. He's too good.
Too good.
Well, Wilson, you can do it, man.
Yeah, we know he can do it. I mean, and he had control of that whole fight here.
Oh.
That last game. Uh-oh.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, man, hasn't gotten that read quite yet. Still looking for the KO on Sandstorm's first stock, but Sandstorm being ever so oppressive. Go ahead and grab that gauntlet to go for the immediate tear. Nice.
Oh, man. All right. Well, different story this time around. Sandstorm, he calibrated. He's got it all figured out now.
Definitely tuned the instrument there. I played the A, and then he was good to go.
Wilson still looking for his first KO. The downers into the ground won't do it, but a recovery sure will. Off the top on one of the tallest stages in the game. Sandstorm was definitely really hurt there. A full stock deficit, though. I don't be surprising to see Wilson bring it back from this one. I think Wilson's a very momentum-based player. When he has the lead, he can keep it. That's how he'll win his match. Oh, dirty read, and now Wilson's in trouble here.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, but he missed! Wilson gets another chance at life.
You better savor the moment, buddy. He's going in, dashes in a little bit too shallow there. Sandstorm doesn't get the punish, though, because he goes for that N-Sig. That's a punish from Sandstorm. A little two-piece. Looking for the D-Light. Somehow didn't catch. Wilson, he's doing it. He's getting the hits, but he needs to find the KO. He's an entire stock behind, and he goes for that read yet again.
He's at death's door right now, dude, and he's still got another stock to go on Sandstorm. That does it. Sandstorm ties it up. This is a best of 3, and we are on game 3. It's all going down right now.
Man, and where are they going to go? I'm so curious about if they're going to allow the same stage. Are we going to go to Mammoth, keep things nice and
Wilson's
simple?
banning out all the small stages. He very clearly got rid of all the small stages that he could. And what's left here, I didn't see what
we're going to Mammoth.
Going to Mammoth. All right. Classic.
Okay, here we go. Game number 3, Wilson versus Sandstorm. Sandstorm, who in the first game was looking like he was having a pretty tough time, was able to completely turn it around in that game 2. And now Wilson trying to bring it back to shades of game 1 in this game 3. But we'll see if he has it in him, as Sandstorm's already gotten a couple hits, but they're relatively even at the moment. What a stuff.
The way this match starts is so important, I think. I mean, this is the kind of game, these are the kinds of players where the first stock is probably the winner, whoever takes the first stock.
And it's so interesting as well, because both of these characters and just players in general, they don't throw out too many committal options. You know, if your move's coming out from Wilson, it's going to be either like a D-light or like a neutral light, and maybe a side light if he's feeling toasty, but doesn't want to get punished. Wow, what a trade.
Oh, and he lost his weapon. Oh, that's bad. Okay, got the sword. Sandstorm lost his sight. Now's his chance. Wilson takes the aggressive. And weapon starving Sandstorm. Sandstorm looking for an opening. He's still going in on the arm. He doesn't care.
Man, that's like 4 or 5 times Wilson has gone for that exact read, and Sandstorm just refuses to give it to him. Not once.
Uh-oh.
D-light? Oh, I thought he was going to go for the D-light recovery.
Look how damaged Sandstorm is. Almost anything will kill him right now. That unarmed side light would do it. Look at it.
He's just swinging. There we go.
That's it. Wilson takes the first stock, and that is a good omen for Wilson here. He might be able to do this. Take out the #1 tournament player in the world.
Wilson!
In round 1 of top 32? Is this real?
Man, and Sandstorm is playing with fire because he's trying to mix up how he's descending on Wilson. But it's just like, you're going to get D-lighted. Like, it's such a good anti-air move. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Wilson is looking so clean right now. That's not going to kill him. He can still make it back. What?
Oh, you're crazy.
Surprise. Yeah.
It's like, who does that? And then you look at the players playing, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense.
All right, Wilson, he's got to keep it together, man. I can imagine the pressure he's feeling right now.
Keeps getting sent off stage, and I'm scared for Wilson to secure this stock. He had a pretty good lead. Oh, no, don't do that against Sandstorm.
Don't do that.
Gonna get caught in the vortex.
It's risky. Oh, my goodness. Every time he goes off the stage, it's scary because Sandstorm could just end it there. The damage doesn't matter.
Like, Wilson needs to get rid of this stock as soon as possible, or Sandstorm's going to even up the damage and finally gets that down. How many times has he tried that? 7?
Sandstorm fans rise up. Is he going to be able to do this? He's going to need some energy, man, because Wilson he's got a nice lead right now. He's finding opportunities. Oh, look, Sandstorm's, he's got to be more careful about it now. He's got to be a lot more careful about it now. I think Sandstorm, a lot of his success is based on the pressure that he puts out. He makes people play differently than they want to play because they're afraid of what Sandstorm could do to him. Wilson, he's got the aggression figured out. He's about to win this game.
He's about to do it, straight up. I've seen legends, but I don't think today's the day. That recovery's not enough. Wilson needs one more. Wow, Sandstorm goes for a cheesy one. Yes, no time.
Man. Sandstorm is determined to bring this back.
And he can't make it back. He brings him back to the last stock. We know what Sandstorm does, Boda.
You know, this wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't even be the first time in Grand Finals if it were Grand Finals. Sandstorm could definitely bring this back. And Wilson knows that he must be so worried. That's it! Wilson defeated Sandstorm in the first round of top 32.
That is crazy. Wilson taking out the best player in the world in top 32. Not even going to enter the loser's bracket, or rather the top 8 winner's side, right? Like, I mean, granted, who knows? Maybe he won't make it loser's side.
No,
but if I were a betting man,
he's out of winners. He's out of winners.
Man. And that means you could potentially have the matchup of like Wrench versus Sandstorm and like losers top 32. Like, that's crazy to even think about.
Well, check out this bracket. You don't even need to think about it. You can see it with your own eyes. Look at what's happening here in top 32. Holy cow.
Wow, combo breaker.
Congratulations, Wilson. Oh, yeah. Wilson just broke a combo.
He did?
He broke Sandstorm's combo.
He DP'd on Wake Up.
Holy cow, dude. Wow, you gotta give it up to SCTP Wilson.
The goat.
Holy cow! Well played. Well played.
Wow.
All right. Well, you know what? I think we all know that's not the last time we'll see Sandstorm.
Yeah.
I feel bad for all the people in the lower bracket who
I know.
face him now. We've seen Sandstorm tear through lower brackets before, and come back to win it just fine. But wow, what a start! This tournament's gonna be spicy. It'll be a little spicy.
I know. I was already like, man, this is already shaping up to be something I could have never expected. And now I don't even know. I have no idea who's gonna win.
You don't know.
I got no
idea.
idea.
No one has any idea how this is gonna play out now. Our next match coming up here. See it on the bracket there.
So that means we got Isidrew
versus Faison. Yeah, this is a good one here. Both of these players are total beasts. I don't know who's gonna win it. Faison, his style is very methodical. He's a super solid player and super clutch. When the pressure's on, he delivers. While Isidrew, he's the type of player that wins by catching you off guard. He does unusual things. He knows these guys have fought each other a lot, and Isidrew knows Faison has fought him a lot, and he's gonna use that to his advantage. Isidrew's the type of player that'll, he's gonna sig when you never dreamed anybody would be sigging. If I think he could catch Faison off guard and win this, I think Isidrew's good enough to just beat Faison here. But I think Faison has the upper hand. I think he's performed better in tournaments lately.
I agree.
Let's see.
Because it's so interesting, right? Because I think Isidrew, I'm like, okay, I think Bryn and Sig. That's what I think when I think of Isidrew. I'm just like, okay.
I think Bryn side sig. Bryn spear side sig. That's
another one.
That's the Isidrew classic. Out of hits done, pivoted, gravity canceled in the opposite direction. That's the Isidrew special. So Faison currently power ranked number 12, while Isidrew is currently power ranked number 28. So Faison definitely has the upper hand here in terms of seeding, but I think he knows that Isidrew is as big of a threat as anybody else he might be facing today. It looks like Isidrew's going to be going with Ulgrim, which has served him well in the past. I mean, he's an axe main through and through. Faison, I have no idea. He's been switching up characters all over the place.
Every week.
Yeah.
Artemis,
it could be Wushang, could be Val. Okay, Val. This is pretty classic. This is pretty classic Faison. Yeah. All right, it's gonna be a good match.
And I'm excited just because I love some Ulgrim, I love some Rocket Lands. Granted, from Isidrew, we're probably gonna be seeing a lot more Axe, but the Sigs that Ulgrim has, you can pretty much just kind of throw out sometimes too. The Axe D Sig comes out lightning fast. You dash up, do it. They're not going to react in time. The N Sig, perfect for catching people in the corner who are trying to jump off from the ledge. Go ahead, steal one of their jumps and send them to the direct corner of the map as well. So he definitely has some strong signatures in his kit, and he just hits hard and lives for a very long time.
Oh, nice start for Faison. Quick little three-piece. He's got Isidrew in yellow already. Man, he hasn't even taken a hit. He's just beating up Isidrew here in the first 10 seconds. Good start for Faison. Good start. But, Isidrew swinging around that axe. He doesn't have to land quite as many hits as Faison just did.
Yo, D-Light Dare looking for the kind of the mix-up there. You get guaranteed damage, see where they dodge, and see if you get an extra hit there, Faison.
I think a lot of people would auto combo a gravity cancel down light there, and Faison knew not to do that. He was right not to do that because Isidrew was ready to dodge it, and he did. But Faison didn't have a punish ready for it. He just kind of escaped afterward. Doesn't matter because Faison cleans it up really quick. 45 seconds into the game, and he's looking really, really strong.
Yeah,
I mean, he's like not even breaking a sweat right now. This is holy cow!
Just pummeling him to death.
Yeah, Isidrew's got to catch up now. This is like a problem.
Ooh, and he's just hanging off on the ledge. Nice punish on the whiff there from Isidrew, and Faison just kind of pushing his lead even further here. Isidrew just doesn't really seem to have a chance to get his hits in. He's trying to get these down airs. The neutral light from the gauntlets. Oh, that slide charge will spike it.
Oh, that might do it. Oh, but he's got the gauntlets. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he might say her like 3 times. And
yeah, that's what I was thinking. And Isidrew was like, none of that. He threw the weapon to stop it. Smart play. If he left him alone and tried to guard the corner, he'd have made it back.
there we go. Clean punish on the whiff there from Isidrew. Only gets 2 hits there, though. Ooh. Oh, yeah, swing it. Oh, how's he going to get back? Okay. Whoa. He just really wants to land that N-Sig, I guess. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa,
Faison
whoa.
might be in trouble here. Oh, no,
What
it's
the
a
heck?
dream.
What the
What is
heck?
happening? No!
If Faison was BM, he'd taunt right there, but good
Oh,
sport,
man.
good sport.
That was a blunder, dude. Just a mistake after a mistake. It looked bad.
Uh-oh, no recovery. Uh-oh, still hasn't touched the ground. There we go, gets a reset there, but Faison getting all this extra damage while being a stock ahead as Isidrew. I mean, he does have the Rocket Lance. Rocket Lance can delete stocks pretty quickly, but based off what we're seeing so far, I don't think this is going to be the game, bro.
He might be able to do it, but he's got a lot of ground to cover for sure.
There we go, finally
Oh
lands.
boy, lost his lance. Faison just waiting for the final downlight here.
Oh, that end light's so fast.
Uh-oh. Okay. About to see the same thing again. Oh, okay. All right, don't count him out yet.
Oh, he's going to keep the
He's
Rocket
gonna
Lance.
use the lance. Yep.
Oh, he did go
That's
for
a
the end
smart
light.
play. Ooh. Oh, he keeps stopping him. Is this?
Oh.
Can he?
I will say,
Maybe?
Rocket Lance into Gauntlet's definitely not a bad look for Isidrew.
Oh. Yeah, Isidrew. I thought he had a chance there at the end. He was on his way.
See, the
But
one
he
good
just
dodge
couldn't
read.
recover from that blunder in the middle of the match, man. A totally SD'd.
Yeah.
That was a bad one. Yeah, he just couldn't recover from that. I mean, who knows how it had gone had he not made that error. All right. Best of 3 here. First game went to Faison. Isidrew, he's got to win 2 in a row.
On Small Mammoth Fortress. Not a bad spot to be in. Isidrew.
Classic.
We're going to see who gets the first weapon,
There we
though. Oh, man, if Faison gets the first weapon, not a good look for
Yep.
Isidrew.
Oh my goodness. Okay. That could have been worse. That was pretty nasty, but it could have been worse.
Faison read a jump there, but Isidrew didn't give it to him. Oh, what an interesting follow-up there. Most people, like you'll see Cosmix go for a jump dare after that nair to kind of read some of the dodges in, but he actually went for a reverse nair, which you don't really see very often at all, I feel like.
Man, Faison just seems to have control.
Yeah, because the tough part is if you have a Gauntlets player like throwing out these sidelights after sidelight, you have to be on point with your D-lights with Axe to kind of like punish them for it, because otherwise your other moves will just kind of whiff.
Well, Isidrew is doing a good job of mixing up how he reacts out of the sidelight. I've seen Faison try everything now with the sidelight. He's waited for the dodge and tried to react to it. He's tried auto-comboing into a dodge read and hoping to make the right read. And he's tried just going for the nair immediately. Isidrew keeps slipping away from it, except for that one time earlier in this match where Faison got like 5 hits off because of it. But Isidrew is good. He's doing a good job of mixing it up every time. And you can definitely see Faison like trying to calibrate, trying to, adjust to how Isidrew reacts out of things. And he can't really get a read on him, which is totally classic Isidrew. But he's still just having trouble finding the kill here. Isidrew's looking for the one Sair that'll do it. That's it.
Okay, barely
Close.
enough. But the tough part here for Isidrew is that it seems like, isn't super comfortable with kind of playing a little bit more of a grounded game with a Rocket Lance. Like, right, in a scenario like that, you just kind of fish for sidelight recovery and you just get rid of the stock. But Isidrew hasn't really been able to land those sidelights as often as, let's say, someone like Cosmix would. So he has to fish for Axe Sair to finally get the KO because he just can't find the hits with the Rocket Lance.
Yeah, and Axe Sair can be pretty unsafe.
Yeah.
There, case in point.
Ask and you shall receive, as Isidrew actually doing a pretty decent job here bringing the damage back. That's a nice punish. Oh, what a read.
He's
I like
totally
that, though.
staying in this fight, and if he can take this stock first, I think he'll be in a good position.
Oh, he's playing the down air game.
He's really got to earn this this kill, though. Faison is making it real difficult.
I like that he's throwing out these deep down sigs a lot more with the axe. It's so hard to punish. Like, he just threw one out there. Did he get punished for it? No. Ooh. But he did end up dying immediately after.
Cool combo. Dribbled him off the ground, scooped him up with the uppercut to finish. Cool move, Faison. All right, Isidrew. He's fighting for his life now.
Nice. Oh, not enough juice. Not enough juice.
Oh, no. That's got to be upsetting.
It's like, man.
One more good hit for Isidrew. Faison down to his last stock. Stand a chance of staying in this set, because it's a best of 3. Faison only needs to win one more.
Oh, I thought I was going to go punch it. What did he say here?
Oh, come on.
Oh.
He's starting to lose it, man. He's starting to lose control. You can see it.
Easy.
When you start charging up down signatures on the floor, just hoping that your opponent runs into it, so something's changed.
I'm actually surprised there as well. Faison ends up getting the KO, like, pretty convincingly there. He had a moment where he sent Isidrew off stage, and his only option was to use recovery. I thought he was going to ground pound right there and win the game. Ended up going for the down air, had a few more exchanges after that, and ended up getting the final KO with the recovery off the top. But still, kind of beautifully played from Faison. I mean, Isidrew did not look like he was having a fun time anytime.
Yeah, dude, Faison had control the entire match. It was crazy, and that's kind of what I expected. I thought maybe Isidrew could catch him off guard with some of his more unusual plays, but actually Isidrew seemed to play that one pretty straight.
Yeah,
it didn't work out for him. Well, maybe he'll do better in the lower bracket. You got to say though, Faison, super clean, super solid. Could be a big tournament for him.
Very proud of him. I feel like Faison was one of those players where before you'd see Faison in the tournament, you'd always know that he'd place pretty decently, but you didn't necessarily expect him to get to top 8. Now, if I see Faison in a bracket, I kind of expect him to be there now. Like, I feel like he kind of evolved that next little bit as a player to kind of always clutch those ones out.
He is one of the greats. He's already etched his name into Brawlhalla esports history. So our next match coming up is going to be a doozy here. We got the big boy, Cody Travis, coming out here to fight against Pierre, who's an up-and-comer who's already up-and-come.
Yeah.
For a long time we've been saying up-and-comer, but it's like he's already here. So he's not really up-and-coming anymore. But he is one of those guys who like just got over the fence of like top player that the fans follow. I think people are expecting things from him here, but against Cody Travis it's going to be difficult. Obviously, Cody Travis has the advantage here. He's power ranked number 3, and that's with a slight asterisk, as he is like only a fraction of a point. He's closer than anybody else is close to any other rank. Tied to Koslix, not tied. He's below Koslix technically. Koslix is second, ranked 2 in power rankings. Cody Travis is ranked 3, but like, just
it's tough.
He's so close. But he's been beasting his way through 2020 tournaments. He is such a force to be reckoned with, and I do not envy Pierre having to go up against him on stream for the world to see. Cody Travis, man, a powerful, powerful opponent.
Honestly, this could be tough.
Yeah, well, you know what? I believe Pierre can do it.
He's done it before.
Very well. Looks like he's going to be going with Karos here, which offers all kinds of possibilities. He's either going to be too slow and Cody Travis is going to walk all over him, or he's going to get 3 super hard gimps and just beat Cody Travis.
Cody Travis can kind of do the same thing with that Barraza Axe and Sig, but
that's
I mean,
true.
We have the note in from Otacon here that Pierre has won twice over Cody Travis in tournament. So this is definitely something that he's done before and he can do again. Is today going to be that day, though, is the question, right?
Cody Travis, he's got to be worrying, you know.
Travis
he's been getting top 3. He's been getting top 3 in every tournament in 2020, and now he's got to go up against somebody who he has to respect, you know? He's not just waltzing his way through top 32 here. He's got to fight against somebody who has a winning record against him. Well, you know what? I guess we don't have winning record confirmed. We only have a record with wins in it confirmed.
Oh, based off this game.
Cody hasn't gotten hit yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, oh, looking kind of tough there, buddy. Gotta get your head in the game there. Troy Bolton
Dude,
it real
Cody's
quick.
a beast. He's always been amazing. And at this point in time, he's never been better, which is just crazy, you know?
Yeah, Pierre gonna try on this second stock here. Gets a stomp there, you know, a little bit of damage, but Cody is looking good here, and Pierre is just not finding the hits.
I think Pierre might have to. I think he might have to switch up his game plan after this game. Well, you know, who knows what's going to happen, but this doesn't go well. I'm thinking he might need one of his faster characters.
Oh, it's crazy.
Fight against Cody Travis. What? Uh-oh. Cody
Yeah,
avoids the weapon throw, and he makes it back to the stage.
Baraza's defense goes crazy. I would not expect anyone to survive an N-Sig from Taro on this map in the corner. But Baraza can do it, I guess.
He was really in the perfect place to land it, too. Like, that was an ideal Taro's N-Sig. Still alive! You can't kill Cody!
Any other legend would be gone.
Okay. He got it again. Nice one by Pierre. Tries to starve out the weapons as long as he can.
Now he
has
goes
no
unarmed.
weapon.
On a box. Here we go. Yo,
I
Pierre's
don't
kind of nice
think
unarmed.
that's what he meant.
Oh, never mind.
He dies for it. Oh, man. Yeah, one weapon throw too many in his starving technique there.
Now, I was going to say I was going to be curious to see how Pierre is able to do against the axe from Cody, because we've seen a lot of blasters up until this point, but Cody got an axe and immediately hit him like 5 times in a row. It was...
Oh, Pierre's in a good spot. He might be able to take the stock. Oh, Cody. Smart. He knew exactly what Pierre was trying to do there. He wasn't about to let him get over him. And the neutral sig finisher. Pierre wasn't even in red when it landed. Beautiful play by Cody Travis. That's what we've come to expect from the man himself. Cody Travis. He's here to impress.
He's like, Baraza lives Taro Sensig, but you will not live Baraza Sensig. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think Pierre is reconsidering his legend pick here. And yeah, he's going to be going with Artemis now. A far cry away from Taros, that's for sure. I have no idea what to expect on this one.
Here we go. Artemis, of course. If you guys haven't checked it out already, get yourself the Battle Pass. It's only $10 for the gold membership, and get yourself a cool Artemis skin. But with that said, Artemis is kind of a legend that kind of had, I feel like, a glow up, right? I remember when Artemis first got released, and there were kind of some finicky things about the signatures. Sometimes people would drop out, but has been pretty much fixed up to completion here, and has that side sig on the rocket lance that is so hard to punish. Because look at that, it just pushes you back so far.
It's a really good sig. This is another character that's like surprisingly underrepresented. I think on paper, holy cow.
Yeah, I know.
I was gonna say on paper, a really good legend obviously should be doing well, but just doesn't really get used by the winning players in these tournaments. Here's about to change that.
Hopefully. Hands crossed, prayer hand emoji. Pierre trying to get it done. Cody Travis. Ooh, no punish there because he was still in the air from that down tilt. Ooh, the jug was tough. Okay. Oh,
Cody
that's tough.
just does more damage than the other guy. Simple as that. He just
hits him more.
He hits him more and he dies less. And that is technically the reason he wins every time. No, he's doing well. He's just so solid, man. It's
He survived
crazy.
the fully charged.
He gets like
recovery.
twice as much out of things that people get, you know. Come on, Cody.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Pierre. That was a good one. The gravity cancel pivot side light. He's getting creative with it.
I was like, I have to find my ways to get these KOs because this guy's just surviving way too long, as Baraza does. Pierre now on the ledge.
Whoa, that's it. A neutral light that's going to finish him off. I got to say, this map pick, I think, works in Cody's favor by a lot.
I agree.
I think it's helping him a lot here. He's getting early KOs. He's living through things that should have been early KOs against him. And stuff like Pierre, you can tell with how Pierre's playing Lance, he's running out of ground quickly. And then he's playing on the corner and he loses on the corner. Cody has the ground control, and then without a lot of ground to be able to like move backwards on, I think Pierre's Lance tactics just aren't working that well against Cody because of it.
We can see that Pierre, he's been trying to get more creative here. Oh, and he
That's
also
it.
just got taken out.
Cody Travis wins 2-0.
Man, that was a hard one for Pierre there. Cody Travis definitely. I mean, I feel like I understand the theory crafting behind the map pick, right? You're like, okay, Cody's gonna live forever no matter what map I take him to, but if I'm able to beat him out in neutral a little bit, I can definitely get some earlier KOs, or let's call them reasonable KOs, where on other stages we kind of look at them and they're like, okay, that's a bit much. But it definitely did not work for him.
That does seem like it. Yeah, I could see the reasoning behind that. Yeah, he lives long, take him to a small stage, try to get an early kill, but then he's getting early kills on you. What do you do? So our next match coming up is going to be an exciting one. We've got Santi, who we've seen many times before. He's been getting top 3 in doubles tournaments with his teammate Simba. Going to be going up against Stingray.
Oh, yes.
Stingray.
Yes, I've been waiting for this.
Stingray. If you don't know who Stingray is, he made a big splash early on in 2020 where he went from a top 128 player to a top 2 player in one tournament, taking out Sandstorm and Boommy along his way. Absolutely an incredible player who only lost to one player in that whole tournament. Now hasn't been competing or doing very well in tournaments since then, but he's back now with a vengeance here in top 32 winner's side, going up against a proven competitor, Santi. Let's see if Stingray lives up to the hype.
Yeah, rocking the Black Knight. Gonna go crazy here as Stingray, I remember I hopped into some of his streams. I was like, hey, how you gonna do at the tournament next weekend? And he said, oh, I'm gonna win that. And at that tournament, he proceeded to drown and left pools. And he said he got like DDoS. And I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy. But here we go. We're gonna see if he's living up to the hype or if he's a one-pump chump. Is he a one-hit wonder? Does he actually have what it takes to compete with the best?
Well said. Okay, even match here so far. I gotta say, this map, I think Stingray loves this map. His Orion neutral sigs, especially the Lance one, will hit people who are on that platform, and I think he counts on it. We saw him get a lot of kills in the Winter Championship 2020 with that, and I think he was stoked to see that this map ended up getting picked.
Nice.
The double? Oh, did you see that? He jumped to get the double. That's hilarious. That's hilarious because everybody's talking about the double down lights gone, right? And Stingray's just like, all you gotta do is land your things perfectly. All you gotta do is read your opponent and get it anyway. Holy cow. The extra jump before that second downlight is what let him tie it together. Great play by Stingray.
And the other thing I love about Stingray as a player is that everyone since the dawn of Brawlhalla has been complaining about, oh man, every Orion player is a spammer and their SIGs are so broken. But no Orion player would make it to top 8 except for maybe Costelix if he felt like playing Orion that day. But I felt like having a tried and true Orion one trick finally prove everyone's theories about how ridiculous this legend can be is a great feeling to finally see.
He represents that whole community, you know? The outspoken Orion players. You know, they gotta live through their character getting memed to death. Now it's justice. Stingray brings them justice. This is a close match though. This looks like it's gonna end up being last stock, last hit.
Okay. Santi almost gets a double recovery. Beautiful dodge. Oh, goes for the N-Sig read. We're going to be seeing a lot of that one.
There it is.
Comes again. It's so good.
There it is.
It's so good.
It does so good on this map, dude. It's like the best SIG for this map.
Oh, and he goes for another jump read again.
Ooh, but Santi's being smart about it. I think he realizes what's happening there, and he's staying pretty grounded.
And there we go. And you see, it's funny because I remember going to, was it like Winter Champs or whatever where he got second versus Pugsy? I remember going to that YouTube VOD and looking at the comments, and everyone would do a signature counter of Stingray versus his opponent. And the amount of signatures that Stingray does per match is usually 2 to 3 times more than the opponent. But guess what? He's taking dubs. He's winning. Don't hate the player,
and he's landing
hate the game.
Too.
He's doing the most.
I love it. He's got the sick counter.
And I like how he uses
this last
the down
stock
tilt
is
too.
all Stingray. Holy cow. Santi actually took the second stock before Stingray did. And then, that's a funny post lobby script. And then Stingray completely handled that last stock. He barely even got touched, even though he lost. He was down to his last stock before Santi was. He ended up barely losing any health on that last stock. He just unleashed at the end.
Yeah. I think Santi wasn't quite ready for that. There was kind of an established flow of the game up until that point, and then suddenly in that last stock, yeah, started mashing that SIG button, and Santi wasn't ready.
All right, here we go.
I like that movement on the ground, too. He dashes forward, walks a little bit, dashes again.
The double D-Light! He can still do it!
The double!
Oh, my goodness.
It's crazy.
See, he's starting to get in Sandy's head here, man. This is...
And Brawlhalla 2020, we get hype over double D-Light. That goes hard, bro.
It is. It's funny because it's been such a topic.
Hot topic, yeah.
We got Stingray out here who does not care.
Santi now trying to find his way in, and Stingray just smashing that nair. Such a good move to cover you. Kind of hit stack in a weird way, based on the movement when you're falling, I guess.
Stingray's doing well. Doing really well. You gonna see Stingray in top 8, maybe?
Hey, might be time to make another appearance.
He's gotta get through Santi first.
Stingray might be the avatar. When you eat him most, he disappears, and then he comes back.
Oh my goodness! Oh man, he's looking good with that spear. I mean, shovel.
You're right. Important distinction.
I mean, as far as shovels go, that one looks like it hurt.
definitely sharp.
What? Oh man, did you see that? Recovery, chase dodge down into another recovery.
And Santi, I think he's slowing it down.
That's unusual.
Oh, scoops, and I love, nobody does that, and I don't understand why. There's like one dodge frame between that D-Light and jump recovery. Oh, how'd he dodge through that?
He about to take 2 stocks?
That's it?
We're losing 1? Is he allowed to do that? Okay.
Oh, I guess he is.
I guess Santi knew. I thought he'd have had enough to make it back there. Okay, Santi trying to get... I can see with the way Santi is like so changing up his playstyle here while he's fighting against Stingray, makes me feel like he might be getting tilted.
Yeah, or at the very least, I feel like Santi is at that point where the game's just kind of disappearing from him, and he can't exactly figure out why. So he's just like experimenting with how he can change his movement and his game plan to see if he can get some hits in. And it's just
what? And I've been there before. You know, it's not a great place to be. It's frustrating. You know, and I don't know that he's fought Stingray all that often, but it is a pretty different fight than what you're used to.
Yeah, and the way he plays Rocket Lance is unlike anyone else either, right? Like watching Stingray and Cosmix play, 2 totally different things. Oh, that down tilt. I love that Orion down tilt because it's so hard to punish, and it covers so much space, and he just got control. Yeeted into the blast zone.
Stingray wins the match 2-0 against Santi.
And
That's big. Santi is
the KO podiums. They got the.
They just.
Okay, we got an F in chat for Santi. That's a tough one. He's already laying himself down.
That was pretty crazy. Actually, you know what? Those guys are closer than I thought. Santi's actually power rank number 7, and Stingray's power rank number 8. I mean. They're right next to each other. Wow. I mean, after that one, I think we'll see Stingray going up above Santi in the ranking. Good match.
Oh, that was
Stingray. I think he's living up to the hype, man. I think he's out there.
He's definitely giving the shot to the system that everyone
needs. He deserves the fans he's getting.
I like it.
He's living up to the hype. All right, so coming up next, what do we got? Cosmix versus Snowy.
Oh,
what we're going to be watching next. Check out these matches. Look at this match. With all the action.
And this is going to be cool, right? Because now we get to immediately juxtapose kind of the lance play of Stingray to that of Cosmix. So we got one bit more
Yeah.
heavier with the sig spam, and he takes the air a lot more. Costlix is much more known for being a grounded Rocket Lance player. Will kind
Yeah.
of dash back, dash forward, get those sidelights. Stingray, not so much that,
Keeps you at
relies on a
range.
Ryan
He
down
does it
sig.
right. I think Costlix is very efficient with how he plays Lance.
Mhm.
He's doing it correctly. I think he's doing it the best way that you could be doing it with how the weapon is. He keeps his distance. He leads with hitboxes. He never has his hurtbox somewhere vulnerable without a hitbox being around the
Right.
corner or already there. And he spaces very well. So, I mean, all these things combined mean that it's very, very hard to hit him, and he could kill you all the time. So it could be tough. It could definitely be tough.
Who's he playing now? Because I mean, I guess Scarlet is still like a pretty safe pick for Costlix here.
Yeah,
if he wants to
Scarlet
go
or
that route.
Roland.
Oh yeah, Roland also did receive, I think, a buff on his Lance and Sig. Oh, but I feel like,
no,
okay,
he's
Macho
all
Man.
Macho Man. That's right.
That makes
that's
sense,
right.
yeah.
And not Ogrim either. He's convinced that Macho Man's the way to go.
Honestly, I think so too.
He says it's easier to land the neutral sigs with Macho Man.
I think it's easier to land the neutral Sig and the down Sig. The particle changes, where it's like it's not the chainsaw anymore, but it's like the energy coming out the butt. It makes it like kind of ambiguous. So like,
Somehow it's. Well, we'll see if it works out for him here. Costlix versus Snowy. Costlix is currently power ranked number 2 in Brawlhalla Esports North America. Snowy, on the other hand, I don't even see him on the list. 38, Snowy. It would be quite the upset if Snowy managed to defeat Costlix here.
here we go. Costlix already starting off pretty strong here. Snowy trying to space him out. It can be pretty hard to line up your hitboxes correctly. And the blasters versus. Oh!
Holy.
Oh, slow down, big fella.
He's creating a wall.
Oh, look at him.
Costlix definitely. Oh my goodness.
Smoke!
How do you
Oh,
hit
it's
him?
tough. Look at the way he moves so fast. Like, did you know that Sarah was coming out then? I didn't even have time to recognize what was going on before the hitbox came out. He just makes the character and the weapon look so much faster than it actually is.
Nice. Oh, good combo from Snowy.
Do you like, yep. For a jump read right there as well. Gonna use the Sayer to mix up his way down. Gonna go back to center. Nice. Wow, I can't believe he went for that fall in the air there. Snowy. Oh, almost gets KO'd by that recovery. Coslick's gonna be fishing for a side light. They get the chance. Yes. He makes it.
Nice. Oh man, Coslick's still alive. Okay. Good move by Snowy to clean up the stock. He has to play a flawless stock here to come back.
Yeah, kind of a lucky break for Snowy too, because Costlix was trying to switch weapons there and ended up picking back up his Rocket Lance instead of the other weapon spawn. So Snowy just kind of got free blasters and was able to grab the cancel, get the Stig. So it was like, all right, that's like good play. Also like a little lucky, but don't want to take away from the player there. He did what he had to.
Yeah. He earned it. Full stock behind now. I do not envy Snowy, man. This looks difficult.
Costlix always with like
Look
the
at
safe
that, man.
follow-ups.
You're right. He was in and out like a flash there. He dodged back to avoid the
Look
blast
at him.
with side light and back in to get the neutral light with Lance, and it was so fast.
Oh,
And
no!
oh my! He still has all his jumps. In all of that, I think he used one jump.
He used one
in
jump.
that insane combo. And that's
then
just Lance, man. The rocket is moving him around. He doesn't need the jump.
Yeah, don't like do anything. And the lucky part for I feel like Snowy there. Well, not lucky. The smart part. Oh, hold on. Can you kill him here?
Oh,
Falling Sayer. No,
his
he's gonna
chance.
go back.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is terrible now. Punish. Can't get there in
He's
time.
one hit away.
Nice. Not gonna KO.
Nice combo.
Weapon
Dribbled
toss
off the floor from
do
so high.
anything. Man. Ogrim is big. There we go.
Okay. This is the time. This is his chance. All he needs to do is not get hit at all. He's on his way. Oh, man.
wait,
if he
wait.
does this, can he actually do
He's
this?
gone.
Oh.
He's gone. The moment Costlix got the hit, I was like, he has no dodge. He gets the silent
Dude, he
recovery. It's
probably
over.
was bringing it back. Costlix was an orange there. I was surprised. It felt like Costlix had such control over the whole match. And it's like, what can Snowy even do? He doesn't stand a chance. But by the end of it, Cossack's was an orange on his last stock. He can do this. And it wasn't even looking that good for him. He can do this. So, I mean, a little bit better of a match. He's got this.
I honestly thought in that last exchange we were going to see Snowy do a gravity cancel N-Sig with Peraza and just yeet Cossack's in the blast zone and win. Did not happen this time around. Snowy, though, already starting this match a whole lot better, getting the hits in first. Okay, nice. Oh, man, he's so good at playing that annoying distance where Axe can't throw anything out other than N-Light and then beating it out with Lance N-Light because it's faster.
Right. Or Lance Side Light, which combos into things. It can be tough. Yeah.
Oh wow, what stuff.
But he's kept the match even so far here, and he's one good hit away. He might actually be able to get the lead on Cossack's, but he gets disarmed now. He's in trouble. Oh no!
Did the
I think he dodged earlier than he wanted to. He didn't get to use his dodge for recovery as much as he'd have liked, I bet. Cossack's in red. Snowy just one good hit away. He's got to clean it up quick. Is that it? No, he gets above the weapon throw. Snowy's got no weapon now. Cossack can still make it back, and that's okay. Snowy keeping it tied up.
Yeah, didn't get touched there at all on his second stock here, so now we're on a clean slate. Cossack's with no weapon. Ooh, he's denying him some space. Gets another axe. Snowy? Oh, what a dodge. Oh, man. Most people just go for the N-Light after that Lance D-Light, but Cossack chases forward and immediately goes for an air, reading a dodge away. Okay. No
It
jump
seems
there
like
from
Snowy's readjusted here. I mean, he's doing a lot better than he was last game, but I say that.
Yeah, I know. And then, zoop.
I think he can still do this.
But I do still think the sentiment is true, though. There's definitely been moments in this game where we felt like Snowy is in control. He has control of the stage. He has Cossack's on the back foot, sometimes even without a weapon. But now he's having a hard time getting back into the driver's seat here. Oh, what a read, too.
That's a good way to phrase it. Oh, he's in trouble.
Oh, no. Why'd you do that?
What?
Why'd you do
that? Why did he do that?
I don't know.
I couldn't. That didn't seem like the right move.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a mistake.
I wasn't it. But hey, it happens to the best of us. Cossack's
happens to the best of us. That's
yeah,
right.
you're just gonna go ahead and take that one, man. No harm, no foul. As it looks like Cossack's. Oh, if Cossack's beats Impala, oh man, this could. I'm just like, I'd be so happy if we got to see Cossack's versus Stingray in top 8. That would be fire. But Stingray would have to get through Cody Travis first.
I just looked at the stream queue and I got real excited, dude. Let me just let the people know what we've got coming up here. Next match, SCTP Wilson, the guy who took out Tempo Storm's guy, Sandstorm, the #1 player in the world. He's going to be going up against Boommy, Tempo Storm's other guy.
Oh.
Wow, what a bracket Wilson's got to do. That's going to be a great match. And then we've got Lil Cap versus Faison, which is like, you don't know. They used to be teammates. I mean, anything can happen here. Cody Travis versus Stingray.
It's going to be heat.
This is exciting. These next 3 matches are big-time highlight matches.
Oh,
and we got the first one being Boommy versus SCTP Wilson. We're waiting for Wilson to hop in the lobby here. Boomy's already ready to go. This is exciting.
With that said, it sounds like we're going to go ahead and swap it off to another pair of beautiful faces who are going to be able to deliver to you guys some more Brawlhalla commentary and action. But don't leave your seats because we're going to be right back in how long? 4 to 5 minutes? Sound about right?
3 minutes, dude. We'll be back so fast. You won't even, don't go anywhere. It'll be quick. And cool stuff is going to happen too while we're gone. So check it out.
And we are back for top 16 here at the Brawlhalla Combo Breaker online. My name's Sparky878. Sitting next to me is my good friend who I haven't been able to join on the desk with in quite some time. You got Froned. How you feeling today for Combo Breaker, baby?
Honestly, I'm feeling pretty great. It's been a minute since I've been to Combo Breaker, of course, but now we all get to be at Combo Breaker no matter where you are, and it's a sad but a happy feeling because we all get to experience it together. I think we got a lot of great games already so far. We got a lot of pretty sick upsets, and we got a great game in just a moment for you sitting in the wing, but let's talk about a little bit of what we saw already.
Yeah, you mentioned those upsets. Just a little bit of a quick bracket update. We did see Wrench go down against Duck P earlier. So Wrench going down into the losers bracket extremely early on. Very rare for him, especially after he tweeted that, like, oh, school is over now. So now I'm going to nail everything with Brawlhalla. A little bit of calling his own shot and then missing the shot. We'll see what happens after this tournament now that he has some more time, now that we're in summer. But one of the other bigger ones, which isn't quite at the same level disparity between the two, because it was Wilson into Sandstorm. Wilson taking it 2-1 pretty confidently. The first game was insanely in Wilson's favor. Second game was insanely in Sandstorm's favor. Then the third game, Wilson ended up taking that. We are in our top 16. As we said earlier, on the winner side of the bracket, we have Wilson versus Boommy. That's going to be happening right now. Some of the other sets you're going to see are going to be Lil Cap versus Faison, Cody Travis versus Stingray, and Kosalix versus Impala. Of course, Impala getting this far, taking a 2-1 victory over Ethan earlier. One of the other upsets for the day.
And that's just one of the many that has already happened, and we don't know. I mean, Impala might go even farther, and he might take down that qualification spot against Kosalix. We have no idea, but I'm not going to make any predictions just yet. I'm not going to play any favorites. I'm just going to go off what I see, and it's going to be, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting time here. But of course, we got Boommy and Wilson in the wing. Wilson playing the Asuri again, the Swords Katars legend. It should be a fairly strong pick here. Boommy, of course, on the cross, sticking with the blasters, something that we see him do quite often. We've seen him do over the years. He's got the ability, he's got the skill, and we'll see how he's adapted to the gauntlets coming up right now.
Yeah, Gauntlets got a little bit of love recently here. A lot of bit of love, I would say, in the most previous patch. So that could be fueling this cross pick, a legend that we hardly ever see in tournament. I think the last time we saw a cross pick in tournament was when Boommy played the cross, specifically to like hit the Hand of God, the down signature on the gauntlets, because that's a meme signature. But he's opening up, not with the gauntlets, but with the blasters, starting off pretty solidly, hitting 3 or 4 hits onto Wilson here on this game on Demon Island. Now, this Asuri pick, like you mentioned, not necessarily out of the ordinary, as it takes the Katars that Wilson is so accustomed to, but we're not seeing the Ragnar yet, despite Axe still being very strong, and of course the Katar being the comfort pick. So we saw him do really well against Sandstorm with this, both the swords and the Katar earlier, so we'll see if he's able to continue that going into Boomy's cross, another gauntlet legend compared to Sandstorm's Mordex.
Yeah, and it's Wilson already getting started right now. He's going to throw those guitars away. Boommy looking for the gauntlet, aerial gravity cancels, and he's going to be catching Wilson out with quite a few hits, actually. He's looking for a little bit more right now. He's looking for the pop-up off the side light, but Wilson's going to get the double recovery turnaround. If he can find another one, that's going to be pretty devastating. But the side air, going for the ground pound off stage, is going to not connect. That's going to be Boommy with the blasters on the side, going for the side air. The side sig coming out, not going to connect. Wilson with a very nice avoidance there. And then it's going to be Booming now, just backing up, looking for a little bit of stage presence. He's losing his footing a little bit to Wilson, and that could cost him. But that side air, now both of these players getting the red, that kill zone, that's going to be very dangerous, and they have to be extremely careful. Boommy finding that down light recovery for the KO. That's going to lead things off in the set.
But Wilson did do a fantastic job of mounting that recovery back. He started off that sort of ending sequence in orange. In that meantime, he was able to take several hits, none of them being knockout options, before he got Boommy into the red, into knockout territory. If he's able to find the signatures that we were seeing him use earlier, he was using a lot of just really grounded signatures, whereas you see Boommy saw like gravity canceling the side signature earlier. We could see a GC down sig as well. Sandstorm likes to gravity cancel a lot of signatures. So I would like to see Wilson do that, especially against an opponent like Sandstorm earlier, or maybe like Boommy now, who isn't spending necessarily a lot of time on the ground, because he did get the knockout, didn't take much damage, but look how long it took. If he's not able to rely on those signatures and his Katar options, he's getting knockouts on stage. That means a lot of time is spent and a lot of damage is being built up to get those knockouts.
Yes, and Boommy finding that hand of God we were talking about a little earlier. It has a lot of separation and a lot of range. Being able to catch someone out with that, that's a pretty good damage. There's the haymaker right there, the mega haymaker. Not the unarmed, but the gauntlet version from Cross, and that's going to lead to another KO. 2-1 in the set. It's exactly even in the damage, which means Boommy has an exact stock lead over Wilson, and that is going to carry him quite a long way if he can just continue this destruction right now. Wilson having a little bit of trouble with the guitars, getting pushed around by Boomy's gauntlets, going for the neutral sig, not going to be able to connect, but a nice punish from Wilson to turn things around on the edge.
And Cross actually has some decent signature coverage, especially for how Wilson likely could be playing. You see him sticking to the ground quite often. He will jump up, but you don't see him going to the edge very much. He likes to start his initiations on the ground, or at least continue them on the ground if he comes from the air. So that neutral signature is actually really low on the ground. If you don't charge it very much, you're going to hit that move pretty low on the ground. And also the side signature, a fantastic signature, that is right on the ground as well.
Nice double neutral light coming out from Boommy to get a little bit more damage, and a very nice read to get the neutral air down light into recovery, and then Wilson emoting, knowing he kind of messed up there maybe. I don't know, that's for him to decide. Wilson now with picking up the sword, trying to get a little bit of aerial coverage, gonna find a neutral light. Boommy now moving back onto the stage with the side air, just spacing out, looking for a kill option. He does have him deep in the red. That's Wilson in a very dangerous place. Edge guard, he's going to give it up for just a little bit, maybe a false sense of security, as Wilson now has to find just a little bit more success. Boommy getting a nice spot dodge for the counter. And is this going to be the kill? This is going to be it, and that is the recovery right off the top. I think that's 3 recovery KOs from Boommy to find that Game 1 victory.
One was a side sig.
Well, there's probably another one in there somewhere from Wilson then. I'm counting 3 in my mind.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's somewhere. It's somewhere. It's in this game, maybe. Maybe it's
now,
right
Boommy
here.
Is playing the Cross, who has extremely high strength, going to be taking 1 out of dexterity into movement speed. Now, Wilson is just picking the default stance. Usually he is a player who will focus and prioritize movement speed above all else. I'm not sure on Asuri what the movement speed stance takes out of. It could be out of that strength, which in the past we historically saw Asuri's putting into strength in their stance choices. So maybe he's not feeling losing 1 more point on an already somewhat low strength legend.
Either way, Asuri does have quite a bit of movement speed just on the base stats. I believe it's 6 speed, so that's nothing to scoff at, and I'm sure he's more than comfortable with that speed set right there, especially having playing Ragnar and sometimes Queen Nai, who are both slower characters. But of course we're going to see Booing get a little edge guarding off on the ledge. The damage is pretty close, but Boommy with a tiny bit of a lead, especially with his proficiency with the blasters. He's able to space out quite a bit from the guitars and the swords that Wilson is bringing to the table. So Wilson now looking for it. He's got the downlight gravity cancel on the recovery. It's not going to lean to the KO just yet. That damage is not quite high enough. Boommy now looking for the weapon. That side sig coming out. Immediate punish from Wilson. Holding onto the ledge. Down sig. Boommy. Just slipping off the wall a little bit. That could have been incredibly dangerous. And now Wilson looking for another recovery. No. Goes for the neutral sig. Boommy still surviving.
Yeah, Wilson committed quite a bit with that ground pound over on the edge. He started it really high with how low Boommy was on the wall, gave him plenty of time to react to it. Boommy was able to get away from it. Wilson still finding this first knockout here in this game about 1.5 minutes in. A little bit slow between these two players, but when you're playing into a player like Wilson, that's not to be completely unexpected. Boomy's doing a fantastic job here, just a little bit behind. He's already taken game 1. He's going to be hunting for a weapon or just the unarmed knockout. D-Light into the recovery. There is a weapon spawn on the field. He's going to juggle out the weapons, grab his blasters back, strip the field. In comes the weapon spawn. It's going to be basically middle of the stage. Boommy controls it, but a neutral light from Wilson sending Boommy to the left. He's able to grab the sword. Nice 3-hit string coming out from Boommy on these blasters. That's going to be solid damage. And the neutral light.
The damage just continues to go and go, and Boommy finds one of those string starters. He is able to find every single one of those hits. He's practiced these combos more often than most players even play the game in total hours. So, I mean, Boommy finding those, it's completely unsurprising, but you always love to see it because it just shows that level of proficiency with the blasters. And looking for even more of those pickups. He's not going to be able to find nearly as many of them, as he gets Wilson further and further into the red. He's going to be having more knockback on a lot of those moves, but Boommy now looking for another one. That's going to be the pickup into the KO off of the top, off of another recovery here, this time with the blasters rather than the gauntlets.
Now, if we compare this set to Wilson's set with Sandstorm previously,
Oh,
man, that's a lot of damage already. Oh, he's orange just like
Wilson,
that.
Wilson
done.
threw out
Wilson,
three. He threw out
he's
three
saw the writing on the
back-to-back.
wall, man. You're not going to take that much damage when you're that far behind, that high up in the air. Wilson knew it was over at that point. We aren't into top 8 yet, so we're still doing best of 3s. So unfortunately, Wilson's going to be moving down into the losers bracket after a tough loss against Boommy. Boommy mostly controlled that entire set, unlike the previous set that we saw with Wilson versus Sandstorm.
I mean, it was a complete departure of what we saw in that set, and I think Boommy is just showing his skill with the blasters right now, able to space people out in this current meta. That kind of distancing, that social distancing, so to speak, is allowing him to get as much damage in as possible with those side lights, the down lights, and then all the combos and strings that follow ups in between. So I don't doubt that we're going to see even more of that moving forward. I mean, he is, I believe, going to be the first qualifier for the top 8. I don't know who we have in the wing right now. It looks like Faison and Lil Cap going to be playing against each other for that spot against Boommy in the top 8 for the qualification. Tell me what you know about them.
I was actually watching Faison's stream yesterday. I don't actually know his stream name, so I apologize. Like, it's probably like Faison VR or something like that. Go to his Twitter, and you'll find it there. Or just probably Google Twitch Faison. And he was playing against Cap a lot yesterday. Cap was playing Taros and kind of handling Faison pretty well. Faison was going kind of back and forth between several legends, one of which being the Val, one of which being the Wushang, one of which also being the Artemis. We also saw a little bit of Onyx from him as well, but I think that was more of just playing other characters, seeing what's going to work yesterday. His main start for today was the Val, then he swapped over onto the Artemis. So we'll see what he's able to do against Cap today. I know he was struggling quite a bit yesterday, though.
Well, the Artemis is, I don't believe that this is a legend that we've seen too often in a lot of tournaments, but it is a welcome sight. You got the Lance and the Scythe on the back end, and of course, Lil Cap on the Bodvar is nothing to be surprised about. He's always been playing the big rig Bodvar, and you love to see it. I mean, it's just a classic at this point. I don't know if he takes the crown now for player to hold on to a main for the longest, but I mean, he's definitely
who would have had it? Who had it before?
Oh, who had it before?
I would put it's either Capt or iThrow, and both of which are Bodvar players, both of which who have also kind of swapped over to Taros at times. But I would probably put Capt up there.
How long did Wilson play Ragnir?
I would say less time than Capt. Oh man, starting it off, Faison. Some solid Scythe damage early on in this game. See what Capt is able to do against this Scythe. I didn't actually catch the stats early on that Bagel threw up on the screen just because muscle memory, I don't look for that yet. But man, Faison, I would love to hopefully maybe see those stats later on in a second for these two. But Faison's going to pick up the first knockout 30 seconds in, only in the yellow. Scythe is looking good, and that looks like the way to beat Capt.
And already being put on the back foot, he's going to pick up that sword. He's going to get a little bit of damage out, but he's going to have to get far, far more than that in order to bring this back into his favor. Faison getting a little bit of damage as well, extending his current stock out by quite a bit. Not even in the kill zone for Lil Cap quite yet as well. He has to get a little bit more damage. He's still going to look for that edge guard opportunity, though, from the side sig. The side sig, though, from Faison, allowing him to force that situation where he gets another KO on a Lil Cap. Just going even further in this stock extension. Look at Faison's just control of this field. He has the reads with the I mean, it's not orb, but the space balls. Not the movie, but you know what I'm talking about. The Artemis signatures. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Lil Cap, though, is having a little bit of a tough time, and he is going to have to figure out what he needs to bring this a little bit closer. At least this is just the first game for him.
Yeah, I don't know what I was watching yesterday. Maybe it was just Cap's Taros, and we might see him actually switch onto the Taros after this. Maybe it's just Faison waking up feeling better today. I think he didn't get a lot of good sleep yesterday, and that was something he commented on stream of that he was going to really try and go to bed early tonight, because if he wakes up and doesn't get a lot of good sleep, or he wakes up rushed and doesn't get time to practice, he has a very poor performance for that day. So, I mean, man's got some sleep.
Well, everyone needs a little bit of sleep. I mean, it's the only way to really, truly feel refreshed and Well, I mean, not everyone's a morning person, but in the, whenever it is you wake up. I usually wake up at noon. But Faison looking for that down sig, that read. It worked last time on Lil Cap trying to make his way back onto the stage, but Lil Cap being a little bit more cautious this time is able to avoid that down sig again. Faison looking for another entry point. He throws out that gravity cancel side sig, not able to find it, but a scoop from Lil Cap. He's going to throw Faison in the air. Side air is almost has it, and there it is. The equalization from Lil Cap, getting the stocks back 1-1. He has a enormous amount of damage built up, and he is in a very dangerous position, but he does have the ability to bring this back completely and take the victory, so it is not out of his hands just yet.
It's going to have to be really solid neutral play, really solid reads as well. But we're not used to really ever seeing explosive potential from Capped. So he was going to have to slow that down, space out his hits, and play it almost perfectly. There wasn't really potential for him to find some amazing gimp, because that's just not normally how Lil Cap plays. Now, we aren't seeing the Taro swap going into game 2. He's sticking with the Bodvar, even though he lost the previous game. And Faison is up 1-0 in this top 8 qualifier best-of-3 match, coming in with the defense stance on Artemis.
I think that's a pretty interesting way to go. I think a lot of players typically prefer playing the movement stances, and with Artemis having quite a bit of movement speed, maybe he feels comfortable being able to take a point out of that and favor of just a little bit more survivability. But of course, also there's a recognition that movement also counts as another form of avoidance. So I wonder if that's better than going into a movement stance or just staying with default.
Now, going into this, the history for these two players in 2019, I think it's just 1-0 in favor of Lil Cap, and that was at DreamHack Montreal. So that was a LAN tournament, whereas opposed to this being online. So not a lot of history between Faison and Lil Cap in the 1v1 sphere in all of 2019, even into 2020 a little bit. And man, Faison is just running this set. Last one had a 30-second kill. This one has a 45-second kill, and I think Faison actually took less damage this time than he did the previous game.
Well, that's one of the other dangers of Scythe, is they're able to find you off stage if you're not careful, and that ground pound is incredibly devastating. Weapon throw not going to connect, with Faison able to find his way back. Lil Cap not quite in the right position to find the ground pound as well, but he might not have been completely looking for it. He might have just been trying to put a little bit of pressure to force Faison away from the ledge. But Lil Cap still in the game right now. He's getting a little bit more damage. Weapon throw going to connect. Faison off stage. No connection on that side air. Lil Cap getting thrown down. He still has a recovery, just barely touching the wall. Still ground pound down air. Ground pound is not going to connect. That would have certainly been devastating for Lil Cap. But Faison finding his way back onto the stage as well, just playing the footsies one more time. Lil Cap with that side air, just trying to find this KO. Faison just surviving all of these hits. Scoop not going to connect. Faison haymaker. That's a big hit going on to Lil Cap. He can't afford to take any more of these. That's going to be finally the KO for Lil Cap. What is that, about 120, 130 damage built up already in that deep orange?
He's definitely getting close, yeah, probably right in that 130 range. 2 minutes into this game, it is a knockout. It almost looked like he was going to be able to dodge back towards the stage in time, but he wasn't. Faison Scythe is running this game, running this set, and I guess the practice he got against Lil Cap yesterday, man, it is paying dividends for him. He's looking so good, and if he moves on past this into top 8, he should be feeling really good about his future matchups.
Oh, of course, and Faison playing a little bit carefully as well. He's a little bit scared of that hammer. He knows, the slide, the very nice spot dodge from Faison, or Lil Cap to turn it right around. Faison getting caught by the scoop. It's not going to find that KO just yet. Faison finding that Scythe. He does get a little bit of range favorability there with that downlight and some of the more angular hits, being able to work around what hammer can do. But that recovery is going to do it, and it is pretty much even 1-1 stocks here. And this is what Lil Cap is going to be looking for right now, is victory right now to keep himself in the upper bracket.
Cap's edge guard there was like a 2016 hammer edge guard. Like, he didn't do anything except fade down, get below your opponent, and hit the hammer recovery. Like, just a vintage back to basics hammer edge guard. Like, didn't even involve the ground pound into the recovery, just the recovery by itself.
I mean, the only thing that would have completed the puzzle is if he only edge guarded with hammer stomps, but that's something else entirely.
Cap mounting a fantastic comeback here. He's found solid damage. The beginning of his stocks Like, the first half of them have been way better than the second half of his stocks. Like, when he gets knocked out first, he usually comes back pretty quickly, and then Faison finds some damage, and then the second half of the stock, Cap has a little bit of trouble. Planting the flag for Noble, Faison is going to be moving on into top 8 winners side, 2-0 against Lil Cap. He's going to be going up against Boommy, though, who is going to share no weapons and does not share a similar playstyle whatsoever with his current, or his previous now, opponent in Lil Cap. That's going to be a tough match for him. But what about this match versus Lil Cap?
About this match, I thought you were referencing the next match, which was Cody Travis and Stingray. But with this match, Lil Captain Faison, I honestly see a lot of potential in Faison's Artemis picks. The Scythe was really strong on his side, and while it was extremely close, I mean, I think in that last game it was 525 damage to 505 damage. I mean, it's actually Lil Cap who had more damage in the end of that match. The power behind those SIGs and the ability to be able to connect them against his opponent is extremely strong, and he was actually able to find quite a few of those. He didn't really utilize the Lance down SIG I don't think he used it at all, actually. And maybe that's something he'll pull out against Boommy, considering Boommy has a different play style and he plays a little bit differently on the edge. But I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see moving on. And against Boomy's Blaster Gauntlets, if he's going to continue to play cross against him, I think that's going to be a pretty intense matchup. But we do now have Cody Travis versus Stingray. Of course, Cody Travis on the Baratza and Stingray on the Orion, the Black Knight skin, of course, that we've seen all the way back since at least Winter Championship. So we'll see how this one goes down.
Now, going into this, you did see the stats go up on the screen. Not a lot of history between these two players, which is to be expected, seeing that Stingray just kind of came on everybody's radar at the beginning of this year at the Winter Championships. And it was their career history as of 2019 and into this year is 1-0 in favor of Stingray. Cody might struggle to play Axe here into Lance. I know Cody is sometimes prone to tilt, and playing into Lance, I don't know if you've read the Reddit or seen people talking on Twitter or seen people in the Forge. Lance can be a very frustrating weapon to play against, but we are here on Small Brawl Haven where we could see super early knockouts from Cody Travis with this Axe or his blasters.
And already the Axe side air throwing Stingray way off into the distance on the left, and neutral air coming out, just grounded, and there's a side air coming out of the stringed down light, and there's another side light. Cody just throwing Stingray all over the place, showing how much damage he has built up on the Stingray. Stingray still living, though. There's the Orion neutral sig. Great punish from Cody Travis to find that down air right through the Orion neutral signature. A fantastic sig that causes a lot of KOs on those offstage positions, and being able to play right around that, kind of read that move coming out. Fantastic work from Cody.
Side air from Stingray, not quite going to knock out Cody Travis yet. All of that defense, you don't see Stingray moving over for the edge guard. Another side air, still not enough to knock out. The D-Sig, though, right over the edge is, he's going to be juggling those weapons, swaps back to the Lance. Weapon spawn coming in. Cody's able to grab it straight away, starting with a lot of blaster moves coming out. Finds the side light. Eats a nair, dodges the second one. There's the GCD light into the nair coming out from Cody Travis. Has Stingray in the orange on the second stock. Got a 50 damage lead here on Stingray as we get just about into 2 minutes in this game. Side light nair, the second one missing, being that third hit in the combo.
Yeah, I mean, that lead is going to be collapsed even more if Stingray's able to find more hits, but just negate what I said just now, because Cody finding that recovery right off the top is just going to take another stock right off the board, and that's going to be a position that Cody Travis, of course, wants to be in. I mean, you always want to be in those positions, but that's not only stock, but that's a damage lead. He's not ready to be KO'd yet. This is Brawl Haven, so you never know what could happen, but that side stick coming out, this is just getting worse and worse for Stingray every single hit that he takes. Ooh,
yeah, Blaster's D-Light recovery is going to be such an effective tool on this map. Cody is controlling everything. He took a slight 50 damage lead and has strengthened that into a full stock lead. Still hasn't lost his second stock and won't until possibly the next game.
That's classic Cody right there. That's the real Cody Travis. Like, you know that meme where it's like, I want to see the real Cody Travis, and then he gets second place, and then you say, I want to see the real one, and then you see this. That's Cody Travis right now.
this might be better than classic Cody Travis. Coming into this,
so?
already doing well against Stingray. Might qualify for top 8 on the winner's side of the bracket here. If he gets good Lance experience in this game, and the stats play out as they might in the next set, Costlix versus Impala, we could see Cody going back-to-back Lance into Lance, and he's already playing well against Stingray's Lance, although Costlix's Lance is a completely different animal. He's playing well right now.
Well, Cody already is getting an enormous amount of damage on a Stingray. Stingray getting thrown about all over the map. He just made it back onto the stage after 30 seconds of being basically off stage, getting knocked off again by the side air, and Cody Travis covering more ground. That downlight coming out, recovery off the top. That's going to do it. Stock number 1 gone. Cody Travis taking that lead one more time. He's just going to continue to just absolutely dominate this game.
Stingray coming in with a Lance again. Cody opens up with 2 hits. There's a Nair from Stingray. Neutral light from Cody Travis. Cody's been doing a fantastic job of not letting Stingray build up hardly any momentum whatsoever. We haven't seen Stingray even hit the first, 2 hits when he wants to carry someone off the screen. Oh my gosh! Just such good fundamentals in his axe play, and he's not even just relying on single moves. He's not just sitting on the ground and backdashing and forward dashing until he can find a sidelight Nair.
He's got everything just absolutely together.
Oh, he did it!
My God!
He did it!
What? Whoa! Oh my gosh, Cody Travis, what are you doing? You monster, you fiend. 3 stocking, 495 damage to 108. Wow!
He almost put him on double digits, man. Oh my goodness. Cody Travis. Man, he really wants that Travis Scott Brawlhalla concert. He wants it real bad.
I want the Cody Travis concert in Brawlhalla, actually, right now. Actually, can we do the Cody Travis Big Bite emote sandwich shop in Brawlhalla, please?
That's what we need. One of those knockout effects, but it's Cody Travis. Like, you see his head come out of nowhere, and he goes, "Ow!" and he gobbles you up like the T-Rex one.
Mm-hmm. That'd be great. I mean, come on.
Man, Cody Travis completely controlling that entire set. Cody so far today went 2-0 up against Pier, also destroyed Pier, which I didn't think he was. I thought he was going to run into that Taros, and I thought he was going to get gimmicked a little bit by the Taros because we were seeing those stomp instincts coming out from Pier. But Cody really just wasn't falling prey to those whatsoever. Wasn't falling prey to the neutral signatures from Stingray either. He's going to be moving on into top 8 winner side. He's going to fight the winner of Costlix versus Impala. Now, we have Costlix in the lobby right now. We're still waiting on Impala to come out into here. I'm going to look down at the losers side of the bracket. Currently, Tropheus got knocked out in losers round 1 to Fettuccine El Khan. I'm not quite sure who that is, but unfortunately, Atrophius is going to be knocked out, and Fettuccine Alcon is now going up against Ethan on the loser side of the bracket. There are the stats for Costlix versus Impala. A pretty solid power rank difference between these two. Second power ranked in 1v1s versus 11th ranked in power ranked in 1v1s, and Impala actually coming out in their sets together 1-0. We saw how that worked for Stingray versus Cody last set. So we'll see if it's the same thing or if Impala can turn the tide and get it even more in his favor on 2-0 here at Combo Breaker Online. Costlix locking in this Macho Man.
And we're going to be seeing the Kaya come out from Impala, of course. And I think this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup here. Usually we tend to see Costlix on the Scarlet or the Roland using the sword and the hammer in the pocket. But I mean, we always do tend to see him focused far more on the Lance. He's obviously known for his Lance, and he's going to be using that on the Macho Man here. And I'm actually kind of curious if he's going to use the chainsaw signature, because you always love to see it come out. It's kind of regarded to not be great,
I don't love to see it come out
because
it's not great.
I love to see it.
I don't love
to see it. Well, either way, I'll be rooting for that, but we'll see if he actually does utilize that for any, I don't know, probably Edgeguard is the only reason you'd ever use it. But Kaya, I think, is going to be a pretty interesting character. There are a lot of people who were using bow not too long ago. I think a lot of people switched it up recently. But I think the bow spear, I think this is probably something, I don't know what Impala typically plays or what he's played for a long time, but I'm just going to go off on an assumption that this is probably a character that Impala has played for quite a while. So I think it'll be pretty interesting to watch, and we'll see how this goes down.
Well, he does have the level 78 Kaya, and I don't see anyone making the decision to switch on to Kaya right now, especially after the recent changes to Spear. Of course, Bow, on the other hand, is very highly thought of currently, so we'll see how Costlix plays into specifically the Bow of Impala, and then how Impala is able to play Spear into both of Costlix's weapons, both the Axe and the Lance, thought of very highly also in 1v1.
And Costlix is going to start off on the Lance, so he is going to get the weapon that he prefers, of course, and he's just going to be playing, the dashing game. Costlix loves to do the dashes, forward and back dashes, to just kind of play with the spacing of his opponent. And there it is, the counter move, the down air straight out of that back dash to pick up Impala, but a nice counter from Impala, and it looks like Impala actually has the lead right now. The side sig almost, or the down sig almost going to find that KO side air, and that is going to do it. Impala, having taken, 40 damage, 45 damage, and taking the first KO against Costlix.
Yeah, what a strong opening from Impala, and with the Spear, nonetheless, something that he will have is those signatures that, I mean, every time I play a Kaya, they're able to utilize those signatures really well. They just kind of flow into the way that Kayas tend to play. Just a solid set of signatures, leading you to getting somewhat earlier knockouts than you would with like a D-Light Sayer. Having to fish for those D-Lights, I'm sure that's so frustrating as a Spear player. Costlix coming in, sidelight recovery, but Impala is on the defense stance, even here on small Brawlhaven. Not going to be enough for the knockout yet. A minute 15 into this game. Impala in the red almost has Costlix in the orange.
And honestly, I'm looking at Impala. He's got some really solid footwork here, and he's able to just move around a lot of Costlix's moves with a lot of fast short hops and dash dances. And I think it's really interesting to watch right now, because this is not someone that we usually get to see on any stream games or in a tournament. So I think he's actually doing a pretty surprising right now, and he looks like he's about to take Costlix off the top. And are we going to see another one? He is not going to connect the neutral air, so Costlix is going to have a little bit more time to shine, a little bit more time to survive, and that Lance is going to give him a little bit of an opportunity. If he does not knocked out right now, side air not going to connect. A little bit of Lance action coming in. The recovery is going to finally do it, though. Impala finding that KO off the top, and now Costlix is going to be forced into picking up an axe on the back end, but it looks like Impala is just ready to get even more damage out with the bow.
Now, when we saw Impala do the first D-Light recovery earlier that didn't knock Costlix out, I wonder if a D-Light Sayer would have killed, only because he was on the left side of the stage. So the left blast zone was going to be closer than the top blast zone. Of course, normally, if you were like middle stage, you'd go for that D-Light recovery because you'll have that higher knockout potential since the blast zone on the top is closer. So I wonder if that was just a little bit of a misplay, or if Costlix would have survived regardless.
Impala with a nice down sig, looking for the KO on a Costlix. He does have Costlix in the red. That's going to be a downlight side air. Oh, nice try on the gravity cancel neutral sig, but that's not going to connect. Weapon throw not going to connect either, as Impala looks for the sig option there. Side sig not going to pick it up because it's a little bit too high, but there is the recovery to pick up Costlix right off the top, and that is going to be a 2-0. Almost doubling the damage done against Costlix. Very, very impressive game by Impala, and we'll see if he can keep this up, as Costlix swaps over to the Scarlet, something that we've seen him a little bit more on. Scarlet, of course, hitting, well, I guess with the speed stance, it takes one out of strength. It's going to be just about the same as Ulgrim, but we'll see how this fares in this matchup here.
If you're playing a character like Scarlet, you're not really going to be feeling that -1 in strength because of the heavy weapon of Hammer, because of how strong the SIGs are. We'll see what he's able to do with this. I really like Impala, though, right now. Last game was very strongly in the favor of Impala, and it's looking like it's going to be that way. Impala's clan tag is flow state, and it looks like Impala's flow in this game is just so good on the Costlix, controlling so many things.
I think a lot of this has to do with Impala's movement right now, and Costlix not able to find a lot of hits because Impala's movement is really clean. He is able to just dance around a lot of these slower attacks from Costlix. That is not going to KO. Surprising. He goes for the neutral sig. Costlix actually has a little bit of an advantage right now, but he is going to give up that wall touch. I actually thought he touched the wall there, but I guess not. He is going to fall down to his death and give Impala that KO. Not for free, but close enough.
What is an Impala? Is that a cat or is it like a deer thing?
It's a car.
Well, yeah, I know there's a Chevy Impala, but you don't think of a Chevy Impala for its gracefulness and movement.
Oh, that is very true.
It's like a deer thing. It's a medium-sized antelope, so it's probably very agile and graceful. So Impala, aptly named today after the animal, not the Chevy.
Now you got me curious. Apparently, they're also roller skates, so maybe it refers to that. Either way, Impala is doing a fantastic job at dealing with Kosalix and catching Kosalix off guard. He's going to finally find that lance, and that side air into the wall is actually going to pick up Impala and disrupt him just enough, almost to find the KO. That down sync definitely would have been devastating for Impala. The ground pound avoided. Very nice movement from Impala again, as Kosalix really just continues to have trouble finding this KO onto Impala. He's got the damage built up. He just needs to get the hit. That's still not going to do it.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, the weapon throw still. Oh no. Oh, get it. No! He does have a recovery to get back, but oh my gosh, it was so close.
How is Kaya so beefy?
It's that defense. She has an enormous, like, she people forget she has really high defense.
Yeah. Maybe fishing for that D-Light. Wants to find the recovery or the side air to take off the second stock from Kosalix. Nair's coming out from Kosalix, but again, he's not finding connections because of Impala's movement. Not even just the movement, but kind of towards the end of last stock, the down signature and a couple other moves. Impala's dodging is impeccable as well.
Well, there's a neutral light. Or neutral air, that's going to catch him. Not quite going to take him out in that second stock. He's got the damage built up. I think only one more will do it, and there it is. Right off the down light, the neutral air going to find that KO, and that's going to give Impala a very nice lead.
Now everybody knows that Kosalix is a Lance player. I am a proud Lance player as well, but I hate playing Lance into bow. Man, I hate it so much. It seems like they can always get inside your neutral airs, and they throw out a neutral air, and they can hit you stacked. Mm-hmm. Or the neutral lights will shut down your dare approach. They can back up, get out of the way of your side light, punish with a D light. Man, I hate playing Lance into bow so much.
Well, maybe Kosalix is feeling the exact same way, considering how this game is going. Impala's doing fantastically with the bow movement and the entire bow kit, all things considered. Kosalix just finally taking out that second stock from Impala, and there's still quite a big difference in damage right now, but Kosalix seems to be building this back up, closing this gap with a lot of the damage from the Scarlet, and that damage that Scarlet brings to the table is absolutely devastating, and now Impala on the back foot getting just absolutely just punished by Scarlet's Lance attacks and just the pure damage that she brings.
Yeah, Kosalix does not want this to end here. He wants to push it into a game 3. What a comeback from Kosalix. Here, has Impala in the red. A grounded side air is going to take him out. 596. That is almost averaging 200 damage per stock. And that's with a Scarlet.
That's the power of Kaya defense, I guess. Just in the same vein of every other high defense legend, just never wanting to die. And look at that, going into the defensive stance as well, going into the 8 defense range, so putting Kaya on the same pedestal as Queen Nai. You know, and you know the phrase, Queen Nai never die. Kaya never die. There you go.
Oh man, you nailed it.
Yeah, that's really dumb. Anyway, Kosalix going to start with all the pressure, getting both weapon pickups and getting a little bit of damage onto Impala. Not too much, but nothing to scoff at as well, because that does put Kosalix as the person with all the map control. Now, giving that up, I think we're going to see a little bit of Impala coming back now that Impala is holding the center stage. But Kosalix has been playing much faster, utilizing a bit less of the dash dance wait and see style of play that we usually see from him. He's much more proactive in these last few stocks, and in the beginning of this game, we're seeing a much more successful Kosalix.
And going over to Demon Island, there is a huge chance that Kostelix is going to control the edge, even if he doesn't get the normal knockouts on the stage like he just did. You know he likes to reverse slide charge. He has those nailed down on this character so well. He also likes to gravity cancel on the edge. That is a very tiny wall that he has some very large hitboxes to completely cover.
Now weapon throw from Kostelix going to get a little bit of disruption. Back dash trying to read the approach from Impala, but a dodge through is going to allow Impala to get through on the stage. And still looking for a hit here. The side here, just not enough to disrupt Kostelix. Just comes right back. Oh, and he gets caught. He was charged too. That's really unfortunate. I think Impala was expecting the release a little bit sooner and was just caught off guard by how long Kostelix held it down for. The only, of course, recovery in the game that allows for that.
Getting hit by that mysterious hitbox that's kind of like on top of the player's hurt box.
Yeah.
There into the D-Light. Kostelix has done a great job with his 2-hit strings that he then waits and then throws out an attack based on what his opponent does. He doesn't try to get greedy and go for the third. He just waits for it to either get a dodge or find the right move to throw out. Kostelix was such a huge lead right now. 2 minutes into this game, Kostelix still living on his first stock. GC side signature from Impala is going to be the knockout, but it might be too little too late. This game could be winding down soon. Impala in the orange. Kostelix isn't struggling anymore with finding either damage or the knockout options onto this extremely beefy, thick Kaya.
Impala getting pushed off the stage. This is Kostelix just absolutely enforcing that adaptation in a complete and dominant way. Kostelix holding this edge guard, throwing the hammer, not going to find Impala. Impala still taking so much damage on his last legs. It's not going to take much for Kostelix to find a KO, especially even if he doesn't have a weapon, if he's unarmed, that's still going to be fairly easy for him to find that KO. And there it is, down air coming right out, and Kostelix flips back the set from that middle section of game number 2, finding that adaptation, finding what he needs to take this game down, and bringing that mentality all the way through game number 3 to take the set. Fantastic work by Kostelix to bring this back in completely. And honestly, I gotta say, the biggest thing I take away from this is Impala is incredibly impressive.
Now going into this, you see at the end right there, 609 damage to 258. Kostelix putting out over 2 times the damage. Again, sitting right around that 200 damage per stock average, which he was finding a lot more consistently this game than he did previously. He was finding a lot of knockouts earlier on, feeling really good about him too, not relying on a signature read or anything like that. Much more of this game was in Kostelix's control than the previous ones. So we're seeing that huge adaptation, and he didn't even need a best of 5 to show it. He did it in a best of 3 when he lost game 1.
I mean, he flipped the switch, and that was his mentality, just changing, realizing what he needed to do to change in a very quick fashion. Didn't need a lot of time. It didn't need to take until game number 3 to really, like, he didn't need to get lucky in game number 2 and then figure it out between games what he had to do for game number 3 to just survive. No, he enacted that plan in the middle of the game, and it was incredibly successful. Impala having a lot of trouble dealing with it. I think that's extremely impressive and telling on what Kostelix is probably bringing to the table moving into top 8. Especially now that we have a completed top 8 as well. We can just update you guys on everybody who is in top 8 in the winners semifinals. We have Boommy versus Faison in the top half of the winners top 8, and then we also have Cody Travis and Kostelix facing off in that bottom section of winners side. I guess that's a weird way to put it. I guess that's just the 2 games that are happening in winners semifinals.
Now, just a quick update on the losers side of the bracket. Ethan did go up 2-0 over Fettuccine Alcan, so he is in losers round 3, waiting for the winner of Snowy versus the winner of Ilyu versus Wrenched. It looks like, I think Wrenched has confirmed taking that set, 2-1 against Ilyu, so it's going to be Snowy versus Wrenched. I believe that is slated to be on stream. I did see Sandstorm pop into this lobby earlier, so we could see before that his set against Simba. Both players going down pretty early into the losers bracket. Who sent down Simba? Boommy sent down Simba earlier, 2-0 against Simba. So both players maybe finding themselves in loser's bracket a little bit earlier than they would have thought. The winner will be moving on to face Stingray for a top 8 qualifier match. Impala is looking for a top 8 qualifier match on the loser's side. So is Wilson, and so is Lil Cap.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to be seeing, I think, a few of those games coming up in a little bit. I'm not sure which one we're going to be seeing first, but we do, like you said, have Simba and Sandstorm, I think, ready to go. It looks like they are marked, so we might be seeing them up next. And then Ethan and Wrenched, potentially. I'm not entirely sure who's coming out of that game. You said that it looks like Wrenched might have completed that. But, well, I guess we'll find out. There's a lot that we can go over right now. And it looks like Snowy jumping in. Are we going to see Snowy versus Wrenched?
I think we're going to see, we're going to see Snowy versus Wrenched going into this. Neither one of them have gotten actually into the lobby yet, but a couple other of the matches in the losers bracket up here, who we saw earlier, is going up against Duck P, who had a massive upset earlier today. We have Matt ended up getting knocked out of the tournament by Sandstorm. Cinco ended up going up 2-0 over iThrow, so a rough day for iThrow and a great day for Cinco. Cinco was then knocked out, unfortunately, after that against Simba. He went 0-2 against Simba, and now that's how Simba found himself up against Sandstorm. Now Noel is going up against Squared. Of course, Squared recently having an incredible performance in Rectify's Brawlhalla Online Gaming Arena tournament. Fantastic performance from Squared going into that. So they're about 5 minutes into the set. No scores reported yet. So we don't even know what happened first game yet. Crocky is going up against Zakoi right now. Now, we did see a Twitch clip earlier from Crocky wanting to go play into Sandstorm, hoping he's going to beat the Sandstorm. But it's going to be quite some time, really, before we would see a Crocky versus Sandstorm set. But it looks like we have Wrenched and Snowy here ready to go. Wrenched coming out on the Lucian pick, a level 75 Lucian.
I mean, that's completely... I don't know if it's completely expected, but it's something that I'm not too surprised at the very least. I mean, Wrenched, of course, is a guitar player, and guitar is just absolutely something he's been using literally forever. So I'm here for it. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see. I know we've seen him use some pretty insane blaster plays. I know we've seen it. I think as recently as BCX. I mean, I think this is going to be a really solid game between the two of these guys. I don't know what Snowy play or how he plays, but I think it'll be, I've said it already.
Now going into this, we would expect Wrenched to win, but Wrenched is kind of having a different day than we're used to seeing, and the start of this game might be a little bit different for Wrenched as well. He didn't get knocked out, but man, he is already orange. 15 seconds into this game, getting completely manhandled by Snowy's axe on this Barraza pick.
And
it's already knocked out! He got the down air hit. I don't remember if the down air hit or if the side air hit turned him red, but one of them turned him red, and then he was dead.
Either way, it was axe brutality, and that was Snow just chopping trees down, and Wrenched was an entire forest. And we're gonna see if Snow is just gonna keep chopping trees, because this is what that's what you just do with axe. And he's just continuing to hit more and more hits, and that is absolutely devastating for Wrenched. And these blasters are gonna have to carry him a little bit farther. He does knock the axe out of his hands, but Snowy does have one in the pocket. He had it ready and rare to go, and so we're going to see Snow just get even more of these axe connections out, I think, unless Wrenched can slow it down a little bit and just anticipate more of these hits.
Seems like Wrenched... Okay, Snowy's just going to follow his death here. Wrenched is going to throw out the taunt. Now, if you really like that taunt, which I do, you can get that from the Battle Pass. Go into the Valhalla and pick up the Battle Pass today. Can you get it in the Valhalla? Or is it on Steam?
I think it's Valhalla, but it might also.
I honestly don't remember.
I know it's cash. It's not Mammoth coins, so it's completely.
I don't know,
separate,
bro. It's the Battle Pass. Get it.
I don't know. Get it. It's worth it. It's super worth it. Even if you don't get it, it's still worth it. I mean, still, just play the game. But Snowy right now, things are getting turned around by Wrench. He's doing a great job at collapsing this lead from Snowy. Oh, the down air, though! The recovery does come out. He did hold on to it. Snowy playing a little bit close on that, playing a little bit risky. Able to find that side air from the blasters, though. Is able to find the KO on a Wrench, and that is going to give him a little bit more of a lead and an opportunity to extend the stock, get a little bit more damage lead onto Wrench, and give himself a little bit more breathing room as well, which is also always reassuring. Oh, that was a little weird, but we have the connection turnaround from Wrench here, getting a little bit more blaster play, and looking for those down light starters. There's the neutral sig. That's actually going to find the KO off in the top corner. Very surprising, but Wrench able to find it there and equalize these stocks.
I think Wrench needs to use his blasters downlights a little bit more sparingly. He's just kind of throwing them out quite a bit, even when Snowy is very clearly in the air. And Snowy has punished so many of Wrench downlights. Maybe try to poke a little bit at that grounded level with the side light more, because you're not going to be in such a commitment.
Snowy utilizing those blaster neutral airs very well, keeping Wrench away from that upper zone, trying to keep himself from getting ground pounded off stage. Snowy turning it around on stage using the axe again. Wrench taking a lot of damage, already in the red. Very, very dangerous position to be in, especially in Brawl Haven. This is not going to be very good if Wrench gets hit one more time by a side air. Already pushed off stage. Snowy weapon throwing, going for the ground pound, doesn't connect. That is really unfortunate. Snowy had the KO and the game right there.
Nair's coming out from Wrench, double Nair.
Oh,
the recovery, not going to quite knock out off the top. High defense and the low strength of a character like Lucian might have stopped him from getting the knockout there. Snowy's going to find the axe side air and take that game. It started off looking really good for Snowy, then Wrench started wrestling it back a little bit towards the end. Started pulling that rope a little further, and we're going to see a Lord Rax, baby. Snowy coming in.
Well, there you go. I mean, you got a little representation there. Always feels good. I always hope to see Ada, and we don't really get to see that much, but I know we see it every once in a while. I'll just wait till BCX. She always shows up then. Either way, we got Wrench still on the Lucian pick, still feeling it right now, and we'll see if the Vrax pick brings anything more to the table for Snowy, but that's, I think, a complete departure from what he was playing just before.
Now he is going to be coming in with the Lance, and if he's a true grimy Vrax player, he'll go for D-Light, Insig, Chase Dodge Insig. I'm telling you, that is the grimiest thing that you can do in this entire video game. It is so much damage, and if it's early on in the set and they don't expect it coming, you can hit that. I've hit it on very good players. I didn't lose the set, but I hit that thing.
Well, hey, if you, I'll let you pop off if they hit it. Not that you need my permission or anything, but Snowy doing a pretty decent job with the blasters to start off. So that's we're not going to see the Lance just yet. Wrench, though, doing a pretty good job at spacing out with the guitars, getting a little bit of small hits. Oh, is this? Ooh, for a second, I actually wasn't sure that Snowy was actually going to be able to get that touch. I thought usually Wrench is very on point with his edge guards. I don't think Wrench was expecting that either. But Snowy getting that Lance now, maybe we'll get to see something, but he is looking for a lot of those signatures rather than something a little bit smaller.
Now, it is brave for Snowy to switch on win. When I would say the Barraza pick, his better weapon was the axe. And he's switching off of that axe on over to the Lance. And he's behind here against Wrench. Side signature. Wrench is going to overspace it, punish it with the side signature of his own, get the knockout off the top. Now, something that Snowy is definitely not going to have, other than the axe from Barraza, is all of that Barraza defense. So the lower strength that Wrench has on this Lucian pick, he's not going to struggle to find knockouts as much.
Yeah, that's definitely going to cost him, especially if he's not able to find as many hits this time around, like is already happening for Snowy. I mean, the blasters, he's doing a pretty decent job with the blasters. The Lance, not as much, but Wrench is getting an enormous amount of damage into this game already, and it is costing Snowy dividends. Like, he's losing stonks right now. This is not the greatest position for him to be in, but looking for these Lance attacks, he's playing a very dangerous game.
Oh,
Wrench,
yes, he is.
Just barely finding that recovery connection. Wrench finding the blasters, trying to space out just a little bit. The side air coming in. It's not going to find the KO. Getting to the wall, the downlight, a great option, but that's not going to connect either. And Wrench trying to find his way back. It's going to be a side air. There it is. The connection. Snowy's still alive, but the damage is enormous.
They're both kind of playing very dangerous games here. You saw the GCD light from Wrench on the left side. That's going to put his dodge onto that long in-air cooldown. Then the GC Insig from Snowy on the right side when Wrench wasn't anywhere near him. Snowy is very far behind in this game. This swap over to Vrax looking like not the wise decision here.
Snowy just holding the. He's playing. He's just completely changing things up. He's playing really careful. There's just waiting for that neutral sig opportunity. Wrench trying to collapse on, finding the KO off the top. Wrench playing a little carefully as well, trying not to throw out those attacks too early, because that does make you vulnerable off on the respawn. But Snowy making his approach. The downlights coming out. Both players with blasters.
Light from Wrench went for the side air. It's going to miss. Swapping over to the Katars. D-Light side air from Snowy. Try to go for the dash side air. Oh, side light. Oh, man. Wrenched. Putting more and more damage onto Snowy. Nice down air. Snowy's going to go off stage against it. Throws out the side air. Throws out the nair. Wrenched is in neither of those spots. Neutral light from Wrenched goes for the spot dodge.
Side air, side light, not going to connect. Wrench with the reversal, weapon throw almost connecting.
That's
down air, very nice option from Wrench. Not going to find the follow-up though, and this is going to be the recovery off the top, and there it is. Wrench taking it down. Game number 2. That's going to tie up the set 1-1 because Snowy did take down game number 1 with the Barraza. I wonder if we're going to see him switch back because he did considerably worse this time around. I mean, the damage done was 341 to Wrench's 604. That's actually enormous difference.
Snowy is going to swap back over to the Barraza pick, and he's on the movement speed stance. It's going to change it from 4 to 5 on a character that already has a ton of defense to his name. It's going to go from 8 to 7. 7 still so much on that character that little bit of buff in movement speed is going to feel so good if you're a Barraza.
Well, hopefully he managed to fare a little bit better this time around. He is actually going to be banning Brawlhaven. By he, I mean Snowy, which I think is kind of interesting considering he was actually pretty successful on that map last time. In game number 1, he was able to find a lot of really early KOs, and this time they're opting for Enigma Crystal Temple in Great Hall. 3 very unusual picks that we don't see make it through the banning phase very often.
Now, again, 2 players, huge difference between those two. Wrench coming in power rank 5th. Snowy, on the other hand, 38th. So he's still top 40. Still a solid player in his own right. But, man, just based on stats alone, Wrench outclasses him so much.
Snowy with the axe right now. He's going to be looking for a lot of these big connections. Wrench playing a little bit more carefully with these blasters. You can see him backing off in anticipation for a lot of these axe moves coming out. Weapon throw doesn't able to collapse in off of the hit from the weapon throw, but Wrench now with the map control with Katars, he's just going to hold on to that, throw out those neutral airs, a few more of those down lights when he gets too close. But Snowy with a very nice down sig, getting a little bit more progress on that signature attack battle pass mission. Oh, Wrench! Oh, with the clash, that's going to do it!
What an early stock! That was like 60 to 70 damage on that, and he's knocking out a Barraza? Holy cow!
That clash that sealed the deal. There was nothing else he could do after that point. Very nice moves from Wrench. Very, very nice reads and strings from those Katars. Snowy trying to utilize the blasters just a little bit, not able to find anything. There it is, finding the weapon thrown to side air, not finding the KO. Looking for something, maybe a little bit of a bait, but there's the axe pick up into the neutral light. Playing that corner.
Needs to find this knockout. He has to swap back over to the axe. Luckily, he's able to grab it before it despawns. Finds the side air, but man, he's almost 100 damage behind Wrenched.
Weapon denial is going to give him a little bit of time, but not nearly as much as he wants. The Wrench now with the Katars is going to able to have that omnidirectional attacks. I mean, there's not a lot of range on those attacks, but that omnidirectional attack pattern is just going to be too much for him. He's going to lose another stock, and now it's 1-2, and holding down full length of that and taking and just taking damage, I guess, from Snowy's recovery. I mean, I don't know. Wrench is he's really feeling himself right now.
We are in game 3 of this best of 3. Wrench has these Katars against Snowy's blasters. He also has a full stock lead. Snowy's going back to the axe. Definitely the weapon he's found more success with in this entire set than any other one that he's used so far. Neutral light coming out from Wrench into the neutral signature and the taunt. Definitely feeling himself. It's one thing to taunt after you get the knockout while your opponent is respawning, but it's another thing to do it right there. Easy punish.
It's one way to read your opponent. Really get inside their head. The recovery, it's still not going to do it. It's still not going to do it. No weapon, though, from Snowy, so he doesn't have the axe to fall back on. He's going to go for the weapon. There's a side sig, which, wow, still, man, Rich, he's really confident right now. We're going to see, what? We're going to see a down air. We're going to see a recovery. No, not even. Ground pound. Ground pound.
Oh, man,
on
that
the
one
wall.
was close from Snowy. Taunting in the middle of the game, hoping that Snowy's going to come over, try to punish the taunt, and then Wrench is going to go for the counter punish. 3.5 minutes into this game, Snowy is throwing out all of the moves in his kit that he can find a knockout with. But it's going to be a recovery from Wrench into the gravity cancel taunt. He's going to take it in game 3. 520 damage total from Wrench. Divide that by 3. Divide that by 3. What's 520 divided by 3? Is that 170? Yeah, it's about 170-ish. So yeah, 170 per stock against a Barraza, of course, due largely in part to him getting that clash on the first stock of the game in Great Hall and getting that super early knockout when there was like 70 or 60 damage on that stock from Snowy. Man, a tough loss for Snowy, who came into that. Let's see, what was his little run before that?
Well,
I'm trying to find it here on the bracket.
Well, no, that was Wrench, because Wrench dropped really early.
Snowy had to lose to Kosalix.
He lost to Kosalix, and then let's see, I have it loading. But before that, lower on the bracket, he beat Isidrew 2-0, and before that, he beat Dog, DAWG. So I don't know who that is, but he definitely beat some notable players to get to where he was, and that's nothing to scoff at. You know that you gotta give props where props are due.
And we're going to be moving on into this next set. It's going to be Sandstorm, but we're not seeing him in Winners Finals. We're not seeing him one set away from Winners Finals. We're seeing him all the way down here in Losers Bracket, round 3. He's going to have to play this set and another set before he gets into top 8. Not on the winner's side, on the loser's side. So kind of a rare spot for Sandstorm to be in. See the bracket there right in front of you. That's going to be the loser's side of the bracket. Kui ended up going up 2-1 over Double Time. Noel's fighting Isidrew right now. Noel ended up going up over Square. We mentioned that earlier, 2-1. So Kui is going to be, if he's able to pick up the dub there, he's going to fight Impala right after that. So Kui still has 2 sets to play. Isidrew and Noel both have 3 sets to play, including the one that they are currently in right now. But we have Sandstorm versus, you see the name Stone on your screen, but of course that means Simba. Not sure why the in-game name change here for Simba. Maybe he just wants to be like a rock. There's a Chevy. Two Chevy references today.
They're coming back too much. Simba, though, playing the gauntlets really cleanly right now, getting a lot of damage onto Sandstorm. Sandstorm with a nice gravity cancel, side light to side air orb combo. That's going to be followed up by side air weapon throw, going to opt for the scythe this time, using the range and just the omnidirectional, the alternate move set from that to be able to switch things up. But going for the riskier but successful weapon denial, Simba is going to be just holding onto his hands, and that's pretty much it. I mean, weapon throw is going to push Simba just a little bit farther away. He does get the wall touch. But there's the ground pound. Can Simba get back? No, he can't, and that's going to be the first KO. That was like a long distance for a very short drink of water.
Now Simba's able to even that up, get the knockout about 1:12 into this game before he's able to find that knockout. And Sandstorm is swapping over to the Fate. We didn't see his previous set in the loser's bracket off stream, but he did also report a Fate in that game as well. So he was playing Mordex in the winner's side of the bracket, then swapped over to the Fate on the loser's side, ended up going 2-0 over Matt. So Matt's going to be done for the combo breaker weekend here. We'll see if Sandstorm is also able to end Simba's trip here in the 1v1 bracket, or if it's going to be the other side.
Well, it is relatively even. Simba has a slight lead on a Sandstorm right now. The orb doing a little bit of letting Sandstorm work quite a bit right now. The neutral air coming out, getting a little bit of a disruption. The weapon throw, no pickup. No, he is going to manage to get it back. And Simba coming with the side sig, going to get punished just a little bit, not too much. No big hits coming out in retaliation, but Simba looking for that neutral air, trying to get Sandstorm off the top. He does have him in the red. The neutral sig isn't quite going to be enough.
A little bit surprised that didn't knock out. That neutral signature from Val has so much force on it. Probably just because it was on the left side of the stage and it sends up and right. Sandstorm is gonna find the knockout with some offstage scythe play. Weapon spawn coming onto the stage. He's gonna grab the orb. He went to throw away his orb and pick up the scythe. But Simba is gonna snatch it out of the way, grab the sword, get the knockout. Weapon spawn gonna go basically straight to Sandstorm. It was high in the air, so he was able to grab it. Gauntlets into scythe here. Simba with these gauntlets in hand, trying to keep his distance until he chooses to go in.
Nice options coming out from Simba. Very nice movement as well, being able to read out some of these options from Sandstorm, looking for these conversions right off the side light, but now going with the sword. Sandstorm, very nice conversion there from that dodge read. Able to get quite a bit of damage, and now the damage isn't completely even. Same with the stocks, and it is just neck and neck between these two players right now.
Simba's just a little bit behind, but man, when Sandstorm had the scythe in his hand, Simba was doing a fantastic job of when they were both in the air, he was staying right on top of Sandstorm, where he's not going to have any really stacked hitboxes when he has the scythe in his hand. The nair is going to have the range, the side air is going to have the range, the down air will cover a little bit below you, but other than that, Simba's spacing and positioning like right on top of Sandstorm was like the safest place that he could be.
Ooh, recovery onto Simba is going to get him knocked in there quite a bit. He is deeper in the red this time. He is in danger of losing that stock, losing out those jumps too. I think he knows that there was no way for him to get back. So that is going to be game number 1 to Sandstorm, taking it down 3-2, 520 to 523. Almost a completely even matchup from start to finish between these two.
Yeah, what a close game between these two players. Something that I would not have expected. We've seen Simba play very well in his past, but going up against Sandstorm, I don't know whether Sandstorm's having an off day, whether Simba's having a fantastic day, or whether Simba has just leveled up overall. We see quick restart coming through. Sandstorm's back in it, and Simba is swapping. No, maybe he's not swapping over the Bodvar. Maybe he accidentally locked in the Bodvar. We still haven't seen him swap or lock in his character yet. It's going to be that Val again, going into the string stance. Level 79 Val, kind of a vintage Simba pick coming out here against Sandstorm's Fate. Only at level 35 on that Fate from Sandstorm. A little bit surprising there. He hasn't played it a ton, but I would have expected a little bit higher than level 35.
Well, I mean, we have seen it quite a bit, I feel, in tournaments, at least relative to other picks that don't last too long. I think we've seen him pick this out in a relatively respectable number of games, so I don't think this is something that he's not experienced on. But Simba, of course, utilizing the gauntlets, the Val, I mean, the sword is definitely something that we know that he's really comfortable on, because, I mean, he's been sword for quite a while. But I also think with Simba, in terms of Simba's tournament placings, I think a lot of people probably undervalue him quite a bit. He actually has quite a few exceptional tournament placings in quite a few games, so it's not super surprising to see him do so well, at least in my opinion.
Sidelight side air coming in from Sandstorm. He didn't spend a lot of time on orb last game. It was mostly the side. There's another sidelight side air. Getting Simba into the orange. Down Sigs trying to cover. There's a weapon spawn on field. It's going to be the side light on the sword after the pickup from Simba. A little bit of the in-air juggling. D-light side air.
Sandstorm right now with the orb, trying to get a little bit of those, get a little bit of spacing down. The down airs coming out, able to find the perfect angle, knocking Simba down real low, but he is able to make it back. He did get that touch right before then. Sandstorm charging up that signature, extending the range on the side sig, looking for that hit. Simba able to play around it, not able to find the recovery. That would have certainly led to a KO. The ground pound though, follow up is going to do it, and Sandstorm now just a little bit behind. Simba is in that red. A haymaker, I believe, on this map will cause that KO, so he does have to be very careful. The side air from the orb at the right position will do it as well. So he is just playing a very careful game. That is so close. Any closer to the edge, and that would have been a KO.
Sandstorm, it's the jump side air. He covered low at first with the orb down air, prompting Simba to try and maybe stay away from that wall because it's so small. He's likely to be hit by a down air over the edge from Sandstorm. But it was then jumping high, covering high with the side air. That was the knockout. These two players so even right now. This is impressive.
I mean, this is probably the most even game that not only that we have seen today, but in a very long time. Usually there is someone who takes a very early lead, and maybe that lead isn't too far spread out, but at least there's like a 50 damage lead. This has been very, very close from the beginning to the end throughout the entirety of the match. I think that this is probably the widest gap that we've seen so far.
Yeah, Sandstorm about midway through this second stock. Now, Sandstorm loss here would mean a lot of really big things. One, it would be a victory for Simba, which I'm sure he would love that. That would put him in a fantastic position off stage, almost favoring Sandstorm, almost getting the knockout there. But a knockout of Sandstorm here in this set would mean he's out of the tournament, which would mean there aren't a lot of people who have great records against Boommy who could stand in the way of Boommy winning this tournament. A lot of people highly favor Boommy to win this tournament. Multiple people have said this is Boomy's tournament to lose. And Simba maybe wants his chance to fight Boommy here as he gets the knockout, putting Sandstorm onto his final stock. He is about 80 to 90 damage behind Sandstorm, though, and you know how explosive Sandstorm can be, especially on final stocks.
Well, right now he is raw in his final stock. It's pretty fresh in relation to Simba, and so Simba right now, if he does take the L, I believe that is going to do it for the set because Sandstorm is up by 1 game. But Simba right now playing very carefully, trying to get as much damage as he can without receiving it. Of course, that's the whole name of the game to begin with, but at the same time, getting caught, that's going to do it. Sandstorm taking game number 2, and there it is. That is going to be the set. Simba dropping down, and Sandstorm going on to the next round to play against Stingray for the qualifiers. We might see that in a little bit, but before that, I think that we're going to see next either Isidrew and Kui or Ethan versus Wrenched. Now, we did just see Wrenched beat Snowy 2-1. Ethan, of course, is an entirely different beast. We've seen him make plenty of top 8s, and I think we've seen them play quite a bit as well, so that should be a completely different dynamic in that game.
Yes, I'm not sure exactly who we have next. It will likely be the Isidrew Kui. We haven't gotten word on that yet. See if we have anything else that has updated here on the loser's side of the bracket. Santi and Zakoi has still not been fully reported yet. It's still technically 0-0 on this Smash.gg bracket. If you want to follow along with the bracket for right now or for any of the other tournaments that are later today, later tomorrow, or next week on the 2v2 weekend of the Combo Breaker Online, if you're on Twitch, hit !bracket in chat. That will give you a link. You can also go to smash.gg/Brawlhalla, and that will give you sort of all of the brackets that you can find, previous brackets for this year and the rest of the events for the rest of this year. So that is also a great headquarters to be at. But yeah, if you want to follow along at home, I definitely think you should do that. Let's see, if you want to get engaged on Twitter, #BH Esports, you might find it on stream. I don't know if they're going to, let's just say they're going to do that. We don't know. They are. I just got word. Yeah, it'll show up on the ticker down below. I just saw something on the ticker, but I'm not sure what it was. That was the bracket you just looked at on your screen. That is the loser side of the bracket. Now, we still don't have anybody yet here in the lobby, but you can see that Isidrew Kui match. That one is earmarked to be on stream. You see Pierre is going to be awaiting the winner of Santi versus Zakoi, and then the winner of that set will go on to fight Wilson for a top 8 losers qualifier match. We're waiting on the losers bracket to kind of catch up here. A lot of sets still to be played. Multiple people are just still waiting on either 1 or 2 sets to play out right now. If you didn't notice, we have Lil Cap waiting, we have Wilson waiting, we have Impala waiting. They are all waiting on top 8 qualifiers on the loser side of the bracket. Faison's in here, which means it looks like we're going to the winner's side of the bracket. We're going to see Boommy versus Faison, which a lot of people love watching Boommy. A lot of people love watching Faison. I love watching both of them. This is going to be a really good set. Going to be a really good set.
Oh, I think it's going to be phenomenal. And we saw Faison for just a... Oh, we got the projection jumping in. We see right now Faison flashing the...
Somebody said... I saw the word shampoo. They asked, oh yeah, do I use shampoo? Yeah. Bald people... I don't know if all bald people do, but all bald people should. Because shampoo has stuff on it. Like, you still got hairs up there that need nutrients and stuff, and like the skin up here is different than the skin on the rest of your body, so you can't just use like regular soap on it. So yeah, you use shampoo.
I honestly thought for a second you were just gonna leave it right there, and you're just, do I use shampoo? Yeah. And they're just gonna stare at the camera for, you know, another 5 seconds or so. But I mean, there's another question. Sparky, turn the hertz up on your webcam, or I'll order a pizza to your house with no toppings.
Look. First of all, there's nothing wrong with cheese pizza. If you like cheese pizza, that's fine. Second of all, all I can do is what I can do, and I've done it. So maybe hop off the cam problem and focus on your own problems, because nobody's perfect.
Well, I mean, that's definitely true. We are going to see, I mean, it looks like Faison is in here. He was flashing on Onyx just a little bit, you know, the newest character, the gauntlets, and cannon character. I still haven't seen that played in the tournament yet, but of course that's because she's super new. And I think if he is going to be playing this, I know we didn't. Oh, well, now he's backed out of the lobby, so maybe we're going back to the lower brackets. And so, you know, we're kind of in a little bit of a limbo, but that's okay because sometimes these things happen. It does look like Santi and Zakoi has updated. Santi and Zakoi, Santi winning 2-1 in the set, and he will be going up against Pier, who did beat Duck P 2-0, and of course here we saw Pier lose to Cody Travis in the upper bracket in the top 32. So I think that should be a pretty interesting game as well. And then of course you already went over the rest of the games, but for everyone who may just be jumping in, we have Ethan and Wrenched in the bottom bracket waiting in the wing, Santi and Pier, who just updated, and then we have Isidrew and Kui. And then for the qualifier, the only qualifier that we have on the bottom side, Stingray and Sandstorm, which I believe is actually, now there've been a few tournaments since then, but that was one of the biggest matches from the Winter Championship, was actually Stingray versus Sandstorm. So we get to see a little bit of a run back from that point. Now, I mean, that was also like, what, 5 months ago, so it's been quite a while. Things have changed considerably, not just with Brawlhalla, but that's something else entirely.
Now we do have Boommy versus Faison. That is confirmed to be our next set. You're seeing the stats in front of you right there. Not a lot of difference between the power ranks of these players, but there is a huge difference in terms of winnings. That's probably the biggest thing, or one of the biggest things. The other is so much history between these two. They've played 10 sets together, and Boommy has won a lot of them. He is 7-3 against Faison, man. That is a history that will be tough to overcome. Faison's gonna try his best here to turn that, get one more point in his favor at least. But man, look at those earnings, $116,000. It changed the screen, so I didn't happen to see. It's like 26,000 or 28,000 for Faison. So no slouch himself in the earnings department. But man, Boommy as one of the top earners overall in Brawlhalla. Huge difference between those two. And he has history on his side. He has earnings on his side. He has higher placements in general than Faison on his side as well. So we'll see what Faison has here with this Artemis that we saw earlier.
I mean, he also has the matchup history on his side in terms of just like the 70% tournament win rate against him. So that's something that Faison's going to have to overcome, whether that's meta advantage or just absolutely pure Boommy skill and domination. Well, I mean, I'll let y'all decide that one, but I have my own opinions on that. If Faison now getting back into the lobby is going to be getting on the Artemis, and we're going to be getting this underway. Banning out the maps. Boommy is going to be starting it off and leaving Mammoth, Great Hall, and Demon Island on the field here to be picked. And we'll see what Faison is feeling right now, and that is Mammoth. So if you were guessing that, you are correct, and I believe that's like, what, 86% of people probably guessing that. That's where everyone usually goes.
Now going into this game, we're seeing Faison in the defense stance, wanting to give him a little bit more survivability there against this high-strength cross that Boomy's bringing out. Boomy's able to get the first weapon, opens it up with 2 down airs. Faison is going to have to deal with so many hitboxes that Boommy likes to throw out. He attacks quite a bit if his opponent lets him and doesn't ice him out. Man, already has Faison in the orange. 15 seconds into this game. See what Faison's able to do with this Scythe. One of the only Scythe players out there still going right now, but there's another Scythe player out there in Sandstorm who has a tremendous record against Boommy. So we'll see how Boommy is able to do against Faison's Scythe. He's doing really well so far, but they are still really close into this game, and it's early in the game and early in the set. Ooh. Nice side signature from Faison, positioning it perfectly. It does have that little dead zone right next to the player. So if you do it against someone that's right next to you, you're not going to hit it. You're going to skip right over him. It's going to be so easy to punish, but he placed it so well. Boommy going with the down signature, trying to cover both sides. D-Light recovery. Boommy answers back. Dead even 1 minute into this game.
I mean, this has been one of the most aggressive games we've seen so far, and I don't think that's really that surprising considering it's Faison versus Boommy, and both of these players love to get in their opponents' faces. And right now, Boommy and Faison, I mean, it's incredibly even, and which is a testament to both of their skill. Able to just make quick decisions and make the correct one most of the time in the moment. Where a lot of people typically have to back off. They have to play a very careful game, wait for certain opportunities to react and counter, find punishment options. These people are just, both these players are just absolutely hamming it up right now, going in on one another.
Multiple sidelight recoveries coming out from Faison. He's hitting multiple of those, even though it's kind of a tight window. You got to press it pretty quickly. So showing some of his lance chops here.
Ooh.
And again, he's able to hit that. Again, not the hardest thing to hit in the world, but when you see non-Lance players moving on to the Lance, you won't see them hit that as much.
Well, Boommy looking for that neutral sig, getting punished by Faison. I thought he was going to go for another ground pound right there. Maybe he was, and there was a slip or something, but there's the slide charge down sig from the cross blasters, and that is going to find that KO onto Faison, getting those stocks even one more time. A lot of damage coming out from Boommy to start things off, but Faison does have the Lance, and I mean, you can probably attest to this more than anyone else right now. As a Lance player, this matchup is a pretty rough one if caught in the wrong positions.
Yeah, especially right there. GCD Light is such a strong move. It does require a lot of commitment from the Gauntlet player, because if you miss it, that's your dodge on the in-air cooldown. Going to be an extended amount of time that you don't have that dodge, which can be rough, but you can do the gravity cancel D-Light into the Nair, into the recovery for the 3-hit combo. You can do that until knockout. Boomy's going to take it. Doesn't need that 3-hit combo. Goes for the Hand of God for the knockout, and he's going to be loving that.
Well, going into game number 2, that's going to be a very nice way to finish things off. Those down sigs from the Gauntlets, a very nice signature, especially for those extremely spaced moments when your opponent is just not wanting to go in too hard, and Faison just holding that center of the map, trying to hold on to that map positioning. It costs him right there, not being able to just push in onto Boommy in that moment, but that down sig fantastically finding that KO. Now going into game number 2, Boommy got to find the weapon to start things off. Nice gauntlet damage to get this kicked off. And again, neutral lights coming out. Down air not going to connect as Faison finds the scythe.
There's a sidelight chase dodge. Went to turn it around. Wasn't able to find a move. Come out onto Boommy. Right over on the corner. Throws the down signature. Boommy dodges up through it around. It's on the stage. Ooh, tries to go for the neutral signature read.
When you hold it down like that, it just looks like Air Jordans on the side, like the little icon on the side of the shoes. That I think of that every single time. But Boommy almost hitting that, getting the recovery at the top. It is going to find the KO. Very close. I actually didn't think that was going to end up in a KO. They did catch Faison in kind of that mid-blood orange range on his health. So usually that can be kind of like a 50-50 if you, depending on the map positioning. But Boommy actually surviving that side sig hit from Faison's lance with another surprising survival there, because typically that has a lot of variable force behind it. That ground pound is going to do it.
You want to talk about a lot of force, it's going to be on that Lance ground pound. It's going to have tremendous force. You can get orange knockouts on some of the beefiest boys in the game. It's going to be Faison with his Lance. Too. Definitely. Man. Faison committing a lot here with the weapon toss, charging up the recovery.
I was actually clinched right there. That was real scary for both players. Boommy finding that down sig, the spot dodge down sig punish, not gonna find that KO. Faison able to get that map control again, the side light, and I don't think he was expecting to hit that. He didn't have a follow-up ready.
Weapon juggling coming out from Boommy, gonna deny the weapon from Faison. One comes in. You saw Boommy immediately chase dodge through to try to get over to the weapon spawn so he could deny Faison even longer. Blaster's in his hands now. Faison coming in with the scythe. Team staying right on top of Boommy, but just low enough that a jump nair isn't going to come in contact with him. Again, staying right on top of Boommy.
Oh, neutral air's coming out. Holding that aerial space. Oh, very nice string coming out from Faison to get Boommy off stage. Get that damage built up a little bit. That's still not going to be a KO, though. Boommy making his way onto stage. Oh, the Hand of God coming out. Not going to find a KO.
He wants it, man.
Oh, I mean, look, you know, we both want it when we play Cross too, so I don't blame him in the slightest. Looking for that Hand of God coming out again. Oh, and there it is. The neutral stick coming out from Faison, and that space ball just going to find the KO right off the top. Oh!
Eli, gravity cancel neutral heavy into the taunt right at the end. It's another game that Boommy is going to slide to his side of the screen. We are in top 8, so it's a best of 5. That's why you're seeing another game being played right now. Faison swapping over to the Val pick.
Now this is a bit more classic Faison, something that he's been using for quite a while, and I'm not surprised to see him having this in the pocket. Going with the strength stance, taking out of the movement speed as well, is going to give him a little bit more survivability there. Boommy getting that weapon pickup to start again, but it's going to be Gaunts versus Gaunts one more time, and it's going to be Gaunts versus Gaunts for the first time in the set, excuse me, as Faison has a little bit of trouble dealing with the Gaunts from Boommy right now. Boommy, he misses the wall touch, goes under, and gets just put way out of position, and now Boomy's going to hold on to these blasters. Faison has a very long road ahead of him.
Yeah, that's a very heartbreaking loss to suffer here in Game 3 when you're down 0-2 against a player like Boommy. Light side air from Faison. Side sig over the edge. This could be a huge opportunity for him. Gets the ground pound and basically evens the game up. He has 45 to 50 damage, but if he's able to weapon starve Boommy, see where the weapon spawn comes in, could be critical. Boommy finds a little bit of the pressure, but that neutral light from Faison isn't going to send Boommy very far at all. Very little damage on that stock, so Boomy's going to get over onto the weapon spawn, grab the gauntlets. That Gimp, man, that's what Faison needed. That's why he picked Val, is for that side sig over the edge.
Ooh, very close on the neutral stick from Boommy, looking for that Air Jordan. Faison able to just dodge it, just barely able to touch the wall, but it does not make any difference. Boommy already there with the ground pound to punish Faison off on the side, and that's going to be another KO. Boommy 2 to Faison 1 right now, with about 110 to 120 damage built up onto Boommy right now. Very close to that kill potential, but not quite there just yet.
Weapon spawn going to come in high, right above Boommy. Faison's able to swipe it. Neutral sig coming out. Falling side air from Faison, going to try and control the ground. Boommy was in the air, so in came the neutral signature. There's a dare. Wanted the recovery as the follow-up. Another dare, bouncing Boommy off the platform. But Faison needs the knockout option. The side air going to bounce off the platform as well.
Oh my gosh.
The down air, like the edge of that cone, is going to find the knockout again. Faison about 100 damage behind Boommy.
And even when he's pressured off stage, Boommy able to find 2. hits there. Oh, very nice play from Faison. Weapon throw able to just interrupt that hand of God, which is incredibly necessary if you don't want to take the brunt of that hit. That big portion of damage coming up, you know, on that follow through up on the top. Recovery not going to connect though, as Faison just barely survives right now. Side air, no, down air coming out. Down air again. Boommy not able to find that recovery one more time, but he does have Faison in that kill zone, and one more recovery off the top. But with gauntlets will do it. He does have blasters right now, looking for that down sig, going to pick up the gauntlet side. No, down light, looking for the recovery follow-up. He's looking for it so hard. You know he wants it. He's got it right there in his hands. Weapon throw is going to cause Faison to lose his advantage right now, his range advantage with the sword. Oh, look at how far he goes from just a bounced side air. He's just barely holding on.
Boommy with stage control allows him to pick up the blaster. It's going to be the side air for the knockout. Boommy takes it 3-0, guaranteeing himself top 3 no matter what happens the rest of the day. I'm sorry, not top 3. Top 3. I'm sorry.
Well,
I get confused sometimes.
You had it right the first time.
Yeah, I've seen so many brackets in my time. Boommy, man, taking it 3-0 against Faison, the Val pick. I want to see Faison maybe continue with that Val pick because it was looking really good. His next opponent is likely to be, let's see, he's going to be moving down. The loser of A is going to be going down. He's going to go down into losers quarterfinals. It's possible that he'll fight Sandstorm or, let's see, the winner of Impala versus Isidrew. So he'll fight Sandstorm, Impala, or Isidrew. Those are going to be his 3 possible opponents. You probably know he doesn't want to fight Sandstorm. And between Impala or Isidrew, Impala's been having a really solid day. So maybe today is Impala's day. Maybe it's Isidrew's day. We'll see what happens between those two. We need to do a quick swap of the server real quick. So maybe if we can throw the bracket up or maybe the stats for our next set. Frone, do you have tournament server?
I don't think I do, actually.
Okay, there's the instructions for you.
Okay. So, I think I have to close the game, actually, to get this.
So we're going to be doing this quick swap over to the server. Oh, I don't have tournament server because I have new hard drives. So give us just a moment while you look at those beautiful stats. Maybe listen to some music. All right, we're going to cut to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Yeah. Stay side. Aight. Whether you ready or not. Nothing less but a no did test is a test that you will be exposed. Game tight solid, rise to the top. Game tight solid, rise to the top. In a moment, every second that you find on the clock, champion on a mission and no stop. I see through your eyes like a window. Nothing inside, no heart when it gets cold. Try to take mine, that's bad from the get-go. When I put it on you, have a person that stand up. Think about the outcome, think about your health, bro. Think about your family, think about your ego. I wanna be the boss, but it ain't that simple. I'ma let you know what your answer is. Every moment of the contest, I'ma keep it pushing forward. This is the ultimate challenge. It's too much to be ignored. Anytime you wanna bring it, I'ma find a way to win. Undisputed champion, undisputed champion.
other side for Kostelix. Classic picks from two classic players. And we'll see who has the better matchup between these two, man. Cody's playing great today. Kostelix playing great today. They both found themselves on winner's side of the top 8 bracket. They both had fantastic wins. Cody coming over Stingray, just completely demolishing him. Kostelix starting off a little bit rough against Impala, but reining it back in, coming in 2-1 to move on into winner's side of top 8. So both of these players should be feeling good about where they are right now.
Oh, of course, and Cody Travis absolutely demolishing the competition so far, doing a fantastic job, you know, coming in 2-0 against Stingray, 2-0 against Pier, and likely 2-0ing all the way through since then. So he has been absolutely on a roll with the Barraza pick. The Axe, the Blasters. This is just perfect Cody right now. This is like enormous bite Cody. This is enormous chomp Cody. I don't know what you want to call him, but this is peak. This is the pinnacle. Kostelix, on the other hand, we have the Lance, we have the Axe in right here. He's got the Scarlet in the back end, and he's got the adaptation play. So I'm ready to see some extremely high level, just peak gameplay from both of these players. They always make it pretty far in tournaments, typically like upper half of top 8 for either one of them, really. And I can't wait to see how this goes.
You see both players very evenly power ranked right now, power ranks 2 and 3, and in their set history, it's 4-2, favoring Cody Travis. So we'll see if Kostelix is able to bring that closer to a tie, then bring it 4-3 between these two. But oh my gosh, it's just axes! It's just axes swinging, man!
Cody Travis trying to make his way back. He's got the blasters right now. Kostelix getting the sidelight recovery. Not quite going to find that KO. The defense on Barraza being extremely high, allowing him to survive just a little bit more. But there is no more recourse for him to get back to the stage, and that's going to be the first KO going the way of Kostelix, not having taken very much damage either. So this is Kostelix holding the stage right now.
Now, also, if you noticed on the stats that came up, it showed character playing percentages. And these two players are pretty unique in that they only really have 2 characters reported hardly at all. It's the Barraza for Cody and the Diana for Cody. On the other side, it's the Scarlet with the huge majority, and then the Ulgrim kind of bringing up the train for Kostelix. So we have players here who are playing mostly one character, but also a secondary character. And that's it. Very small character pools, very dedicated character pools for both of these players.
And that's not a bad thing either. I mean, having those characters that you just get used to, that makes you, more familiar with the signature kit, then that's, going to be a good thing. You have a better idea on when you want to use those signature moves. And both of these players having those level 100 characters, with both of these, with both Ulgrim and the Barraza, this is going to go a long way for them. They both have an extremely nice handle on when to use those heavy hitters. And right now, Kostelix throwing out that neutral sig, not going to find the connection there. Cody Travis with the Axe, looking for even more big damage buildup. It doesn't take too much, just the down air, the aerials, the side light, it all connects into each other. So Cody Travis trying to get those hits in, but he's having trouble just getting those starters right now. And Kostelix is doing a great job at just holding that movement down.
Sidelight recovery here coming out for Kostelix, going to be the knockout. Huge lead for Kostelix here coming into this game, and Cody is struggling to find these initiation options. Finding him a little bit more here, but he just has Kostelix in the orange. D-Light into the recovery, not even red by the time that was over and all the damage was done, but a GCD sig is going to even it up just like that. Both of them fresh on their final stocks.
Cody Travis with the blasters, trying to space out just a little bit from the Lance play from Kostelix, sliding through down on the wall, using that platform as a little bit of cover. Kostelix with the sidelight neutral light is going to get a little bit of damage build up here on this fresh stock of Cody's. Cody looking for a little bit more of the blaster play. There's a downlight into the side air. Neutral air read for the above, but Kostelix goes down and changes things up on Cody. Cody now getting pressured. The side sig hitting on that final hit, managing to avoid the first half of the damage with the neutral sig as well, forcing that weapon off of Cody, and now unarmed, doesn't even care. Is going to throw that weapon off of Kostelix as well with the recovery. Follow-up, side air onto Kostelix, weapon throw, trying to pressure the corner just a little bit more. Down sig again, side air. Kostelix backing off, and there is the side air, and Cody Travis taking it down. 1-0. Just a very clean game between both of them, and very close, holding on to as much life as they possibly can. Very, very good for both of these players.
Yeah, you can tell how close that game was, not just because they were both on last stock, both in the red, but they even got disarmed at basically the exact same time. Cody got disarmed, and then shortly after, Kosliks was disarmed of his weapon as well. So the damage timing and the amount of damage that they're taking, the pacing of it, is also very similar, despite just the raw damage number that they're taking. Cody opening up pretty strong here. That last nair there took Kosliks into the orange.
Those nairs are devastating. They have a lot of area of effect in those aerial battles. I mean, you have a lot of people just going up, trying to get away from people, trying to utilize more aerial space when they're running away from blasters, and they're just able to punish that so well. And Cody Travis right now getting so much damage on a Kosliks, throwing him off stage. That side air just barely getting interrupted from Kosliks' attack. And now Cody Travis, no weapon, getting the opportunity to push Kosliks off on stage. He has the axe. He's looking for the side airs. That's might be all he needs to really finish off Kosliks' stock. Oh, wow.
One thing Cody's been doing a fantastic job of is after he gets hit by a nair from Kosliks, especially when he's in knockout range, he hasn't fallen prey to the recoveries that Kosliks is throwing out. He's either like dodged down out of the way or fast fell down out of the way. So I wonder if Kosliks is going to change that up a little bit, maybe go for a gravity cancel neutral signature one way so that time you spend charging it in the startup frames can get through that, also cover a larger area with the signatures, or maybe he'll go nair into gravity cancel neutral light, which will cover that more horizontal where Cody's been dodging and fast falling into. But this second stock, man, they are so even between these two players. It's so impressive how back and forth this is. This neutral light gonna turn Cody red. He's a little bit behind Kosliks. There's a weapon spot on the field. Here comes the blasters for him. Downlight barely missing at the side air. Turns Kosliks red.
Kosliks with the side air, pushing Cody Travis off stage, going for the recovery on his side, though. Trying to read out Kosliks going really deep in, but he is going to catch him with the gravity cancel. Down Sing, and Cody Travis taking Kosliks off the top is going to give him a little bit of a lead, the opportunity to extend the stock out, get a little bit of bonus damage against Kosliks, and just starting it off with the blasters. The side air into falling neutral air. It's going to be all he gets, though, as Kosliks does find that side light recovery off into the corner of the map. Cody Travis was incredibly damaged from all that lance play from Kosliks, and Kosliks just trying to get that going even more so now. More down lights, more down airs, more side airs. Oh, and the chainsaw coming
he doesn't
out.
punish it? Oh man, Kosliks was just holding it there. I'm sure Cody was a little bit too nervous about peaking a little bit too high and going into the down signature, but man, he wasn't even able to punish that with a blaster side air. A little bit surprising.
Ooh, very nice spot dodge from Kosliks. Oh, he's going to get caught, though, and that's going to be the game right there as Cody Travis finds the neutral sig and just whips him right into work, right in that bottom right corner for game number 2. And that's going to even up the set as they go into game number 3. Remember, this is a best of 5, so this is not for the win, but this is going to be who gets the advantage in the set. Apocalypse again.
Now that we've seen Cody kill multiple times with the gravity cancel down signature, I want to point out something that Pugsy said earlier today about Blaster's knockout potential. Obviously, everybody knows about D-Light recovery or D-Light side air or stuff like that, but Pugsy mentioned that if you're not picking a Blaster's character with good signatures, you can sometimes struggle to kill with Blasters themselves because it relies on you picking up the D-Light or just getting a ton of damage on your opponent hitting side air, something like that, which is why this Barraza pick is so good for Cody. He's not having to rely on those downlight recoveries all the time, especially on an opponent who can sometimes be in the air for an extended period of time, like a Lance player like Kosliks. So the fact that he has that gravity cancel down signature is such a strong knockout option for him.
Great with the blasters, Kosliks throwing the axe away, just trying to get. Even if he takes the, even if he loses the stock right here, I think he's going to be comfortable. But he did pick up the lance, so that means he's going to be forced into. He's just throwing his weapons quite a bit. I don't know what he's looking for right now. But Kosliks holding onto the axe this time around, finding the neutral light. Cody Travis trying to make his way back onto the stage. The side light, no, the down light, down air coming out. The side light now coming out, looking for that recovery, but it's going to get read out by Kosliks. Just backstepping. Flying backwards, finding that side air, and just throwing Cody all the way across the stage.
Axe here now, the weapon for Cody Travis. Probably trying to find the side air, staying grounded, looking for the side air. Now he's in the air, 2 side airs, gonna whiff. No punish for Kosalix. There's the recovery, the backside of it, sending Kosalix all the way to that top left corner. Blaster is now in Cody's hands, and weapon spawn comes in. It's right above Kosalix. He's gonna eat a down air into the side air, into the side light.
Playing exhausted on the wall as well, being a very dangerous position for both of them. And now Kosalix getting a little bit more damage right now. Cody Travis looking for an opportunity to get a little bit of blaster damages, but no overhead. The Nair didn't opt to go for that down air either, because, I mean, if you miss that, that can lock you in that animation for quite a while. Kosalix looking for that neutral stake. He's starting to run the table onto Cody Travis right now, getting Cody Travis thrown all over the place, and Cody is not able to find the wall touch, unfortunately. If he was able to throw the weapon away a little bit sooner, he might have been able to utilize like a unarmed down air to kick into the wall. That could have been an option, but I think he believed that wall was in reach.
Now, we saw Cody's previous set with Stingray, where he was able to shut down all momentum, but that entire second stock of Cody's, Kosalix had so much Lance momentum. A completely different player going from one Lance player in Stingray to another Lance player in Kosalix. Finds the side air, though. Not too much damage on him, about 50. He's going to pick up the axe. There could be another weapon spawn coming in soon. It's going to go all the way to the left side of the stage. Weapon spawn gods favoring Kosalix here. Going axe v axe, which we saw previously, kind of winning Kosalix's favor. Oh man,
Kosalix
definitely going in Kosalix's favor, and a knockout off the top. Gonna take that victory, put the set count to 2-1. Still in Cody's favor, but Kosalix is fighting back.
That's an enormous hit for Kosalix to find off on the top. That was a six-piece hit after hit, where he was just finding every single hit that he could ever want right there, right onto Cody Travis. Getting that pinwheel right off on the top is enormous, and that's going to be Kosalix taking the set 2-1, like you said, and taking that advantage. Cody Travis, this is his game to win or lose right now. He's going to have to bring things all together, get that adaptation in check, and get this damage onto Kosalix in just the right way. He needs to bring that Cody Travis back from the last set that we watched him play. That was pinnacle Cody right there.
Ooh, and Cody goes for the D-light into the side light, which isn't going to be true at that health range onto Kosalix. So an interesting choice there from Cody going for that. Oh, what? How did he dodge through that?
Wow, I did not. How did that last that long that he could avoid both of the hits from that side sig? That had to be perfect timing from Kosalix, because too soon you get hit by the first hit, too late and you get picked up by the second. So that is enormous from Kosalix.
Hot dodge through the side air, but the neutral light still does connect. Kosalix still holding on, saving that recovery for as long as he possibly could in case Cody wanted to come down there. Side air is going to be the knockout, but that did take a lot of damage for it to be a blaster side air onto Kosalix on this higher defense character like an Ulgrim here. But still, Cody Travis didn't take a lot of damage. In the meantime, and just as I say that, he turns orange, and that's the orange knockout I was talking about earlier with Lance Ground Pound.
It looked like Cody actually threw a dodge out right there, but I think he dodged into the wall and lost those invulnerability frames as soon as he got the touch. So that actually allowed, I think, Kosalix to actually even get that hit in the first place. But Cody Travis not missing a beat right now, coming in right off the respawn, picking up the blasters and getting a ton of damage right off the respawn. Very nice mentality from Cody to just keep going and not worry about a thing as he continues along. The blaster play is getting a lot more damage out right now. Kosalix's dodges are phenomenal as he avoids an enormous amount of damage. I don't even, like, if I went back through this single game by itself, I would wonder how much damage he has avoided from just perfect spot dodges or dodges in general at this point.
Ooh, chase dodging up, going for the second nair. Now, they did make changes to Nair recently, making the juggling with multiple Nairs a little bit more difficult to do. And I don't know if that's why Cody hasn't been getting hit by them, or if it's been his positioning and timing to not get hit by them. But regardless, Kosalix isn't juggling people with Nairs like he used to. See the sidelight side air coming in. That Nair not having enough range, trying to sair back to the platform. Cody finds the side air on the axe for the knockout. A tiny, teensy bit of a lead. But Kosalix coming in. Here's his axe. We could see a Quick
We're gonna see
knockout
Cody
here.
get a lot of chopping in. He's got a lot of bonus damage he can build up right now. And Koslik's right now taking 3 hits so far. He's going to start getting the damage onto Cody Travis. That neutral light from the unarmed kit. Koslik's looking for the recovery. That will, I believe, take the KO off of Cody Travis at just the right positioning on stage. I think it'll definitely lead to a KO. Both of the players playing a footsies game, trying to be very careful, looking for that punish opportunity, but realizing no one. Ooh, the timing just barely missing the recovery distance from Koslik's. There's the recovery off the top, and there's Koslik's finally equalizing those stocks. Cody Travis, no weapon right now as Koslik tries to control the map, and that Lance coverage is going to make it a lot more difficult for Cody to get in and grab a weapon.
Cody is unarmed. He's able to dodge through the side air from Koslik's. Here comes the axe and the neutral signature. It knocks out Cody Travis, taking the game, taking the set. 3-1 against Koslik's. Lance player into Lance player, victory into victory. And now Cody Travis finds himself in the winners finals. Guaranteed top 3. Gonna have to fight Boommy of all players. Man, what a set that was. It was so even between them. The 3-1 does not tell the full story.
Oh, no, it doesn't. That was an insane matchup between the two. The final damage of that last game, too, Cody Travis managing to find so many successful hits with that axe. 584 to 397. That's an enormous difference there. And for how close that was is actually incredibly surprising because that was only a 1 stock difference. But all things considered, that is going to be it for Sparky and I for right now. We are going to be swapping it over into a very short break. So we will catch you guys later on, I believe. But in the meantime, go get a snack, stretch, get some water, and meet back here for the top 8.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, of course, the Brawlhalla Combo Breaker Online Championship. Now, granted, this time we are already a bit underways into the top 8. I, of course, am Flambeau. I'm joined by the amazing Taza. Taza, how you doing?
I am doing fantastic. This tournament has been absolutely amazing to watch, and we have some really interesting results, both earlier on in the winners bracket and in the lower bracket. Already deciding in the top side of winners is Boommy and Cody Travis. Boommy beating Faison 3-0 and Cody Travis beating Costlix 3-1, which is remarkable for Boommy because I think, at least in recent history, Boommy has had a lot of trouble fighting against Costlix, let alone winning against him. So seeing both Costlix and Sandstorm being taken out, who were in his path, is very remarkable for him. Boommy is the farthest he's been in a 1v1 tournament in quite a while.
Yeah, and on the winner's side as well, I think that's kind of a big win for Boommy because I feel like generally at this point he might have lost, not necessarily too far off, maybe like semis or right before qualifiers, but now he's sitting in the winner's finals against Cody Travis. But of course, we are in the losers bracket side of things now for your viewing pleasure. We're going to be taking a look at Sandstorm versus Isidrew, of course, on the other side of the losers bracket. There's Lil Cap versus STTP Wilson. But Sandstorm, he got knocked out pretty early. But it looks like he's made his way through. He was able to defeat Stingray with this Onyx pick. Brandon, when we saw him lose in the winner's side, he was rocking that Mordex, but he's gone ahead. He swapped over to the Legends. Me and Photo were talking about how the gauntlets got buffed a pretty good amount, and the cannon as well. It's math. You know?
So Onyx is an interesting state, and this is the legend that a lot of people were being like, okay, when this legend becomes tournament legal, this is what Sandstorm's going to be destroying everybody with. And there's this patch introduced 3 new things, right? The Nair change, which makes Nair into recovery a KO option, which is amazing for gauntlets. It hasn't had that for a very long time. And then also cannon. Sidelight now has much more reliable follow-ups in neutral all the time, as well as the neutral light just being able to hit faster and more reliably. Now, of course, Onyx, very strong signatures. A lot of that recovery time's on miss, but when you're not using the signatures, you're just beating people with cannon like Sandstorm's doing, that could lead to a very scary opponent. I'm super excited to see this play. Now, Isidrew, oh man, almost losing that stock at the very beginning of this match, that side sig. Now, that side sig, super punishable on miss, but when that hits, it can take out even the beefiest legends in light orange, as we just almost saw there.
And that side sig, even in the last patch, I think it got nerfed a little bit because before people were just throwing it out willy-nilly, and even now it's still just a force to be reckoned with. Quick first stock going to Sandstorm. I'm going to switch right back to the cannon. Of course, Onyx's neutral sig as well. Pretty lightning fast, and it does have some recovery at the end, but not enough that in a lot of scenarios you're going to have a tough time punishing it. Now, granted, Isidrew trying to make something happen here with the Ulgrim. He's doing a decent job this far. Needs to find the KO. Wow, that was definitely an accident. No way. No way.
Yeah, that neutral sig was brilliant because he held it long enough to get that spot dodge in place. Of course, now Sandstorm not losing that stock was pretty rough, but that Cider taking him down evens up the stocks pretty early, and that is awesome for Isidrew. Sandstorm had a really great start, but Isidrew's really been able to change the pace of the game with this Lance.
Oh wow, another catch. Wow, on the landing of Sandstorm. And people always talk about how the Gauntlet versus the Rocket Lance matchup can be a difficult one. Granted, you know, with those buffs, it does make it a little bit more manageable, but I don't know if it's enough to do the job here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Gauntlets in general are very polarizing with the matchups that they've got. Although the Lance now having that Nair change, making it a little bit less spammable, could help, although we're seeing Isidrew having no problem, actually, as I say that. So takes down that stock pretty easily. Sandstorm, when he picked up the gauntlets, I was excited, you know, like, let's see what he's going to be able to do with this. But we have to remember, we talk about the buffs. It buffed one move, and that's the Nair, and really only buffed what it can follow up with in certain situations. So if he's not even getting those openings to begin with, it's not going to make much of a difference. And Isidrew really showing how that's the case.
Oh my goodness.
Nice Nair and a side stick. That's the second side stick on Lance. So he's caught a landing from Sandstorm. Sandstorm's been trying to fast fall out of these Nair chains, and Isidrew just sometimes doesn't go for them and side sticks instead.
Oh my goodness. Isidrew's getting scrappy here. He's fighting with the unarmed, picks up another Rocket Lance. Really hasn't switched off of it much this match. We saw a little bit of axe in the beginning. I like the weapon toss there to cover his landing. The Rocket Lance, of course, one of the largest weapons, if not the largest. I think only the spear could maybe come close in horizontal like space it occupies. Oh! Dang, Sandstorm scouted out that dodge, but just couldn't get the recovery there to secure the KO.
Yeah, side air comes through. Nicely done. Gravity cancel. Sidelight caught him out of the recovery as well. That is a classic Sandstorm edgeguard. One of the best, if not the best, unarmed attacks to get an edgeguard with because of the trajectory that it sends you, just straight to the left or straight to the right, but also risky because you're using your dodge. But Sandstorm does it. Of course, Isidrew has
my goodness.
so many. He's got to be careful, actually. Okay, he makes it back. But, like, if you spam signatures, it gets okay, got it. Nice down, Sig. Caught the gauntlet recovery as it was going up. But I get it, right? You see your opponent in deep red, and you want to end that stock as soon as possible. But Sandstorm is the opponent to face against that's going to punish you 100% of the time for that. And we saw that gauntlet ground pound. I like that he went for it. Almost stole that stock away.
I'm honestly so surprised that it didn't hit. We saw that Isidrew jump to the left to try to avoid it, and I feel like 8 out of 10 times there, the ground pound would just activate on its own there that you try to jump out the way. But somehow he was able to kind of find, I guess, the magic pixel to not get hit by that ground pound there, and he was able to seal it out after throwing out a down sig for maybe the third or the fourth time there. But that's the thing about Ogrim Axe down sig. It's so quick. Yeah, you can punish it if you're in the right spot, but throwing it out willy-nilly like that isn't honestly the biggest risk, and especially when you're up ahead like that, definitely not something that you're too scared about throwing out.
So Isidrew goes into this best of 5, 1 game up, and we're back on Mammoth. Sandstorm on the cannon, which is what he's had an amazing string that opened it up. We see him using these down airs right as it hits the ground. Gets that landed animation, has the explosion that splashes a little bit further in front of it than if you use it in the air. And he's been getting a lot of great damage with this. Nice down, went for the gravity cancel down, double down air. Isidrew uses all of his jumps to get back. No, can't make it through. Sandstorm, excellent finish with the first down light. Didn't matter. It's a classic thing that you'll see a lot of cannon players do even before the kick got reworked, which is if you go for that gravity cancel down light, you can get so many follow-ups. The down air combos into it no matter what. And man, Sandstorm just completely keeping Isidrew away.
Are you going to let him play? I feel like right now, Isidrew hasn't landed a hit in who knows how long. Finally, that Sayre's going to find the mark there, but Sandstorm was keeping him at bay for so long. Isidrew finally starting to get some hits in. Sandstorm goes ahead and refreshes his cannon. That cannon probably only had a little bit of durability left in it anyway, so I think it's a good thing that he switched there. And here we go again. Wow, onto the platform with that jump down air. Was able to push Isidrew to the side. This is amazing here. How will Isidrew get out the corner?
Yeah. Trying to figure that out. Okay, gauntlets are picked up, and honestly, that might be a good thing for Isidrew. That side sig, it used to be that you could just fly forward with it, but now it has so much recovery frames towards the end if you miss. But Sandstorm with the classic double side light recovery takes Isidrew off the top. Now 2 stocks up, or 2 stocks above Isidrew in game number 2.
And I'm actually a little bit surprised that Sandstorm decided to keep the gauntlets here. He definitely had a chance to keep the cannon if he wanted to, but maybe he wants to warm it up a little bit because it's been clear that the cannon's been kind of getting the job done here. But that's sent off of his first stock, finally sent to the second here. Sandstorm perfectly poised to win this match and make this set 1-1. We'll see if Isidrew has it in him.
I really like the point that you made about warming up the gauntlets because the point really being is that if you stay on the cannon so long, even though it has a lot of success, the more that you're playing on it, that's the more time you can give your opponent to, never mind. That gravity cancel silent was so late, but such a great read that it looks like Sandstorm is going to be able to get the job done no matter what weapon he uses. Interesting. I don't think he meant to pivot that down air, but got the gravity cancel down light.
I love that. He immediately dashes forward, picks up the weapon and side sigs because it's just one of those classic follow-ups off of a weapon pickup. People just aren't ready. Oh my goodness, there we go again. Dash side sig. Strong finish from Sandstorm in game 2 right there as we go ahead and secure the set 1-1 for both players. Now once again, we are in top 8. Every set from this point forward will be best of 5. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Sandstorm. I was able to pop into his stream a little bit kind of during the downtime while we were swapping casters, and he said he had a really long night. He's very tired. He actually didn't expect to even make it to top 8, but he said he ate some tacos and he's feeling good, so hopefully that's enough to carry him through.
Well, that's interesting. He's got the power of tacos by himself. Taking a note out of Defensive's playbook for certain. Sandstorm now back on the Mammoth against Isidrew for game number 3. Still on the Onyx. One sidelight comes through. Now, the note about the cannon sidelight, it's not very different at low damage. Oh, nice ground pound. Oh, he went for the down air and ended up dipping down a little bit too low with that fast fall. Fully charged up that side, so Isidrew almost drifted into it. But the thing to note about cannon sidelight is that before, it would have all the follow-ups that you're used to earlier on and then fall off the more and more damage that you do. But at this point, if Sandstorm hits Isidrew with a sidelight, he can still follow it up with a nicely timed side air or anything else. whereas before they might get knocked back a little bit too far. Neutral light hits.
Wow, he somehow was able to drift around that neutral layer and get the unarmed neutral light, but Isidrew kind of starved from here. Won't have the chance here, had to kind of give up that weapon there so he didn't get punished by Sandstorm. Wow, what an interrupt with the Air. He's going deep for a recovery, not gonna land, and Sandstorm has a chance to reverse it, and he misses as well. Isidrew with the recovery, KOing Sandstorm off the top. Kind of a cheeky one there, but that's gonna be all she wrote for Sandstorm stock there. Very close game so far.
Ooh, but Isidrew pushing that lead a little bit further into his favor. Cider wasn't finishing off that stock just yet. Sandstorm went for a down light. Nice punish by Isidrew. 2 hits in a row. Trying to get those reverse snares to tag on as much extra credit as possible. 1 hit, second one does not. Sandstorm can't get the gravity cancel down lights. Sair still doesn't do it.
Oh, wow, that was so quick. Gotta hit the weapon toss. He missed it.
Okay, no, he can't.
Okay, he's fine. He's fine. Okay, cool. So he ready. It looks like he needed one more jump there to be able to make it with like a rocket land side air or something, but he just didn't have it. So that's going to be a good KO for Sandstorm as he's trying to bring himself back into this. This is a great string to do that.
Oh, man! That downer was Isidrew used all of his jumps and dodge. Okay. That's the classic Cannon 0 to death with a twist. That downer at the end to force Isidrew to go down and to the left. After, oh my god, it's happening again. Silent downer at the ground pound. Isidrew, can he even make it back? He dodges. Okay. I mean, Isidrew just saw that happen. Oh no, Silent Light is there. All right. This is the power of the cannon. When Silent's got follow-ups in orange, that's what happens. Man. Oh, Isidrew's going for those recoveries, and he down airs him. Went for the weapon pickup, but he sidelights instead. Isidrew's trying to get that down signature spike, but oh, what? How is Isidrew perfectly punishing the Onyx side sig on gauntlets every time? First it was an X-Sider, now the Ulgrim down sig. Okay, Isidrew took a ton of damage, but he's not out. If he could take this stock away from Sandstorm, never mind. That's
see ya! Immediately turns into stone. Sandstorm with the flex there. It was looking like a pretty close game until it wasn't. I was like that one stock was a body bag, man. And we even saw Isidrew go for what looked like a gravity cancel unarmed side sig to try and push himself a little bit more horizontally toward the ledge, but that wasn't enough to save him. Sandstorm just completely erupting onto the scene there. Isidrew was not ready. It looks like he's returned back to tip-top shape here, man. The tacos go hard.
Yeah, the tacos are indeed going hard. They're just about being digested right now. That's where the power is coming from, right? Like he ate them 2 hours ago. Now we're into it. Sandstorm 2-1 over Isidrew on the Mammoth Fortress still, which is interesting. Sandstorm has a winning record against a lot of players in the game, but something that is always interesting to me is that people will continue to allow them to go into Mammoth Fortress against Sandstorm, which is definitely one of his best stages. We see Isidrew here in game number 4. Again, batted around by that side light. Not too many 0 to death follow-ups so far, but this is heavily in Sandstorm's favor with damage. Down light came through, hit at such an awkward angle that he didn't know how to follow up.
Oh my goodness. Isidrew somehow manages to get through. Look, that neutral light from Cannon is so fast, right? You see how Sandstorm's just able to stand in that corner and spam it? Because Isidrew's like, man, even if I dodge through here, he'll have enough time to do another move. He really has to try to get tricky with his movement to make it back to the stage. But here we are. Isidrew finally getting a little... Whoa! He let the chainsaw rip and didn't get punished. He's a legend for that one, because that is definitely one of the easier sigs in the game to punish.
All right, Isidrew managed to bring this back, and I like the point that you made about the yeah, that's death. So just to let anybody know that if you're just watching Brawl for the first time, you can perform a gravity cancel, use it to dodge. The fact that Isidrew did that in neutral meant that he had no way to dodge the recovery follow-up that was bound to happen after that side light. Easy stock for Sandstorm. And now Isidrew, Isidrew's low on jumps. He's got to be careful. Okay, recovery comes through. Sandstorm, smart not to jump into that recovery. The axe recovery almost certainly would have spiked him. And then the down sig. That is Sandstorm's kryptonite for sure.
This is just like the one move that you can be sure that they won't be able to react to if they don't spot dodge it. And sometimes you just charge it for a little bit to catch a spot dodge, and that's all she wrote. But just like that, Sandstorm kind of comes in, guns blazing on his next stock. Isidrew trying to get a few hits in, but man, Sandstorm just really... That's the thing, right? That's what identifies Sandstorm as a player, is that he takes a hit and he just extends it so much further than anyone else can.
Yeah, it certainly does. And in a game where string or combos are only 2 to 3 hits at most, and you have to rely on strings, Sandstorm's ability really shows with how he can react and predict where people are going to make those strings look like combos. Lots of neutralites and downlights being put up by Isidrew, just trying to catch Sandstorm in a risky position. Nice, one Nair hits. Oh, that dodge out of the way after the neutral sig.
Yes.
The Nairs are connected, but neither player is actually able to land anything. One Nair finally goes through. Isidrew doesn't get the recovery read, but he just wants to find one more Nair, possibly get the Lance recovery. Even a quick Lance recovery might be able to take Sandstorm off the top. No, it definitely will.
Now,
if he held it,
brother.
Oh! I feel like, man. I mean, it's a 50-50, right?
It
in
is,
that moment, you're deciding either to tap the chainsaw button or hold it the entire duration. Obviously, he went for the latter, or the former. But Sandstorm takes that stock. It's true, only one Axair away from eating up this game and possibly bringing it to Game 5. Never mind, a down sig away. That is the finisher of the day for Isidrew. One more down sig can do.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, he didn't get the... He didn't punish him for it. Oh, man. Now Isidrew's off stage against Sandstorm. We've already seen what the cannon can do. Unarmed recovery, not enough juice on it. Tries to get the Rocket Lance recovery now, and he's unable to find it. But one thing I will point out here is that Isidrew was playing the gauntlet into Rocket Lance matchup so well that he forced Sandstorm to actually go to the cannon there. He's like, all right, literally to play the gauntlet matchup, all I need to do is throw out neutralites and nairs, and I will force him to be in a terrible spot. I don't need to do anything else. Nice read. Not enough damage though for it to really matter here, but Isidrew's starting to turn it up a little bit. It's now a tie game, as close as it gets. Taza, I don't know if it's going to be able to hang on here. Can Isidrew do it?
Oh, it looks like he's going to make it happen as that down sig hits, and he put a little bit of a charge in it this time. Ooh, Nair hits.
Nice.
Down sig again.
Live and
One
die
more
by
cider.
it. Oh, he's gonna charge it. It's so hard to know. He's doing it again. Just keep letting it fly. It's so hard to deal with. That could have been a gravity cancel D-Sig right there, but you don't want to get too predictable with your timings here.
Downer hits. Oh, he's got to be careful. Okay, so I feel like Isidrew should look for Axe Neutralite now because he has him so damaged a Neutralite from either edge of the stage. Could definitely do it. Lance Neutralite, all the same. No. Okay, silent recovery. Got it.
Okay, so what I think was key to Isidrew winning that game there is actually the fact that he, in that last exchange, he had an axe in hand. There was a weapon that had spawned on the Mammoth platform, and he decided to throw away his axe and pick up, like, just starve Sandstorm, right? Because if Sandstorm had gotten that cannon there, I actually firmly believe he would have won that game. I think making sure that he didn't have a weapon, even if he may not be going to his weapon of choice, was definitely the play to make there, and he was able to clutch it out because of that. But this is tense.
Yeah, the gauntlets are showing, or we're talking about the polarizing matchups, where they have some matchups that they just are amazing in, particularly against like blasters, for instance. And then there are other matchups like against guitars and lance where it struggles just to get anything started in general. Isidrew now on the lance against the cannon, and Sandstorm has been amazing with the cannon so far. He's looking in particular for when his opponents dodge when he hits the first sidelight. If he gets that sidelight and reacts correctly to whatever his opponents choose, he can take that stock and throw it off the left or right side of the match, as we saw in previous games. Here we are on game number 5, and Isidrew playing remarkably around Sandstorm's cannon. Now out of the gauntlets. Okay, that was interesting. I think. Robbed. Okay, so the chainsaw clashed. No, it didn't clash. It stopped the gauntlet recovery, but I guess it stopped it early enough that Sandstorm fell out of getting KO'd by it. That's the first time I've ever seen that. Gauntlet recovery, OP. Okay, silent comes through, and that's what I was talking about. Got the dodge read. We did a backwards dodge. Got the Sair afterwards, getting some more damage, but oh, just a raw Sair on the axe. Takes Sandstorm down. 2 stocks left for Sandstorm, potentially in the tournament.
Let's see, Sandstorm, a little bit on the back foot now. Gonna need to see if he's able to survive here. Okay, ooh, can't get the Nair. Isidrew with the falling neutral air as well, and this is a great matchup for Isidrew here. I don't know if Sandstorm's going to want to keep this going for too much longer here, but he's still sticking with those gauntlets in hand. It's a sidelight recovery, not enough to KO. Another one might, depending on where he lands it. Oh, what a weapon throw as well. Man, Sandstorm doesn't want to be trading with Isidrew right now. Every single trade is just that much closer to Isidrew knocking him out the bracket.
It's just, it's rough because gauntlets are so committal depending on whatever option they go for. You're looking for the side light, which is going to put you in the air against Lance, right? Side air, down air, and air, whatever you say. It's just going to do a ton of damage. Or a gravity cancel down light, which is going to get rid of your dodge. So Sandstorm switches over to the cannon, goes for that weapon throw to force Isidrew to recover to the left, but the platform provides Isidrew with the safety to make it back, and now he can look for even more damage. Excellent neutralite. Caught him before he could pick up the weapon from switching, and now Sandstorm is the one that's unarmed, and Isidrew is just sidelighting down to neutral sig. He is going to be is he going to be 2 stocks over Sandstorm? Cider misses for both players.
Now, okay, there we go.
Nicely done. Downlight Nair still connects even at that angle. Sandstorm holds on to dear life as he is one stock away from being on his last stock, potentially of the tournament.
Oh, man, Sandstorm. Can he hang on here? Isidrew looking to make history happen once again, and he's doing quite an amazing job at it as well. Sandstorm needs to rack up damage here. This is a good start. Gets a nice read. That's going to be a lot of damage. Can't get the neutral light there, but look at that. Just that one string took Isidrew into the light orange, and he was able to find another 2-piece after that. Even if Sandstorm dies here, I think he's done the damage he needed to win this. Woo!
Yeah, the neutral comes through. Sandstorm is just taking control over this next stock. But that side stick, but Isidrew just went straight for the weapon. Okay, gets sided away. That side stick looked strange, but I liked what Sandstorm was doing. There's like the I'm reading my opponent's read sort of deal, where like Isidrew may have thought it was too obvious to go straight for the weapon, so he may have gone for an unarmed attack. That's where the side stick really would have shined. I like what Sandstorm went through. Still got punished by that side air.
Oh, now we're playing some
versus
nooch.
now.
All right, that's going to be... Oh, he couldn't get the read there. It's kind of a 50-50. Is he going to dodge? Plays to the left, to the right, and there he goes. Gets it this time.
That's huge. That's huge. Actually, that's the earliest I think he could have naturally KO'd his opponent, was using those sidelights, because not only are the sidelights great damage if you get the end of the attack, but comboing both of them brings you up halfway to the kill box at the top of the screen. Recovery is all he needs to be able to do to get it done. Isidrew now getting nared in a down air. A lot of damage coming through. Oh, that was almost perfect. He went for the pivot down air read, but it just didn't connect. Silent recovery. Went for the nair afterwards. Isidrew's getting tossed around by these gauntlets. Sandstorm making a comeback.
Just like that, man. This was looking like Isidrew was clearly in a position to win this, and then Sandstorm's trying to get up. He has the cannon in hand as well. Oh,
recovery got through the weapon toss. Down air hits. Isidrew has a dodge to make it back to the stage. He gets down aired. Neutral sync wasn't the right read, but the recovery hits it. Isidrew set flying. Only one hit to go. Sandstorm throws the weapon down. Now unarmed. Hits the recovery. He's so close to being dead, but Isidrew, if he keeps him off a weapon, there's a chance. Downlight recovery done. Sandstorm wins the set 3-2 and knocks Isidrew down, who was on the verge of making an incredible upset, but Sandstorm moves on. Isidrew is out. What a crazy, crazy match.
Oh, man. Sandstorm really going to keep me on the edge of my seat throughout this entire top 8, man. Barely making it through there. I mean, granted, looking at the damage, Sandstorm did 682 damage compared to Isidrew's 487, so he kind of got slapped up a little bit toward the end of that final match.
I think it was the whole duration of the match, right? Because Isidrew was getting his KOs as early as possible. Sandstorm was doing an incredible amount of damage. He had to. Isidrew was living for so long. So when you look at the damage, it doesn't look like it was a close last game, but man, was it an amazing set. We're looking at the bracket now. Sandstorm moves forward to fight against Faison in the lower bracket, and Wilson and Lil Cap is going to be our next match. The loser of that going to be out at 7th. Wilson was the player that knocked Sandstorm into lower bracket, I believe. Let me double check that.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah. So Wilson actually beat Sandstorm 2-1, and that's frightening because that means even if everything goes right for Sandstorm, he has to have that rematch for 4th. Assuming that Wilson and Sandstorm win all of their matches coming up after this. We've now got the stats on screen of the head-to-head of SCTP Wilson versus Lil Cap. 4 wins in favor of Wilson over Lil Cap's 1. So Lil Cap showing that he has the ability to knock down Wilson, but typically Wilson comes out on top. And I love the most played legend stats here. You can very much tell that Capt is a Bodvar main. I'm looking at those single digits for Thor and Olgrim. In the meantime, Wilson, a lot of Asuri lately, but you always talk about how he's basically got 3 new legends every year when it comes to Brawlhalla Esports.
Looking at those earnings as well. Honestly, not too far off from each other. Granted, Lil Cap seems to get a little more guap a little bit more frequently, but kind of go head and head more or less there. I think maybe a 7K difference there. But, oh, man, that's... And what, the winner of this has to face Sandstorm, right? Am I crazy? Or...
the winner of this has to
not
face
yet.
Koslix.
Koslix. Yeah.
I mean, it's still scary, no matter how you put it. I think the person that was actually at the edge of the seat the most over that last set was Boommy, because when I'm looking at this bracket, if I look at this as like a narrated for Boommy to win, the 2 players that he's most terrified of fighting against, I think, are Sandstorm and Costlix. Those are the two players that more often than not are knocking him in the lower bracket or out of the tournament altogether. Costlix and Sandstorm, one of them are going to be gone before top 3. So he only has to worry about one of those opponents. And getting Sandstorm out even earlier against Isidrew would have been amazing for him. But now he's still in the tournament. And we have this matchup coming up. Ooh. STTP Wilson versus Lil Cap. The Bodvar mirror? Is this?
Mm-hmm.
Am I seeing this correctly? Okay. That's exciting.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I was like...
I think Wilson took Cap's color on Trucker
He
Bodvar.
took the purple, yeah.
That's the ultimate. I don't know what to say about that. To let that sink in for a little bit. That's gonna be so confusing. All right, Lil Caps. Here we go. Okay. Game number 1, best of 5. Wilson has stolen Lil Cap's identity. We're going into this match. I am now biased in Lil Cap's favor as we go into this game number 1. If he switches off the legend, you know what? It'll go back to normal. But at the moment, that's what I'm rooting for. Lil Cap, avoid that side stick. Nice stomp into side air. And then air hits as well. Lil Cap winning that hammer ditto. Nicely done. Stomp, Sair, off the side of the stage.
Identity fraud is a serious offense in the United States of America. You gotta make sure that you gotta keep it nice and legal,
Absolutely.
man.
Yeah. It's also showing that this pick hasn't gotten into Lil Cap's head. And this is something that I love to see. I don't know. I like to see, and I hate to see it, right? That Wilson and Remy have done in the past. I know Remy not in this matchup, but they'll like pick the same legend as their opponent, specifically because they're just so good at all the legends in the game, and a lot of people don't like the mirror matchup at all.
Oh. Okay.
Ooh. Stared away, but not done.
Wilson has Lil Cap in the air. His weapon throw might be enough there.
Oh, it's totally enough.
They're just a little bit too strong there. Just got sent a little bit too low. Lil Cap wasn't able to make it back, but Lil Cap still poised to go ahead and extend the lead here. Gonna get that weapon. Now we have a sword ditto, which shouldn't be too crazy. You know, just a lot of D-lights, a lot of Sairs, and neutral lights to cover yourself.
Yeah, we'll see. Actually, that's awesome that you mentioned the D-lights there, because Wilson would have hit that downlight through patch. The max range of the sword downlight has been reduced in this tournament. Still hits stacks, so it's still really great for those options, but you'll see a lot of players. I like to see who has adapted to the patch the most coming into this, because there might be some tipper downlights that people are expecting to hit that just don't quite reach. Neutral light hits. Wilson, the more damaged of the two, but has brought the game back quite significantly.
Oh, Stomp Sair, Lil Cap, weapon throw to close it out. There we go, Lil Cap pulling ahead once again, you know, this time in the red, so he could be a Stomp Sair away from this being an even match. We're gonna see if Wilson's able to find it. Lil Cap, oh, that down sig. Oh.
Yeah, excellent usage of the Bodvar down sig. I believe it's like the original purpose of the move since like the inception of Brawlhalla. It's like, oh, this down signature really great at KOing people that try to use the recovery at the ledge. That is absolutely the best usage of it. And now we see Wilson getting a ton of damage in. He can't let him land. He's hit him with several sword recoveries. Neutral light catches Lil Cap going for a whipped cider. Nice down air. Gets a jump out of Wilson, but so far Wilson has been winning these exchanges. Nice return. Nair, recovery, weapon throw, hammer pickup. This is where Lil Cap's been getting the most damage, but the down sig actually is on the stage. Went for the double down sig. Stop, Cider hits him away, evens up the damage. Both players, completely different flavors of Bodvar.
Nice.
Super even. Stop, Sair, no weapon. Has to fastball down, and he can't make it back. He had to do that to dodge the weapon throw, and Lil Cap takes game number 1.
There we go. So Lil Cap able to hold it together there and secure game 1. And he was able to do it. I was a little bit worried toward the end there because there was a sequence of time where Wilson was actually able to pull ahead in terms of damage, even though Lil Cap had kind of maintained like a very slight lead throughout the entirety of that set. It looked like Wilson was able to bring it back. But no, Lil Cap was able to kind of hold it together and secure game 1. And he forced Wilson to go to a Surrey here, and that's kind of what we were expecting. Now, granted, it looks like he's keeping the Soulfire colorless though, didn't switch over to the purple.
It was a remarkably close game for what I considered very heavily Lil Cap favor. Lil Cap not going back to his classic color palette. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the newest and best color palette in the game. That's for certain.
3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
home team goes hard, but
so now we've got Small Brawl Haven. Wilson on the Asuri against Lil Cap's Bodvar. Getting off of the Ditto. conceding Bodvar to Lil Cap as he goes over to the legend that we were expecting, and the legend that he used to take down Sandstorm earlier on in the upper bracket. And so far, it's sword versus sword and completely even, blow for blow. Downlight slider gives Wilson a little bit of an edge. Ooh.
Okay, Lil Cap makes it back to stage. Now, I'm a little surprised that Wilson allowed kind of the stage to happen here. I feel like a stomp stick from Lil Cap is just going to KO that much earlier, and he's already proven throughout that first game that he has no trouble finding that conversion. So now I'm like, well, now you're just going to be KO'd a lot. Oh, man.
A little taste of his own medicine from last game there. Downsig caught him at the edge of the guitar recovery, too. There was no chance that was going to be able to clash.
Cap. Oh, wow, he dropped out.
Yeah, the downlight went a little bit too high. Neutralite hits. Lil Cap off the stage, but he covers his way back. It's a nice hammer throw forward, and he didn't fall into the downsig. I was really thinking the back hitbox of that was going to connect.
Same.
Went for a ground pound unarmed against hammer. I was expecting a hammer recovery or down air or something after that, but Lil Cap chooses the safe way back. Wants to get as much extra credit as he can. Sidelight comes through.
Oh, man, Lil Cap is putting the stomps out now. Ooh.
Oh, he's sidelighting him every time Wilson goes for anything, and that has got to be getting to Wilson's head. Nice dodge back over the side air.
What is Lil Cap going to do here? Okay. Off the Heezy. Does it again?
He's been doing that a lot, and it's been working. Like, Wilson's just staying on stage. He's like, okay, you're either going to attack, dodge, or jump onto the stage. And Lil Cap's like, no, I'm going to throw a hammer at you.
Oh, what are you going to do here? Are you going to downsig again? Are you going to catch a dodge through? No, he just goes for an up air to try to see if he can follow the drift of Wilson. And there we go. Lil Cap, easy stomps air, gravity cancel side sigs for the sauce.
Okay. There's a stock. And a taunt.
A little mini pop off there. Woo, I got one.
Oh.
Mom, I hope you're watching because might be the highlight of the match.
That's interesting. Yeah, maybe that's what it's for. I feel like Wilson's still trying to get under Lil Cap's skin, but knowing Lil Cap, especially from his performance at both online and offline events, nothing gets Lil Cap. He is the same no matter what. Like, the game could be going so poorly in his favor, and he's still standing still, just stomping the ground, hoping somebody gets hit by it. Like, that's... Oh, and he gets right through the downsig again. That's twice that Wilson just barely didn't hit that attack.
Another neutral light, not enough to KO. He's definitely going to find a stomp sometime within the next 15 seconds. Counting it down. Oh, neutral light might be enough. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, another neutral light will definitely finish it. I wonder if we'll see Wilson's Caspian after this. I'm interested. I think Wilson's going to switch characters no matter what. This went more poorly for him than the Bodvar pick, and I felt like the Bodvar pick was like a tactical counter pick, not like one where he's like, I prepared this legend. So we'll see what Wilson's got cooking up. The reason why I mentioned Caspian is that Gauntlets did get a nice little buff.
Oh, no way.
Speaking of buffs, okay, Queen Nai. I got the patch notes open.
Her NSIG got less N lag, I believe, on the end of it to match. I believe the explanation was for like how hard this move is to hit. We want to give it less N lag because, you know, it's already hard to hit.
So Queen Nai neutral sig on guitars comes out 3 frames faster if you don't charge it. And then Queen Nai side spear is not only more powerful, and I mean more powerful, okay? Force went up from 47 to 47.53 to 56.53. All right, that's a huge, and that's on the spear. And then also the minimum charge time on that is 2 frames faster. So Queen Nai, little speedy, little powerful. If you're on Small Brawl Haven, I'm pretty sure yellow means you die to spear side sig at the edge. I think that's just what it means. So I'm very excited for this. Also, not to mention, this is Wilson from day one. This is Wilson's original character who already putting out the side sigs, and that used to be how he finished off all of his opponents every time. Guitar side sig in orange, left or right side of the stage, and that was it. Let's see how Lil Cap's able to do against this fresh Queen Nai, freshly buffed. Very excited for this. So far, every signature he's put out has actually just been stopped.
It's like they do come out a little slow. Granted, the down sig has like, oh man, stomp and sig. That's
I thought Queen Nai never dies. What is happening?
I know.
That was so early.
That was,
okay, all right. It can still happen.
I'm hoping.
Queen Nai.
Pray your hands, because Lil Cap is looking good right now. And the biggest, downside of Queen Nai has always been that she is just so slow. It makes it very easy to follow her drift. It makes her very susceptible to being juggled in the sky. But if she has control of the ground, she can be very terrifying. Especially ever since Dash got added to the game, she became that much more viable. I haven't seen a Queen Nai in competitive since like Hermiston, like maybe like 2 years ago, dude.
Oh. Okay, Sire hits through. It's pretty nice. Queen Eye has two notable statistics, and that she hits very hard and she lasts for a very long time, allegedly. I mean, we saw that neutral sig definitely didn't last for too long. Oh! Taunting in place. The Lil Cap just fully down sigs that taunt in place. Okay. All right.
Speechless. I'm just
right.
like, what just happened?
Oh no.
I don't know either. I think it's kind of going back to what you were saying earlier, where Wilson's been like trying to do all these little mind gamey things. Say, hey, haha, we're playing a game, right? Yeah, I'm time, bro. Don't hit me. And Lil Cap's just like not having it. He's a competitor at heart. He's like, all right, you do what you want. I'm trying to get some shmoney. So if you're not about it, I'm just gonna take the hit.
Well, so interesting thing is that if a side stick hits here, Wilson's completely dead even in the game, and that's he went for the neutral.
He went for the super Ukodo.
Okay. Neutral stick hits.
Hey.
That's it. All right, and that is that 3 frames faster. Actually, I think he charged a little bit there, so I don't know. Whatever. Neutral stick KOs. Wilson brings the game back. He's down, but he's not out. Not yet. 0-2 or 2-0 lead for Lil Cap, but he's getting these sidelights and the downlights. And Wilson with recovery. Maybe it worked. Maybe taunting in place and taking a fully charged down to the face is exactly what Wilson needed to do for this set. We saw another signature get interrupted there. Didn't pick the guitars back up.
Oh man, hold on. Is this what dreams are made of?
Down late. Recovering. Neutral sig.
If you end sig, you're crazy.
He's going for the down.
If you do it again.
Down sig. Oh no, but a side arrow, anything was going to take Wilson down here. Wilson's going to be so careful. Avoid stop. Sarah's him away.
Oh!
Stop, Cider.
Oh, but he's not. But he's not.
Barely. Oh
Yeah.
no. He recovers above the stage and Lil Cap perfectly positioned. Down light. Ground pound out. STTP Wilson is down 3-0 as Lil Cap moves on in the lower bracket to fight against Koslix. And a chance to top 4. Very solid win for Lil Cap.
That was it was good.
Saw the replay of the fully charged down sig into D-Light save.
It's a good attempt, right? I feel like for Wilson there, kind of that last exchange we saw is the exact reason why we don't see Queen Nai super often at the high level.
Yeah.
It's just she has to burn her dodge early because her drift is so slow because of her speed stat that she doesn't have it to like dodge weapons or anything like that. So we saw Wilson burn his recovery to dodge the weapon because he had to dodge early, and then it just made it so much easier for Lil Cap to just get the like ground pounds. Kind of like Queen Nai can feel so good sometimes, and then at times like that you're like, oh, you're so bad. But it's just like it's a love and hate relationship, I guess.
Something notable about Queen Eye 2, and we got to see that all throughout that game, which is that the signatures, no matter how powerful they are, there's a lot of time that you have to interrupt them. And when you're fighting against something like Sword, where neutral light or side light, all these things just are active for so long, or they cover such a huge area, we saw Wilson's signatures getting stuffed all the time. Only a few of them were actually able to connect. I saw so many down sigs stopped halfway, so many side sigs stopped halfway. Yeah, Wilson not quite able to make it happen on that stage. Lil Cap moving forward 3-0 over Wilson. And now we have our next head-to-head here. Faison versus Sandstorm. So this is interesting. Faison, one of the few people in the head-to-head and 1v1 to take games off of Sandstorm, let alone just one game. And I remember this game was really, really substantial. That game was after Sandstorm had won BCX in 2018. Winter Champs comes along, and Faison knocks him out in lower bracket at 7th. And that was on the Giro, and we still reference that set to this day. It's actually been so long. It's been over a year, nearly a year and a half since that happened. And since that year and a half ago, Faison has yet to take a set off of Sandstorm.
It's tough.
Sandstorm, looking really great.
Oh man,
But
Faison.
Faison has really evolved as a player since then. Faison really showcasing Artemis and Wushang in particular as picks. As we see him hovering them right now. I don't think Sandstorm's going to be on the Rayman, but why not? He was playing Zoltan. Gauntlets are amazing now, and Rayman has some of the most bonkers signatures in the game when it comes to steerability and the creativity that you can have with getting those knockouts. So that would be exciting if we have the Rayman.
Yeah, I remember. I'm trying to remember who made this video. I'm like, was it Schwerpy? There was like a great Brawlhalla content creator that was explaining why Rayman 6 were so good. Granted, it looks like we're not actually going to see the Rayman here.
I didn't know that Sandstorm ran defense stance on Onyx. He's got a 9 defense gargoyle coming in here on Onyx against Faison and Wushang. So we're not seeing an Artemis opening in game number 1. Did we go to Mammoth? I didn't see.
It looks
yes,
like we did.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's curious because I remember when I stopped in Sandstorm's chat, I actually can't remember if he's doing the 9 defense just because chat asked him to, or because he feels like it's optimal. But either way, man, I mean, living that much longer, legends like this have been making a splash kind of just in the esports scene in general, right? Legends like Ulgrim, like Onyx, Barraza, just have these high defense stats, but also have a decent amount of speed and enough dexterity to get the job done. And especially with SIGs like Onyx's, with the weapon combo, it's going to be a tough time for Faison.
Oh, that down tick actually caught him doing it, like the swirl upwards to send him over to the right. So yeah, something else that's interesting about the defense stance, now that I think about it, is that it takes out of Onyx's force. And when you are on cannon or using Onyx's SIGs, I think the force is the thing that you care the least about. In particular, I think legends that care about force are like legends that use orb. But with cannon, you're either taking it, you're taking them out with those amazing signatures on Onyx, which are going to KO no matter what, or you're taking them out with cannon gimps off the left or right in yellow. So it actually makes sense to get just a little bit more survivability. Why not? The force isn't doing anything for you. Faison putting a ton of damage in here on the spear. Spear this patch always can connect to D-Light Cider, but sometimes doesn't connect to the down lane.
He didn't touch. He didn't realize it. That's all right.
It's not, I mean, that's why, you know what? He made it far up the top 8 to have the luxury of a best of 5, and he could say that this game doesn't matter. Or he could make the most amazing 3-stock comeback, but Sandstorm still hit him around even after that stock was lost and basically white. Oh. Barely dodged all the way to Nair. Sandstorm putting up that down stick. Something that's cool that Sandstorm's been doing on Onyx with Cannon is after Neutral Light or Nair, either one of them whiffs, he immediately goes for a neutral signature, which is a similar cannon blast attack that hits slightly higher or in front, depending on if he's neutral lighting or nairing, that will catch opponents trying to go in for a punish, I believe. That sidestick hits, and Faison hurting in this game. Neutral stick interrupted with that down light, but no follow-up. Weapon throw.
Oh my goodness.
Was that a weapon throw?
The SIG is so terrifying. Sandstorm just kind of mashing the SIG button now. He's like, one of these will hit eventually. Now, granted, Faison trying to make the most of it. Wow.
Oh so
man.
Good.
Oh
no. And he sides expected the stage. Okay.
I feel like Faison actually had that. I think he let go of the SIG too late, and because of that, he stopped horizontally in the air too low, right? Like, had he done that exactly where Sandstorm had dodged, it would have hit him.
Right. If Sandstorm dodged up, it would not have hit him, but he would not have been able to have the follow-up that he did. So Sandstorm hard read his opponent there. He was like, I know how long you're going to charge this. Spot dodged it perfectly, downed him away, sided him on the way back. Man, Faison got demolished in that game. Granted, he did SD once. There was one self-destruct, but it wasn't like the momentum was ever in his favor at any point. We're back on Mammoth again. No legend swap. Sandstorm just obliterating opponents with the Onyx so far.
Yeah, Faison's Wushang not looking bad, though. Needs to get a weapon here because we know if there's anything Sandstorm can be, it's oppressive, and I like this start. He even goes for the slide for a little bit of extra added sauce, but now he has Sandstorm unarmed. This is a great opportunity for Faison to kind of starve him a little bit, get some damage, but looks like he doesn't really have the chance as Sandstorm immediately gets a weapon spawn, but Faison still kind of chipping at him. You know, these neutralites from the spear are going to add up. Oh man, he got hit by that. That's not good.
Yeah. So the notable changes to Onyx before she became tournament legal was that if you miss these signatures, you are very punishable. Like that down stick, it missed. Faison had a ton of time to fall off that cider and punish him. But if they hit, they're still devastating. That was the main change that came through this patch, which is interesting because you were talking about how Sandstorm was pressing the SIG button over and over again. It used to be so much scarier. I think it was like 6 or 7 frames less of lag after a miss, so you could just down to constantly. Faison taking out the top now. Cannon's picked up. Sandstorm's probably going to look for those side lights. Yep, there's one. Didn't get the cider on the way back through, but the dodge is gone and Sandstorm's just waiting. When the dodge is gone for Sandstorm, it's like blood in the water against the shark. Right? Like that's just, oh, wow.
Hey, that was hot.
I really thought that Sandstorm had a bigger lead than that, but Faison, a beautiful KO, using the platform as it rose upwards to get that recovery, and now sidelight, downlight, cider, Faison putting on a ton of damage, had to get out of the way. That weapon throw came so close, but Faison stabilizing in this set.
We got a gauntlet ditto, Sandstorm getting the first hit there. Faison able to turn it around with that Sayer. Goes for the ground pound. This could be bad for him. Looks like Sandstorm doesn't want to play the offstage game right now, which I'm kind of surprised by. I feel like that's kind of his go-to bread and butter here, but there we go. Faison, another D-light, kind of stuffing Sandstorm on the approach. Sandstorm now finds a side light, trying to keep Faison in the air, and he's doing just that. Faison answering back, needs to get back to the ground, and he does do so. This is going back and forth here, with Sandstorm with a slight damage lead.
Oh,
What?
He jumped through the side sig. There's a moment when Onyx is charging up the fly forward where the gauntlets aren't active, and he dash jumped through it. And that was actually really cool to see. Dodge to the side sig again. There's the punish. Side sig connects, and that Wushang signature is so fast. Siders again, but Sandstorm's been using Sarah the entire time to make it back. Pogo, well aimed. Will he go for the ground pound? He does, but Sandstorm just drifts right around it. Makes it back to the stage. Back to neutral. Neutral sig. Doesn't hit.
I'm so curious as to why Faison didn't ground pound there where he went for the down air instead. Sandstorm didn't have any options to dodge that ground pound. It would have forced him off stage without getting the wall touch. And he would have gotten the KO, but it's fine because Faison's able to find the side signature here to secure the KO anyway. Gonna go right back to the gauntlets. Faison in a pretty good spot here. Go ahead and extend a little bit of a lead. Wow, the tail end of that neutral light gonna catch Sandstorm, but no follow-up from Faison. How much damage can he get here before Sandstorm's able to get this D-light in air? You see he's fishing for it right there.
Oh, the dodge is gone. Nice downer. Doesn't get the down light afterwards, but he jumps out of the way with a neutral.
Oh, no.
Faison, oh, yeah. I like it. If Sandstorm went for a side light or dash forward down light or anything there, Faison would have won out, but Sandstorm just watched and reacted. Excellent finisher there with the down light in air. Faison's been doing an excellent job this game playing around Sandstorm's signature usage, and that I think has been the most notable improvement for him. He's been getting a lot of punishes off of every signature that Sandstorm whiffs, and a lot more wins in neutral in general. Gauntlet downlight into downer. Oh, that side sig was so close. There's him. Nice. Downlight into recovery. That is the power of Gauntlet Nair in this patch. There's so many more follow-ups that you can get off of it now, and Faison is just a single combo, a single downlight, Granite Castle downlight Nair into recovery. Oh, and that's it for Sandstorm's stock.
He's looking. Sandstorm's making it so hard to get that final blow. Another side light gonna whiff. Sandstorm going for an extended dash forward with the side light to try and catch Faison back dashing, but it just did not connect. And Faison, he's being patient though. If there's anything I want to give him credit for being patient here, is he's looking for the KO. He's not just throwing out saves willy-nilly. He's looking for his opportunity. I don't know about that weapon toss though. That's a little sus.
Really risky. I don't think Faison is at a point now where he can hit an unarmed recovery and take out a 9 defense Onyx. And oh no, the cannon string begins. Nair twice. Side air finally gets through. Faison closes out game number 2. And what an amazing turnaround for Faison from game number 1, where I feel like a lot of players would have been really crushed by how that went. And he did amazing on the Wushang. Now taking that game, I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to Mammoth Fortress for game 3.
I think the biggest part of that is that for Faison there, he has kind of the luxury of knowing that this is going to be a best of 5, right? Especially after that very terrible self-destruct he had in that game 1. At least he has the mental clarity to be like, all right, I have at least 2 more. So I'm just going to play this game out as I would have played the first one had I not SD'd, and make a few more adjustments, and it was able to work out for him there. He was able to get a dub, but it looks like we're going to Apocalypse for this game.
He definitely had to wait long enough.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, no. See, this is Faison going, wait a second. This is the wrong moving platform map. I'm supposed to be on Mammoth Fortress. That's what's happening. All right? I wasn't wrong. Hopefully. We're about to find out. I don't know. Could be a number of things.
Right back to the lobby. Wushang. Faison. The default skin. Default skin on Sandstorm as well.
A lot of defaults. I like it.
Defaults go crazy, bro.
And yep. Ha! I have been, I don't know what the word is. Validated? I have no idea.
I mean, yeah.
I was right. Take that. Nobody was fighting me on that except for myself. But you know what? I was really expecting Mammoth Fortress.
Got that,
Flips is it's a little too crazy. It's a little too crazy for this tournament, okay? And Combo Breaker Online, we only play on Mammoth Fortress in our 1v1s. Okay, it's 1-1. Faison versus Sandstorm, same legends.
D-light down here, nothing crazy there. Faison has Sandstorm on the ledge here. Has to guess, is he going to go on stage? And it looks like he does. Gets 2 neutralized for his troubles here. And that's a little bit of the mix-up you got to play, right? Do I think he's going to try to recover onto the stage from the ground level, or do I think he's going to go high, in which case Faison then has to go for the D-light on the spear to catch that option? It's really kind of a 50-50 every time. Man, he is guessing correctly there. Nice side signature for him to land on Sandstorm. Not quite enough to KO. We were talking about the 9 defense. Going to need a little bit more juice, but he's close.
Ooh, Sandstorm a little behind. Faison, oh man, okay, hitting the charge down sig on Wushai's gauntlets, and it's funny because I remember. Oh no, it almost hit again. I remember when this character came out. I looked at him and I was like, okay, that's probably the weakest move in his kit. But Faison has been using it in a very interesting way. Okay, didn't dash jump through it this time. Sidesick gets the full swing through, puts the damage on the Faison. He's keeping him unarmed. Sidelights through. Oh, what? That was the fastest ground pound ever. I was actually surprised.
Oh wow, man, that dash sidestick comes out so quick from Honest. Every time Faison gets caught there, he definitely isn't ready for it. It's just so fast right there. I very narrowly avoided it that time around. Just happened to jump there. Oh no, he's in a terrible spot. This should be an easy ground pound for. Why do you touched? I'm so confused.
Okay.
I did not expect that to be the edge guard from Sandstorm, but Faison is able to go ahead and get that side sig and close it out. I really didn't think he was going to do that. I mean, he burned the dodge. I don't know. I thought he was going to try to come around the side.
Faison's been having excellent Wushang Spear side sigs on the ledge, and that's one of those moves where we've only been seeing it connect, so it looks like it takes a long time. But if you miss, you only get the first part of that move, and you can act very quickly out of it. But to be able to connect to it takes some precision and some good timing. Downlight recovery. Faison taking on so much damage. Doesn't get the punish off that side sig. Trying to get the downlight onto it. Oh, what? The chase dodge. Double chain dodge into the sider on the way through. Faison has just destroying Sandstorm's Onyx in game number 3.
Yeah, maybe this is exactly what Faison needed here. I mean, we were talking about before that way he beat Sandstorm once, and then since then it's been tough times. But Faison looking like he might take the lead in this set here if he's able to continue playing the way he's been playing. Today might be the day he gets set number 2. Ooh.
He haymakers him in neutral. Then neutral light, because of the angle of knockback, bounces him off the stage. Faison goes all the way up and stares him out of the side air. Went for the gravity cancel. Neutral's like, that would have connected. That could have been terrible for Sandstorm. He's almost at the verge of losing this stock, and he cannot, for whatever reason, finish off Faison's first stock. Just a side sig on the ledge. Went for the ground pound. I mean, why not? Faison could just go for anything at this point. He's already gotten way more extra credit than he ever should against a player like Sandstorm. Side sig's coming through again. The down sig misses. All right, finally recovery off the top. Sandstorm just standing there for a second going like, okay, I gotta tighten up. Gotta make this
what do you call it? No, I'm just so oh, there we go. Beautiful D-Light, gravity cancel, unarmed. N-Sig, of course, a true combo that's a little bit harder to hit, but when you're going up against a 9 defense legend, it's probably worth the extra effort to just make sure you get a little bit of added force you get from the N-Sig there. But no, I was actually surprised that Sandstorm was able to dodge that D-Sig from Faison, because I'd been thinking, I was like, wow, he hadn't thrown out that D-Sig once at all this set. This should be a perfect time to kind of rip it out and get a free hit on Sandstorm, but Sandstorm was ready.
Oh man, Sandstorm side six again. Yeah, Faison's been wonderful with those side six. Neutral hits him through. Does he have the jumps? He does. Recovery hits, and this is looking like it's going to go to game number 4. He just ground pounds him in the weapon throw, double weapon throw. No, Sandstorm accepts his fate. Faison up 2-1, over double the damage against Sandstorm in lower bracket, and needs to win one more game to knock Sandstorm out and move in the top 4. And keep in mind, this is the player that Boommy knocked into lowers 3-0 with his cross. That's just a testimony to how remarkably Boommy is playing in this tournament. And Sandstorm, as I was talking about earlier, along with Kostelix, are the 2 threats that I would consider to him in this tournament so far. And if Faison takes out one of them, that is just wonderful for him. Fate is now coming out for Sandstorm. Onyx is gone. Gauntlets and Cannon wasn't working out for him. Switches up the game completely. Now on the Orb and the Scythe. The Scythe, really what Sandstorm had made a name for himself on in the previous years. Here we go in a game number 4.
Yeah, and I'm curious how this is going to work out. So far, so good. I mean, look at all that damage. The game just started, and my man Faison's in orange and more. Orb on a Sandstorm. This might be a 0 to death if he can get the final blow here. Tries to go for a read right there with that dash jump there. Not going to do it. Oh, nice catch with the bow tie, though. We making pasta. What's next?
Oh, man. I'm surprised that he didn't send him straight up with the down sig active input. Oh, wait. Faison actually just did nothing.
Oh, he must be tilted. He has to be tilted dying like that, bro. There's no way.
So I cannot emphasize how simple yet complex that was. It was complex like on a mental level, simple on an input level, right? You had to literally not jump, not move left or right, not fast fall. You just had to hit down in down air over and over again for that to work. And Sandstorm was just so not ready for it that Faison steals the first stock in game number 4 and now is struggling to close out the stock as Faison's getting more and more extra credit. Weapon throw down, picks up the spear once again. Can he get the recovery? Sandstorm trying to get that ground pound. That nair kicks him straight up. Still not it. Sandstorm gets hit by that pogo, and Faison Oh my god, I can't imagine the grin on Faison's face right now after that stock. That was the silliest
man.
but most brilliant gauntlet KO I've ever seen. Downlight stare hits. Faison's going for the grid, gets the side. Weapon throw came through. He tried to go for another early KO.
Sandstorm needs to hit him. That's basically, you just have to hit him, bro.
Oh, but that's like what he couldn't do last game. Downlight hits, he chase dodges all the way through. Faison is just playing a game of don't get hit, and it's working out so beautifully for him. This is insane.
Oh my god, and this is Sandstorm playing volleyball, bro. You just need one touch. One touch, bro.
The one hit Sandstorm gets through is a weapon throw, a weak weapon throw. Oh no, the orb side airs would be way more than enough. Fate is such a high force legend, but Faison is untouchable. Recovery comes through. Sandstorm, I mean, okay. Oh, he's too damaged. He's too damaged for sidelight sider to work. Okay, finally, downer comes through. Sandstorm takes the stock. What a crazy happening in this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, for Sandstorm, this is kind of like Faison's game 1, right? He kind of lost that first stock, kind of not in the most ideal way here, but still has a chance to bring it back here. If he can play like he was playing in that first stock and rack up damage like that unanswered, which he won't have much of a chance to. He got him the yellow before he got sent to his final stock. This could potentially be Sandstorm's final stock of this tournament of the NA Combo Breaker Championship. If Faison's able to kind of seal the deal right here, and so far, he's buttering him up to do just that. Nice conversion there. Oh, and hits can be more damage. Doesn't even go for the double D light there. Oh, that side sig. He's caught. Oh, wait.
Side air.
That might be it. Can he ground pound him?
Okay.
No, he's not going to go for it.
Okay, Faison went for the read high.
Oh, my
Sandstorm
God.
went up.
Again.
Okay. He cannot miss the side sig on the ledge. I can't understand how Faison's hitting that so much. I mean, it is definitely one of Wushang's best signatures for sure, but he has been connected with that constantly. Recovery didn't catch the dodge up from Sandstorm. Sandstorm going to go for that weapon. Faison went for the pogos, but oh no, down sig punished by a cider. Downlight cider. This patch definitely will always KO no matter how damaged his opponent is, and Faison has what, side sig or downlight cider. That's all he was looking for here. That would be it for Sandstorm. Faison would win 3-1. Sandstorm hits him once with a nair, double nair, and go for the recovery.
Oh, what are you going to do? Recovery here? It's not going to hit. Faison unable to get the final blow. Might do it again here. Sandstorm very narrowly dodging it. Needs to watch out for the side sig. Okay, neutralize. Sandstorm is trying to stay alive. The down air is going to do it. I've seen Sandstorm win this. He switched immediately to the side because if he's going to do it, it has to be with this weapon. The orb's not going to be the one touch, one death.
So, let me think about this. All right, Sandstorm. This is pretty crazy.
Oh, Faison. Oh, he might just kill him with weapon throws. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is tense. There it is. Faison gets Sandstorm out of the tournament with the side light recovery, showing his patience and also showing just how adept he is at guessing how Sandstorm is going to recover back to the stage from the ledge. There were so many times in that set where Sandstorm was just trying to kind of jump just so narrowly so that you would kind of like not have to be in the air as you're falling onto the stage. You kind of ride up the wall and then you're grounded the moment you land. And you got caught by side sig after side sig after side sig from Faison that he never, there's too much damage lost in those opportunities. And especially with the way that he lost that first stock. Like I definitely do think that first stock, I don't think anyone watching can say that first stock, you know, like, not to say Faison wouldn't have won, but
yeah, true. Faison was playing remarkably throughout the entire set, but for him to take that stock the way they did, and then what happened afterwards was actually even more telling than that stock being gone early, which is that Faison was like in barbecue color damage and then just never died. Couldn't get hit by anything and almost took another stock before losing that. Enough about that. Sandstorm out 3-1 to Faison. And as I was talking about earlier, I feel like this tournament is definitely the Boommy narrative. So far, there's only one player left in this bracket that I feel like that historically is favored to knock him out, and that's Koslix. And Koslix is going up against Lil Cap, who's playing amazing this tournament. We've got the head-to-head between these two players. Koslix, 5 wins over the 1 against Lil Cap in the stats. But Lil Cap's shown that he's been able to do it before, and he is hovering the Taros at the moment, which is interesting because if I look at Lil Cap's most played legends, you see Bodvar up there above 90%. We don't see Taros up there, and the other ones are in single digits. Koslik's been on the Macho Man quite a bit lately. Let's see how the Axe versus Axe matchup goes. He still has the hammer here, and Lil Cap is probably one of the most innovative players when it comes to character signatures in the competitive scene. So let's find out. Game number 1, Apocalypse.
3, 2,
Now, granted, I guess one thing that Lil Cap does get from going to Taros here is that often your ability to play the Lance matchup is decided by how well you're able to edge guard it, and Axe can kind of have a pretty easy time getting over the Lance recovery. You can kind of get over it and down air it, but specifically Taros, if he wants to, he can just kind of go up to where the Rocket Lance is gonna recover and just do a gravity cancel and sig. Oh my god, he is hunting him in the skies. Holy cow, yeah, this is... Lil Cap is getting hunted by Costlix right now. That backdash into the neutral leg, Costlix chefing a little bit with the weapon toss. Gonna hold the edge, he's gonna... Yep, and then jab immediately.
I mean, why not, right? It's like a moment of time where you force them to use a few more jumps on the ledge. And if they do jump to the down sig, then it's just great. Oh, stop neutral sig. The classic Taros. Cider hits him away. I can't believe we're seeing Lil Cap on Taros in a singles tournament. This is so interesting. Weapon throw comes through, though, and Costlix secures it. I feel like Apocalypse in particular is definitely one of Costlix's favorite maps to play on. He's definitely been very successful on this in the past. So it makes sense that he's here for game number 1. Oh, Lil Cap silenced the wrong way. His dodge is gone.
I don't know how he didn't get hit by that chase dodge down air there. That, like, in my brand, when the dodge is taken like that, you're supposed to get carried across the stage. But somehow, I don't know how Lil Cap got out of that one.
Oh, Costlix does have the... Nice. Okay, he quickly released the Lance recovery so that he could touch the stage before the weapon throw came in, but that's not going to do it. Lil Cap does get the edge guard there, picks up the axe, and evens up the game.
Costlix taking the side light in there, nothing too crazy there. Lil Cap trying to get his damage in. Despite how Costlix kind of was furious in that last stock, this game is one. Oh no, you crazy. It's always so terrifying to see a Rocket Lance go off stage, because when it hits, oh man, you look like the best player in the world. But when it doesn't, you're like almost forced to throw your weapon up to try and cover your landing. Wow, how did that miss?
Oh wow, the down sig hits. That's all the damage there is. Goes into the sidelight in there. Nice little bit of extra damage on for Lil Cap. And Lil Cap's getting close. Okay, that's a little crazy, Lil Cap. Gravity cancel side sig on Taros with axe and neutral on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, and I actually, oh my god, beautiful from Costlix.
Let's think about that for a second. That was a great haymaker, but also Lil Cap, what are you doing? None of those side sigs. Stop side air.
Did not work. And Costlix, he was like, all right, since you gravity canceled it, I'm going to go for sidelight Sayer instead of like sidelight recovery or anything, because since you don't have a dodge, now this makes this basically a true combo. But Lil Cap, not too far behind. He's playing Taros. That's like...
He's eating it up every time that he's losing a stock. And that's nice. And also, if the sides had connected, I would have been praising him probably. So I got to think about it that way too. We've now got the Axe versus Axe matchup, 1 stock to 1, but Lil Cap in orange. Costlix continues to apply pressure. Nice weapon throw. Dodges in place to get through the neutral light and hit him with his own neutral light. Stop it coming through. Stop down to true combo for Taros.
Nice catch. Yep.
Oh, that's a ton of damage.
He's dead. No way.
Oh, it's Apocalypse. I know that ceiling has been reduced, but it's still pretty darn high. One more silent recovery will do it, but Lil Cap. Oh no. Gravity cancel neutral sig is the ultimate enemy of all players of Brawlhalla. There he goes. There it is. Oh, Lil Cap went for it all. Oh no. When I said all players, I actually meant the person using it.
Oh no.
Why, Lil Cap? Why would you do that?
Sometimes it's just like, hey man, like this is so clearly the strongest reversal option that I have, that I'd be such a bad player if I went for it. There's no way he's gonna think I would do it, and then he did it, and he was like, bro, not today.
Listen, I've gotten tilted while playing Brawlhalla, but I don't think I've ever gotten tilted while casting it. All right, Lil Cap, just a little bit more thought behind those signatures. Let's go. Game number 2. I'm ready to see what you've got prepared with this Taros. Costlix on the Macho Man still, and why not? Doing so beautifully with it. Up a game so far.
Here we go. Costlix waiting for that Rocket Lance. There it is. But it looks like Lil Cap is able to pick up the weapon right before Costlix has a chance. But man, Costlix just throwing out these haymakers time and time again here. And a couple of them have hit, some have missed. But I'd say he has about a 50% success rate, which is definitely not bad for considering how tough it is to land that attack. There we go. Oh, he's going for a hard read here. Oh, there we go.
Okay. That's how you use the gravity cancel neutral sig. Weapon throw comes through. Doesn't get the edge guard. But it's kind of hard to edge guard. Lance recovery while you're unarmed. Got the weapon throw. I think he was hoping to interrupt the Lance recovery with the weapon throw, but Costlix waited for it. Lil Cap makes it back.
Oh,
nicely done. Neutral lights coming through. Weapon throw. Stop. Side air. Oh. Waiting for it. Okay, Lil Cap has the momentum in this game so far. Hammer and airs would be great here as well, but Koslik's interesting. I don't think he meant to throw the weapon that way.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, stop. Okay, daily recovery. Doesn't even need the neutral sig. Lil Cap goes down. I did not know Lil Cap was that damaged. Koslik secures the lead once again.
There we go. Koslik swinging a little bit too early on the invulnerability. Lil Cap coming down from the revival platform. Don't jump up. Ooh. Okay, I was going to say, because Koslik will scout that out there off of that neutral lay, and you'll be taking a ride, my dear friend. But there we go. Speaking of taking a ride, looks like Lil Cap escorts Koslik to the blast zone in a nice little fancy cab there. And we have ourselves a 2-stock to 2-stock game, with Lil Cap quickly making up for the damage deficit. But Koslik, I'm about to say, he's getting a little hot there.
Yeah, that's actually amazing how well Koslik was playing unarmed, especially in a scenario where before that damage came through, it was pretty even. He's still going through. Stop neutral sig hits, but I mean, as devastating as it is to get hit by a terrorist neutral sig, it really doesn't count if you are in light yellow. As Koslik just stares him away, takes another stock lead, significantly less damage this time. Lil Cap dodging back. I wonder if the terrorist. Okay, nope, it still doesn't work.
Yeah.
Still, to cancel side sig is still not actually an option as a Terros player.
Oh, wow. Tries to get the falling nair there. Doesn't hit. He gets the downer that time, and he just waits. He's like, what option is he going to dodge for here? Doesn't actually get a punish off of it, but I like that he's kind of thinking a little proactively in terms of how hard of a punch does he want to get.
Oh. All right. He gets the weapon throw, evens at the stocks. I think it's interesting that Lil Cap's on the Terros, and the more that I think about it, the more that I think he is switching off the sword for the axe because of how favorable axe is into lance, as a lot of players like to think. So far, the signature usage, however, hasn't really made up for that. But the Slayer hits. Neutral sig does get punished. Koslik goes high. One nair comes in through Lil Cap. If you get a side light and a nair, no, just side airs. Weapon throw. Nice nair. Weapon throw again. Picks up the hammer. What a cool streak. The stop into delayed neutral sig. Lil Cap, the king of stopping on hammer. Neutral light hits. Koslik doesn't get much more off of it, but Lil Cap could get a stop down sig. That could give him a lot of mileage. Goes all the way up for that recovery. He's just stopping in place. Lil Cap stop. Sair. Okay, no lance recovery. Lil Cap, is he going to go for the neutral sig? Don't do the neutral sig, Lil Cap. Don't do it. Just okay, good. Neutral him away. He's low on jumps.
Can he make it?
Ground pound. He goes for recovery. He's doing so much damage.
Oh, no.
Nice
okay,
there.
Koslik, what the heck is that side sig, man? I felt like we've seen Koslik throw out that unarmed side sig so many times in the set and gotten punished for it. Granted, some of them have hit. Well, like in a scenario like that where, you know, everyone's kind of scrambling and you're just waiting for your opponent to make a monumental mistake, that's a monumental mistake. That's like a clear, I know I can punish this unarmed side sig. I'm just going to go ahead and secure my win there. Koslik's kind of crumbling a little bit under the pressure there as Lil Cap just kind of turned it up in that last stock. Really didn't actually expect Lil Cap to win that game, but here we are managing to hold it together, whereas it's like Koslik's kind of dropped his composure for a bit there. You can just ground pound here. Yeah, it gives Koslik a little bit of a taste of his own medicine there, saying, all right, you like unarmed side sig so much, you like getting hit by it. And there we go. Lil Cap looking pretty poised to go ahead and take this. I mean, just take a look at this Lil Cap. Sidelight nair goes for the Sair. It's not going to land here, but he's doing an all right job. Another sidelight nair. Can't get the Sair, but the damage is just being racked up. Lil Cap. Ooh, weapon toss. Is he okay? Can't find the last hit. No punish on the Kosliks. And the Sair. Oh, wait, there we go. The recovery from Lil Cap. He goes for a weapon toss. It's going to trade, but Kosliks is going to survive. And now, Kosliks, even though he is already kind of very, very hurt onto his second stock here, is looking like he might be able to make a little bit of something happen here. He needs to land a side light, maybe a falling nair, maybe just even a D light or a neutral light. He has a few different combo starters he can start racking up some damage with. And there we go. There's a falling Sair and gets a little two-piece, but Lil Cap, Just has to wait, and there we go. Lines it up, gets the side air, and we have Koslix down to his final stock. He's stashing around. What's going to be the answer here? He needs a weapon spawn. There it is. Lil Cap going to starve him. Yes, he is. Koslix once again going to be without a weapon for at least a few seconds here. Waiting for the next spawn. Lands right in his lap, but not without taking a Sayer.
Okay, and he gets a neutral light through. All right, Koslix, neutral light again. Lil Cap so far ahead now in this match. Oh, and the sidelight air hits. Lil Cap continuing to get more and more damage onto Koslix, just putting out signatures now. The down sig as well. Throws the weapon away. He's got that hammer. You know he's looking for the neutral sig finish. Side sig went through. Stop. Side air. Anything's coming through, so Lil Cap can just finish off this stock.
Oh, man. Koslix looking for that hit. Doing the dash side light. Covers a lot of horizontal ground, but Lil Cap not falling forward or preemptively throwing out a stomp to kind of stuff Koslix in his approach. And that's one of the tough things about the Rocket Lance is that every single one of your options, aside from like your neutral light, is just so slow to come out.
Whoa! Okay, that's
oh, snap.
not the biggest. I mean, he was really damaged.
But Wish Foundation.
You're still losing stocks pretty early. And Koslix has taken stocks at white 0 to death before. Just takes one good dodge read. That's all it takes. Oh, Lil Cap neutralized the long way. Stop side air. That's it.
Okay. So Lil Cap able to win 2 games there.
Yes.
Koslix definitely watching the set slip further and further away from his grasp.
Okay. We've got a legend change. One of the 3 in Koslix's roster. We've got the Ogrim, the Scarlet, and of course the rarely seen but still potent Sir Roland. Going to be going up
There's
against
an Orion too. Rare, but he's using.
I guess it's even more rare than Roland. Now that I think about it, but you're right. He does have an Orion. We've got. Oh, this is exciting. So Lil Cap's got Koslix on the ropes, and if Koslix goes down, I am willing to say that this tournament is Boommy favored. Unless, I mean, Cody Travis is playing remarkably, and that is the set that I'm actually most looking forward to seeing as the 2 players that have the most different blasters going up against each other in the winners finals. But here we are in this set, Koslix fighting for his tournament life against Lil Cap's Taros. I mean, maybe before seeing, but at least not at this level. We're going into game number 4.
Yeah, and this is continuing the trend of picking beefy legends. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh, Scoops is out of there.
Oh, weapon throw. That's not it. Lil Cap didn't think he had the dodge.
I was surprised. I thought Lil Cap was going to throw that weapon sooner. It would have stopped Koslix from getting that high up. But still, I mean, look at the amount of damage he's racked up on the Koslix, despite the fact that he's playing this Roland, who has high defense. In fact, all of the legends that Koslix plays all have these crazy, I guess just Rocket Lance legends in general just seem to have these tanky defense stats. But there we go. Koslix seeing his first stock get sent out the building. Now, granted, before we were talking about how in the last patch, I believe it was the last patch, that Roland got a little bit of reduced end lag on his Rocket Lance neutral sig, but it takes so long to come out that I don't ever think that it really gets used in tournament much at all by Koslix, but we'll see what he goes for here. That down sig, on the other hand, though, that one's quick, and it kills extremely early. Whoa! But speaking of killing extremely early.
Yeah. Side sig. Oh, that neutral sig was almost in the perfect position. If he positioned it a little bit to the left, he would have actually caught Koslix on the recovery and ended the stock for certain. Lil Cap trying to make it back on the stage, but he is up a whole stock of some change against Koslix right now. Oh, that Axe Sider came so close. In fact, so Axe had a little bit of nerfs to it this patch. And one of them is that the drift on the side air is not nearly as dramatic. I think before, Lil Cap could have drifted far enough back for that Sayer to hit, but this patch, it saved Koslix, at least for now. Downlight recovery, not going to be enough. Roland a little tanky, even if he is taking out of that defense. Oh, that stop side is going to do it, and Lil Cap is one stock away from moving up in the top 4 to fight against Faison. And keep in mind, Lil Cap's only taken 1 set off of Koslix in the history of the game. And there's 6 matchups against each other. And on the Taros? That's crazy. Okay, he goes down, side of recovery, but this has got to be something that Lil Cap just prepared specifically for Koslix. We saw that play rate on Bodvar. This rarely happens.
Oh my goodness, and Koslix, he's looking for the read there, wanted a jump from Lil Cap. Lil Cap didn't give it to him. You can see Koslix is playing much more aggressively with these reads now, right? He got that Sayer, he immediately went for the chase dodge there because he needs something big here to bring this back. And that's a good start, man, just to get that slide on the D-Sig. Well, went for the side Sig?
That was so close to actually working. I think he needs to go for things like that too, with that stomp, neutral Sig hit, stylight recovery. Okay, doesn't get the recovery after the nair. he still gets some good damage. Sideline recovery that time doesn't KO, but a recovery definitely will. He's cycling through the lances, has a sword primed.
And the thing is, if you're Roland with this much damage, like, you're not in a terrible position.
Oh,
nice, nice, nice.
That was interesting. He just did a dash forward, no fastfall, gravity cancel, neutral light. Perfect positioning to be able to catch Lil Cap with that neutral light. And it's a lot like unarmed side light with the knockback from a neutral light on Lance. So he's able to take that stock, and now side light in air. Doesn't get the down light. Lil Cap fast falls beneath the stage, saves himself from taking even more damage, but Kostlix is making this comeback happen. Side air hits, Nair recovery, and Lil Cap with a double recovery. Weapons gone, but Kostlix went for the hard read. Side light recovery doesn't connect, and Kostlix has just got complete control for the match. Down light, side light, recovery, Lil Cap said fly. He goes over a bow. The preemptive, is this going to be taunting and body? No, he does it. Oh, Kostlix is insane. What?
Kostlix really just made Lil Cap look a little clapped up. Man, that was tough.
Oh,
that was tough.
My goodness. That's like the picture perfect way to use a taunt, and in a tournament match when you are down in the set. He gets the stock anyways, completely decimates Lil Cap in that last stock. It goes to a game number 5. Lil Cap taking his time with the stage bands now, but what an incredible finish from Kostlix. And that is that he's taken a total advantage over the momentum. Kostlix just has it. I talked about before, right? We saw Lil Cap versus Wilson, where Wilson was trying to get into his head with all the taunts and everything. Kostlix, that's how you do it. Taunt
man.
while behind, win the set. Incredible. Okay.
I cannot believe that, man. He hit him with sidelight recovery into recovery again before he could even land. And then he did all the cards right there. And he's gonna go ahead and switch to the Ulgrim, which I think isn't a bad choice at all. 'Cause it's not like the sword from his Roland was really doing anything.
Right.
He was probably staying alive a little bit longer there. Because who knows if he could have made the same kind of comeback with a lower defense legend there. But I think he's like, all right, I think I'm going to switch to the Ulgrim. I feel like my axe has been doing pretty well today, and I think I agree with him in that regard. But will it be enough here to take out Lil Cap? Lil Cap probably a little razzled now. Did not expect to be in this position.
Ooh, and Kostlix still holding on to control of the momentum so far. Nair comes through, doesn't get the sideline of landing. Nice job reading that jump up from Lil Cap, but Kostlix returns with his own jump read. Sider sends him flying away. Neutral light pokes him away with some huge jumps to his name, and that sideline, I don't think Kostlix expected to connect. That was weird. Stomps air hits, disarms Kostlix. This is a good opportunity for Lil Cap to take the stock down. No Nairs come through, and Lil Cap dodges all the way up. Oh, once again, that momentum on the Sair didn't allow him to drift back far enough. And the Kostlix's Sair
it's enough. Ooh, and he's a running man.
Oh, man.
He's dashing on him. Is Kostlix about to do the dash on a Lil Cap?
Oh,
it was so close.
Okay. Lil Cap takes the stop. Keeps it close. Kostlix is making this heated, though. Those taunts. Even though I know the kind of player, I feel like I know the kind of player Lil Cap is, it's still like, you don't want that to happen. Verge of winning the set 3-1, and then Kostlix taunts you, and all of a sudden the set's lost. This is so exciting. Sidelight, down light. Sidelight, down air, neutral light. So good. Neutral light trying to poke Lil Cap again. But Lil Cap perfectly spaced that sider through.
Yeah, that's actually pretty tough to do there. And there we go, Stomp Sair. You would have been deleted.
That would have been it. It was so close. Silent Nair doesn't get the down air, but he avoids the sider. He puts in the chainsaw, but Lil Cap whips the punish. Oh, sider comes through again. Nairs, but a stacked stomp sider disarms Kostlix again, and that sider dodged all the way but through, but Kostlix is getting destroyed by these stomps.
How are you going to land here? He dodges to the left. Lil Cap isn't ready for it. Kostlix tries to go for the haymaker again, and Lil Cap is like, can you stop that, por favor?
Dude, Lil Cap doesn't miss a stomp. He is so good at those stomps. Neutral light heads through. It's put away, but the axe is picked up. That's not the lance, and the sider doesn't drift forward. Lil Cap stops in place. Haymaker. Kostlix usually gets punished for it, but that one paid off. Lance picked up. Sider comes through. He dodges back, trying to get a reaction out of Lil Cap, and he doesn't get the nair. He's looking for the silent recovery, I feel like. At this point, it might not be enough, actually. Now it'll be enough.
Now it should be enough, assuming he gets a silent recovery and not just like a raw recovery or neutral. I think the sidelight will give just enough damage for it to KO Taros.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
There it is.
Just enough. It looks like actually being in the corner there helped out quite a bit.
Okay. Oh, boy, he just dashed on him for an hour, and then he still won in neutral. Another nair hits.
He's going to do the dash on him.
Okay, Kostlix. Nair
How to
gets
get away
stuck
with
down by
murder.
Lil Cap's nair. Cider comes through. Lil Cap's not finding the stomp so far. Dodges all the way through. His dodge is gone. The nairs are coming through. Costlix gets cidered away, and Lil Cap still doing well, keeping the damage even. Sidelight. Oh, the Stair gets up in the nair, and the double nair comes through. Costlix stares him away. He needs one more cider, and then silent recovery is going to be it. But stop Stair hits. He's gonna get their combo. Costlix gets through. Oh, nair falls through. Lil Cap gets the stop.
He's gone. He's living.
Costlix has one last chance.
Oh, you got one shot.
Recovery hits. Oh, gravity cancel neutral 6.
A sidelight.
Okay, the weapon throw comes through. He picks it up, stops there, does it. Lil Cap takes Costlix out. 3-2. Almost a 700 damage game. What an incredible showing. Lil Cap's Terros of all things, knocking Costlix out at 5th, and he moved on into the lower bracket top 4 against Faison. Our top 4 is now Boommy and Cody Travis in the winners finals against, and then there's Faison and Lil Cap in the lower bracket. This is by far, this is by far the best performance from Lil Cap and Faison in a long time, but also the best bracket for Boommy in a very long time. For those that have been waiting for a tournament win, Combo Breaker might be it. This is so incredibly exciting. We're looking at the bracket here now, and we're seeing all the heavy hitters. Costlix, Sandstorm, Wilson, Isidrew, they're all out. What an incredible set.
That is crazy. I was so, like, Costlix made me a believer. He really did in the end. I was like, wow, is he really about to taunt in that last match and then do the dash on Lil Cap and bring it all the way back from when Lil Cap, like, he was in a perfect position to win. But Lil Cap putting that to rest there by barely securing that last game. That was too close to call, man. I was a sidelight recovery away from being the wrap. You know what I mean? But somehow he was able to pull through, and now we're down kind of to the final contenders here, right? You said Boommy, Cody Travis, Faison, and Costlix are going to be our top 4. And I believe with that, we should be swapping over to a different set of casters to bring it home here for NA. Ain't that right, Taza?
Yes, it is right. So our matchups are Boommy and Cody Travis and Faison and Lil Cap. I'm very excited for Boommy versus Cody Travis. Cody, the best Barasa in the world, and also way different blasters than Boommy. We're going to be seeing that matchup in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Brawlhalla Combo Breaker Online 1v1 North American Side Championship. I'm TWK, joined here by my good friend.
You got Froned, and I am back from earlier on in the tournament. We got the top 4 for you guys here. We got the pinnacle of the North American Side tournament here. We, of course, have Boommy, Cody Travis, Lil Cap, and Faison coming up in, and I guess that order, respectively, because Boommy and Cody Travis in the top half, in the grand, not the grand yet, the winners finals, excuse me, the lower semifinals is Lil Cap and Faison. I know we all just finished watching that, a pretty crazy, or not that one, we watched Lil Cap and Costlix, excuse me.
That one was
a pretty
wild.
crazy game.
It went the full distance. Game 5, I mean, last stock, tense situation, but it was Lil Cap with his consistency, that Zen mode that he often engages, that pushed him through to the losers semifinals. But I gotta tell you, in that matchup that he's going up against Faison, there's a lot to talk about. I'm crazy. This top 4 is insane. And now we've got Boommy and Cody Travis lined up for the next match. Look at this. Power Rank 9 versus Power Rank 3 in their head-to-head matchups. It's almost split even between these two, 3 and 2 respectively.
I mean, and you have the placements as well, kind of causing that divide between Boommy and Cody Travis, though, where Boommy with 36 top 8 placements, 40, I gotta say this in a very specific way because otherwise I'm gonna trip over myself. 44 top 32 placements, which puts him at just about 75% of his placements being in top 8 from his top 32 placements. That's
crazy.
That's incredibly consistent. And then on the other side, Cody Travis with about a 50% representation of 9 out of the 18. 2 silver medals compared to, well, quite a bit more on Boomy's side.
I gotta tell you, very importantly, 2 of those top 8 placements were the Spring Championship, the Winter Championship. Like, he has just been going off this year, absolutely monumental, rocketed him all the way up to rank number 3. That's just going to continue to rise, seeing him here guaranteed a top 3 spot in this tournament alone.
Well, we're going to get things kicked off right now. Boommy versus Cody Travis. Boommy, again, on the cross with the speed stance, and Cody Travis on the Barraza once again. I don't think we're going to be seeing anything else from these guys unless things get desperate. But here we go, getting started right now.
Right, it's Cody Travis. He always rocks the Barraza. He's got that defense. It pushes him through for these consistent victories time and time again. But Boommy, we see him adapt a bit more to whatever he thinks the current top-tier weapons are. You know, he's a big fan of blasters, especially with some of the combos that have been coming out as of the last patch. Just the extra consistency you can get off of those spacing attacks like the sidelight, but the real story here is the gauntlets, is what pushes him onto cross. Oh my gosh! Cody Travis, that slide charge neutral sig, he used it earlier today to maximum effect that put him here in winners finals, and it just works. He can catch anybody with it.
He did the exact same thing against Costlix to close out their set, getting that reverse neutral sig with the axe off stage to get that KO. Boommy right now is, I mean, he's got the damage built up on Cody Travis. He's got signature, he's got power behind his attacks, but he's really got to figure out what the right kill option is right now, because Cody Travis is running a train right now.
Yeah, he has fully lapped him in damage, still 3 stocks to 2. Now, Boommy, he's trying to use that Demon's Grasp, the long-reaching fist, to score those knockouts from long range, but look at that. All he needs is the recoveries again and again, ties up the stocks, but still heavily on the back foot.
We did find that stock. He's, I mean, like you said, heavily on the back foot. That damage being a major detractor in this game right now for Boommy. He's finding a lot of damage right now, but the interruption there in the side air. That side air most certainly would have been the end of that stock for Cody Travis, or for Boommy, and that interruption from the neutral light was paramount to his survival right there. And Boommy just able to turn that into even more damage is phenomenal. Cody Travis taking that second stock, though, is going to be extremely beneficial. He's got the lead right now. He's got a lot of space before that KO potential for Boommy, and he can find the punishes right now right off of that missed side sig.
Yeah, that's the thing. I gotta tell you, though, Boommy did a phenomenal job just cutting into Cody Travis's damage lead. He had fully lapped him in damage, and look at this. He's ready to knock out Cody Travis, and Boommy is only in the yellow here. He's got a significant shot to tie this back up.
Going for that down light in the recovery. Both are going to miss. Cody making the punishment. It's going to be a small one, though. He's not able to find that ground pound. The down sig coming out from Boommy. He is going to find the KO, though. He's going to weapon starve a little bit. Fantastic option from Boommy to get that read on the down sig.
Yeah, and just continues chipping away at this damage deficit. All he needs is some good starter on the gauntlets, and he could have it back in one string. Oh,
yeah,
Cody Travis just dashing away from that one.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you got a big, beefy tank like Barraza, you gotta get that chip damage in. Those big hits aren't going to go nearly as far as some other characters, but the smaller hits will give you that opportunity to get those pickups. Boom! Caught in the down sig. Cody Travis picking up that win, just the exact same way he picked up Boommy with the down sig, going into game number 2, starting to set off pretty hot.
That was like poetry in motion. As Boommy came down, Cody just dashes out the way, barrel rolls back in.
It's that flip kick black. I don't know. There's a better way to put it. but I mean, if someone out there has a better name,
I understand.
like a
I like to call it the barrel
name, you know?
roll. You know, he kind of tucks and rolls, blasting
like
right
that.
up into the sky. It'll work. Cody Travis making it work all the way into game 2 here with the lead. Oh,
Boommy with the
getting
recoveries.
big gauntlet strings. Yeah, that's what he's looking for.
Looking for that exhausted recovery as well. The double recovery usually packing a lot of damage and disruption around the movement that Cody would have been able to do. But looking for another one, hovering, just trying to feel out the options from Cody Travis. You can see that hesitation there, trying to figure out what Cody Travis's default options are going to be. Good movement from Cody to bait out that recovery though from Boommy. And we have these subsequent punishes too. The neutral sig not going to hit this time around, as Boommy, I think, was expecting it a little early, so he was able to position himself just a little bit above and come down.
Oh my gosh, Cody getting right over that demon's grasp, and now he's got the edge guard position. The gravity cancel breakdance, somehow catching Boommy as he tucked wide.
I think that's a very smart play on Cody's part. Boommy loves utilizing those low corners on the walls when recovering because he knows exactly how to play it so he can get back safely. Cody positioning himself right there by the corner so that wherever Boommy goes, he's going to get caught by it. Very smart on his part to take advantage of that.
Oh, the slide kick into ground pound to get maximum damage on that punish, but Boommy catching 2 dodges of Cody's into neutral lights. That is a lot trying to bring this back. I mean, similar story to game 1, it is Boommy on the back foot, but it is so much better off this time. He's keeping the stocks fairly even throughout.
Huge amount of damage from the blasters from Cody. Oh, going for the top pickup. Oh, man, almost finding Cody Travis. Cody Travis, though, for a second there, I thought he was going to go for the opportunity pickup.
Man, it was close. I always get so nervous when they're flying up near the top of that screen, just because... All right, big punish. Yes, haymaker.
Back to the back of the head, big old haymaker. That's going to do it for stock number 2 for Boommy. Boommy down just a little bit, and Cody already starting to get that bonus damage off. Looking for the down air from Boommy. Not going to find it, though. The side air not going to hit either. And great damage buildup from Cody Travis.
Yeah, he set himself up in another fantastic position here. Now look at him just guarding that weapon, but Boommy knocks him away from it. It's the blasters trying to set up a little bit. Oh, he babysat Cody all the way back to stage, forced out his dodge a little bit earlier than Cody would have liked. And that way there was no chance left to make it back to stage.
Cody opting for a slightly more defensive guns as he blasters as he does some floating down airs and some predictive side airs just to create a wall of hitboxes so that Boommy can't necessarily approach. Not going to take him off the top, just barely surviving. Boommy with the recovery going for the second one. Cody Travis dodges through, and now Boommy with the approach. The gauntlets look for the side air, but it's not going to connect. And the recovery as well, trying to read out the top option. Cody Travis getting the damage even higher, and that's going to do it. That side air falling down to the ground is going to finish off game number 2, and Cody Travis is running away with this game right now.
Yeah, I don't think he ever felt actually in danger during either of these games. You see Boommy was starting to chip away at the damage, but Barraza, he's got so much health, especially because, you know, even with all that defense, sure, he's in the orange, and Cross has a ton of strength, but it would still take him a good while to be able to get him into the knockout range. He had a couple good chances left on him.
I mean, we do have a bit of a damage disparity here. We can also look at, like, taking into account what you said, we have the 579 to 451 damage difference, which is pretty.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty massive damage difference. That's connection after connection from Cody Travis with the axe, with the blasters, and he was really hitting those blaster strings. So, I mean, you can't sleep on those in any case, in any way.
It just does a ton of damage consistently every time. I mean, that's a big part of why Boommy goes for Cross. He's got the blasters combos on lock. He's got those new gauntlet combos. He knows that he can pour on a ton of damage, and he's gonna need it to cut through Cody Travis. But Cody's got those same blasters combos. He's been doing them for days, ages, years. Cody Travis is the OG.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the Barraza of yore. He's been this. He's been playing this character
your,
for
the Barraza of mine, the Barraza of ours. I want him to be here always.
I mean, that's just how it is, though. I mean, he's earned that level 100 twice over at this point, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah. It looks like we'll be hopping back in. Look at Cody Travis. He's going to be swapping onto that Barraza from Barraza, always Barraza, and leveling up his Battle Pass podium too.
Oh, I mean,
So
look,
nice.
it's a very pretty podium. I think I'm only on level 2, but you know, we'll get there.
Got to keep bumping it up, man. That's just how it goes.
It requires wins. I'm not
Come
good
on,
at that.
man.
I'm not good.
That's
at
all
that.
right. You'll pick up something from watching these tournaments. I know you'll just be ready to go right back into the grind, just like Boommy is ready to go and put some wins up on the board right now. He's got the Soulfire colors. He's rocking it. He is ready. We're on Small Brawlhaven. If you're looking to eat away at defense very quickly, this is the map to do it on.
He's got the gauntlets out right now. Cody Travis with the axe, looking for that pinwheel. That recovery right up the top, not gonna find it. And Boommy with his own response. Nice combo from the gauntlet side of things from Boommy. Spot dodge into the blaster pickup sidelight.
Oh,
Phenomenal damage. And then the avoidance of the side sig from Cody. Cody trying to make his way back as well. Weapon throw. Boomy's got him on the ropes right now. If he can finish this stock off, this is gonna be phenomenal for him. Oh! That is really
man,
unfortunate.
I thought he had him when he caught the recovery there. Maybe just a chase dodge in, but gets it the second time around. So Boommy now, for the first time in the set, has the leg up on Cody Travis. Cody's still unarmed. Boommy just guarding the stage with those gauntlets. Here we go, rocking through. Cody finally arms up with the axe. Boommy tossing away his gauntlets. Now he's got to fight this unarmed. All right, fine. He went, picked up the blasters. Now he's got the range to contest against those deadly axe side airs, but can't get away from them all.
It only takes one, and this is Brawlhaven. The blast zones are really close on the ceiling and the sides. It doesn't really matter. I mean, he was built up. He had the damage built up. It wasn't any one of those big axe hits was going to find that finisher. But it's just going to be that much more consistent as if you get it, you know, anywhere on the map. That side air from the axe, especially devastating on this map.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. That's why nobody likes to go fighting against high-strength legends like Taros, but here you've got to fight the high-strength legend in Cross. So let's see if Boommy can answer back. He's got Cody in the red, just needs one solid hit to take the stock lead back.
Ready with the blasters covering the edge right now. Backing off just a little bit to deny the weapon, trying to look for that weapon throw, but Boommy with the spot dodge, very well timed.
Oh, perfect punish on the signature. Gets that falling side air, sets up the edge guard. Cody on the wall, having to find his way back around the corner. Boommy threatening. Oh my gosh,
no!
steered just away from that recovery. Boommy still back at it. Both of them managing to get back on stage, but Boommy, the only one with the weapon, the side air, catching Cody. Somehow he still survived. But the ground pound denies the life.
Not
Boommy
for long
up,
at
2-1.
all. That ground pound was right there. He was waiting in the wing. He knew Cody had to expend all of his resources to make it back. Recovery from the stage. A phenomenal movement from Cody to pick that up, and now it's going to be 1-1 fresh between both of these players.
Yeah, no damage done yet. Boommy managing to get a little bit of unarmed to kick it off. But look at that, Cody answering back. Oh, the double nair! Rising, just denying these ground pounds that Boommy wants to just try and seal this game as quickly as possible. Because right now he is down 2-0 in this best of 5.
Now we got the blasters, the range. They're trading blows back and forth. I mean, you could see the use of the side light versus the neutral light from both of the players. Oh, the recovery off the top.
Yo, let's go,
Sider,
Boommy.
not going to connect. No weapon from Cody. Does find the blasters pickup. Goes for the down sig. Not going to connect it. Recovery off the top is going to be Boommy finding it. KO.
That's right. We get some more games here.
Now it's going to be 1-2. Boommy with 1 win and Cody Travis with 2. After the swap over to live server. So maybe there was something going on over there. Who knows? But we got Boommy starting his run back right now.
3, 2.
Honestly,
oh man, and it looks like we're running
close.
it right back to small Brawlhaven. This is the battlefield of his choosing. Boommy definitely leaving it open. Cody happy to run it back. So Boommy managed to survive, stay alive in the set with that last victory, and kicking it off again with the gauntlet damage. But Cody so quick to answer back, not letting him take the lead this time.
Cody with an enormous string of damage from those blasters as well. Boommy having to switch over to his own blasters to counter. And the side air allowing him a little bit more space, but both of these players utilizing these phenomenal blaster strings. Both of these players also extremely experienced with the blasters. I mean, we saw Boommy with the amazing strings earlier in the tournament. And Cody now getting his blasters knocked out. He's got to utilize that axe play. He's got to throw out those pinwheels, those windmills, those spins, those balls, those smacks. And he's got to find that side air on Boommy to take out that first stock in game number 4.
Alright, so this is big because the first 2 games that Cody won, he was the first one to take the stock. It's gonna depend how much damage he can put onto Boommy here, if he sets himself up in a similar situation, or if Boommy manages to take that stock soon enough. I gotta tell you, this is a bit of a borderline case here. Boommy yellow just entering orange, Cody fighting him off of that weapon, but Boommy responding in kind.
And Boommy trying to space out a little bit. He's playing these gauntlets really carefully, and maybe he has to because he's taking a lot of damage from every single one of these hit connections that Cody can find. This axe is devastating for Boommy, and now the fact that he's in the red right now.
Oh my gosh!
From downtown, coming in hot. That's going to be the KO on stock number 2 for Cody Travis, and what a way to get it. I don't think Boommy had any clue that was going to come anywhere near him.
Man, that axe might just be like a taped up butcher knife, but I swear there was some laser guiding on that one. Jeez, so Boommy down 1 stock to Cody's 2, mirrors perfectly the set count. Cody Travis up 2-1. And the winner of this set goes on into grand finals from winner's side. Absolutely monumental. You do not want to get sent down into lower bracket because it's just that much harder to claim the tournament victory.
Covered off the top. It's going to give Boommy a little bit of breathing room, though, as he is at least even in the stocks. He has the damage a little
he's
bit.
not too far back. He has made this insanely close. He still needs this game to stay alive in the set.
The lead isn't out of his hands yet, and as long as he doesn't get close to that kill percent, he is going to be at least survivable. If he gets to that kill percent, he's going to have to change up his playstyle, but of course, he doesn't even...
Oh, no.
He's got the plan already set. It's all about the execution at this point for him.
I mean, at this point, he's entering the red. That side air was just enough to do it. Cody Travis taking it 3-1 over Boommy, securing his spot in grand finals.
That damage difference as well, almost 100 more damage, almost, for Cody Travis. Phenomenal set for him, taking it down 3-1.
Man, oh man. Absolutely brutal. So Cody Travis, I mean, he's been absolutely popping off this year. The first half of it went phenomenally well for him. Here we are. I would like to say we're entering kind of the mid-season-ish area of 2020 Brawlhalla Esports, and he does not seem to be slowing down at all.
I mean, he's been heating up all I mean, all year long, ever since, I mean, we saw him, I mean, even longer than that, 2 years ago, when we saw him just absolutely dominating in, you know, the beginning of 2 seasons ago at Final Round. That was when he placed, what, second in at least 2v2s. I want to say he got pretty close in 1v1s, but I don't exactly, that was 2 years ago, and that's quite a while.
I mean,
There's
just
a lot
massive
been going
performance
on just this year, but
I'm really happy to see, you know, all those highlights over the years start to kind of crystallize into the performance that he's put forth so far. Now the question is, can he convert that into a tournament victory? We're going to find out. There's still a few people left in bracket that might have something to say about it.
oh yeah, we got Lil Cap, we got Faison in the bottom, just waiting in the wing. They're going to be coming up in just a second. Of course, Lil Cap playing the Bodvar, and Faison playing the Artemis. I don't know if he's played anything different, but I think he's been sticking with the Oh well, I see a Wushang on there, but
yeah, some of the Wushang was doing real well in that set that he had against Sandstorm. The gauntlets just serving him incredibly well. I absolutely love watching Faison's gauntlets. I have for so long. I'm glad to see him shifting back a bit more to focus on those as a main pick. So it looks like we are going to see Faison versus Lil Cap rolling on into the lobby.
And that should be starting in just a moment. The winner of this, of course, is going to be moving on to face off against Boommy in the losers finals, and that will be a real climb for both of those players to get back into the grand finals realm, back into the winner's side to face off against Cody Travis to finally determine who will take the victory and the grand prize for Combo Breaker 1v1 NA.
Yeah, and then, man, this is going to be crazy. All right, so Faison rocking that Artemis you were talking about. It's the Scythe, it's the Lance, just a ton of different options that you don't see all too often. Just because I know there's only a few hardcore Scythe players around, and then Lance even rarer than that.
Oh yeah, I mean, for the most part, all we see is, Koslik's bringing out the Lance. Sometimes we'll see it from other players, but it's very rare.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
All right, heading right into game number 1, Faison versus Lil Cap, loser semifinal. It's Mammoth Fortress. Both of them armed up. Faison winning out the early damage war, but Lil Cap not far behind.
I mean,
oh my gosh, reads the dodge into the neutral sig that set up this edge guard. Absolutely beautiful.
Charge down sig from Faison, looking for that connection there. That would have led to a spike on the Lil Cap if he jumped a little preemptively, but it looks like he had patience on him to wait to see if anything was going to happen in the midst of all that chaos. The neutral sig catching a Lil Cap that's not going to lead to a KO and just barely avoiding that ground pound. Faison is controlling this momentum in the game right now, and is that the KO? No, not quite. But Faison holding onto that ledge, weapon throw.
Oh, just dropped it right on his head
weapon throw
twice, 3 times. How many more will it take? Just the side sig.
Just the side sig. Looking so hard to beat right now. Faison looking like the man to come after.
I like seeing Faison opt to stick with the Lance here, because he gets some of those early damage, high potential strings. Unfortunately unarmed now. Lil Cap setting up the edge guard. Faison having to make his way around this corner unarmed.
Oh, opted for the weapon toss there off stage, and Lil Cap, in the turnaround reversal, throwing Faison off stage again. Lil Cap does have the opportunity here to take a stock off, but Faison making his way back. Ooh. Wow, side air into side sig follow-up. That's a huge amount of damage from that Lance. Weapon throw, though, is finally going to take that first stock off of Faison. But at what cost? That damage built up on the Lil Cap is so high. Now
Faison, he's got the Scythe. You know, there's a couple choice signatures he's really going to be looking for. Oh, the side signature almost clipping Lil Cap. Sends him off stage, setting up the edge guard. Weapon toss catches the dodge. But Lil Cap managed to skate right on by Faison's final attempt.
There's the side sig. That's going to launch him off from the... an enormous distance. The variable force on that move is just incredibly dangerous, especially, I mean, well, really at any distance, because Lil Cap got launched across basically the entire stage.
Oh yeah, but look at that, the big bear coming out, just answering back, piling on the damage onto Faison. Lil Cap needs a couple of those stomp nairs, maybe the stomp sares, to bring this back and tie up the stocks.
That's just the pure power from Hammer. I mean, he's got the strength to get that damage out. Each one of those side airs, each one of those neutral airs, that's like 20 to 25 damage per hit, and that's enormous.
Scoops him up, manages to knock the lance out of Faison's hand, and look at this, he gets to just try and tempt him with that weapon drop. Unfortunately, no damage. Oh my gosh, drops off the wall, but the downlight off the platform seals the deal, and now the stocks are even, but Lil Cap needs to play this absolutely flawlessly to win.
He's real deep in the red, and Faison, he's been coming back pretty solidly, but Faison just has those options there to find the KO. All he needs to do, find one sig.
Oh.
There it is. The neutral sig coming out right where I said it. And Faison, 616 damage to about 415 damage. Wow.
Yo, Earth 616, he's a superhero. That's just how it rocks. So, Artemis for Faison, you're going to see a couple of these main mix-ups that he's rocking with, and it's off of the neutral light or the down light, a lot of those grounded string starters that have dodge windows after them. He expects people to jump or dodge up. That's where you see a lot of the neutral signatures get a ton of purchase. Now, he did start mixing it up towards the end, going for the side signature, but Lil Cap was able to dodge down when there was the soft platform. So look out for those main two options on stage. It's either the neutral signature for dodging up, or the side signature if you try and stay low.
Lil Cap getting abused off on the side. Faison just trying to hold that edge guard. Lil Cap making his way back onto the stage. Weapon throw not going to connect, and Faison is going to utilize that neutral sig. Not going to hit the neutral light. Not going to hit the side sig out of the neutral light, but the coach pitch from Lil Cap.
Whoa!
Wow! With a slide charge side sig off stage is going to find Faison's first stock very early, just under 40 seconds, as this is a very stark difference from what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Maximum efficiency from Lil Cap. He hit that slide charge as far forward as you possibly could. Faison now on the back foot, having to try and navigate these waters to find a way to even up this match.
Uh-oh, getting caught off stage. One hit, not going to go for more. Knows it might be a little risky to go too deep to overextend off stage.
Oh, wow, just ground pounds around that corner? Okay.
That's a lot of damage, too. All those ground pounds just rack damage when you end up finding them.
Now Faison, oh, the weapon drop right to him as almost a gift from God.
Faison just barely missing the timing on that side air. You're going to get punished out of the side air, getting stuck on the wall from the downlight from Lil Cap. But the turnaround now, neutral light almost going to take out Lil Cap on the left side. Weapon throw not going to connect or disrupt Faison, but there it is. Slide kick into the recovery.
Oh!
Reversal side sig from Faison to take out that first stock finally from Lil Cap. That is such a long time for him to go before taking that stock.
Yeah, but Lil Cap, I mean, he's just been managing to control so much of the map. I feel like Faison hasn't been able to get his footing. Every time that he tries to get some of these strings started, managed to catch one dodge. He needs a couple more of those to bring this back.
Very careful movement from Faison. Not gonna get taken out by that recovery just yet. Neutral light, not gonna do it. Getting him close, throwing him in that monocle. Lil Cap hovering that ledge. Weapon throw, dodge through. Recovery from Faison. Now he's got the weapon advantage. Neutral sig, looking for those up. Oh,
wow.
Gets that read. Lil Cap sees it just in time and dodges straight back down to the ground and finds the KO in the process. Phenomenal stuff from him going on right now.
Yeah, Lil Cap has just sunk his teeth into this lead, and he is not letting go. Every time Faison starts coming back with that damage, Lil Cap's just like, I've got a stock ready to take from you. Just jockeying for position. Faison trying to make use of Artemis's extra speed over Bodvar to dictate the range and spacing of this game, but every time Lil Cap is able to just get the perfect spacing, playing footsies, but the ground pound forces out the dodge, and now we're back in it, one stock apiece.
And Lil Cap holding the center stage right now. Faison's still a little bit wary on approaching him. Lil Cap holding that sword, and he's backing off. It looks like he wants Faison to get back on the stage, or at least have the sense of security to get back there. Side air, it's going to drop since he was falling in the middle of it, and Faison was on stage while Lil Cap was off stage, so that difference is going to cause him to lose off on that like impulse from the second hit. But Faison now in the reversal position, he's off stage holding that position, getting that neutral air, and the reverse on that. Oh, Lil Cap spot dodge.
Gosh.
Nice punish. Side sig. This is going back and forth right now. This has become so even in just a few, like just about a minute, really. This is,
yeah,
this
they
is
just
so much more
swung
even.
big, answering back and forth at each other. And now Faison has to find somewhere to land. The neutral A almost taking him out, gets just over the weapon toss. Dive kicks the bottom corner. He's still alive, but Lil Cap weapon starving him. And Faison, he's got to find his way back on stage. Whoa, manages to just bunny hop and worm his way over Lil Cap. I thought Lil Cap was going for the ground pound, but no, it's up off the top.
Very close there. I actually wasn't entirely sure if that recovery was going to take him off the top. It looked like he
So
started to slow
close.
down right before that blast zone started, but he did just
Look at this
barely
movement
eke out.
in the replay. How he skirted his way up across, managed to skate right on by, arm himself up. I thought this was going to be the ground pound to end the game right there, but nope. Slide kick recovery to just recover the fumble.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Going back to Mammoth Fortress though, Faison, Lil Cap, game number three,
It
I
is
believe.
1-1
Yeah, it's-
in the set. They've just
So-
answered back and forth.
And funny enough, they started off exactly the same way, but with the opposite person doing it. Faison taking that enormous lead in the beginning, Lil Cap taking it. It's game number 2, and right now Faison getting a huge momentous start onto a Lil Cap with that offstage scythe play and the just phenomenal
yes.
reads. Look at these follow-ups. He's able to find Lil Cap all over the place. Lil Cap just barely getting that dodge out in time to avoid the neutral air from Faison off stage. That would have been, I mean, that would have been oats to goats right there. He would have been dead.
Yeah, the mental damage alone that you take when you get your dodge read by a scythe and you know you're just going for a ride, it's unreal. And that neutral signature from Faison has just been paying dividends time and again.
I mean, it's been paying dividends. He needs to invest in some stonks right now because that investment's going to build up over time. He's going to get that damage out. He's going to turn that all into, he's going to sell. I don't know where I'm going with this metaphor, but it's going to pay off in the end. That's for sure. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Gravity cancel neutral signature. Then Lil Cap going all the way out there, just saying, you've already spent so many of your options. I'm not going to give you an easy path back to stage. Good capitalization.
Actually finding that side sig into the side air, going for the ground pound. Very deep on that one. A little bit of an overextension, and that's going to allow Lil Cap to retake a little bit of this map control as he makes the approach back onto Faison. Weapon throw from Faison to swap over to the scythe is going to get interrupted just a little bit by a downlight Sayer from Lil Cap. It's going to be a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, that's why you see Faison, he's trying to find a clear, open spot to land, so that way he can start Scythe's grounded game. Oh, just misses the recovery. That would have spiked Lil Cap down, giving him a good position, if not a KO. The face laser from all the way across the stage. Lil Cap now down onto his final stock.
And that's actually pretty devastating too, because Lil Cap did have Faison on the ropes there for just a moment. He had that opportunity to take that damage and convert it into a KO off stage in a way that would have given him a fantastic lead to start getting some bonus damage and turn things around in game number 3. But right now, if he gets this right here, this is going to be pretty solid for him. Can he make it back?
Oh, look at that.
Side air. So perfect.
What? Okay.
He definitely wasn't ready for that one.
I was gonna say for a moment, I can't believe Lil Cap prioritized getting that weapon over securing the knockout on Faison, but he knew better. He just knew, alright, I'm just gonna dash jump right over with this ground pound. I've got it anyway, and I'll have the weapon. Ooh, Faison getting just over that hammer swing. Now he's got the scythe. It's big and heavy versus quick and stringy. Right now, Faison, he needs that open ground to get the Scythe's ground game started. That's where all the big strings open up.
quick and stringy is how I eat my string cheese. But Lil Cap with Lil Cap and Faison just trading big blows back and forth. There's nice string from Faison to get a lot of damage built up, and Lil Cap just looking for the response right now, looking for those stomp starters, and Faison just trying to stick to that aerial positioning so that he doesn't get caught off. The swap to sword from Lil Cap is going to cost him immensely as he takes 2 big hits, just barely avoiding the second follow-up side sig, and that is going to be a neutral sig to finish things off in game number 3. Faison taking that lead once again.
Man, all right, so it comes down so often, these stocks, whether it's, around the mid game or these final stocks, it's can Faison land some of those mix-up signatures, whether it's the neutral lance or the side lance. And I do have to give credit to Lil Cap. Every time that it's been in that situation and they're around the corner, he goes for that extra third option of, I can dodge down below the stage. That gets away from both of the options that Faison has been opting for, and we haven't seen Faison throw something that can cover that angle, but the moment it gets onto solid ground, Faison's got you in the 50-50.
Honestly, those 50-50 chances that he takes with the neutral sig, the side sig, or just like using whether he's trying to read the high angle or just the straight on grounded angle, he's been reading out those options pretty consistently. I think there were only a few that he actually missed, and that last neutral sig read on a Lil Cap is just another page in the story of Faison's immensely successful reads.
Oh my gosh, and you see it just working so incredibly well. That time, he had the beat for, okay, you're gonna dodge down, you're gonna stay low because we're off stage now, eat this full laser.
That was 1 hit away from a perfect stock. That's insanity.
Jeez, Faison just absolutely dominating right now. Woo! Okay, Lil Cap answering back so quickly. Before any damage had really been done to him, he's just in the yellow. That is not far behind at all.
I mean, that was quick and concise considering the amount of health or the amount of damage that Lil Cap has taken in this stock. I mean, that was only in the yellow health right there. Now, Lil Cap does have the ability to get a little bit of a turnaround right here, going for a lot of signature moves. The weapon throw is going to stop him out just a little bit. He did throw a jump out right at that moment, but the high angle read from Faison is actually going to miss. But the punish is not enough. That side sig response from Faison from the wake up is going to be exactly what he needed to find that KO on the Lil Cap. That variable force, again, just paying dividends.
Man, they came into this match angry. It was the swap over to Demon Island. They know there's barely any walls to recover to, so they are just swinging for the fences.
Faison looking for the reverse neutral air there onto Lil Cap as he makes his way back, and now back onto the stage. Not going to connect the side air, and that punish is almost going to take him off the top. Lil Cap looking for that. Wow, very nice unarmed read string. And that was a huge turnaround. That was easily another 60 damage built up right there. Lil Cap finally finding that KO off on the top, but having all that damage built up right now is going to cost him quite a bit. He has to play a little bit more careful, and just barely getting out of the way of that first grounded attack from Faison. And the scythe right now is going to have to be exactly what Faison needs, but Lil Cap right now has all the stage control.
Yeah, he was keeping that pressure up phenomenally well, managed to bring back a little bit of damage, but now he's in dire straits, just shy of the corner, and that's going to be Faison moving on. 3-1 over Lil Cap. That game, he just took all the momentum that he built for himself in game number 3 and just said, that's it, we're done here. I'm moving on.
I mean, and that's just how you got to play it sometimes, but taking down that set right there, that is going to be a phenomenal way to conclude game number 4.
Ooh. Absolutely insane.
And Faison now against Boommy is going to be the losers finals, the determination of who will make it to that grand finals positioning, and you know they both want that spot. Because I mean, there's not much room left. Only 2 people can be there, and Cody Travis already has 50% of the seats. I mean, look, this is social distancing. This plane is not taking off with 3 people on it. Trust me.
All right, so you need the 2. You've got to space them properly. But the thing is, you want to get in there because right now you've got double gauntlets on the line. Faison swapping over to the Wushong. That's what he used to take out Boomy's teammate Sandstorm, both of them playing for Tempo Storm. Is that the answer? Is Wushong Tempo Storm's Achilles heel?
It's a great question. But gauntlets are something that I think, like you were talking about it before, this Wushong pick was phenomenal for Faison before. Faison's gauntlets are something to behold, so this is probably going to be one of the ways that he's going to have to get in on these blasters from Boommy and deal counter with the gauntlets, because Lil Cap wasn't using gauntlets or blasters, so this is going to be an entirely different dynamic for Faison to have to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see the difference right now. The extra range that the blasters afford, Boommy has just been taking for a ton of damage. Oh my gosh, really went for that ground pound. Is that going to be it? Oh, he saved his recovery till the very last.
I honestly think Faison had no idea that recovery was there. I mean, the way that Boommy was moving, it looked like he was dead. But that mind game that he was playing was absolutely perfect in order to get back. Honestly, the best thing he could have done right there.
Yeah, that's the incredible patience, the knowledgeability that you need to have to hold on to your resources, even when it seems like I need to spend them now or that's it. Oh my gosh, and Boommy just pouring on the hurt. We've seen that Demon's Grasp lead into so much, not even just stage control, but eventual knockout conversions. Cross's gauntlets serving Boommy incredibly well.
Looking for more downlight starters from the wake up recovery right off the top. It's all he's going to need. He just needed the timing and the positioning, and that down dodge, trying to read out Boomy's own recovery, is actually the perfect response. And that's one of those dangers of the gauntlet versus gauntlet matchup. If both players got that gauntlet out and someone lands that side light first, there is that downtime you have to be aware of, where the other player can dodge, jump out, and most players tend to jump out just because that means you get to save your dodge. Oh, that's really unfortunate, taking the fall right there, but Boommy played it extremely well. That pressure prevented Faison from getting back.
Faison, he just really bet it all on that dive kick, hitting Boommy. He wanted to not only recover, but score the knockout at yellow to try and bring this back, but it was a little too greedy for this stage in the game.
Boommy getting a lot of damage from cycling those down airs and neutral airs, just reversing Faison's position both ways. That's a huge amount of damage. Faison in his last stock too can't afford to take that kind of damage.
All right, starting to mount some sort of comeback. But look at that, the damage is matched, but the stocks are not. Faison getting the three-piece, not enough to knock out.
That's only the snack meal, though. 3 pieces is only a snack. I mean, it comes with the fries. It doesn't come with the coleslaw. You got to take the whole thing. You got to get the whole meal. That 4-piece, that finisher, that's what he needed right there, and he just couldn't find it. He couldn't afford it.
Let's see if he has enough of the follow-up, though. He's got Boommy into the damage. He just needs to find the clean hit. Held it to catch the dodge. Beautiful play by Faison.
Absolutely beautiful. Perfect read on that. But now he is far behind Boommy with all the ability to finish this out. Faison is going to have to find all the right moves in all the right places. He can't afford any mistakes.
Put himself in a precarious position. Getting up around the corner. Threw it down, but Boommy was ready for him to try and pick it back up. And just like that, Boommy taking game number 1. It was just those quick, low-damage knockouts on the second stock and that final one there. The surgical precision just putting Faison too far away to make it back, only by the path of Boomy's choosing.
I mean, that was the only option he had left. You had to try to go for any kind of immediate chase down from Boommy to get that hit with the chase dodge, or it was done. And so throwing out that neutral air in that position, it caps a lot of space. It was the best option for him at the time, but sometimes even the best option isn't enough.
And right now, Boommy again starting with a massive lead, bringing Faison almost ready to knock out. You see him going for it there with the recovery.
Nice reads from Faison. Getting a little bit more damage built up very carefully. Catching those blasters right out in those dedication frames, so to speak, where he is dedicated to those moves, like the down light or the neutral light. He's just so vulnerable if he doesn't pick those up.
Oh my gosh, they both went for the same dash approach, but Boommy just a hair faster, and for that he's rewarded with the knockout, up 3-2.
Faison trying to find that KO. Almost had Boommy off on the top. There's the side air.
Spear side air.
So close. Boommy going really low. Looking for the clap too. Didn't manage to find the connection.
Oh my gosh.
It's a recovery, and there it is. Just barely finding that option out.
You could tell by the way that Boommy bobbed up and down. I don't know if he was ready for Faison to go that low with the slide charge, so he wasn't ready for the follow-up recovery.
Down air.
Oh man, Faison putting on a clinic!
Woo!
These gauntlet strings, so much damage, bringing it back.
Oh, Boommy with the
but
pickup
Boommy.
though. Recovery, not going to find it the side air, not going to connect either. That would have been absolutely devastating. Hand of God coming out. Boommy getting pulled right down off that ledge. Faison looking for the side stick, going to get punished right out of the bat. And Boommy looking for his own gravity cancel down light, looking for a combo starter into that recovery to find that KO off the top. Not going to find it, but the side stick is going to do it.
Man, one of the strongest signatures in the game. That punch sends almost perfectly horizontally, and he's got so much strength to back it up. It scores knockouts so early. Haymaker, not yet enough. Boommy hanging on.
Faison with the approach, the side light coming in, trying to disrupt some of that movement, trying to get right in on top of the Boommy. The side air from the unarmed kit, not going to do quite enough to push Boommy away, but gives time to get that weapon pickup. There's the side light going for the delayed recovery, not going to connect it as Boommy moves right out of the way, follows it up with a down air.
Knocked off stage yet again. Faison with the weapon toss sends Boommy low. Oh, he was peeking over the edge just a little bit there. Faison missing a crucial opportunity. Is it going to bite him?
I think he saw that too. He tried to dash back in time, but he knew it was too late. He had to dash back out and get out of there. Boommy right now. Oh, that's a recovery popped. It's hard to take advantage of those when you're in the middle of the stage, but I've seen it happen. Recovery right off the top onto Boommy is going to lead into a second KO, and this is going to equalize the stocks just a little bit, but that 80 to 100 damage, I think, is that what that range is for Faison, is going to be a little bit too much to deal with? Maybe not, as he strings Boommy right off stage.
Oh, yo, let's go.
Oh,
just hit him time and again. Fists of Fury. Faison will not let up. Uh-oh, caught out. He doesn't have too many options here. He needed a hit onto Boommy, but Boommy wasn't going to give him the spacing necessary.
He's not able to get back. He had all of his recovery options.
Man, so that puts Boommy up now 2-0 in the set in an amazing clutch victory. Faison, look at that. He almost had him on the edge there. Boommy just perfectly ducking down and around that ground pound to send him out of here. So we're running it right back. Game number 3, Demon Island.
Boommy starting off with a weapon pickup and blaster. Damage, pushing Faison right off stage. The spot dodge, just barely missing that side air. The Faison's Val pick getting a lot of gauntlet damage in, but not nearly enough to close this gap.
Man, I feel like I've seen this movie before, but they just recast one of the roles.
This is the sequel?
We've got Val instead of Wushong, but Boommy doesn't even care who the target is. It's all just punching bags to him.
Well, when you got those boxing gloves on, that's the only thing you can look for is punching bags. And if there are no actual punching bags, then the opponent's going to have to do. And weapon throw right there, the weapon denial too, what Boommy is going to be caught out with no weapon. Side stick coming out, pushing Boommy off stage, almost to the blast zone.
Caught
and
the
that's gonna
recovery.
catch the recovery. Ground pound, he did touch the wall though. Oh, it's not enough.
My gosh. Couldn't make it back, and somehow Faison turning this around. Is this little bit of a lead exactly what he needs to start bringing this set back?
Might be. It might be.
Oh
Getting
my
caught
gosh!
off the top, though.
The scramble! The absolute scramble! You're just getting hit after hit, bouncing out and around. It was the corner, there's the stage, everything, and somehow Boommy managed to steer and recover back into the final blast to take the knockout.
Boommy is landing like 3 times the moves at this point. These blasters are actually carrying him miles right now. The neutral air on these, the pickup from the ground pound is going to lead to a very, very early kill for him. I mean, Faison just barely respawned and already losing that second stock. This is very, very bad position for Faison to be in because he's lost almost all his momentum that he just gained from the beginning of this game.
Looking to try and build it back up. Took Boommy clear across the stage. He's done a ton of unanswered damage. The reverse on that neutral signature, sending Boommy out. Even unarmed him for a little bit, but now Boommy dodging that signature. How much damage can he do before Faison takes him down?
An apt question we will find the answer to, hopefully in just a moment, but Faison, with this sword, looking for a way to get in. He's not entirely sure on how to approach. You can see the hesitation in his movements.
I mean, it's tough to think with this amount of pressure just because he is down 2-0 in the set. There it is. Now he's evened up the stocks. He still has a mountain to climb, but he needs this knockout to survive in the set, to survive in the tournament. This is lower bracket action.
Oh
my gosh!
Option. I can't believe that didn't connect, but the recovery on the back end being the perfect option to close that out. What a way to go.
Oh my god, these scramble situations, Boommy just seems almost like a cat able to get his feet under him every single time. You see him just kind of, I fly this way, the opponent flies that way, we're both swinging, and he just makes the best of a bad situation every single time.
And just like that, Boommy is back in the reins. He has gotten that second seat on the Grand Finals plane to Prizeville. I mean, you know.
Hey, man, that's where I want to go. I'm going to plan my next vacation there, all right? That's what we're looking for. But the problem is the gate of entry, it's not that easy. You've got Cody Travis standing guard, and he's got 2 full sets to work with here. He's on winner's side of Grand Finals.
And I mean, where else do you want to be when you are going into Grand Finals but winner's side? You got the extra set just in case you lose, because no matter what, it's still double elimination. It doesn't matter that you're going against someone. You didn't lose any games. You get that privilege as well. So this is Cody Travis's game right now. He has the quote unquote lead in just having an extra set of stocks. Boommy just flipping a bunch of characters around. Maybe just waiting for the start, or maybe he was actually considering those, like Onyx. We did see some Onyx earlier from Sandstorm, so that was pretty entertaining to watch as well.
A lot of things on the table here. We're going to see what'll shake out as we enter Grand Finals of Combo Breaker Online 1v1 North American.
3, 2, 1.
Boommy versus Cody Travis, Barraza versus Cross. Starting it off on Mammoth Fortress here, Cody Travis and Boommy both arming up with the blasters. We've got an old-fashioned shootout.
Oh my gosh, Cody Travis with an insane blasters play right now, getting so much damage consistently on a Boommy. Boommy getting pushed off stage as well, trying to find his way back. The side air is coming out, Boommy having to touch the wall, getting interrupted. That's nothing left after this. Just barely.
That was so smart.
Barely catches.
That was so smart. I've got to tell you,
gosh.
Boommy did not just skate all the way over towards the stage like you would see most people do with the blaster's recovery. He actually saw Cody Travis gravity canceling that downlight, so he steered outwards to interrupt the attack because he knew if he didn't, he would have gotten caught into a ground pound, and that would have been the stock. Split-second decisions like that.
Just catching out Cody Travis on the missed recovery, and he just barely missed that recovery as well. So that could have been a KO either way, but Boommy just capitalizing on that was the absolute perfect way to go about taking the lead in this game. Number one, Boommy playing a little bit slowly as well because he knows Cody Travis is in a fresh stock. He can't afford taking a hit. That neutral light would have killed like another foot to the left if he was standing any closer to that ledge. Boommy just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth.
So now you see Boommy, tried to grab the weapon, but Cody was there covering it with that axe neutral light. So much area coverage. It is just massive. Ooh, jockeying for position. Boommy just getting behind Cody Travis fairly consistently here.
Damage out of the ground pound from Boommy, looking for the recovery. A second one, maybe. Cody Travis with the grounded neutral light. That's going to be another down light, not going to connect, but just for pressure, a good pick. Boommy coming out the gate with the neutral light, another one. Pushing Cody Travis off stage with that high defense, preventing him from taking a lot of knockback and damage just yet. He might be in the red, but he is still a tank.
Ooh, again, just threatening with that demon graft. Oh, but the dunk! That neutral signature, I love seeing it every single time. It's so satisfying. Oh, Cody, the one who has the high ground, takes the victory.
You know what they say about the high ground. Don't try
Don't do it, Anakin.
Don't try it.
So now we've got even stocks. Boommy arming up its gauntlets versus blasters. Range versus the closeness.
With some good damage onto Boomy's last stock. Boommy getting a little bit more damage, getting the throw down, trying to get Cody off stage into a position to KO.
That's what you're going to see. Boommy, once he gets in on those blasters, he's going to try and stay as close as possible inside the dead zone, knowing that they don't have as many options as he does on either unarmed or the gauntlets. Uh-oh, caught with the side air, goes low under the weapon toss. Cody Travis, weapon starving, staying there. Uh-oh, caught by the blaster side air.
That's a big dedication, and now Boomy's is not going to find the finisher. That defense is carrying Cody Travis way farther than I expected. I did not think that that was going to lead to survival.
He's more machine than man now. Oh, dodges right through that recovery, catches him on the backside. Cody Travis taking game number 1.
And that is going to be one heck of a way to start things off in this grand finals. What a battle, a back and forth slog between these two, vying for that top spot.
I find it interesting that both of them are opting for the speed stance. They know positioning is incredibly crucial when you've got weapons built like the blasters. They've got the extra long range, but they have those dead zones in the center. You need to be able to dictate the spacing of the match if you want to make use of them. Oh my gosh. Every time, Boommy has been calling out Cody Travis. Cody really wants those just jump down airs to get some sort of low altitude string started, but Boommy kept answering with those unarmed neutral airs.
Boommy and Cody Travis just trading off blasters blows. These aerials coming out, getting a lot of damage built up, and both of these players are phenomenally skilled with both of these weapons.
Oh gosh!
Amazing option from Boommy, because that hitbox on the recovery before that final hit is basically stacked on top of you. Boommy utilizing the early release of that ground pound to extend the range on it. Phenomenal stuff.
I mean, that is what you can do with intimate knowledge of the weapon. That is a mirror match he has no problem with.
And just straight up having a galaxy brain, of course.
Of course. Is it enough to make it back here?
Yes,
just back to the wall. But no recourse. Cody Travis had that one lined up for days.
So the answer to your question was actually yes, but also no.
Yes, but also no. What happens when the galaxy brain versus the other galaxy brain?
Cody Travis with the axe right now. That's big damage on a lot of these hits. Getting that starter out from the side light if he's able to connect it. I know Boommy has a very quick reaction time, being able to avoid those side lights by dashing through, by spot dodging. That costs Cody Travis quite a bit, but if he's able to catch those combo starters, then it's a huge amount of damage that follows up every single time. Oh, and the down air actually picking up at that
point. And his recovery was caught.
Enormous play by Boommy.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Just checking the axe recovery. It is one of the slowest in the game. It takes a while to swing out. That's why it's got a ton of coverage once it gets going. But before that, you are just so vulnerable, and Boommy was able to snipe it out. Now Boommy trying to find his way back to stage. Cody went for the falling side air. Big read, but Boommy was able to stabilize back on stage. Uh-oh.
Side air, pushing Boommy off onto the right side, looking for that KO. Recovery, not going to connect. Boomy's
smart.
Great movement to avoid that. Side air from Cody Travis looking for that KO. Weapon throw again. Not in time to catch Boommy moving towards that wall tap. But
oh my gosh, even calling out Cody's attempt.
Oh no.
And just bare knuckles right to the face.
Cody had that stock in his eyes. I think he realized it too. Boommy just absolutely capitalizing on the fact that he wasn't able to get it earlier. Cody's stock is nearly gone now. He has no room for error.
Boommy definitely looking up to tie up this set. Into the recovery, not yet enough. But Cody is not long for this world. He can't take another one of those. Yeah, there it is. Out of here. Boommy tying up the set 1-1. And they just went so quickly into the map banning phase. That was the fastest rematch I think I've ever seen. They're just itching to get right back into it. I don't blame Boommy because, you know what? Going off of a win, you've got that kind of momentum. But Cody, I'm expecting him to start this one angry.
I mean, that's just why both of these players deserve to be here in the grand finals. Being able to capitalize off of every single missed opportunity and advantage that they have in their favor. I mean, they're just on point right now. Like Sparky said earlier when I was casting with him, people have been talking. This is Boomy's tournament to lose. He has definitely been favored for this. And Cody Travis, like we talked about earlier, he has been coming up hard. And he is just bringing the heat. And look at this.
Gosh.
Look at this clean axe play. Getting Boommy right off stage. Side air, bounce off the wall. He just barely has anything left. That's it.
Yo, he's doing trick shots now. Cody is just ready.
We're going to get
Bouncing
a trick
him
shot
off
montage
of-
later.
That's what I'm looking for. Axe down air, dribble him off the ground. Axe side air, dribble him off the wall. Boommy is now going to look to take the stock here. He needs some sort of... going for the big signatures? Woo! Is that the play?
Completely exhausted and still went for the gravity cancel downlight neutral air combo. What a phenomenal move.
I gotta tell you, there's this constant... caught with the barrel roll. There's this constant thread of movement. That should be the knockout. Yes, 2-2. There's this constant thread of movement for Boommy. What he's been doing, whether Cody has the axe or the blasters, he's trying to stay as close as possible at most times because he can just get right behind Cody right after he swings an attack. But now Cody's got the lead, a full stock at that, undamaged on 2. So Boommy tries to stay right on top of Cody so that way he can dip around him, get behind, because a lot of those main starters that Cody wants to go for, even on the axe, they don't hit stacked. If you can get them to just swing in the opposite direction that you're going, you get a free maximum punish. Here we go. Again, Boommy misses that follow-up into the neutral air. You know he wants to pivot into it, but it looks like he's caught just a little bit early and gets that turnaround neutral light.
And he intentionally switched to the gauntlets too, because so you know he's looking for blood. He wants those recoveries off the top. He's going to be looking for some way to get back on stage though, and if Cody Travis doesn't allow him to get back, I mean, that's it. Oh, neutral sig going up. Thought he was going to go for the recovery right there, but no, going for the side air. I think reading that fastball. Boommy getting caught by the side air, and that's going to do it. Game number 3 going the way of Cody Travis, and he's 2-1 in the set. Only needs one more to take it down as the combo breaker champion.
And it looks like we've got 2 tri-platform maps open. Small Enigma, Small Great Hall, and there was Demon Island. Opting for Small Enigma. This is an interesting choice. We don't see this one all too often.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
So rocking into it, Cody is up 2-1, and he's also on winner's side. So if Cody Travis wins this game, he is the champion. He takes the entire tournament. That is it. Said and done. Gold medal, log it in the books. Boommy wins this one. He's got yet another shot to try and send Cody down into the lower bracket with him.
Well, then he's got another shot to get another shot, because then he has to win another one after that. He's only got the one win, so he has to win 2 more times just to get the reset. Cody Travis has all the cards right now.
It is a long, arduous path ahead. Setting himself up well for it, though. Oh, goes for the ground pound, but Cody with the punish.
Cody looking for that
my
recovery.
gosh.
Oh, that is it. That is it. Boomy off the top, punishing that recovery. Cody looking for that recovery. A little bit of an overextension. That is such a dedication to that move. When you use that, you gotta hit it. Otherwise, that punish is following up right afterwards.
Yeah, you can get yourself into a lot of awkward situations where if you hit that recovery and you miss it, you recognize that and you steer away. Someone might try and punish it with their own blaster's recovery, but they can't catch up to you because it's the same move. So, I mean, Boommy recognized right there, hey, Cody hasn't been steering away just yet. That means I've got a free punish.
Man, Boommy playing off on the ledge, too, is incredibly dangerous. This is something he's been practicing for a long time, learning exactly how to play that corner, figuring out how to trick people into thinking you're going to go towards the wall, try to bait people above you so you can use those blaster neutral air to get that chase dodge to get back a little bit faster, too. He's got a lot of options when he's on there, and Cody Travis doesn't look like he knows how exactly to deal with it when he's using Axe. I mean, it's a little bit difficult because the movement is pretty rough, and that neutral air on blasters has a lot of range, especially from below. So that was a pretty interesting thing to watch. He managed to find even a down air while he was down there. But either way, they got them fighting in the middle of the stage right now. Boom, just barely able to grab those gauntlets before they fly off the stage. Cody Travis just utilizing that meat grinder down air strat, where you just queue up a bunch of down airs like you're playing an RTS, and you got the resources to spend.
I mean, if you can keep getting the bounces off the stage there, they've got to find a way out. If they spend their dodge at the wrong time, they're right back in. Ooh, uppercut unarms Cody Travis, but he's still alive. Cody with a beautiful side air. I tell you, every single one of these recovery attacks that Boomy's been tossing out, he's been managing to get punishes on them. Even if they're not the most damaging thing, it's consistent.
Oh, now they're both unarmed, but Cody is going to be finding that weapon as well. The blasters, Boommy able to find the gauntlet. That recovery there is going to be it. Just finding that gravity cancel downlight leads directly into that recovery, and it's such a phenomenal kill move.
All right, Boommy fighting for his tournament life here. He is on equal footing. There's the extra damage, catches the dodge. Continues pressing that advantage, damage starting to build up on Cody.
Cody with the neutral airs, looking for a little bit of that collapsing damage coming in on top of Boommy. Boommy playing a little bit carefully, finding that neutral light into the neutral air, looking for the downlight follow-up, but it only is going to be finding that side air, the side light as well. And Cody Travis looking for the act damage. He only needs a few more hits to get Boommy into that kill range, and that is where the tables really turn for Boommy, because he can't afford any more damage. He's one stock away from losing this entire tournament. This could be the very end right here. Cody Travis going
big side air,
deep.
catches that. Does he have enough to make it back? Cody's still staying alive. Boomy, weapon starving. And the recovery, not yet enough. Boomy, he's got another chance here, but he's on a tenuous thread. You can see it about to snap.
Oh, recovery from Cody Travis off the top.
Cody has done it! He is the combo breaker 1v1 North American champion. Look at that beautiful Cody Travis getting a tournament win under his belt. Phenomenal.
It was so close, too. Only 2 damage. 2 damage difference between the two. 582 to 584. That's how you know it was on the wire. It was held together by a string that was coming apart at the seams. Both of these players so close, neck and neck. It could have gone literally either way there. And Cody just finding that recovery at the end. Insane.
That was absolutely crazy. He had such a commanding performance throughout that set. Every time that Boommy was taking the lead, he only managed to get that one game. Cody Travis always had the answers. He had the consistent punishes on those blasters recoveries. He never got caught in any long extended strings that turned into knockouts. It's just holding on for consistency. That is Cody Travis.
And I mean, what more consistency can you get from 2 phenomenal players like that? That was what a way to finish off the North American side of the tournament. Now, looking at the screen right now, we do have the complete bracket here. Of course, Cody Travis taking that #1 spot with Tempo, Storm, Boommy taking second. Noble Faison in third, Lil Cap in fourth, and then a tie between Koslix and Sandstorm for fifth, with Wilson and Isidrew bringing up the rear in a tie for seventh, in the top 8. So that is your top 8 placements right there for the North American side of the tournaments. But we are going to have a few more tournaments to come. What do you want to say about that?
That's right. We've still got the 1v1 Australian tournament coming up, the 1v1 Southeast Asian tournament coming up, and tomorrow we also have Europe and South America. The action does not stop here, and this is just the 1v1 singles weekend.
I mean, we're getting all five this weekend?
All of them, man. Everybody's scrapping today.
Oh, man. We got a lot of great stuff coming up already. Stay tuned because, I mean, Australia is always a really fun region to watch. I'm going to be sticking around no matter what. So, y'all better too. I'm keeping an eye on you. Be here.
All right, and with that, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll get this set up, and I'm curious to see, does Kyler Alice remain king of the region? That's always the question. There have been a lot of up-and-comers making it spicy, tossing up the region. I'm ready to see some action.
If every region had a title, I kind of want the Australian region title to be king of the kangaroos, but that's just me.
That's just you, Froned. We'll see what the chat comes up with in the break to see if they've got any better titles for the action coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
I don't even doubt it.
And we are back with the Australian portion of the Brawlhalla Combo Breaker online tournament. My name is Sparky878. I'm sitting right next to Duke Fam, and we're here to call the Aussie boys as they come into the lobby and play some games for us here for Combo Breaker. Duke, how you doing?
Yo, I'm doing awesome. I'm very well rested. I've been very busy today, but not too busy to watch the amazing North American portion of Combo Breaker. But of course, that's not the only thing that's happening. Of course, we've got Australia, like you said, and then after that, we've got Southeast Asia. So still plenty more Brawlhalla action just for today, the Saturday, and then tomorrow we've got Europe and South America. So I've got an exciting weekend ahead of me.
I do too, and the viewers at home and the players at home also do as well. So you mentioned North America. For the people just tuning in right now, that was third place finishing Faison, second place finishing Boommy, first place finishing Cody Travis in possibly the most important win of his entire career. But we're here right now for Australia. You see the bracket in front of you right now. We're getting into our top three. We're in the winners finals. We have Kyler Alice versus Shadow. Down in the loser side of the bracket, we're going to have Goddess versus Doggo. Bailey versus is that KZ Daddy?
I think that is KZ Daddy. We're definitely not as familiar with the Australian region. Like, the top four are definitely names that we recognize, right? We're very familiar with the name Kyler Alice. We're familiar with the name Shadow. Of course, we are very familiar with the names like Doggo and Goddess. But on the other side, Bailey has kind of made some pops here and there. And KZ Daddy, I don't think I've seen this name in the top 8 of an Australian bracket ever, I want to say.
KZ Daddy at Spring Championship ended up finishing 25th, losing to Perps and Cursix. So based on that, yeah, I would say kind of a stranger to top 8, but hopefully someone who will stick around going into this. But we have our game ready to go right in front of us. It's Kyler Alice versus Shadow. Two names that I'm sure most people are familiar with if they have their ear to the ground at all on the Australian scene. And we're coming in, we've seen several Scythe players today, we've seen a lot of Axe players today, but we haven't really seen any Nyx, haven't seen much Jala, and we also haven't seen blasters like this coming out from Kyler Alice 10 seconds into the game, and he's put out about 50 damage.
Yeah, Kyler Alice, he's definitely, if we were going to expect one of the two people in here to be playing the Jala, Kyler Alice kind of would have been the expected one. But we've seen some pops of his blasters here and there, as he's definitely been a long-time competitor in the Australian region. But right now, he is putting that hurt onto Shadow. Nice little downlight side air. Surprised he didn't try to go for the recovery, considering how high they were. Could have been that potential early knockout, but I can't blame him for going for that easy true combo, as the side air is going to finish off the first stock.
Yeah, 45 seconds. It didn't take much longer after that first initial barrage of 50-plus damage for him to clean up that stock here. I don't think we've seen Enigma very much today at all in North America. So right out of the gate here, one of the few stages that we haven't seen much of today.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting. Of course, it's one of those tri-platform maps alongside the likes of Great Hall, and sometimes you kind of categorize Miami Dome in that same field of, like, if somebody likes a tri-platform map, they might like Enigma as well. But you're kind of seeing why it can be a little bit difficult. It forces you into these awkward situations where these platforms end up ledge canceling a lot of attacks, or you have to kind of go in towards that center zone like they're playing right now.
Well, it seems like Kyler doesn't really care where he is whatsoever. You see him going over to the left. He'll go high. He'll go around. He'll go to the center of the stage. And it took a minute and a half, no matter where he was, for Shadow to find the knockout, despite playing a character with true combo kill options on the sword and a very strong signature kit and very high force as well to boot. So Kyler is starting off this set extremely well, already has Shadow in the knockout range. That side signature just a little bit too close with Shadow for that to pick up. It doesn't quite hit stacked.
Yeah, but speaking of the Nyx signature kit, that down signature got a recent buff, so might see Kyler Alice start to bring that out a little bit more frequently, as it can be a little bit safer now. You see him trying to go for that neutralite into the recovery. Of course, no easy knockout. True combos for the Scythe. He's got to find that read onto Shadow. He does have Shadow in that damage department, so could easily go for like just a kick off the stage with that downlight forward push, but instead he's going to go for the pullback, trying to get another read.
Yeah, Shadow's doing a great job fighting his way back into this. That side air ended up turning Kyler Alice red. You were seeing the moves that Kyler was throwing in the middle of the stage. Shadow was maintaining a lot of stage control and positioning directly in the middle of the stage so that even if Kyler, like if he wasn't trying for a read or something and he was trying for a strong downlight, it wasn't going to knock out from the middle of the stage. So fantastic positioning from Shadow and movement as well to keep away from Kyler Alice's knockout options. Sidelight into the side air, sidelight into the side air, both side airs missing. Kyler needs the knockout move. The D-light side air doesn't connect. Finally gets the unarmed recovery for the knockout off the top. About 80 damage done on this final stock for Kyler Alice, though he's got to be very careful.
Yeah, that knockout is not something he can rely on. You saw him really struggling to find the knockout with the blasters, and instead kind of almost got lucky, was able to avoid Shadow's recovery, some good dodge reads out of it, but still, he can't rely on Shadow overcommitting for those axe recoveries to get that unarmed recovery.
It almost didn't even, or sorry, it almost did look like nice D-light into the, oh, neutral signature, gets the side air as well. So he was able to clean it up here. He goes back to the stage, wants to get the pop-up with the D-light side air, hits the D-light side air, but it looked like the one before that where on the previous stock when he missed the D-light side air, it almost looked like the D-light popped Shadow up too much. I don't think that's necessarily what happened. It just kind of looked like that to me based on how much damage was on Shadow's stock and how far he got popped up.
Yeah, that D-light does not have a lot of variable force. Like, I don't even know if it has any variable force. It might kill at 300 if you go into test features, but it's definitely not something that you'll see pop up into a position where it can't go for the standard true combo follow-ups very frequently.
Did you know the max damage you can put onto someone, like from the menu setting the damage in training mode, is 700 damage?
That's an interesting number for it to be.
Yeah, I learned that today.
Just in personal testing?
Yeah.
Nice.
Just a little quick aside, but Kyler still wants to be on the blasters. His blasters were looking pretty good. If he can find a way to confirm those knockouts, which that might actually be what's spurring this switch over to Cassidy with the true combo D-light into the side air, and pretty much 80% of Hammer's kit, depending on where you hit it, does have a knockout option.
Yeah, not to mention, of course, Cassidy, very high dexterity character, and can go for D-light and Sig on the hammer, but apparently on the blasters as well, as he connects. That neutral signature is very good for Cassidy because it covers both in front and behind. So if you try to dodge over it, you might get caught by the second shot.
Neutral light coming up from Kyler Alice. Backs up just a little bit to overspace the side light from Shadow. Finding quite a bit of damage here. He's able to continue that. He has Shadow in the orange. Recovery coming out on the edge. That could be scary for Shadow even now.
You see Kyler Alice really playing for that stomp. He had Shadow on that right side corner, so he knew that if he had enough damage on him, could go for that stomp sider. So he's really looking for that positioning. Really good movement from Shadow to get on stage, get that turnaround, get that knockout, keep this one kind of close.
Neutral light from Shadow sending Kyler over to the left. Kyler breathing just on the wall for a minute before coming back. Side air has Shadow almost in knockout potential. That turns him red. Sidelight into the side air. Still living. Down air going to bounce off the platform. D-light from Shadow. Kyler Alice now in the red. Neutral light sends off screen. Is he going to be able to confirm the edge guard here? No weapon toss coming out. Lets him get back. Side light hits. Side air misses. Neutral light hits for the kill.
Shadow putting in so much hurt with this axe. Unfortunately, this isn't a matchmaking game, so this damage isn't going towards his Battle Pass mission, but still, he is putting out the damage. Kyler Alice does find the side air to finish off the stock, and it looked like he wanted to stick with the hammer for a hot minute, but unfortunately for him, it despawned.
Dude, that's the worst thing about playing in tournaments is you don't get credit towards Battle Pass. Like, you could be grinding. That's probably why Wrench went down so early, is because he wanted to grind Battle Pass more.
Yeah, he needs those battle gems. Nice wake-up ground pound from Shadow. Knows that Kyler Alice likes to go for a second nair off that first one. Oh. And a big side air is going to lead to the knockout. Shadow holding on.
Kyler Alice thinking about the character, and it's going to be a swap to Onyx. Ooh, and he's defense Onyx as well. 9 defense Onyx. Going to be tough to kill, but if any character is up to the task, one of them is definitely going to be Jala up there. Strong weapons, strong force, true combo kill options, and a fantastic signature kit.
All right, it's an interesting pick on this Onyx. Of course, no carryover to the previous picks of the Nyx and the Cassidy for Kyler Alice. But at the same time, with how much damage Shadow is doing with that axe, I kind of respect Kyler Alice going for a defensive character.
Shadow just juggling the weapons, keeping Kyler Alice starved. There's a spawn coming in, grabs the cannon. Let's see what he's able to do with the cannon. Some people have definitely... Oh, man! That sent him really far. Any other character that might have knocked out the nair. Chase dodge up into the side air to get back.
He needed that nair, but still. The side air launches Kyler Alice off stage. Shadow unfortunately lands on stage with that ground pound, but Kyler Alice is so hurt. Shadow doing so much work with this axe. The side air will take the first stock off of Kyler Alice here in game number 3.
I think the side air that hit before that didn't knock him out, that probably would have killed any other character in the game.
Yeah, except a 9 defense Onyx. Maybe even if he wasn't in the defense stance.
There are not many times you're going to live from an axe side air when you're in red. Sword coming in for Shadow. The Nair's trying to launch Shadow off the top.
Big side air, still not enough to take down this low defense Jala. Great dodge from Shadow to get past Kyler Alice, who's really looking for these Nair knockouts. Ground pound doesn't connect, but still Kyler Alice above Shadow. Finally, the side air will do it.
See him juggling the weapons. He actually goes over to the gauntlets. We haven't really seen too much from the gauntlets so far this game. It's mostly been unarmed or cannon.
Yo, the recent buffs to cannon really working out for Kyler Alice. Of course, the sidelight does not have as much variable force behind it anymore, so at higher health, you can still go for those follow-ups that you're doing at low health. There you see him again going for the sidelight. This time, trying to read Shadow dodging through, so he's going for that backward side air. Nice big side signature coming out from Kyler Alice as well, putting in the damage. Could get this stock off of Shadow soon.
And that's what I was hoping to see more of from him, is the side signature on cannon. Very highly thought of by a lot of people in the community. When I was watching Faison stream yesterday, he was playing some Onyx as well. Man, he was throwing that out like crazy. He was gravity canceling it on the edge, throwing it out in so many different options, just in raw neutral. That side signature on cannon, man, it's so good.
Dude, not to mention the neutral signature can come out pretty quick, some surprisingly quick moves. And of course, it's got that down signature if you stack up too close, but Shadow's got some moves if you get too close to him, as he connects with the axe side air and does a handstand just in celebration. I think he's feeling pretty confident right now.
He needs to be careful because he's getting close to knockout percent. Kind of a long game, though, coming into this. About 3 minutes in. There's the D-light, the side light missing. Neutral light out from Shadow. Has Kyler almost in the orange. That dare is going to turn Shadow red. Side air launching him. Kyler has stage control, gets the weapon. Shadow is disarmed. Nair almost makes contact, but Shadow dodges through it. Gravity cancel D-light into the Nair for the knockout. Kyler Alice is going to take that one with actually a solid damage lead. Almost 200 more damage than he did between him and Shadow.
And of course, no character swaps coming out from Shadow. Shadow's been doing so well with this Jala pick. Going to be leaving 2 tri-platform maps in Crystal Temple as Kyler Alice plays Wheel of Characters, spun the wheel and landed on Koji this time for game number 4.
Now, this is a character he spent a considerable amount of time on. Didn't happen to catch his character level with it. I don't expect his Onyx to be very high just because he went default skin and yellow color scheme. That could just be personal preference, but usually you don't quite see that on people who have spent a considerable amount of time on a character. But obviously his Koji is a different story.
Yeah, this is definitely a character that Kyler Alice has put in quite a bit of time into, really learning the nuances of this character, and of course, still very effective with this bow. Connects with the downlight side air, just taking a lot of stage control. Nice neutral signature underneath that soft platform. Shadow thought he was safe.
Ooh, just getting below that ground pound from Shadow. I thought that was for sure going to hit. There's the side air. That's going to be the stock. Kyler Alice with that air footsies right around those axe swings, was able to take advantage of it, got above him, got that knockout.
And again, reads the dodge down, able to connect with more damage. Try to go for a second downlight, just trying to add up as much damage as he can. But still some fantastic reads from Kyler Alice as he gets another stock off of Shadow.
Why didn't he play Koji first?
Yeah, he's just playing Wheel of Characters. He's got to keep spinning.
It's winner's finals. You don't got to do that, man. This Koji's looking amazing.
Yo, it's
That's the
Kyler
answer
Alice.
He's
one of the
Shadow
favorites,
has.
right?
Okay.
Like he's got to feel confident, right? It's Kyler Alice. He's won so many times for the Australian region. Maybe he's got a little bit of confidence behind him, but right now he's off stage, avoids the side air, gets the turnaround onto Shadow. Shadow running out of jumps as the side sig connects. Shadow might not have enough, goes for the deep side sig, and Kyler Alice goes for the style points, putting a cherry on top of that one with that ground pound. As Kyler Alice, I think that's a finisher. Yeah, 3-1. Kyler Alice going in the grand finals.
Man, of all the things that Kyler could have gone down there and done to knock out, he didn't want to do a weapon toss. He didn't want to do a dare. He wanted to just go over and basically point blank ground pound perfectly well. I think even if Shadow got the hit, like there was no way he was coming back. Even if he got the chase dodge on hit, he's not going to be able to travel far enough to get it. Man, what a decisive victory for Kyler Alice as he moves into the grand finals, guaranteeing himself a top 2 placement in the Brawlhalla Combo Breaker Australian Championship.
Yeah, but down in the lower bracket, of course, there's plenty more Australian action happening. Goddess and Doggo currently fighting it out in the losers quarterfinals, and we also get an update. Bailey going to be knocking out KZ Daddy. KZ Daddy's fantastic run through the lower bracket is unfortunately ended just shy of the top 4, but still, considering their last placement was a 25th, that's pretty good.
There you see a little bit of a bracket in front of you. We should maybe see the Goddess Doggo reported soon. It's about 20 minutes into that set. Of course, right before that, Doggo came off of a 3-0 win against Peace, and Goddess was coming off of a 3-2 loss against Shadow. And it was actually in the Spring Championships previously that Goddess also lost to Shadow, who ended up getting second in the Australian Spring Championships. So we're still waiting on that to go. I'm not sure. Our next set is going to be Bailey versus the winner of Goddess and Doggo. So we mentioned that this and North America are not all that are happening this weekend for Combo Breaker. What all is happening? Kind of lay the outline of the schedule out for everybody who's watching right now in case they don't know.
Yeah, so I guess if this is your first time tuning into one of these Brawlhalla online events, of course, with the new 2020 season, we've been bringing in a lot more of the international regions. So, of course, as you're seeing right now, this is the Australian portion of it. We had North America earlier, and then after Australia comes Southeast Asia, and that'll close out day 1 of Combo Breaker, and then we go into day 2, where we see Europe starting off the day, and then South America closing out that portion. But that's not it, because then in the second weekend of things, we repeat the same regions, but then it's all 2v2. So we'll start off with North American 2v2s, and then we'll go into Australian 2v2s, Southeast Asian 2v2s, and then the following day will be the European 2v2s, finally the South American 2v2s. Did I say that all correctly? I hope so.
I think you did. Yeah, I think you got it right. In case you've ever watched a seasonal championship before in 2020, it is identical schedule to that. Even though this is Combo Breaker Online, which is a substitute for the Combo Breaker LAN, it's not going to follow the same schedule that CEO Dreamland Online did. So it's going to be exactly identical to the seasonal championships, winter, spring, summer, and autumn. There you go, right there. Boom. That's a beautiful title card for a overall summary of when things are happening. You see the website right there, smash.gg/Brawlhalla, in case you have any questions whatsoever. If you want to follow along with the bracket, or the bracket right now, or any of the other brackets that are currently going on whenever they are, ! bracket in chat if you're on Twitch, to kind of click along, follow along, make your predictions, see what's happening to your favorite players on stream and off stream. I don't think we have one on any of the other platforms, unfortunately. But like, just go to Twitch, and you can find it there.
open up another tab, go to smash.gg/Brawlhalla, and you can see all of the other tournaments that are happening, as well as potentially sign up, because of course 2v2 is happening the following weekend, means that there's still time to sign up for the 2v2 portions of Combo Breaker, as well as any other potential tournaments, not only the Summer Championship that may or may not be up on smash.gg, but also any community tournaments that anyone out there have decided to put up.
And if you want to get involved currently right now on social media, if you go on Twitter, use the hashtag BHEsports, B as in Brawl, H as in Holla, Esports. You might see it show up on the ticker that is right down below you, giving you some bracket updates, and you'll also see tweets down there. So that's if you want to get involved on social media, Twitter, hashtag BHEsports. Also, if you're on Twitter, you might as well follow me at WhoIsSparky.
Or you can follow me, or I guess, and you can follow me. It doesn't have to be exclusionary like
no,
that.
You have to pick a team. You have to. I'm going to go through my followers tonight, and if you follow me and you follow Duke, you're getting blocked. Pick a side.
One or the other. I highly recommend, if you're going to pick one, definitely Sparky is a lot better at Twitter than I am. But either way, feel free to hit up either of us. And Sparky gives out a lot more community colors, so definitely get his DMs open.
Unfortunately, I gave up my last... just a minute ago I gave up my last one. But someone who just got a huge drop of them, if you DM at part of the Creed, I don't know if his DMs are open, so you can just at him on Twitter. And I know he just got like a huge drop of them.
I think he got some metadevs too.
Yeah, definitely. If you're looking for metadevs, he might even have some like spring championship packs. I don't know. He has a lot of stuff.
Creed, you're gonna get a message later from Creed being like, "What did you do? Why am I getting all these? Why are my notifications blowing up?" Creed's one of our good friends. He also made a lot of tools that definitely help us out with these productions and things like that. So definitely at least give love to part of the Creed, because he's a fantastic community member who definitely helps out with everything. Right now, we're just waiting on the conclusion of Goddess and Doggo, like we said, for those of you who maybe are just now joining after that weird spiel. The winner of that will be going on to fight Bailey, not to be confused with the current SmackDown Women's Champion Bailey. This is an Australian Bailey.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, we don't know.
That's true. That's true. She might have, after her matchup last night. Well, she didn't actually wrestle last night, but after earning that title match for the Women's Tag Team Championship, might have just gotten on a flight to Australia to participate in the Brawlhalla 1v1s. Of course, if she won, then we might have to put her in as a crossover.
It could be just like her seasonal home, like Tyler Breeze has a seasonal home. But on the bracket, I don't know, this could be a cover, but the name is spelled differently. It's B-A-I Bailey, not B-A-Y Bailey. So I don't know if that's a cover or we just don't know.
They're definitely someone that people all around the world look up to, regardless, of course. But Bailey currently waiting on the winner of Goddess and Doggo. Something that happens a lot of times in these situations where one person has won their set and is waiting on the conclusion of another is that they'll go into the other's lobby and kind of get some early information. That's one of the advantages that they have as a person who is able to knock out their opponent faster. So maybe that's what Bailey's doing currently, because Bailey, I don't think, is even in our lobby, the lobby that we stream from.
Now, I'm sure you're tired of listening to us and you want just us to get to the games, but it could be worse, because we could be twitch.tv/NASA a couple days ago and we just say, we're not launching today, come back tomorrow. So it could be worse.
Goddess and Doggo, you know, the weather is just a little too inclement for them. They have to look forward and understand that if they launch and things go wrong, they have to look out for where they're going to potentially drop. I think that was one of the reasons why. Is that right?
We do have a trailer that we're about to play for you. I'm assuming I can just say that we're going to play it right now because it's ready. So 3, 2, 1, brawl.
Go.
And there you have it. That is the trailer for the Battle Pass. It is available now. And if all of that kind of came at your face too quickly, you're like, whoa, I'm a little bit overwhelmed. I don't know if I want it. The fact that you are overwhelmed means it's so chock full of content and items and cool stuff that you want, and I want, and everybody wants, that you should get it right now.
Well, if you're at all interested in it, of course, you can just log into your Brawlhalla client, and there should be a handy-dandy little tab on your home screen that has Battle Pass written on it, and you can read all about it. There's an about screen, there's all the missions that you can do, there's also all the tiers and all the things you could potentially unlock. So highly recommend you check that out while we check out this matchup between Bailey and Goddess coming onto your screens. Bailey hovered on a couple characters, but it looks like it's going to be the Teros for game number 1 against Goddess on the Asuri.
Yeah, and I did see it's not necessarily updated on the bracket yet, but it looked like in game chat, one of the reasons it might have taken so long was because Goddess took the set 3-2. So it went all the way to game 5 between Goddess and Doggo. We have Goddess right here, rocking the Asuri, Bailey on the Teros. Kind of a pretty solid day for Teros. We saw Cap playing some Teros earlier. I think that might have been one of the only Teroses we saw. No, we saw another one. Who did Cody destroy? Played Teros. Pier. Ooh. It was Pier.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, Teros is he's been getting a little bit more love, of course, with the more recent meta of like heavy weapons being really strong, and of course, Axe and Hammer didn't get hit too hard in the most recent balance changes. Of course, Axe did take a couple nerfs, so that downlight is going to be a lot harder to hit grounded. But at the same time, still a lot of things core to these heavy weapons still functional. Teros can still go for that downlight ends. It can still go for those nair juggles.
Yeah, that's definitely right why Teros might survive some of that. People maybe starting to stray away a little bit from those is he still has those things that are inherent to Teros, can still do all of those things, and most of the Hammer and Axe stuff mostly still works.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, Goddess very familiar with this matchup, already putting out more damage onto Bailey, has Bailey off screen on the right side, but Goddess not going to overcommit, knows that threat of that Hammer recovery, so instead opting to cover this corner, wait for Bailey to come up, and then try to catch him with a down light side air.
Goddess sticking over on the wall. Weapon toss coming down, follows up with the unarmed recovery. Another weapon toss, Bailey swapping over to the Axe. It's going to be a down sig in the middle of the stage, covering both sides, gets the knockout off the top, even though Bailey was behind in damage. That's going to knock out very early, especially on this teeny tiny map.
Yeah, I was going to say, it did not look like Goddess was too damaged, but of course, Small Brawl Haven, one of the smallest kill boxes in the game. So those knockout moves, especially from the high strength Teros, might knock out a little bit earlier than Goddess was expecting.
Some more unarmed damage coming out from Bailey. Both players now in the yellow. That side air from Bailey just calling out the recovery that came out from Goddess, but more damage coming out from Goddess. Goddess still a little bit in the lead here. But if that mimics the way the first stock went, we could see Bailey finding another knockout. Goddess is in the orange, has to be careful. Playing a little bit high. Is Bailey going to go for the Teros move and go for the insig over the corner?
We haven't seen him really think about that just yet. He has that corner, but I think he's waiting for Goddess to make some sort of mistake in the movement, right? Like overcommit, lock himself into a Qatar recovery that wouldn't stop, that'll stop just shy of the insig, and then he'll go for it. But right now, Goddess on the back foot. Over on the right side, Bailey with the deep commit ground pound, but Goddess underneath with the recovery, going to get them both back onto the stage.
Neutral light from Goddess in the middle of the stage. Look how far that sent. So much damage. What a recovery to get back to the wall from Bailey. The 360-degree hitbox as it moves around. Struck Goddess. Knocked out over the top. Man.
Goddess not able to get the knockout. That side air. Just not enough force on it, and that means Bailey gets to add up all of this extra damage, this extra credit on a Goddess's final stock for game number 1. Goddess throwing away the Katars, knows the sword's going to be a little bit more consistent for the knockout options, but still has to get that starter, the downlight.
Oh, just a little bit too low to find the down air. The weapon toss is going to knock out, what about 60 to 70, maybe as much as 80 to 90 damage on this stock already from Goddess.
Yeah, Bailey is definitely hurting Goddess right now. Stomp, Ensig, weapon toss doesn't even need to connect as Bailey takes the stocks off of Goddess.
And that is going to be a tough loss to start this out so far. Bailey already grabbing a victory in this best of 5 set, going up 1-0. No swap from Goddess, no swap from Bailey. Goddess left Small Brawlhaven open. I'm sorry, Bailey left it open, and Goddess chose it.
Yeah, it's crazy that map is where they decided to go to, regardless of who did the banning or what. The fact that Small Brawlhaven was what was left and what was picked, definitely means Goddess is very confident. A lot of those stocks seemed like they were going Goddess's way, and Bailey, just with that higher strength on the Terrace, was getting those stocks just before Goddess. Even in the final damage numbers, it was like a 1 damage difference between the two of them. So Goddess is doing a good job of building up this damage, but just needs to finish off those stocks of Bailey.
Nair's going to knock out that recovery. Bailey swapping over to the hammer. D-Light side air from Goddess, sending Bailey to the edge. Goddess maintaining that CH control back onto the platform. Bailey's able to get back on, almost finds a move. Goddess finding a 3-hit, finds the recovery to seal out the stock. 40-second knockout. Weapon toss going up, picking up that Qatar right as Bailey lands back on the platform, waiting as long as you can.
Yeah, this is big for Goddess now. Goddess has plenty of health to play with against Bailey. Unfortunately, does disarm themselves with that weapon toss, but there's a fortunate weapon spawn on the right side. Nice little recovery to get them both back onto the stage again.
Light side air from Goddess. Goddess could turn this into a more than a full stock lead. Bailey over on the edge. That Taros Brain is not taking over. We did see the 1 GC Insig really low on the left, but that was when Bailey was hugely in the lead. We're not seeing just the standard things that you see from a Taros.
Yeah, he's definitely resisting that internal Taros mentality of just going for N6 on the edge. I was worried for Goddess there because Goddess was really locking themselves along that wall, but it's going to be a scoop up from Bailey to even up the stock count. Of course, damage still in favor of Goddess, and Bailey's going to be opting to stick with the hammer, maybe thinking about those stomp into down signatures. Those can add up quite a bit of damage quickly.
Neutral Light coming out, sending Bailey far. Not too much edge guarding coming from either one of these players. There was that one, again, going back to that gravity cancel neutral signature on the edge before. But other than that, mostly one gets sent to the side, the other one sits around the corner.
Yeah, Goddess, I don't blame Goddess for playing it a little bit safer on these edge guards. The one time they got a little bit too close, aside from the time where Bailey went for that neutral signature, Goddess got caught by just an axe recovery that ended up getting the stock from deep. And the other times, Bailey's had the hammer. So I cannot blame Goddess for being a little bit safer on these edge guards.
Players putting a lot of space between each other. Goddess finding more damage, more than a 1 stock lead. They're coming in, just barely misses. Neutral Light. Weapon toss coming out. Bailey's going to grab the hammer. Goes for a side signature. Goddess doesn't get anywhere near it. Weapon toss coming in. Goddess grabs the sword. Side air. Bailey in the orange on the edge. No edge guard. Goddess sending right in that spot, about 2 to 3 character links from the edge so she doesn't get caught with anything. D-Light recovery. Goddess takes it, tying up the set 1-1.
Yeah, really well played from Goddess, showing why they left Small Brawlhaven or opted to go into it, as Bailey going to be switching up the character picks. Wants to be going over to this Barasa now for game number 3. Small Brawlhaven's still on the board, and that's going to be the pick.
Now we are seeing the swap from the Taros onto the Barasa. Hoping that maybe the Blaster's difference, maybe the signature difference coming out of the Barasa kit are going to be what Bailey needs to take this set, bring it back in her favor.
I do believe Barasa has more defense as well, so maybe that's what they're looking for with this Barasa pick. Meanwhile, it looks like the Blaster's going to be working out for them as they get that downlight into the recovery. Enough to put Goddess off screen, not quite a knockout just yet, but still damage being done in favor of Bailey.
Back-to-back D-Lights. Doesn't get the follow-up dare. Damage definitely going in Bailey's favor here. Bailey in the yellow almost grabs the down air, but it was enough to get the dodge from Goddess. It was a spot dodge. Couldn't go over to the wall. Touching the wall would have ended the iframes, would have fallen prey to the down air from Bailey. That would have been the knockout regardless. There's the edge guard from Bailey. One of the few that we've seen, that one being very successful, giving Bailey a huge lead.
All right, I am getting word that Bailey is in fact Sandwich, a very long-time Australian competitor, so not going to be the Women's SmackDown champion, but still very established Australian player, showing that, of course, that experience in the Australian region really adds up in favor of Bailey. But Goddess with a nice neutral sig.
I think we might have been told that, like, at Spring Champs. I can't remember, because that's sounding familiar now.
Did we make that same mistake at Spring Champs?
What now?
I said, did we make that same mistake at Spring Champs?
I feel like we did. Or maybe not, because Bailey was outside top 8, so maybe not. I'm going to say no, we were right.
Yeah, of course, we're always right. Meanwhile, Bailey has a little bit more damage onto Goddess, goes for the raw recovery as Goddess was going for that dodge over. Didn't quite have the positioning for it. Goddess going to play a little bit more safe against Bailey. Knows they're in the damage department for the downlight recovery as Bailey takes another stock, going to juggle weapons and stick with the blasters.
Definitely a huge lead for Bailey here, but we are in Small Brawl Haven, and Bailey is in the orange. So a well-placed signature. We're catching Bailey in the air without a dodge. Goddess could find the knockout here pretty quickly. You see the dare going under Bailey. We're seeing more edge guarding from both players in this game. Maybe they feel more comfortable playing around one another now that they've had several games.
It definitely helps that there's no hammer that Goddess has to worry about. Bailey's got to worry about their positioning here on this right side wall. Definitely committed a lot for that edge guard. Still has some movement, going for plenty of recoveries. Nice down airs, turnaround opportunity for Bailey. Doesn't connect with the ground pound.
Man, that recovery almost hit Goddess, that last final blast. I think Bailey needs to be a little bit careful, though, because she was placing her down airs really well, just waiting until Goddess used so many movement options, and Bailey could punish with the down air. But it was when she started using those ground pounds that she just wasn't placing them quite well enough, and Goddess was able to just get around it and get back. Obviously, she was looking for the knockout option, but I think if she was going more for those dares that she was placing really well, she would have had more success. She would have at least found more damage, could have caught Goddess in the middle of the jump sequence, possibly gotten the knockout from that alone.
I think Bailey was really expecting Goddess to go for that panic towards the wall that happens from a lot of players, and Goddess very smartly was staying outside of it, stayed outside off that push-off into that push-off column, and every single time Bailey was just going for those ground pounds along the wall.
And that could be actually a direct response to what Bailey did earlier, because she did one ground pound deep in the push-off column, and Goddess was on the wall. So Goddess probably expected Bailey to do the opposite and try to cover the wall, which she did. So she went deep into the push-off column on that one. So changing up, not only Bailey changing up her attack positioning, but also Goddess changing up the recovery positioning as well. And they were just exactly on the opposite cycle.
While we were talking about all that edge play, Goddess actually had some fantastic guitar play to close out that game number 3 and actually steal it back from Bailey, as we see Bailey going to be switching back to the Teros as they are currently on match point. If Goddess wins this one, Goddess is going to continue on in the bracket. We'll see what Bailey can do. Goddess has really had Bailey's number with the guitars, though. Goddess has been able to get a lot of extensions reading these panic dodges from Bailey.
Now, we'll see if Bailey's going to continue that more of a presence on the edge with this Teros pick. We'll see if there's more usage of the axe on the edge, more usage of the hammer on the edge. If we're going to see any of those signatures on the edge that can be so powerful, or whether it will be just normal, regular hammer edge guarding, axe edge guarding, rather than Teros edge guarding.
Oof, Goddess going for the half pipe, didn't quite connect with the second downlight. Goes for the down sig read, or the neutral sig read. Bailey fortunately able to dodge out of that one, though.
Goddess again being careful on the edge. The neutral signature coming out. Goddess was too far back to punish it in time. The nair immediately came out from Bailey, expecting the punishment in the onslaught from Goddess. Another nair, almost sending off screen. Neutral signature right on the corner. Almost gets the side air, but it gets interrupted by Goddess.
Bailey goes for the side air. Oh no, the weapon toss, the ground pound. Unneeded. That was almost the biggest misplay from Goddess with that extra ground pound, but Goddess does get back safely, and now they get to go for extra credit.
Now, one thing we haven't seen from Bailey, I don't necessarily expect too much of it from Goddess, because Goddess is playing those smaller weapons like the Katars and the sword. compared to the axe and the hammer is we aren't seeing a lot of weapon tosses from Bailey. Definitely not on the edge. If you don't want to edge guard that much, like earlier in the sets that we saw, just throw out a weapon. If your opponent is on the edge, like we're seeing Goddess spend some considerable amount of time on the edge once Goddess recovers back to the wall. That gives you time to throw your weapon and grab the next weapon spawn while you maintain stage control. So we haven't seen too many weapon tosses coming out from Bailey.
Yeah, it's definitely a safe way to maintain offstage pressure. But right now, Bailey's got to worry about getting back on stage as Goddess goes for a weapon toss of their own. Goddess had the stage control. That recovery actually going to bounce Bailey off of that left side wall. So Bailey's going to hold on to the stock for a while longer, but still Bailey barely picks up a weapon before Goddess gets the downlight into the recovery.
So next weapon Bailey's going to be picking up is going to be that hammer, because you just saw the axe come out before the knockout. D-Light Dare from Goddess. Neutral Light. D-Light Dare from Goddess. Weapon toss coming down. Tries to go for the gravity cancel. D-Light wanting to follow up with a ground pound for the early knockout. Still a huge lead for Goddess here. Has Bailey in the orange. Neutral signature coming out. Weapon toss coming out from Goddess. We've seen Goddess throw her weapon so many more times than Bailey has, despite how small the Qatar hitbox is. D-Light into nothing. Into wait. Into recovery.
Goddess just has Bailey's number every single way. Goddess had so much pressure on top of Bailey. The second Bailey goes for an attack, Goddess spot dodged it perfectly for extra punch. Like that whole entire last sequence, Goddess got hit by like a nair. That's it. Goddess able to close it out 3-1 over Bailey with some fantastic mind play over Bailey, just completely in their head. And that means Goddess is going to continue on into the losers final to fight Shadow.
That's going to be Goddess moving on 3-1, sending Bailey packing with a fourth place. It's not really a medal because they don't give a medal out for fourth place, but a fourth place finished today. Still a solid placement for Bailey, solidifying yet again as a top player in Australia in spring championships. Bailey wasn't even in top 8, so this is a solid placement here at Brawlhalla. A combo breaker on line. Congratulations to Bailey for that fourth place finish, but we still have Kyler Alice left, we still have Shadow left, and we still have Goddess left, and it's going to be those last two that we're going to see fight it out right now here in the losers finals. Goddess versus Shadow.
Yeah, between these two, Shadow definitely the favorite, of course, the second place finisher of the spring championship, but still Goddess looking incredibly strong. If Goddess can get that extension, get those longer games, that's more time for Goddess to figure out how Shadow's going to dodge out of those guitar strings. Meanwhile, Shadow, big axe strings, right? Shadow was able to get a whole lot of damage real quick, so Goddess has got to be careful about getting caught by those axe strings.
Now, Goddess did have a handle on how to play against Bailey's axe, so it might be some growing pains for Goddess to figure out how to fight Shadow's axe here. Going to be going in with the defense stance here for Shadow, going from 3 to 4, give a little bit more survivability. And another map we don't see very often here in the Crystal Temple with those low, soft platforms and those tiny walls.
Yeah, another one of those small wall maps, but of course this one does have those soft platforms that like you were talking about. They're at just the right height where sometimes you're gonna get a ledge cancel dash out of getting hit when you're trying to dodge left or right. So that's something that these players are gonna have to be careful about, especially Shadow if he gets caught by, like, I think it's a Qatar downlight, I want to say, where if they get caught at just the right spot, might end up dashing when they're trying to dodge.
Yeah, for me, this is always a map. If I was in a tournament, I would ban it. This isn't my number one ban map, so I don't ban it in ranked. But if I was in a tournament, I would ban this map every time. Those platforms are just the right height to be annoying at all times, at least for me. Ooh, nice!
Just a
Throwing it
raw
out
down
right in the
sig.
middle.
Shadow. Going back to spring championship, Shadow did beat out Goddess in the losers finals to earn their spot in the winner or in the grand final. So there's looking like a repeat from spring championship. Nice weapon toss from Shadow to stop the pressure at the top of the map from Goddess.
Shadow was just kind of controlling the ground, wanting to punish the landing from Goddess. Weapon spawn coming in. Goddess spot dodges, picks up a pair of Qatars, throws them away. Shadow also disarming. Goddess is able to grab the sword even though Shadow was closer. Weapon spawn coming in, jump side air. Sword v sword.
Jeez, that neutral light launching Shadow from the far left side of the stage off screen. Still not enough. The side light is not going to be the knockout tool. Downlight recovery. Goddess able to even up the stocks.
That side light really should have been a D-light punish. That was pretty much a free kill. At least Goddess was able to find the knockout right after that. There is still a weapon spawn on the field. You see Shadow trying to take the long road over to it. Doesn't want to beeline for it. Take any more punishment from Goddess. But even though the axe is in hand, oh man!
Big 3-piece coming out from Shadow. Able to utilize those soft platforms again. So those soft platforms, they can be your friend or your enemy as Goddess connects with a neutral signature that unfortunately bounces Shadow off the stage, and Shadow with another sword down sig to take a stock off of Goddess.
If Goddess would have hit that insig just like a little bit closer to the edge, like maybe one character link, maybe even as little as half a character link towards the edge, that would have been a perfect spike into the knockout.
I don't think it would have straight knocked out. Like, I don't think there was quite enough damage, but still, it could have easily led to it. It gives such a huge advantage to the Asuri player, but the Asuri player is able to land the down air, and Goddess is staying close, but still Goddess is behind. Shadow just getting these stocks just before Goddess.
There, D-Light, Goddess backing up just a little bit in light. Shadow answering back with 2, 3, 4 hits. Shadow maintaining just a little bit of a lead here. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Is Shadow going to swap to the axe?
Ooh.
I can't believe that didn't
lasting
despawn.
just long enough.
A lot of active frames in that signature. Not quite as fast as the sword down signature. So Shadow took a little bit of punishment there. Oh, wants the side air, gets the side air. Out comes the taunt. And Shadow is going to take game 1.
Goddess actually had the damage advantage. I think it was like 574 to 556. It was in Goddess's favor, but Shadow just able to get those stocks so much faster. Those big signatures coming out from the Jala, those sword down signatures, finishing off 2 of the 3 stocks of Goddess. Goddess, if they're able to get these stocks earlier, they might be able to take the set.
Goddess able to find first weapon. In comes the weapon, and Shadow grabs it immediately. Goddess was just a little bit too low. Couldn't put too much out to deny the weapon. Goddess throws the weapon away. It's a sword toss to the right. Shadow zoning Goddess away. That clash almost keeping Goddess from that weapon for a little bit longer. Man, Goddess is already orange so fast. 23 seconds into the game.
Axe hits hard. Side light, neutral air, Shadow going for the side air. That's the second time Shadow's gone for... Oh, snap! Just a raw ground pound in the weapon toss. Goddess takes the first stock.
Goddess weapon tosses, man. They've been solid on the edge, especially with how tiny those Katars are. Throwing them on the edge. Goddess has found a number of really clutch, knockout securing weapon tosses.
Yeah, the precision weapon tosses. Again, a weapon toss coming out from Goddess. Big commit on that ground pound. Down air might be enough. Yes, Goddess gonna take another one.
Now Shadow has to really worry about those immediate edge answers from Goddess.
Yeah, Shadow's got to be worried about off stage now.
Yeah, he's got to have to be really careful.
No.
Like, do you dodge immediately and blow your dodge that early? Because then Goddess can just follow it up. Goddess is still alive.
And you see Goddess going for the big offstage play. Shadow finally lands the ground pound to take a stock off of Goddess, but still lead very much in Goddess's favor here in game number 2.
So Goddess is not wanting to edge guard against Bailey earlier was either a Bailey thing or a Taros thing, because Goddess is not afraid to go in.
Yeah, I'm saying Goddess respects Hammer. It was the fear of the Hammer recovery, the fear of the potential gravity cancel neutral signature. Great chase up from Goddess. If there's a little bit more damage on Shadow, that nair might have been enough to finish it off, but it's going to be the offstage attempt. Shadow gets back to the wall safely. Lots of swings coming out from Shadow, none of them landing. Goddess outspacing the axe.
Nice little punish from Shadow with the down signature. Goddess still unafraid, despite respecting Hammer or Taros earlier, does not care about Shadow's axe going in unarmed against axe on the edge of falling neutral air. Chase dodging up. There's a really high weapon toss. Tried to go for the setup. It was so close.
Goddess one of the style points for the finish. It's going to be a side air from Shadow, and Shadow going to taunt, feeling confident as we're going into the final stocks here in game number 2, but just a straight recovery is all Goddess needs to close out the game.
If you see those taunts and you're like, man, those taunts are neato. I really want those taunts. They're in the battle pass.
How do you get them? How do you get them?
The battle
Bonus
pass.
points if you can tell me what tier that taunt's on.
I don't know. Isn't it like one of them is one of them on 1?
I don't actually know.
Dude, you worked there.
Yeah, I gotta grind the battle pass just like everyone else. I know I have to hit the finish line. I don't care what's along the way. It's about the destination, not the journey.
You should know. I don't know how to find all the tracks without like
You go
looking
to
at it in the client.
Yeah, you can look at it in the client.
Well, I'm looking at a game in the client right now.
Yeah, well, okay, I'm saying those of you at home who maybe have Brawlhalla in one monitor and then have the tournament on the other, they can let us know. But meanwhile, game number 3 between Goddess and Shadow. Shadow with the axe in hand, Goddess with the guitars again. No character swaps on either side.
The handstand on like one finger one, that's super early. I think that's the first one you get. That's the one I think might be level 1, but it might be a little bit later than that.
I want to say it's like 15. Like I think I almost have it. Or maybe that's the Kung Fu salute. Either way, Shadow off stage. The Nair's gonna save Shadow. Might be a big turnaround, but Goddess gets above the ground pound.
Neutral light coming out from Goddess. Neutral air coming out from Goddess. Has Shadow in the red. Shadow disarmed. Goddess picks up a sword. There is a weapon spawn. Chase dodges over to it. Weapon toss coming out from Goddess. It hits. D-light recovery. Goddess not in the red yet. Barely even sitting off screen. Floating high. Hits the down air. No follow-up off the bounce. Neutral light sending off screen. Weapon still in hand of Goddess. No toss coming out. Somehow beats out the side air with a turnaround neutral light. There is a weapon spawn on the field. It's going to be a side air to get priority. Was that a gravity cancel side signature?
Yeah! Goddess with the big call out, just going straight for the side air onto Shadow's side signature. And that means Goddess is going to take the first stock. This is what I was talking about at the end of game number 1. If Goddess is able to get those stocks earlier, then they're going to be able to run away with the set. And that's what happened in game number 2, and that's what it's looking like here for game number 3.
See Goddess chase dodging over the edge. Wants to stay right on top of Shadow. Immediately punishes that down signature.
Stuck on this corner, but Shadow goes for the offstage downlight. Maybe was looking for like a downlight side air considering they're so close to that left side. It's going to be the down signature again from Shadow to even up the stocks. But they're hurting a little bit as they switch over to the axe.
Neutral light coming out from Shadow. Gonna have to find a bunch of hits. Ooh!
Nice.
Might just be the big ones like the down air, ground pound, and a down air. Weapon toss coming out from Goddess. Ooh, wanted the gravity cancel D-light into the ground pound for the knockout. Shadow here finding this lead. Trading hits back and forth.
Pressure. Got the damage evened up between the two of them. Goddess now with that stage control again goes for the downlight, and Shadow's going to be able to get up safely. A big ground pound from Shadow will take the stock lead.
Swapping back over to the axe. The immediate unarmed recovery from Goddess. Second one and the third one missing. There is a weapon spawn on the field. You're seeing Shadow throwing out those downlights, trying to cover Goddess's approach. Spot dodging and gets the knockout with the recovery. Beautiful spot dodge through the neutral light from Shadow.
That was a great call out from Goddess, recognizing that Shadow off the weapon toss started to move forward and was, of course, going to go for that pickup neutral light. Goddess able to read it and get the knockout. Now we're into the final stocks here in game number 3, and they are completely even.
Shadow's axe is really starting to do a good job of trading hit for hit with Goddess. Now we're seeing a little bit of momentum coming out from Goddess, but still, Shadow finds 2 or 3 hits, and they're again even. Despite all that work that Goddess is doing. Side light, dare, neutral light.
Oh!
My God!
Oh! All he needed was 3. 3 hits, the 3-piece from Shadow to close out game number 3. And that's what you were talking about, right? Where Goddess was getting all these momentum moments, right? Getting so many Qatar hits, and Shadow just needs 1 or 2 hits, maybe even a third one, and Shadow completely takes back all of that lead that Goddess was building.
Like, the number of hits was in Goddess's favor 3-1. But that's all it took from Shadow, was one hit was doing as much damage as 2 or 3 hits from Goddess. And then the end, man. Axair, what a monster.
Oh, just the hit-for-hit trades are going to be in Shadow's favor when Goddess is on those Katars. Unfortunately, Katars, they don't have the highest per-hit damage, but of course they have that string potential. If Shadow is not careful about the way they dodge, Goddess can easily build quite a bit of damage.
Now they're going sword for sword. See, both of them playing somewhat aggressively, kind of sticking on top of one another, recovering after recovering. That dare almost sending Shadow straight down, but it's going to be the straight up send from Goddess that's going to find the knockout. Clean stock.
Goddess untouched. That's the first tick of damage. That down air, just a little bit of boot, putting that dirt onto Goddess's health bar, but still Goddess with a massive lead in game number 4.
Toss going over. Shadow's going to be unarmed. Finds the axe pickup. Goddess trying to land with a nair. Shadow's going to call it out. Nice 2-hit. There's 3 hits.
Ooh. Tried to delay it. You saw Shadow charging that ground pound, but Goddess had just enough iframes on that one. Shadow's going to struggle now to get that finishing blow. It's got to be a side air as Goddess can get the setup. Down light, down air, extra damage to guarantee that recovery knocks out.
That's not the easiest thing to hit, man.
It's not.
I thought it was a lot easier than it actually was. But then I tried labbing it one day, and I found out like the way you hit the dare really determines how you can hit the recovery, and if you can hit the recovery at all.
Yeah, if you hit it too far to the side, they're going to just bounce far away, and the recovery's not going to hit. Even if you hit it just a little bit outside of that down air swing, might just put them just far enough that they can dodge out of that recovery.
But holy cow, does it kill so much earlier.
Especially on small Brawlhaven, where Goddess is leading over Shadow. Stock advantage. Shadow's going to go for the commit with that ground pound, and Goddess wants the unarmed. Another down air. Goes for the down light, but Shadow just to the side of it.
Ground pound from Shadow is going to get the knockout. Goddess has been so close with a bunch of those gravity cancel D-lights, but unfortunately hasn't found the right mix of positioning and timing.
Whoa! What? That neutral light just dropped?
The rare sword in-light
it.
drop. I don't know if I've ever seen just a raw in-light like that drop. I've seen some like goofy ones on the edge maybe drop, but that was a strange interaction.
Yeah, when it happens on walls, it's like, all right, sometimes the character model can't go into the wall, so it'll drop. But that one was definitely something that caught everyone off guard, and Goddess able to shake it off a little bit faster than Shadow as Goddess takes game number 4 and is going to be putting this into game number 5.
Man's coming out from Shadow, leaving Crystal, Small Enigma, and Small Great Hall up. And we're going to Small Enigma, leaving the platform maps, except not leaving Miami Dome.
Yeah, interesting to leave these tri-platforms, considering Shadow's shown that they're able to use the sidelight neutral air into the ledge cancel downlight fairly effectively. I think Goddess has kind of forgotten, considering Shadow did it in game number 1, and since then has been primarily going for the follow-up side air off the nair. But Goddess has got to be careful about these tri-platforms. Shadow can go for it. Goes for a gravity cancel sidelight, trying to read that dodge down from Goddess.
Nice spacing from Goddess. Neutral light from Shadow over onto the edge. A little bit of a D-light. Don't know if he meant to kind of cancel that over on the edge or if he went to do a fast fall down air. Just got caught on the edge.
That's like the third or fourth time Goddess has gotten a dare into the wall and then gone for an immediate gravity cancel downlight and has been just shy of hitting Shadow. I want to see if Goddess will make an adjust. Maybe try to like reach out a little bit further before they go for it, or just going for like a straight side air, like a different follow-up off of the down air.
I want to see Goddess get it. You know they want it real bad.
True.
I want it real bad. That's one of like my favorite normal moves to hit is just GC D-light into the ground pound on the edge. It is one of the most satisfying things in all of Brawlhalla to do. And I'll put that up against like a 10-hit 2v2 team combo. Like, nah, give me D-light ground pound all day.
Yeah, it definitely is very satisfying when you are the one who connects with it. Meanwhile, definitely not satisfying to be a stock behind as Shadow switches over to the Axe, goes for the recovery, expecting Goddess to try to kind of jump out after that nair. Didn't quite connect. Again, Goddess able to change up how they're reacting out of the neutral air, and it's making it troublesome for Shadow to get that extra damage, that third hit for the knockout.
Good punish there from Goddess. Also finds the weapon and a 4-piece. And the neutral light for the 5th hit in a row from Goddess. Still unkillable so far. 2 minutes into this game. Might be finding 2 knockouts and does with the neutral air. What is this, 2017 Brawlhalla?
Oh my goodness, Goddess taking us back to the olden days as Goddess is now 3 stocks up over Shadow's 1. Goes for the falling neutral air, that ground pound. Awkward launch, and Goddess could still get the wall. How is Goddess extending these stocks? Oh no, oh no, don't do it. Doesn't even matter.
Goddess takes the JV3 by full committing to the edge guard against Shadow. Unfortunately for Goddess, died first, so it wasn't technically a 3-stock, but still forced Shadow, dangled that bait in front of Shadow's face, saying, "Oh, look at me, I'm down here, better try and kill me." And then Shadow didn't have enough movement options to get back. That didn't even count as a knockout for Shadow in the game. It counted as an accident on Goddess.
That is going to be Goddess upsetting Shadow. Shadow again was the person to take 2nd place in Spring Championship, the person to beat Goddess to earn that 2nd place finish against Kyler Alice, and that means Goddess is going up, beating the odds, and going to be going into the grand finals against Kyler Alice. And as those of you who are familiar with double elimination may know, that means that Goddess has to do 2 best of 5s if they want to win this tournament. Of course, Kyler Alice sitting on the winner's side, they just have to win 1 best of 5 and they're good to go.
Going into this, of course, Goddess picking the Asuri, and we're seeing a Jala from Kyler Alice. Level 55 Jala coming in compared to Goddess's level 52 Asuri.
Interesting pick coming out from Kyler Alice. Over to the Jala that we just saw Goddess very effective against. And we've seen Kyler Alice play Wheel of Characters, and the Jala is definitely a more established character for Kyler Alice, but it's still interesting to be like, hey, that character you just won 3-2 against, I'll play that, and I'll show you how it's really played. Like, that's a confidence play from Kyler Alice.
Now we are going back to small Brawlhaven. Seen a lot of it today from the Australian team. Oh my gosh, what an early start already. 50+ damage on the Kyler Alice. D-Light Dare, weapon toss going straight up. That neutral air turning him orange.
Kyler just going in unarmed. Still adding up these damage, just that quick jump, neutral air onto Goddess. Nice weapon toss, keeping that pressure onto Kyler Alice. A big slap down. Kyler Alice might be in a little bit of trouble. The neutral air doesn't connect for Goddess. Whoa! What?
I'm not sure what happened. That was looking like it could have been an edge guard for Kyler to get the knockout after the dodge was blown on the gravity cancel neutral signature. I don't even know what happened to Kyler. And a gravity cancel side signature point blank?
Both of them really trying to go for that highlight reel plays right now as Kyler Alice and Goddess able to stay even with each other with the insane offstage coming out from both players.
Kyler trying to control the ground, punishing the landing attempts from Goddess.
Kyler Alice has been doing a really good job of getting 2 hits, resetting, getting another 2. Goddess, though, on the stage doesn't need a reset for that one. Downlight into the recovery to knock out Kyler Alice, and is going to juggle to delay the weapon spawn.
Kyler Alice weapon star for just a moment, committing all the way over to the edge, and then Kyler grabs the weapon spawn all the way on the right side of the stage.
Yo, Goddess. Goddess might get it. Goes for falling nair, unfortunately below Kyler Alice, but still gets game number 1. The momentum very much in Goddess's favor. And this is what I was talking about, where I was like, why is Kyler Alice going into a character that Goddess has literally just been labbing the matchup against?
Now he is swapping over immediately on loss over to the Zol pick. He only has a level 12 Zol. We did see some cannon earlier from him though.
Yeah, we've seen Zols be very successful, like across all of the canon characters. I think Zol has had the most success, of course, in the hands of the world champion Sandstorm, but we've still seen many a Zol be very effective. We'll see what Kyler Alice is able to do with this Zol, but right now needs to pick up a weapon.
He's going to pick up the axe first. Goddess just trying to chase him around the stage. Neutral signature coming out really early. That would have put Kyler into a bad spot. Could have led to a good, solid edge guard from Goddess. Might have been an early knockout. We are going over to Miami Dome, another platform map. The Australians, man, they love platforms.
It's very interesting comparing that to North America, where they tend to shy away from these platform maps. They tend to lean a little bit more for like, hey, here's just a big old flat space where we can just beat each other up on.
But that's also in stark contrast to going to small Brawlhaven so many times as well in Australia. Because they really like that map apparently, but they also like their platforms.
Yeah, it's platform maps and small Brawlhaven. Big slapdown coming out from Goddess, able to keep this stock count even. We haven't seen Kyler Alice able to get too much momentum with the cannon. That was kind of the thing that we were looking for, especially with this switch over to Zol, of course, still retaining the axe in hand from the Jala pick, but right now Goddess keeping Kyler Alice from picking up anything and just putting this damage onto him.
Yeah, the weapon spawn over on the right side. Neutralite's going to send Goddess far enough after a wonderful spot dodge from Kyler Alice. There is a spawn in the middle of the field. In case anyone wants to swap over their weapons, it's going to be another set of Katars. Had that one primed and ready to go. Goddess wanting to focus on Katars, playing really well with them today. Probably the best set of Katars. We don't see a lot of Australian play, but I would say Goddess is probably the best set of Katars I think I've ever seen in Australia.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a strong argument for Goddess to be the best Qatar player in Australia, but right now, Goddess has just been leveling up these Qatars game after game. Big offstage opportunity. Kyler Alice gets the swing with the recovery to get back up onto the stage safely and decides to respect the offstage of Goddess.
Now, we did see a gravity cancel come out from Goddess there, but it wasn't a down light on the unarmed kit. It was a gravity cancel side light on the unarmed kit. Not necessarily sure if it was a misinput or if that's the option that Goddess was looking for. Maybe cover a little bit more of the vertical hitbox with that, because that could have been one of the reasons Goddess wasn't finding the GCD light earlier, was because the opponent was just a little bit too high.
Well, either way, Kyler Alice is able to even up the stock count. Does get the offstage with the cannon. It looks like Kyler Alice wants to stick with this cannon against Goddess. Maybe cannon's got the favorable matchup in Kyler Alice's opinion, but unfortunately for him, that soft platform going to get in the way of that down air. Actually gets the grounded version of that down air.
Still pretty even, though. Goddess has just a little bit of a lead. That side air turning Kyler Alice red, and the ground pound immediately to get Kyler Alice right as he was making contact with the wall with that cannon side air coming at it straight from above. Didn't have to worry about finding any kind of strange priority or timing there. Just ride that wall straight down, and Goddess going up 2-0 so far in this set.
Yeah, really intelligently played that edge guard, just waited for Kyler Alice to burn everything except for the cannon sider, which of course has that horizontal movement, but it also has a lot of end lag, especially when it runs into a wall. And so Goddess just waited for it and got the knockout, and we're going to see Kyler Alice switch up the characters again, this time to the Sentinel.
Maybe wanting to claim the best Qatars in Australia title for himself. That hat is too big. Like, I know I love Big Hat Lucian, but
is this hurting your Big Hat Lucian ego right now?
That hat is clearly smaller than Big Hat Lucian, but like that style of hat shouldn't be that big. Like, you look at the front of the hat, like it's gigantic. That's not going to sit on top of his head. Like, he's wearing that like those guys wear their flat brim caps backwards right over their eyebrows and their Oakley sunglasses.
You know, maybe it's like, you know how Creed wears his dad's suit? This is Gumshoe Sentinel wearing his dad's hat.
Oh, okay. Or maybe Kyler just has that big of a brain, that giant part above his head, that's just to fit his big old brain.
Yo, he does have a lot of tech in that big old brain. If you ever watch Kyler Allen, or if you ever look at his Twitter, he is constantly posting all sorts of new tech whenever a balance patch hits, but Goddess doesn't need any new tech. They've got the good old downlight, dodge reset, downlight recovery to get the first stock off of Kyler Alice and potentially pave their way to this reset.
Does have Goddess in the red, though. Oh, 2 dropped combos coming out from Kyler Alice. Finds the Neutralite, only taking just a little bit of damage on this second stock.
And you see Kyler Alice sticking with the Katars. We'll see if he can kind of stake his claim as the best Katars in Australia right now. Has the Neutralite on a Goddess, but Goddess able to respond with a Neutralite of their own.
Goddess struggling to find any initiations. That's one of the first ones, but it's a nice 4-piece. 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, just reading the movement of Kyler Alice out of each of these hits, recognizing that Kyler Alice is going down frequently out of it, and it's going to be a big sig as Kyler Alice tries to dash in, and that is going to be a huge lead for Goddess. Goddess 1 stock away from the reset.
What a beautiful stock from Goddess. Just completely ripped from Kyler Alice. And the switch over to the sword when they could have juggled and stuck with the Katars. A little bit interesting choice there.
Maybe just wanted the higher damage per hit, considering they knew how damaged they were. Didn't expect to get a lot of hits out onto Kyler Alice, but now that they're back to the Katars, they're getting all the hits onto Kyler Alice. Even waited the delay after that hit, waited for Kyler Alice to make a move, dash forward, and punish him again. Kyler Alice very much on the back foot, down sig just shy of Kyler Alice's big ol' hat.
I kind of expected that to actually hit over the corner.
I thought it was
with like a little scoop down maybe. Oh, and a down air, and Goddess is going to get a reset. 598 damage to 491. About 100 damage difference between those two, man. Yeah, Goddess has the best Katars in Australia.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone who can contest that at this point. We'll see what Kyler Alice opts to do right now. Kyler Alice has just been playing musical chairs with his characters. He has not sticked with a singular character, and this time it's going to be another new character as he goes over to the Val for game number 1 in the reset against Goddess.
And not quite sure what his goal is with all of these different character swaps. Obviously, the victory is probably one of his goals, but I'm not sure why he's going to all of these different things very quickly. Like, how many characters has he played today? Is he playing a different character like every game?
I think so.
Because the set with Bailey was Isaiah and Nash. The set with Shadow was...
It was Nyx, Cassidy, and Onyx, but they went 4 games, so I think he played one twice.
Yeah, I think... No, he played Nyx, Cassidy, Onyx is the Lin Fei head, and then Koji.
Oh, that's right, he did have a Koji. Yeah, he's been switching every game.
There was one game in the set with Bailey that wasn't reported, so not sure. One of those was Nash, one was Isaiah. We don't know what the game 3 was, but yeah, Kyler's playing like a different character every game, which is incredibly impressive.
And what's even more impressive is, despite playing all these different characters, Kyler Alice has been very effective, making Goddess work for each of these games, able to take the lead in the reset. We'll see if Kyler Alice decides to stick with this kind of random character pool, considering this is grand finals in the reset. Kyler Alice does not have any more set potential here. Ooh, big read attempt, but Goddess just stayed still.
Punishing the landing. Side signature over the corner. Seen a couple Vals do that today. What an incredible option that is to catch someone right over that corner. They think that they dip down and still stay high, that they're going to be a little bit safe, that their opponent might not chase them. But man, that signature can knock people out so well on the corner. Dare coming out from Kyler Alice has Goddess in the orange, trying to chase with the downlight. Not quick enough to catch Kyler Alice with it. Gravity cancel D-light. Side signature. Somehow he finds a neutral light after that side signature. I can't believe he wasn't still in recovery.
And it really feels like all of this has taken the wind out of Goddess's sails. Like, Goddess is looking so different in this reset against Val than Goddess looked like in all of the grand finals pre-reset. Like, Goddess had so much momentum, and suddenly Kyler Alice has really halted everything Goddess has been able to put out.
Now, because Kyler Alice is playing like a different character every game, I want to like up the ante on that and have him lose his first match, right? His first set of the day. So he goes into losers bracket and sees how many different characters, how far he can make it through the roster of characters.
I think it's a little late for him to lose his first set of the day, but
oh yeah, no. This is a challenge for him for the next tournament. He's clearly doing something here. He has an agenda of playing basically as many characters as he possibly can, and you're going to play a lot more games down if you start in the losers bracket than you do if you make it all the way to winners finals.
yeah, this really feels like a mentality of like the person who practices the same punch a million times, right? That's Goddess practicing this Asuri a million times over versus Kyler Alice, who's practiced a million different punches with every single character in the roster of Brawlhalla. I think we're at like, what, 42 characters or something? Something insane. As that ground pound was insane, Kyler Alice takes game number 1 after the reset.
Wait, doesn't like the guy who practices the one punch a million times, doesn't he win?
Well, history might not repeat itself here, as Kyler Alice is in the lead game 1 over Goddess, and Kyler Alice is going to be going over to the cross for game number 2.
Now, we have seen other people play cross today. Saw Boommy play some cross earlier. I ran into a couple crosses in my ranked games. Cross, I don't want to say he has a revival, because he definitely doesn't. But like, we're seeing like probably 1,000% more cross now than we have in quite some time, and that's just because like it went from 0 people playing cross to like 1 or 2 people playing cross. But I love to see cross. He's a beautiful character to watch. What?
I'd say that's a little bit of a revival. It's not definitely like cross isn't taking over the meta by any means, but it's still like you're starting to see cross be played and starting to see a lot of success with it, as Kyler Alice showing some of the potential, especially with the recent changes to gauntlets, making gauntlets very effective, especially on stage if you can get those bounces with the nair. Nice punish from Goddess.
Alice definitely in the lead here. Has all of his blasters experience here on this cross pick. Also, you saw what he did with Val last game. Has the gauntlets here. Beautiful dare into the side air. He's going to come out with an edge guard. Almost picks up that dare.
I love the movement off that first dare. Dips down and then goes right back up to catch Goddess for the second one. Some fantastic movement from Kyler Alice, but he needs to finish this stock. These side airs are just taking so incredibly long. Blasters, like you were saying earlier, they either need the downlight recovery or a good signature to finish off a stock.
Yeah, if you're killing with side airs, you're kind of taking too long. Like, it's not necessarily a complete loss, because 1, you're still getting the knockout, and 2, if you can control the amount of damage you're taking and still outpace your opponent, you're still going to come out with the victory. But you're kind of taking a little bit too long if you're killing with side airs. But it could just be Kyler Alice. Honestly, could be him messing around. You see all of these different characters he's playing. He could just be like, you know what, I'm going to kill the side air here.
Yeah, could just be playing with his food a little bit. But of course, again, I would caution that, considering it is grand finals after the reset. And Goddess has shown that they're not someone to be messed around with. Goddess is definitely a strong contender here, earning their spot in the grand finals, guaranteed at least top 2 finish.
And something worthy of note is he is actually selecting these characters, right? Yeah. He's not just randoming.
He's not true randoming into each of these picks.
Side light into the nair. Going for the neutral signature read. Still finds a side air. No punish from Goddess. There's a weapon spawn on the field. Goddess slowly making their way over to it. Picks up the sword. That's Kyler Alice on the edge. Beautiful D-light dare. Weapon toss going down just a little bit wide. Goddess finds it. Been looking for it the entire day. Finally catches one on stream.
What a great time to do it when trying to take back the lead from Kyler Alice after the reset in grand finals. Goddess able to get the advantage over Kyler Alice, but still very hurt. He's got to be careful about this offstage. This could be big, though, as Kyler Alice. What? Why?
What a cool move coming out from Kyler, the GC Insig. Not enough to turn anything really around for that game. Goddess is going to take it, tying up the set 1-1, but swapping over to the Bodvar. Level 70 Bodvar. This is a classic Kyler Alice pick.
Yeah, this might be like the pick if Kyler Alice is worried right now. Goddess has 1 on the board. There's at least 2 more games to go. Kyler Alice might be starting to sweat considering they're bringing out the Bodvar. We'll see how well this goes as we get right on into game 3 after a very interesting finish to game number 2.
I asked Kyler how many characters he's played today. He hasn't actually kept count, but he said, I don't know, like 20. He is saying that he played a different character each game. What an interesting way to make it through a tournament, man. This is combo breaker.
Yeah,
Man.
I guess to be fair to Kyler Alice, right? Like when you're a Kyler Alice, when you're a Tiger, when you're a Fiend, when you're like the dominant player in your region and it's very hard to unseat you, you know, maybe you got to play with a hand behind your back. Maybe you got to make yourself sweat a little bit and work a little bit so you can challenge yourself, and that's how you level up, I guess.
Does Kyler have a YouTube channel? Because he should like turn this into a thing. Like he should turn this into a video of my run through the tournament. Because obviously every game he's played today has not been on stream. He needs to stitch all of his replays together and put that into a video and put that on YouTube, because that's really cool. This is something extremely unique that we haven't really seen people do before.
Definitely not as effectively at the very least.
Yeah, exactly.
It's basically impossible for somebody to get to the grand finals of a tournament switching characters every single game. And not only that, it's not like he's playing the same 5 characters and rotating through them. He has not played the same character in any game we have watched today.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is because it'll be nuts when we look back and someone played like 5 characters in a single tournament. Like, that's crazy. But the fact that he's played so many different characters, and look what he's doing, man. Looking with this Bodvar to come out. Restock potential, I'm going to say it. It's on the board right now. That neutral light just procced Kyler into the yellow. Just now 50 damage on the stock. He's already taken one. We're on Small Enigma. He's tied with Goddess in damage, but he's a full stock ahead.
Yo, watch the Taros finish coming out from Kyler Alice. I'm calling it now. That's what he finished in Spring Championship with. He might bust it out again, but he's still got to get through this stock of Goddess. Has a huge damage lead over Goddess with some fantastic hammer play. That 3 stock looking a little bit harder to happen, but if he can get this stock right now with a big down air, maybe a potential ground pound to finish it. Nope, just another one. Kyler Alice could do it.
That was all but a free edge guard for Kyler. He saw the dodge getting used, then he swooped in. He just waited up top for Goddess to use all of those options. Goddess afraid of everything that Kyler Alice can do on the edge. That is going to at least deny the 3 stock here, but what a lead that Kyler has so far. The set is tied up 1-1 here, and it's looking like this is going to be another Kyler Alice victory.
Nice.
Holy
ground
cow,
pound.
dude. That's a JV3.
Yeah. That's kind of what we expected of Kyler Alice with the Bodvar. That's definitely one of his stronger character picks. So, of course, not too surprised to see him basically dominate. And like I said, maybe that's one of the reasons why he's handicapping himself with this rotation of characters. Going to be going over to the Ada now for game number, what is this, 4? Yeah, game number 4.
Yeah, this is game 4. Kyler maybe poised to take this, has blasters again. We'll see what his spear brings to the table with this Ada pick, but man, he is possibly poised to take this 3-1 after he already lost 0-3 against Goddess. That Asuri before was looking tough to beat, but it seems like all Kyler needed was just like that little recipe of several characters that he can play really well, and he's just going to take it all the way.
Dude, imagine playing a tournament and basically saying, I have to reserve these final 5 for grand finals. Like, I can play anyone else I want, but I have to reserve these 5 so I can guarantee my grand finals finish. Going for the downlight. Goddess just a little bit above it. You're seeing some very interesting patience coming out from Kyler Alice, right? Like, he's really just like standing there waiting for Goddess to make the wrong move. Catches him with a rising down air. Big falling side air. Goddess doesn't have the movement, knows it. And first stock gonna go the way of Kyler Alice.
Now that's where I'm a fan of using side airs to knock out your opponent, because you can catch people when they're coming back, and it doesn't take as much damage to knock them out with a side air there right on the edge. Like Boommy plays some of the best blasters on the edge in the entire world, and he utilizes side air really well on the edge. Not just dare, not just ground pound, but side air as well.
Back on stage though. Kyler Alice went for the neutral air. You saw him do a neutral line in the other direction. That was supposed to be an X pivot neutral air, but because the inputs can be very, very difficult, you'll see sometimes players after that side light go for a neutral light in the wrong direction.
Side light, D-light into the side air. Nice three-piece on the spear. Another side air. Kyler Alice has the lead in terms of damage. Gravity cancels side light to get back onto the platform and hits Goddess side air, sending Goddess over to the edge. There's a weapon spot on the field. Does Kyler Alice want to swap over to the blasters? He chooses to, going to strip the field. D-light coming out. Goddess punishes that with a neutral air. Another GC D-light. That is going to be punished also. Goddess trying to find that recovery kill off the top, waiting just a little bit too long. Didn't read the right direction.
Goddess is in trouble, dodges through the weapon toss, does get the wall touch. Kyler Alice can't really contest considering Katars has that neutral air, that safety bubble to guarantee that wall touch. Falling side air launch so incredibly far. Goddess is very hurt.
If the roles would have been reversed, Goddess would have gone in unarmed for sure there. We've seen him do that so many times.
Very clean pogo coming out from Kyler Alice. Kyler Alice one stock away from closing out Combo Breaker, the Australian portion of it, playing a different character every single game. That's absurd.
I told him to make a list, so hopefully he will have that list made, and told him to tweet it as well, so hopefully we can see the entire gamut of characters that he ran through to possibly find this victory here today. Goddess is not out of this yet, but it's looking more dire as the game goes on. That is going to be it. Kyler Alice is going to take it. A different character every game for your Brawlhalla Combo Breaker 1v1 Australian champion.
Dude, what a mad lad. You know what he's literally just done? Is he said, hey, every major competitor in your own region, try to beat that. Like, try to do better than that. The only way you can beat that is if you do that by also going into the loser's bracket set 1. That's the only way you can up that. That's insane. Congratulations to Kyler Alice.
For Kyler, dude. Holy cow. What a challenge to put yourself through. And he didn't decide to like, oh, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do this every game. And then something bad happens. He's like, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm bringing out the Bodvar, and I'm only going to play Bodvar the rest of my sets. I didn't tell anyone I was doing this challenge, so I'm going to go back to the Bodvar. Like, nah, he's stuck with it. Even though he lost initially in Grand Finals to Goddess 03, he still brought it back. Man, what a victory for Kyler. What an interesting run through the bracket. Something extremely unique to this Combo Breaker set for the Australian region. Holy cow, man.
That is something unheard of. We've been doing Brawlhalla for a very long time. You and I have casted many a Brawlhalla tournament. We've watched Brawlhalla for many years, and still there are things that people have not done in the competitive scene, and that is one of them. Kyler Alice kind of breaking new grounds by playing a different character every single game, and closing out a tournament, winning it out for the Australian region. Congratulations to Goddess for the upset, getting in that second place, getting that reset, and not getting mentally broken against this very odd decision from Kyler Alice. And then again, congratulations to Shadow with that third place finish in Australia.
We're going to be taking a quick break, and then we will be right back with the other region right around that area, Southeast Asia, coming at you in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Stay side. Aight. Whether you ready or not. Nothing less but a no that is test is a test that you will be exposed. Game tight solid, rise to the top. Game tight solid, rise to the top. Every moment, every second that you find on the clock, champion on a mission and I won't stop. I can see through your eyes like a window. Nothing inside, no heart when it gets cold. Try to take mine, that's bad from the get-go. When I put it on, you have it wishing they stand up. Think about the outcome, think about your health, bro. Think about your family, think about your ego. Wanna be the boss, but it ain't that simple. I'ma let you know what your answer is. Every moment of the contest, I'ma keep it pushing forward. This is the ultimate challenge. It's too much to be ignored. Anytime you wanna bring it, I'ma find a way to win. Undisputed champion. Undisputed
are back with the Southeast Asian portion of Combo Breaker. Of course, we've seen the North American portion finish with Cody Travis as the champion, and then we just saw Kyler Alice close out the Australian portion of 1v1s, playing a different character every single game. Now we're going to be going over to Southeast Asia, where I kind of doubt Tiger is going to be doing the same thing, but of course we are going to be starting off with the Southeast Asian champion Tiger going up against the underdog Far.
Now Tiger, his clan is 2020, which based on this year so far, that is a cursed clan. Yeah. You should leave that clan immediately. I would have never said go back to Clan 2019. Never thought I would have said that, but maybe go back to Clan 2019 or any other one before that, because Clan 2020 is cursed. We'll see if that curse is going to follow him through this bracket today. He's already made it this far into winners finals, and he's made it this far, and he's going to keep going against Far on the other side of the bracket here in winners finals. So you see how the losers bracket played out as well. Of course, Tiger coming in with that 3-0 victory over Reaper, and Far just barely getting out of the gate with that game 5 victory win against Jerry K.
And I'm sure those of you who have been watching the Brawlhalla scene for a while now, you're like, oh, who's this new guy? Far. Haven't seen him in a tournament in 2020 or even 2019, but I got the lowdown from Tiger himself. Far is actually a competitor from about 3 years ago who took a very long break, started coming back, and has been upsetting top 8 players in the Southeast Asian region, and is going to be likely trying to continue those upsets as we get right on into the winners finals against the current champion Tiger.
And that's really cool, because going back to maybe just a little bit over a month ago, Far coming in 17th placement, so not even inside of top 16 in the spring championships for Southeast Asia. And now he finds himself guaranteed top 3 here in the winners finals, going up against the strongest man in all of Southeast Asia, a Tiger.
Like physically, I've seen his guns, so like I wouldn't be surprised, but like, you think?
Maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, yeah,
he's a hell of a
Course,
competitor.
Lil Yumiko gonna have to be pretty strong to be swinging this big ol' hammer. Of course, that is a, I think that's a megaphone on a stick, so maybe not the heaviest of hammers.
That thing's hollow.
You don't know. You can't see inside the barrel of that hammer. Meanwhile, Far going to be on this Petra pick. Actually leveled up that Petra from the Battle Pass quite high, but Tiger putting in that damage almost has the stock off of Far. The down sig actually not going to bounce up into all of the wisps, instead kind of just poked him off the first one.
Yeah, this is one of the few, if not the only Petra that we've seen at all during this. We've seen a couple orb characters, like we saw Sandstorm earlier playing the Fate, but we didn't see him picking up Petra. We didn't see Boommy playing Petra either. I don't know if we saw any Kui sets on stream, so we might not have seen a Petra from Kui either. So yeah, I'm glad to see some Petra here. Of course, Gauntlets recently getting the love that they did. Of course, this amazing Petra skin from the Battle Pass, and I mean, Orb is still very good. So I'm glad to see some Petra coming out here.
Yeah, and of course, Petra, very high strength character, can put a lot of damage very quickly onto the opponents, and we've seen how well just being able to have a lot of damage per hit can work for players. Right now, it's going to be the side air working out for Far, sending Tiger quite far, and Tiger going to be coming back into it. Denied a weapon by the juggling from Far, and going to continue the weapon denial, stealing that one off the soft platform.
Now you can see by Tiger's name, his name is TTV/Tiger Brawlhalla. That means if you want to see some more of Tiger, you can catch him on stream at twitch.tv/Tiger Brawlhalla. I don't think I've ever caught one of his streams. I don't actually know when he even streams, because of course he is in Southeast Asia, and you and I are both in North America. Yeah. But if you're a Southeast Asia boy, or maybe he streams at strange times, you want to get the lowdown on how Tiger is playing this game, follow him on Twitch.
Yeah, hit that bell icon, maybe get some notifications when you start streaming. But right now, likely isn't streaming as he's going against Far. Currently, even in stocks, just kidding, Far is able to connect with the sidelight side air. Very consistent kill option for the orb players out there.
Is he streaming right now? I'm checking. No, he is not streaming. Unfortunately, he is not streaming his point of view of the tournament like some other players have done. Sandstorm, Boommy. I don't know if Dobrain streams his path through the tournament. But there are numerous players who stream their path through the tournament. That's always really cool to see because, I mean, we can sit here and speculate what people are thinking all day, but it's really cool to see what they're actually thinking and what they're actually saying.
Yeah, and sometimes the things that we see on our screen is slightly different from what they see. So you can see, oh, that's the reason why they made the decision they made. Meanwhile, Tiger didn't make the decision to put a big ol' side air into Far's face as Far was coming up that corner. And Tiger able to even up this stock count, sticking with the hammer, but Far's gonna fall. I need that quick replay because I'm not sure if that was a disconnect, but it looked a lot like Far burned a bunch jumping really high and then just didn't quite have enough, panicked, and didn't go for the side air towards the wall. We've seen that happen from players like on the spawn, right? Like they go for the weapon pickup and then they burn everything. And yeah, that's what it looks like. Far actually burned a bunch jumping away from Tiger's hammer and then actually forgot to reset the jumps.
Man. What an unfortunate loss, because they came in on that final stock so close to one another. There wasn't hardly a lead one way or the other. Far was doing a great job of going even with Tiger. We're now moving into game 2. Far is able to grab the first weapon, but it's going to take 2 hits from Tiger's unarmed kid on this Yumiko. Now Far is disarmed as he threw his orb away. Tiger going to grab those wisps. That side air as the follow-up. Going to knock him into orange. Another side air. The wisps coming in. Far getting down below and over to the wall. Gravity cancel side signature. Catching Far just sticking in the air. Jumping around. And finds the knockout. Holy cow. A complete Far Cry from last game.
And this is like the power of Yumiko, right? Just the space control that comes out from the wisps, able to just deny positions from the opponents. That's one of the reasons why Tiger was able to get such a clean read with that gravity cancel side sig. Is he's like, all right, I've put all these different pressure points at these diagonal down positions, so you're gonna try to recover too high, and when you do, you're gonna get caught by this.
Side airs from Far. Side signature on the ground. Then he goes high into the air. Another side air from Far. Bit by bit, he's starting to even this back up, getting Tiger closer into knockout potential. The side signature, unfortunately, is from the right, sending to the left. Neutral signature coming out. An incredible signature kit here on this Petra pick. Some of the best SIGs in the game. Definitely some of the best orb SIGs.
Yeah, definitely a huge fan of that orb neutral signature as well as the down signature for the offstage. Tiger going to be stuck onto that wall, but able to completely get back up safely with the help of that bow recovery. The side air again from Far, going to deny the stock, waits a little bit. You see him actually not go for the immediate weapon denial. Instead, waits a little bit, waits for Tiger to start coming back so he can try to delay even longer on the weapon spawn, but Tiger easily picks up a hammer.
Nice little 3-hit coming out from Far. He is in the red. He's going to have to be very careful. Tiger's ground pound is going to bounce Far off the main platform. No doubt Tiger wanted that to send just straight down off the edge. Far has him in the orange. Beautiful side sig pickup. Catching Tiger out of the air. Ooh, happens to down air the wrong direction. Tiger punishes it with a stomp side air for the knockout. But Far doing a fantastic job of coming back. Man, what a story that would be. An old-time player, an old head coming back. And the first person to dethrone Tiger out of the region. What a story.
Yo, but the story has not been told just yet, of course. We're only in game number 2. Both of them even in stocks. Far knows that he very easily could have won game number 1 if he hadn't made that tragic mistake of not resetting the jumps. It happens to the best of us, but of course, Far trying to be the best of Southeast Asia, denies himself the weapon, as unfortunately its startup was while Tiger was moving forward. There's the weapon spawn on the right side. Far can't quite get to it, and Tiger's going to deny it with the bow pickup.
Where's the next weapon spawn coming in? It comes almost directly too Far. He's able to get over and grab it. It's going to be this orb. Neutral light trying to grab Tiger as he's on top from the first one, missing. Second one, gravity cancel hits.
You can do it.
Far in the lead here.
There's the Wisps denying the low play from Far, but there's a soft platform, so we can thankfully recover onto that soft platform. Again, the Wisps just denying space, and Tiger utilizing them to throw out the downlight safely. Has the stage control now. Far waiting for the opportunity. Does get back to the wall. Oh! Oh!
Far
Nice
with
weapon
the gauntlets
toss.
in his hand. Might struggle to find the knockout. Far's in the red. He's going to have to be careful about this edge guard from Tiger. There's the weapon spawn on field. He picks it up. Tries to go for the side light, wanting the side air.
Who's going to take game
He's
number 2?
He's got to be so careful.
Soft platform helping Far out, but it can't last forever. He gets onto the stage, sidelight, side air. Far takes game number 2.
Is this going to be Tiger's first loss of the day? I'm looking back at his previous sets. It looks like it is. I'm not going to go all the way back into pools, but in a winner's round 1 of top 32, he has not lost a game yet today. So that by itself is a huge victory for Far. Unfortunately, it did take 658 damage, but on the other side, it also took almost 600 damage for Tiger to almost end up getting that knockout against Far.
Yeah, I mean, that's some fantastic stock extension coming out from Far. And of course, we saw some great pickups from Far, able to utilize that sidelight side air a bunch of times to finish off stocks. And I think that's one of the reasons why Tiger is leading these kind of wider horizontal maps. He knows sidelight side air has kind of been the prominent way that Far is finishing off these stocks. So having more horizontal space gives more time for Tiger to get back onto the stage.
And we're going here onto Apocalypse. No character swaps coming out from either player. Neutral light coming out from Tiger. That's going to knock Far away enough that Tiger's able to grab the first weapon. Far had the option to move over left to the weapon. I would be so worried about going unarmed against Tiger here. You see how long he's able to keep Far over stuck on the wall with those bow edge guards, man. Just building up so much damage. Reading with the neutral signature. Wisp coming out. That's going to require the dodge or Far was going to fall down into them.
Interesting decision from Far to go for that side signature into the wall. He's fortunate Tiger was not in any position to go for like a dash jump ground pound, as Far kind of like locked himself into active frames on that right side wall. Got away with that one. There's the weapon spawn on the right side. It's going to be the orb pickup, but might not even get time to play with it as Tiger gets the nair to finish off the first stock.
Saw that spot dodge come out from Far. Didn't quite have enough iframes. Tiger waited just long enough to throw out that nair so it would make contact. Far has Tiger in the orange here. Gauntlets into bow. I wasn't super impressed with Far's gauntlets. I much preferred his orb.
I would have to agree. It seemed like orb was kind of the prominent damage building weapon for Far. Haven't seen a lot come out from Far's gauntlets. And there you see he's also feeling the same way. Throws away the gauntlets. Going to be going back to the orb. But right now Far's struggling to finish off this first stock of Tiger.
Yeah, if I'm Far, I'm not wanting to play gauntlets into Tiger's bow. His bow is so strong.
Oh no.
Man.
Big call
Is
out
this
from
gonna be
Tiger.
Is this gonna be Far falling apart here in winners finals? Tiger still with 3 stocks to his name. Neutral signature coming out. Far spot dodges after it, but Tiger still is able to punish after that. More damage coming out. Almost has Far into the orange. He's throwing those wisps out for free on the edge, forcing Far to come out and around them, and then Tiger punishes that as well.
Yeah, Far really has to respect those whiffs. The side air is not enough to finish off the first stock of Tiger. Far is likely going to be looking for the side air. There it is, the orb side air to get the stock off of Tiger, but still full stock lead for Tiger, and Far gonna prime his next weapon spawn to be an orb if he lasts that long.
And then you see him go onto the platform. Then he dash jumps over even further away from the weapon spawn that came in. Tiger's able to easily get over, grab the hammer, which if you're Far right now, 80% of the moves that Tiger throws out are going to lead to a knockout. It's not going to be the wisp into the side air. That's not going to make contact. But right after that, Tiger finds the move to knock him out. 605 damage to 296. Tiger putting out more than double what Far is.
Yeah, just completely denying damage for Far. Far really struggled in game number 3. We'll see what Far is able to do. Going to be switching it up, going over to the Fate. Wants to retain that orb, but going to be going over to the Fate this time. Has the Scythe plays potentially as we go to Small Brawlhaven for game number 4.
I didn't happen to catch the character level. I was remembering to look right as they moved into the game. He does just have the yellow color scheme. So by that alone, my theory is that it's not very high, but he still does have the orb carry over from the Petra. If he was an early adopter of orb, it's likely that he has a considerable amount of time spent on Fate, as obviously Dust didn't see too much love, but on this edge guard, Tiger is going to be able to clutch it out here. Far's able to get it back.
Some fantastic orb play from Far, actually going for a side air into a nair on that left side just to put the hit stun on Tiger so Tiger couldn't keep that pressure going. Utilizing the star ride, just flying over those wisps. That might be the big thing working out for Far as he gets bounced off of one of the wisps. Going over to this side.
It's going much more even with Tiger in this game on Brawlhaven. Another character with a tremendous signature kit with this Fate pick. Stomp side air from Tiger, though. The light attack kit is enough for him to find these knockouts. 45 seconds into this game, he's going to be going up over Far.
Again, back to the orb pick for Far. Tries to throw out some signatures. Tiger just going in with the unarmed. That side air is enough to put Tiger off stage, but Far needs to find the finisher here for the first stock. Try to keep this one close. Oh, the wisps.
Ooh. Ooh. Still hasn't found the knockout, and Far is in the orange on his second stock. Dare coming out over the edge. Tiger finds a dare as well. Sending high side sig for the knockout. This is looking tough for Far.
Yeah, this might be all over for Far. Well, not all over, because Far still has the lower bracket to go through. Of course, this is the winners finals, but still, this game is looking done for as it's still a full stock lead for Tiger. Far gonna do his best here, sticking with the orb. We haven't seen Far show any potential for like a big offstage gimp with the orb. Of course, there's always that potential with the orb with the down airs and ground pounds, but it's not something we've seen Far bust out.
Stomp down air. Gonna turn Far orange. Side air sending him almost off screen. See those wisps trying to cover high. The down air trying to scoop low. Sidelight side air. Doesn't quite have Tiger in the red yet.
Dang, didn't even put him off screen. Far. Spot dodges, but gets caught by the neutral light. So many active frames within those kicks from Tiger. Sidelight side air again. This time we'll put him off screen, but just barely.
Fortunately for Far, it was in the middle of the stage and not the edge closest to the blast zone. Wisp coming out. Far going high. Tiger continuing to cover low with the downlight. Side air is going to be the knockout. Far has evened up the stocks, but he is definitely in knockout potential.
Gone from 3 stocks to 1. Far really doing his best to close this one out. He knows that if he loses here, he's going into losers finals, but he cannot afford to eat another side air from Tiger as Tiger's starting to throw out the wisp, just denying space, putting the threat out, and there it is. Tiger wins in the winners finals to earn his spot in the grand finals.
Much more even game between these two, but still, it seems like yet again the story in Southeast Asia is who is going to play second fiddle to Tiger.
Who is it going to be? So far, Far has the best chance considering they're in the losers finals, but we'll see who's going to be going up against Far. Will it be Jerry K or Reaper fighting next in the losers semifinals?
Now, Jerry K is also in the 2020 clan, which doesn't seem as cursed as we might have originally thought. Coming to character level wise, this Diana from Reaper at 61, and this Xavier Woods from Jerry K level 51. So a considerable amount of time spent on both of these characters from these players. We're seeing Small Mammoth, Apocalypse, and Demon Island left open by Reaper. It's going to be Jerry K who's going to make the choice here between those three. Diana into Bodvar or Xavier Woods.
Xavier Woods and the rest of the New Day, of course, Kofi Kingston.
That's
and
true.
Big E there to back him up. Of course, the joke gets made every single time. It's 3 versus 1, and we'll see how well that works out for Jerry K as we get right on into the loser semifinals for game number 1.
We're coming in on the Demon Island. Yo, I like that sword skin that Jerry K is using. It looks oh, okay, Reaper's going down really low. He touched the wall, so he's going to get his jumps back. It's going to be tough to find a knockout that early in the game. But I love that sword skin because it reminds me of Sokka's sword from Avatar.
That meteorite sword.
Yeah.
He never gets it back, does he?
I don't
Spoilers.
remember.
Okay.
The light side air for Jerry K. The weapon toss arced high. Reaper stays away from it, but as he goes back to the platform, he's going to eat a side air. Jerry K is going to find the first knockout. 45 seconds into this game. juggling the weapons, going back over to the sword. Reaper does have him in the orange, but he's unarmed. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Again, an arcing weapon toss as Jerry K picks up another sword. Spawn coming in. The neutral air from Reaper is going to send Jerry K away. He's able to pick up the blasters. Side air from the right side, sending to the left. Not going to be the knockout option he needs. Sidelight, corner chase dodging coming out from Jerry K. Reaper needs to find this knockout soon. That extra credit damage coming in for Jerry K.
Ooh, stomp sidelight. Reaper just above it. The neutral signature into the stage, and Reaper able to even up the stocks. Very well played from Reaper, not taking too much damage while trying to finish off this stock of Jerry K. But Jerry K, there's the weapon spawn, but he backs away from it, expecting Reaper to try to cover it with some sort of attack, like a downlight. And Jerry K now struggling to pick it up. He does pick it up. It's going to be the sword.
Neutral light. Ooh, man, that was close. That would have been a great option. That would have been an orange knockout for Jerry K. He doesn't even have to gravity cancel that. Just throw that out on the corner. Going to be a tremendous option. Extremely underrated signature. D-Light side air. Gonna send Reaper over to the edge. Throw it out. There it is. That's what I'm talking about.
There it is. That Bodvar down signature, so much spiking potential within that sword signature, but Reaper's got some spikes of his own on the bottom of the feet, going for that ground pound. Jerry K had a stage underneath him, so he's going to extend this stock for a little bit, but we've seen Reaper do a really good job making sure Jerry K doesn't get too much extra credit between the stocks.
Side airing to the left. Jerry K punishes because he's on the right. Neutral light coming out from Reaper. Recovery follow-up doesn't make contact. Another dare putting out more damage onto Jerry K. Another dare putting out more damage onto Jerry K. Doing a fantastic job over spacing everything. Almost has Reaper in the orange. That gravity cancel D-Sig could have put Reaper in a terrible spot. He's in the orange now. Sidelight, those 90-degree chase dodges coming out from Jerry K. He's going to get caught out with a side air from Reaper. Stocks are even, but almost 100 damage on this final stock from Reaper. He's got to be so careful.
Stomp side air almost puts him off screen. That'll do it.
That side signature, when it hits, is a gross noise. I do not like that.
Yo, but it's a great feeling when it hits because it can take stocks just on those corners the way that JK was using it, but we saw Reaper respect it, got back up, but only for a moment, as Reaper is now switching up characters in game number 2 over to the Koji against Jerry K.
Now he's going to a character he has a little bit more experience on in the level 66 Koji compared to the level 61 Diana. He is going to have the sword into sword matchup here that he's going to have to deal with on this Bodvar Xavier Woods pick from Jerry K. We'll see if he's able to maneuver around the hammer, maybe using those 45-degree angles that Bo has a little bit better.
It's interesting that Reaper is sticking with the bow of the two weapons that he did well with Diana. I want to say the blasters was slightly better, and not to mention Bo tends to have a rough matchup against hammer. We've seen many a hammer player be very good at the matchup against Bo.
There's the recovery chase dodge over. Tries to go for the big play with the ground pound, catching Jerry K almost in yellow. Jerry K still in the damage lead here. Has Reaper in the orange, further deeper into orange, almost into red. Stomp side air. The stomp turned him red. The side air turned him redder.
Good spacing from Reaper. Just jumping over those downlights. He knows that Jerry K wants the downlight for the knockout, and it's going to be the hammer downlight. That's stomp side air to take the first stock of Reaper in game number 2.
Did you see the range on that D-Light, man? Holy cow. That's a meaty stomp.
Interesting option from Reaper here, going for the nairs off that downlight. Generally, if you want damage, especially with how damaged Reaper is, if you want damage for the potential knockout, you go for the down air. Or he could have gone for the side air for like the stage control. It's interesting that he decided to go for the nair juggles.
Okay, coming in with a sword, getting through the D-Sig from Reaper right on the corner, getting around behind him. Now Jerry's the one doing the juggling here. Multiple nairs. Tries to read the lateral dodge and avoidance from Reaper with the gravity cancel side signature on that Bodvar sword. He lights side air, turning Reaper red. The weapon toss going straight towards Reaper.
Some nice chase dodging coming out from Reaper, but Jerry K just with the pickup stomp side air, taking the stage away from Reaper. Watch out for the down sig on this corner. He's going to get up with the side air from Jerry K, and he's going to deny the weapons.
Well, coming in for Reaper, just a raw down signature. He expected Jerry K to rush in and grab that sword weapon toss. Oh, not enough.
Not enough. Jerry K is so incredibly hurt, but he's still able to add up this extra credit onto Reaper.
And that's another color change onto Reaper's stock. He went from yellow to orange before he was able to knock out Jerry K. You see him backing up over to the wall against an unarmed Jerry K, giving Jerry a lot of stage movement, a lot of area that he could position himself on the stage so he could grab that weapon spawn almost immediately. There, into the neutral air, waited a little bit to get Reaper's dodge. There's a side air, weapon toss arcing up, hammer coming in hand. There's the side air, dips down, wants the recovery, another side air, but it's going to be the neutral air taking off the top. And Jerry K is going to be taking another game. Now 2-0 in this set as we move into game 3.
Xavier Woods is going to take game number 2 over Reaper. Is Reaper going to switch up the character picks? Yes. This time it's going to be over to the Mordex. Absolutely no crossover between the previous picks of Diana and Koji.
Hoping his gauntlets or his scythe are going to take the lead here. Maybe give him a really solid signature kit that you can use more often in neutral. Going onto the deck stance.
Those the scythe signatures in particular for Mordex can be very effective. Specifically, I'm thinking of like the scythe side signature. Just put a bunch of icicles between yourself and the opponent, really slow them down with those icicles.
And of course, on the gauntlets, the dunk. Like, you know how devastating that dunk is when you hit someone, even in orange, right over the corner, man. That is almost a guaranteed knockout. You see Sandstorm do it all the time.
It can be so incredibly effective. Not only that, but you have the option of active inputting it upwards for a throw up if you're too close to the stage, like if you don't have that corner potential. Meanwhile, he's sticking with the scythe right now. No opportunity to go for that dunk down. Goes for the down signature, another active input signature for Reaper.
Reaper doing a much better job going even. There's the gravity cancel down signature that he wanted the first time. Has those gauntlets. Trying to poke with the downlight over the edge. Gets scooped and sent high. Neutral air, not quite enough to knock out yet.
Oh, the scoops from Jerry K.
Swapping back over to the sword. Reaper's going to be unarmed. We'll see where the next weapon spawn comes in. Jerry K was between Reaper and that weapon spawn. The unarmed recovery knocking Jerry K away. In comes a scythe. Jerry K overspacing the down signature, expecting it that time from Reaper.
You can see Reaper's really reliant on the signatures, though, to finish off the stock of Jerry K. Really trying to connect with that scythe down signature. We'll see what Reaper can do with the gauntlets. Might have some more potential again. Going back to that dunk down or any of the other potential moves in the gauntlet kit. Of course, you can always go for that recovery if you can get the dodge read. Weapon toss, can't get the unarmed recovery.
Now, despite almost being 2 minutes into this game, we still haven't seen Jerry K fall, but Reaper doesn't have a ton of damage on his second stock yet, so he's still in a decent enough position if he's able to find that knockout. Neutralite into nothing. He's not able to find the follow-ups, definitely not the knockout follow-ups that he needs. He's too scared to commit to a signature right now. He's so far behind, and he's afraid of the punishment from Jerry K. Oh my gosh! Holy cow, man.
There's so much damage on Jerry K that second shot just launched him off the screen. Jerry K gonna come back into this one with a fresh stock onto Reaper, and that is so rough for Reaper to be not capable of finishing off the stock when Jerry K has been so damaged as Jerry K just needs to hit a down sig, and that's a stock off of Reaper.
Now, one thing we aren't seeing too much of from Reaper is that when he has gauntlets in his hands, he doesn't seem to be playing the way that gauntlet players play. Like, he's not going for D-Light into the side light. He's not going for the D-Light chase dodge in light, which is an option that Sandstorm does some of the time. He's not going for the side light into the numerous options that Gauntlet players do out of side light. He's just kind of going for one hit at a time until we just saw him kind of go for that little string that was centric around the nair. Now we're seeing the side light into the recovery.
Yeah, he's really starting to get that momentum. Maybe needed some warm-up time on these gauntlets, but he's going to get caught by that neutral signature from Jerry K. The assist coming out from Big E. Nair juggling. Reaper struggles against the juggles of Jerry K. Wow, that is going to do it. The gravity against the side heavy to even up the stocks, but again, Reaper on the back foot. So hurt that side air almost did it for Jerry K.
Reaper needs a miracle right now, or he's about to get 3-0'd by Jerry K, and he will have to finish in 4th place here at the SEA Brawlhalla Combo Breaker Online Tournament. Weapon Spawn coming in, tries to neutralize. Man, that side air was close to hitting.
Just dodging these kill moves from Jerry K. Reaper, dancing with death. He cannot afford to get hit. The dare will do it. Ooh.
Reaper's finding connections. It seems like Jerry K is the one fumbling now, but all it takes is one. Reaper had to get lucky or play perfectly every single time, but all it took was one dare, one nair, or one side air, or even a downlight from Jerry K to find the knockout onto Reaper and take it 3-0. That's going to be a 4th place finish for Reaper here, and Jerry K moves on into losers finals.
Dude, Reaper was playing like a fly buzzing around Jerry K, but Jerry K finally got out the fly swatter, scooped him up. That's not how you use a fly swatter, but the analogy ends at that point. He gets the knockout, and that means Jerry K, like you said, is going to be going into the losers finals to fight the new head, old head of Far. Far, the person who, again, comes from 3+ years back Brawlhalla, hasn't played in so long, then has started to pick it up again and has earned his spot in the losers finals, guaranteed top 3 placement from someone who we have not seen in the Southeast Asian region in the past 2 years.
So Far versus Jerry K. Jerry K likely coming in with the Bodvar right off the bat. That's who he's been playing so far today. And you know what? Something I want to point out. Southeast Asia, not the greatest at reporting their characters. This top 8 is looking pretty sparse. I want to point out the boys who are doing it right. Reaper's doing a great job. Tiger's doing a great job. Far, the guy who probably the last time he played seriously a long time ago, we were still probably using Challenge. Might not have even had Smash GG yet. He's reporting his characters. So congratulations to Far for that. Jerry K reporting some of his characters. Sphinx reporting, Ghoul reporting. Reaper not the best at it, though.
Tragic. Report your characters, players. When you're in,
do it, please.
Report it. It's so incredibly helpful. It gives us so much more information. So that when we get to talk about you, we're not like, oh, hey, who did this character? What does he do? But we do know that Far likes to play the Petra as we get right on in to game number 1 of the losers finals. And I do believe it's going to be Jerry K over to the Val pick, aka Stevani, that crossover for Val. This is interesting. I didn't expect this coming out from.
I didn't either. Coming in, he does have a level 51 Val. So this Stevani pick is definitely not out of left field overall. Still using that same sword skin on the Stevani.
We'll see.
There you see. That's those stats are a little bit messed up. We're just gonna gloss over that. This was the dry. It's just the dry run.
Yeah,
this is the first run, so maybe give him a break on that. We'll get those stats clean time.
It goes back to that
rough.
The bug analogy, right? There's flies around JK's head. There's some bugs in the code. It's all right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Far not going to be bugged by Jerry K in the swap over to the Stevani. Far is getting the damage built up onto Jerry K already. As I don't think Far's taking really much damage at all. That sidelight going to put a tiny bit onto Far. But of course, with these string weapons, like the gauntlets, like the guitars, you want to get that extra stuff. You want to get more to get the true damage out.
Stevani just looks so nice, and then that Petra skin, dude, that's a mean-looking Petra skin. Holy cow. Like Petra herself, like she looks kind of mean, like she's ripped, and she has that like weird kind of demon monster arm thing, and she's got scary spiky hair, like a strong anime character. But like, dude, that skin looks mean.
Yeah, this is a scary skin I would not want to go up against, and clearly neither does JK right now, as that first hit, that neutral signature from Far, gonna take the stock advantage over Jerry K.
Ooh, beautiful hit. I don't think I've really actually seen that many people play with Stevani. I feel like I've never seen that animation before. Looks dope.
Yeah, there's some cool sigs on Stevani. I like the gauntlet side signature as well.
Jerry K has Far over on the edge. Far's able to recover definitely a lot better here against Jerry K than he was against those wisps that Tiger was constantly throwing out. I mean, much more even here than he did in his set against Tiger. Finding nice unarmed damage, nice little three-piece there. They're going pretty even so far. Jerry K just a little bit in the lead.
This is definitely a lot closer than it started, though. Far had a huge lead to start it off, and Jerry K was able to close that gap just a little bit. We're seeing right now Jerry K with that stage control goes for the side signature, just a classic for those Val players on the corner. Far was ready for it and actually took back the stage control while Jerry K was going for it.
Something also I find interesting is that Far is still, like, even though he's an old head, he's playing a relatively new character.
Very
so he's
true.
not just
This
kind
is
of
definitely not
reverting back to that like old stuff that he was used to. Because a lot of the old characters still are really good. Bodvar being one specifically in particular. Everyone used to play Bodvar back in the old days. Did Tiger tell you who Far used to play?
No, but he did tell me that Far will potentially be playing, of course, this Petra, and there is the possibility of a Thor coming out from Far. So we haven't quite seen that yet. We saw the Fate earlier, but that was what Tiger told me, is that Far might be on the Petra or the Thor.
So still, I don't want to necessarily call Fate a new character. She's definitely not. But for someone whose heyday was 3 years ago, that's a relatively new character.
Yeah, I mean, 3 years ago, Scythe didn't exist, Orb didn't exist. I don't even know, did Gauntlets even exist 3 years ago?
They probably did.
Any of those. I don't know. But either way, Far clearly showing they've been putting in the time more recently. They've been really putting in the time to get to know all of these different weapons in Brawlhalla that have been added since they last played. Meanwhile, Jerry K able to stay even with Far. While we keep talking about Far and all the praises, Jerry K has been able to keep this stock count close.
Now this has been a very long game, coming in at about 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and we're still not done yet. Far does have Jerry K possibly in the knockout range, has him in the red, depending on where he finds like a side light, side air. Weapon toss going in. He's going to have to pressure Jerry K with the gauntlets or unarmed. Here comes the weapon spawn. Jerry K throws his weapon away, able to just barely grab that sword. Neutral signature coming out. Far was just a little bit too high. Here comes the gauntlets.
And Far on the gauntlets. We didn't see a lot of Far's gauntlets in the winners finals. Instead, it was predominantly orb focused from Far. And this time you're seeing again Far throwing away the gauntlets. Oh, and he's just gonna wait for it.
He's just gonna eat it, man. That's tough to see. You saw Jerry K. He didn't try to like read that Far was gonna dip off the wall. He didn't hold that right arrow key or button on his controller to try to steer that ground pound. He just did it right along the wall for an easy ground pound.
Yeah, Far kind of a deer in the headlights there. There weren't a lot of options that Far could have gone for. Like the unarmed recovery would not have beaten out the gauntlets. So he basically had to time a spot dodge perfectly. And in that position, it's very hard to do. And Far opted to just kind of take it because he was just like, oh, snap, there's a big thing coming at me. That hurts. Meanwhile, that is going to be game number 1, I believe, going the way of Jerry K with this Val pick.
Yeah, it felt like we might be further along in the set just by how long that game felt and was. But no, that was actually just game 1. Coming in to a game here on Miami Dome, we'll see if anything changes. There is a larger sidewall for them to recover back to, so we could see an even longer game. But also, those left and right blast zones, they seem a lot closer than you would expect.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot closer than you would go for like a vertical knockout. especially on Miami Dome. And with some of these signatures, like a well-placed gauntlet side signature from either of these players might be just what they need to get those knockouts horizontally.
Side air from far. That's going to turn Jerry K orange. Weapon toss going in. Immediately picks up the gauntlets and gets the side light off of the stun from the weapon toss. Neutral signature expecting Jerry K to go high. He stays low and gets the punish for the knockout onto far. Jerry K going to go up. A minute into this game, he was able to take off that first stock.
And already Jerry K stealing the stage control. Far stuck on that left corner. That's going to give Jerry K the opportunity to deny the weapon pickup from Far. The spawn's going to be high in the sky over on Far's side, so he gets lucky from the Brawlhalla Gons, but still not able to put out any damage with this new weapon. And he's got to get more damage to get this knockout off of Jerry K.
Saw him maybe trying to get an early one. The sidelight into the neutral signature. Just a little bit more damage was necessary, though. In comes the weapon spawn, and Far almost evening it up.
Yeah, that's a well-placed weapon toss. Actually beat out the recovery from Jerry K. Completely stuffed it, and that means that, that Jerry K just did not have the movement to get back onto the stage.
Far not spending too much time on the ground. Or, sorry, is spending a lot of time on the ground, not spending too much time in the air. He'll go back into the air just a little bit every now and then, but he was trying to maintain stage control a lot by just sticking onto that ground. Neutral signature going to catch him around that left soft platform, almost knocking out off the top. You see those dares trying to zone Far out, maybe catch him as he's recovering back to the main platform. Down signature trying to reach as far as it can.
Nice spot dodge from Far. Jerry K was going for the approach with that sidelight. Far again going for these spot dodges on the approach from Jerry K. Big neutral signature is going to put some damage out, but Jerry K again with that lead in the damage department. Nair doesn't go for the immediate follow-ups. Again, it has increased stun on the Nair with the most recent balance patch, so there's those possibilities of going for more afterwards, but Far maybe not quite ready for it.
Sidelight coming out. Going to interrupt a little bit of Jerry K's momentum. Unarmed recovery not going to be enough to take off the top. Jerry K still has weapon advantage. Far's able to grab the orb. Sidelight side air going to be the knockout. Again, we still have a pretty long game between these two players, though. We're coming in at about 3 minutes into it. Both of them still very healthy on their final stocks.
Swings. Neither of them able to get too many hits. It's like one or two, and then immediate resets almost every single time. It'll be like one, then they try to chase dodge for more, but still no huge momentum swings. Nice spot dodge from Far.
Swapping an orb for an orb. Did he throw away the more healthy one?
I don't think so. I think he just swapped once. Again, weapons have durability. The more damage you take, the more their durability goes down. So generally, if you're going to swap for the same weapon, you want the newer one because, of course, it's got that refresh durability.
We didn't see Jerry K re-grab that weapon. He might have been hoping that Far was going to drift a little bit too far into the push-off column, get knocked by it. So even between these two players, 4 minutes into this game. Oh, it's going to be a neutral signature from Far. He's been throwing those out a lot. Hasn't found many connections here at Combo Breaker, but that one he is going to find. Oh, man, he's going to tie the set up 1-1. Little damage difference between them. Two damage. 2 damage.
2 damage. That's a weapon toss in damage difference between the two of them. But Far able to connect with the neutral signature. Of course, with Miami Dome, with those multi-platform maps like Miami Dome or even those tri-platform maps, it makes it a lot harder to avoid those anti-air signatures because, of course, if you try to go low, you're just going to land on a platform which will stop your movement and make it very difficult for you. And Far took advantage of that, and that's why Jerry K is getting rid of all those platforming maps, and it's Apocalypse, Demon Island, and Crystal Temple for game number 3.
Had the choice of 0 soft platforms on Demon Island, 1 on Apocalypse, or 2 on Crystal Temple. But I believe the selection was Apocalypse, and it is. This one's going to move, though.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they deal with that platform as it moves. Neutral light coming out. That's going to be this Stevani from Jerry K picking up the first weapon and the second weapon, opting to go back over to the sword. Another weapon spawn coming in. Are we going to see the throwaway from Jerry K? We are. getting a fresh sword, controlling all the weapons in this game so far.
Finally, Far is able to pick up a pair of gauntlets and is trying to put out some damage, but Jerry K got a nice little lead from denying weapons from Far. Far going to commit with that ground pound, but Jerry K with the turnaround, downlight side air. Far's in trouble, avoids the weapon toss, has horizontal movement with the side air. Nice, beats the recovery from Jerry K, and this might be a stock, but Jerry K fights back with a recovery of his own.
Jerry K is still really healthy on the stock, man. It was that first like 13 seconds and orange stock's worth of damage that Jerry K was able to put out by grabbing all of those weapons, keeping Far weapon starved. Far's gonna have to fight his way back in this before Jerry finds a knockout.
Goes for the neutral signature, reading Jerry K, maybe trying to jump approach. Sidelight side air, not quite enough damage onto Jerry K. That neutral signature, plenty of active frames. Jerry K gets caught. Maybe the floaty play from Jerry K is starting to get picked apart by Far.
Yeah, especially with that neutral signature and the ending of last game, which was a gauntlet neutral signature. Now Far is the one attempting to weapon starve. He's able to take that orb away, but the weapon spawn comes in all the way to the left side of the stage, giving Jerry K the edge that he needs to find the knockout here. Minute and 40 seconds into this game. Both players very healthy on their second stock.
Gauntlet pick up from Far. Nice turnaround side air. Decides to go back onto the stage. Knows that neither of them are too damaged, so doesn't want to go for anything too risky. Doesn't want to accidentally lose that stock if he overcommits off stage.
A lot of sword damage coming out from Jerry K.
Really patient recovery from Far though. Made sure to stay off of that right side wall in case Jerry K opted to go for that sword ground pound.
Now we've seen Jerry kind of overcommit a couple times with that sword ground pound when he doesn't have very many movement options left in his kit. I would like to see Far maybe capitalize on that a little bit more now that Jerry K has done it 2 different times.
We'll see if Far has been able to home in on that fact. Good spot dodge to stay above that down signature. Opting to again deny weapons. Ooh, that weapon toss connected on Jerry K, but Far a little bit late to react there. You saw him go for the ground pound, but by that time, Jerry K was already out of that position.
I think he didn't expect it to hit. I wouldn't have either. Like, that was such a slow, arcing weapon toss that Jerry K like had so much time to get out of the way of it, but I guess he had AirPods in, so he couldn't hear it coming.
Could not hear that weapon coming for his head, but still Far able to connect with the side air onto Jerry K, able to take the stock off of him, take that slight lead, and it's going to be a little bit of work from Jerry K if he wants to finish off this stock of Far and close out game number 3.
You saw him attempt that unarmed ground pound, but Far saw it coming, able to dodge through it. Now you see Jerry K, you saw him throw out 2 dares on the edge instead of going in for that sword ground pound like he was doing previously. The recovery's going to drop. Might have led to the knockout, at least could have led to some good damage potential in the air, maybe then later killing with a neutral air, but it's going to be the GCD light into the recovery. Again, long games between Jerry K and Far, which is going to be rough for them in this set now, and it's going to continue to be rough for the person who moves on out of this, just the raw exhaustion of having to play these really long games than going to fight against Tiger in the grand finals.
And what's even worse is like, ooh, nice pickup from the neutral signature. A little bit of the dodgeball play, throwing one weapon up to keep Jerry K's focus, considering he got hit by a weapon toss earlier. And then Far just comes in from below with the arcing neutral signature. Far takes another one, going to be going up 2-1 over Jerry K. 1 game left for Far to close it out and go into the grand finals.
Neither character has been locked in for Jerry K or Far yet. Maybe both of them thinking about it. Thinking about who they want to play going in to this game 4. Far is up 2-1 in the set. Far is going to lock in that Petra. Just default stance here. This level 36 Petra.
I almost don't want to see this Devani. Yeah, all right. Jerry K going to be going over to the Hattori for game number 4. Jerry K on his last legs here again. Far, if he wins this one, Far is going to be going on into the grand finals. Jerry K's got to win the next 2 games to go into the grand finals to fight against Tiger.
Now, this is level 54 Hattori coming in for Jerry K. So a lot of time spent on this character over in the defense stance, going to give him a little bit more survivability. Maybe he can eat a couple more of those side light side airs before he gets knocked out. Maybe in the early stages of red, those neutral signatures from far might not quite knock out as early, but still 8 strength on that Petra, man. I feel like that jump from 4 to 5 isn't really going to do that much.
Yo, but it's a 3 difference, right, between the 8 strength and the 5 defense. So it's definitely better than being up against someone who's got double your stat rank. Either way, it all comes down to who's getting hit and who's not getting hit. And right now, it is Jerry K who is taking a little bit more damage, but he does take the damage lead right there with that downlight side air.
Neutral light coming in into the jump. Double chase dodge from Jerry K. Completely reading out that gravity cancel neutral signature from far with the ground pound on that spear kit. Jerry K with just a little bit of a lead. Gets his recovery interrupted just a little bit by that side light from far. Weapon advantage here.
Ooh, catches him with a neutral there. Goes for the recovery. Wants to get the stock. And Jerry K kind of baiting with that ground pound.
I like that he pulled out of it because he started it so early that you saw Far was already poised to get out of the way of it and get around it and easily punish it on the wall, either with a dare, probably not a ground pound. I don't think he could get that far around Jerry K in time, but most likely a dare or maybe even a side air as a punish option, which could have led to the edge guard, but Jerry K wisely pulling out of it. Side light, ooh, goes for the gravity cancel D-light. Spear looking scary, man. He's doing a great job of zoning Far out.
This is the first time we've seen Jerry K on Spear on stream, and it is looking like Jerry K is having no problems with it at all. Very comfortable with this Spear in hand, but Far with a fantastic spot dodge to avoid that side signature and get a falling side air to punish it and get the stock off of Jerry K. Weapon spawn going to be high in the sky. No, over on the left side, Far right on top of it. Kind of read where it was going to spawn, was able to deny. Likely will try to deny again. Yep, throws away the orb for these gauntlets.
In comes the spear for Jerry K. Nice side air. He cleans this stock up. We could see a huge lead for Jerry K.
Yeah, but that might be quite an if right now. The side air is enough to put Far off stage. Goes for the gravity cancel side light. The recovery still not enough to get the stock off of Far. And the longer it takes Jerry K to get the stock off, the more opportunities Far is going to have. But Jerry K connects with the sword recovery.
This game going considerably quicker than the previous ones. We're about 2.5 minutes in, and now Far is on his final stock. So Jerry K's pacing is much better this game compared to the previous ones, and Far is significantly behind. It does turn Jerry K orange. If Far is able to find the knockout options at the right time, this stock could be gone very quickly.
You're seeing Jerry K make sure he's not in the position for it, but the side light sets up for the side air. Jerry K gets put off screen, but still has the movement to get back onto the stage. Hattori with plenty of movement. That's going to apply to the air movement as well. But again, the side air is from Far for finishing off stocks.
Jerry K's lead is shrinking ever so lightly. Gonna be the sword coming in for him. He has Far in the orange. About 100 damage difference between these two. Ooh. Here comes that
dodge from Far.
That fearsome spear for Jerry K, and he is going to even up the set. 2-2. We're going to game 5, the Hattori swap. Doing so well for Jerry K. His spear is looking fantastic.
Yeah, this is a really smart pick coming out from Jerry K. Of course, he had the sword earlier, and this is where we're seeing Far forced to make the swap in game number 5. Far over to the Thor. Is it going to be enough to take game number 5 and go on into the grand finals, or Jerry K with the swap over to the Hattori going to be able to close it out? Of course, the spear, which worked so well for Jerry K, tends to do well against Hammer as well, so this might be troublesome for Far, but Far is of course going to have more defense with this Thor.
Yeah, they're going to trade the disparity between Far's attack compared to Jerry K's defense to Jerry K's attack compared to Far's defense. Going from that 8 to 5, now from 4 to 8.
Far trying to reach with these sidelights, but Jerry K just a little bit too close. Nice neutral light sends Jerry K off stage. Jerry K with a very high recovery, and Far was trying to catch him with that hammer yo-yo, but Jerry K not going to be caught by it.
D-light side air from Jerry K, the weapon toss. That gets the dodge from Far. He's able to zone out Jerry K with the neutral air. See if we see a ground pound on the edge. No, it's just going to be a side air. He was just matching the height of Far, throwing out that side air for the knockout.
Yeah,
maybe 120,
130
damage on this stock.
A little bit of damage onto Jerry K, a little more than a little, but still, it's going to take some work from Far to finish off the stock, especially because Far's primary knockout option has been Orb side air.
We're seeing some of the Thor signatures coming out. That neutral signature on Thor Orb might be able to contest a little bit better with the ground pound that Jerry K has on Spear.
Might take a little bit of precision, though, from Far to connect with it. It can have really good priority, but right now, he needs to finish this stock off of Jerry K. Over to the hammer, a little bit more kill potential. But he dodges right on into a side air. Neutral air to beat out the ground pound. That'll do it for Far.
And there's the backside of that neutral air hitting as a hitbox above and behind you that you can still hit with. Jerry K still has a very solid lead here. Has Far in the orange. 1 or 2 more hits, probably going to be in the red.
Big side airs. Jerry K just needs another one. Trying to stay horizontal with Far, but didn't quite find the opportunity to connect with the side air. That one will put Far very far as the weapon toss cleans up the stock. And again, Jerry K going to be sticking with the spear.
It's Jerry K continuing this lead that he had before. The last time he got the knockout, we also saw about 120, maybe 130 damage on this stock. Far was able to clean it up relatively quickly, but still, the story is Jerry K gets the first kill, and Far is behind him. Jerry K gets the second kill, and then Far is behind him.
Gonna slide charge with the down signature, trying to chase after Jerry K, but the recovery doesn't have enough movement onto it. He needs this stock. Sidelight side air is going to do it for Far. It's going to put them both into final stocks. Not a massive lead for Jerry K. This could go either direction. Who's going to go into the grand finals to fight Tiger?
Weapon spawn comes in. It's a sword for Jerry K. He's been more successful with the spear thus far, but his sword still looks really solid. Far putting a lot of distance between him and Jerry K.
Really
now he's chasing after him.
Jerry K going to be going over to the spear, though. This has been the weapon that's been doing a lot of the work for Jerry K. Downlight side air connects. Far in trouble. Does get the wall touch. Barely manages to avoid the side signature. Turn around, down airs. But Jerry K gets up.
Even though that might have been a big opportunity for Far, he wasn't able to convert it into a knockout. Still put out a lot of damage. These two are basically even. The down air is going to bounce Far off the stage. There is still a weapon spawn on the field. It looks like neither player wants to the possibility of disarming themselves. D-light side air. Thor's defense just barely holding on, waiting as long as he can before he throws out the unarmed recovery. Multiple weapon spawns on the field. Far getting through Jerry K, but a DC side sig for the knockout in Game 5. Jerry K is going to take it.
Jerry K staying composed, takes out Far to go into the grand finals against Tiger, but a fantastic run from Far coming from 3 years back. to make his name known here in the top 3 of the Southeast Asian region for Combo Breaker. Unfortunately, that means his run is over, and Jerry K gets to continue. But now Jerry K, after a very grueling best of 5 in losers finals, now has to go for 2 best of 5s in the grand finals.
We already have the Yumiko locked in for Tiger. Are we going to see that Hattori carry over from the previous sets? Is he going to play the Bodvar from the sets even before that? Who is Jerry K going to lock in here against Tiger?
Well, it looks like Jerry K's got kind of this pool of characters, right? There's the Val, the Bodvar, and the Hattori. Of course, jury's out on which one it's going to be for game number 1. I kind of like the Bodvar of the 3. I think the Hattori is also a really strong pick. Not to say that the Val was bad by any means, but those would be the 2 that I would suggest if I was like his coach. But instead, it's going to be Becky Lynch, not even in that list of characters. Of course, Jerry K's always got something secret up his sleeve.
Small Mammoth, Apocalypse, Demon Island left on the board. Now, of course, this Becky Lynch pick going to be going into the dexterity stance, going from 3 to 4. This is a level 38 Nash or Becky Lynch for Jerry K here, which is still a higher level than Tiger's level 31 Yumiko.
Yeah, this Yumiko, definitely a little bit of a more recent pick for Tiger, but definitely not something out of the wheelhouse of Tiger's character pool. We've seen Tiger be very effective with the Nash, be very effective with the Koji. Of course, that's going to be a carryover from both of them with that hammer and the bow. And we'll see how well it works out against Jerry K, who's put in more time onto this individual character than Tiger has with this Becky Lynch, aka Nash crossover.
2 hammer players going at it here in this game. Tiger is definitely coming out on top so far. As Jerry K already in the orange, 20 seconds into the game. Another neutral air coming out from Tiger. Jerry K swapping over onto the spear. Definitely his more favored weapon from the previous set that we saw. Going in, just running in right under those wisps. Those will not hit a grounded opponent.
Yeah, the first one only hits grounded at the early stages of the wisp, but after it's been out for a little while, then you can go straight underneath it. Great knowledge from Jerry K to know that matchup, know he can go underneath it, but unfortunately, he didn't get a lot out of it. Tiger actually still very undamaged after he takes the first stock off of Jerry K.
Let's see, solid commitment there coming in from Jerry K with the ground pound. Multiple signatures coming out from Jerry K. Stomp, multiple moves. Tiger is punishing, man.
And Tiger really just picking apart what Jerry K is doing. Wisp, but Jerry K is already inside of it. Almost ran out in a panic. Side signature thrown out from Tiger. Nice punish from Jerry K with a big ground pound. That's going to even up the stocks, and Jerry K has plenty of health to work with here against Tiger.
Neutral air into the neutral light from Jerry K. Nice 3-hit, 4-hit, 5-hit. Jerry K primed to take the lead. Tiger's going to zone him out with the unarmed side air. Gives Tiger a little bit of room to go in. Grab the bow. Side signature coming out. Signatures coming out from Jerry K as well. You've seen him use quite a lot of them. Those Nash signatures, man. I swear, every time I face a Nash, they catch me in the goofiest spots with signatures.
You know, they can reach pretty far. Lots of coverage coming out from those Nash signatures. And you're starting to see Jerry K throwing out a couple more. Might not even need it, though, with the side air slapping Tiger off screen. But Tiger able to get back to that wall safely. Neutral signature. Tiger avoids it, gets the stomp side air. Tiger takes the stock lead, but Jerry K did a great job evening up that early lead Tiger had.
Nice side air from Jerry K, just like that. The great equalizer. 2.5 minutes into this game. Both players fresh on their final stock. A little bit of damage now. Tiger's been able to put out 3 pieces.
Bro, it is upsetting when you get caught by like an unarmed sidelight 3 times in a row. And that was starting to happen there from Jerry K. Where he gets caught by Tiger, who's just kind of standing there with the unarmed kit. Not even opting to back up and go for a weapon spot or anything. He's just like, I'm going to sit on this corner. I'll just poke you in the face with my big old boot.
Is that going to be the stock? Yes,
That's
it is. Tiger, man. That bow side air. Catching someone that late. Holy cow, dude. You can get knockouts so quickly with that. If you catch them like in the middle of their movement options, man.
It's also really good for just like denying jumps. Like it doesn't have an insane amount of force where you're seeing people get knocked into the knockout boxes or anything like that, but it's got just enough force that it's knocking them away, and they're forced to try to come back and contest against the potential of a bow down air, bow side air, or a bow ground pound.
Going into this game, swapping off of the Nash, off of the Becky Lynch, over back onto the Hattori that we saw previously in the last set. Jerry K versus Far. Tiger, of course, sticking on this Yumiko. He's been playing it a lot lately in tournament.
Yeah, this is looking like the pick for Tiger. I doubt he'll switch if anything too bad happens right now. And of course, he's looking very comfortable with this Yumiko. Meanwhile, Jerry K swapping over to the Hattori. He's going to continue utilizing that spear from the Becky Lynch and the spear that he had in the losers finals. But there you're seeing the wisp in the early stages. They'll hit grounded, and Jerry K gets caught.
Oh, punishing. Beautiful punish from Tiger, hitting the side air. Both players taking a lot of damage. 45 seconds into this game. The stomp down air misses, but the stomp side air connects. That's the knockout.
Jerry K trying to come out with some unarmed. Decides that he's not able to connect with it, so he switches back to the sword. Nice big ground pound from Jerry K. Suddenly, it's evened up again.
Now keep in mind, one of the last times these players faced one another in tournament was Spring Championships, and Tiger got both knockouts onto Jerry K. Stomp side air.
Stomp side air.
Weapon toss coming out.
Oh!
That gets the dodge. Gravity cancel. Down heavy. Trying to follow if it was necessary with the bow ground pound. It wasn't, and he pulled out in time so that there wasn't a hit for Jerry K, and the chase dodge on hit, giving him that survivability back over to the wall. Full stock lead here for Tiger.
Yeah, this is big for Tiger. Fantastic utilization of that gravity cancel down signature. Wasn't quite sure which direction Jerry K was going to go, so he goes for the one that hits in all directions as well as stacked, and has plenty of active frames with it. Nice side light into a falling side air off the soft platform. Tiger starting to run away with game number 2.
Yeah, he's really finding so many moves that are hitting here. Jerry K, that last wisp, that popped Jerry K into the red. The side air from the spear, that doesn't even have Tiger in the red on his second stock. Oh, pulls out of that ground pound. The neutral light still doesn't have Tiger in the red.
Dude, Tiger looking so tanky with this Yumiko. The down signature is just enough, though, for Jerry K. Stock count evened up, but Jerry K is at that point where if Tiger gets a hammer, Jerry K cannot afford to get hit.
Neutral air almost knocking out off the top.
High ceiling.
Neutral light does knock out off the top. That's going to be a JV2 for Tiger. He's going to be going up 2-0 in this set. This next game could be the final one.
Tiger might very well 3-0 in the grand finals against Jerry K, having only lost one game this entire tournament against Far. Can he do it? What is Jerry K going to do? He's tried out the Nash, didn't quite work. He's tried out the Hattori, didn't quite work. Is it now time for the Bodvar?
It looks like in the in-game chat, I'm assuming it's now and not earlier, that he's asking for quick 2 minutes.
Oh.
But Jerry K needing just a quick break. While he does that, maybe we can throw up that bracket on the screen and look at the path both of these players have taken. Going back into top 32, Tiger went 2-0 against Malavant. Then he went into Senpai Guy. That was also a 2-0. That qualified him for top 8, where he ran up against Reaper. That was a 3-0. And then we saw him go up against Far. That was a set that we watched earlier, where he won that 3-1. Far, the only one really able until... Wait, is it 2-0 right now in the grand finals?
Yeah, it's currently 2-0.
Okay, I couldn't remember if it was 2-1 or not. So yeah, Far is the only one who's been able to take off a game off of Tiger so far today. Now on the other side of the bracket, if we look at Jerry K, where did he come into the bracket? He 2-0'd Sire, then went up against Ghoul. That was a 2-0 to qualify for top 8. Then when he moved into top 8, Jerry K ran up against Far, lost 3-2, went down into the losers bracket. Fought against Cowl J, won that 3-1. Then fought against Reaper, won that 3-0. Then ran back up against Far, won it this time, still in Game 5. Now he's back in the grand final, swapping over to the Wu Shang.
The Wu Shang pick. This is going to be an interesting one. Of course, still has the spear, which is, I guess, his kind of optimal pick against the things that Tiger's been doing. And Gauntlets, again, a little bit more of a meta weapon, so not too out of the norm, but it's definitely not something that we were expecting from Jerry K as we get right on into game number 3. And this might be do or die for Jerry K. If he loses here or in any of the next potential 3 games, then Tiger's going to be going home, the Southeast Asian champion, for Combo Breaker.
First weapon going to Jerry K. It's a pair of gauntlets. Tiger's able to grab the very next weapon spawn as it comes in. Going to be the bow for him. That scary, scary bow that he has. But Jerry K finds a nice 3-piece, 4-piece. Almost gets the signature there. I think that was a down signature, and he was starting up. Would have caught the stacked option of Tiger. Oh!
Ooh! Nice big ground pound coming out from Jerry K. And he's going to be sticking with the gauntlets. He was like, yo, that worked really well. Why don't I just keep using that weapon?
In comes that hammer, though, from Tiger. Jerry K is going to have to be careful. He's looking really solid, though. There's the down air. Side air has Jerry K into the orange. Plenty of movement options to get back. You saw that ground pound. Wonder if Tiger meant to do that all the way down along the wall, or if it was just a bait, canceling it on the main platform.
I think it was supposed to be along the wall, considering he just connected with a weapon toss, but Jerry K is going to connect with the gravity cancel side signature on the top of the map, and that means Jerry K now sitting 3 stocks up over Tiger. Can he do it? Can he win 3 games in a row to get the reset?
This is interesting that they went to Brawlhaven because Jerry K asked for it in-game chat. He said, Brawlhaven.
Please?
Please. And Tiger took him here. Might have been a mistake. But we also could see if the confidence of Tiger is still high after the possible loss here, we could see Tiger being like, yeah, okay, we're going to run it back. We're going to go right back to Brawlhaven. I'm going to give it to you again, and this time I'm going to take the dub.
I mean, might not even need that, as right now Tiger able to take a stock off of Jerry K. Of course, still 2 stocks left on Jerry K, but this is Tiger we're talking about, someone who's absolutely dominated the Southeast Asian region.
Nice job outspacing the moves from Jerry K. This bow that Tiger has. Neutral air, it's going to send him off the screen. Jerry K in the orange. Side air, sending Jerry K to the far right side of the stage. Side air turns Jerry K red. We might not even need another game with that massive lead that Jerry K had in the beginning. It's almost been completely deleted.
Jerry K now down to his final stock here. He had 3 stocks to the 1 of Tiger, and Tiger looking not even hurt on this last stock. Can Tiger close it out here 3-0 in the grand finals? He's got 1 stock left to do it, but the side sig from Jerry K is going to be massive hurt onto Tiger.
That side sig almost knocked him out too, man. That sent him off screen. The max range side signature. Tiger's in the red, Jerry's in the orange. It's those gauntlets on the edge. Weapon toss coming out. There's no dodge for Tiger. He probably has it back now.
The nair.
Jerry K.
Jerry K in trouble. That recovery almost did it for Tiger. The side air. Jerry K is running out of jumps. I don't even know if he has enough. The ground pound. And Tiger is going to close it out 3-0 in the grand finals for Southeast Asia, losing 1 game the entire tournament against Far in the winners finals. Congratulations to Tiger for Southeast Asia.
Tiger's like one of those evil genies, or like the guy from Twisted Metal that holds the Twisted Metal tournament, where he's like, oh, if you win the Twisted Metal tournament, you can have any wish you want. And he's like, well, I wish for infinite money. But then the bad guy's like, oh, you want infinite money? Here, I'm going to drop infinite money on top of your head, and you're going to die. So Tiger granted the wish, gave him Brawlhaven, but then destroyed him. Calypso, that's his name. Calypso is his name in Twisted Metal.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, though. Like the evil genies, where if you don't wish quite right, then your wish may come back to bite you. A little bit of almost Jumanji-esque. They play games with you kind of stuff going on. And Tiger, he granted the wish of going to Small Brawl Haven, like you said, but he also did not grant the wish of letting him take a game. Instead, Tiger closes it out in the grand finals 3-0 over Jerry K. Congratulations to Tiger. Congratulations to Jerry K as well, getting that second place finish. And then congratulations to Far coming back from retirement to earn that third place finish. And that's going to do it for us today. But of course, we've got tomorrow for Europe and South America.
Congratulations to all the winners today. For Southeast Asia, of course, third place was Far. Second place was Jerry K. First place, gold medal going to Tiger. For Australia, third place was Shadow. Second place, Goddess. And first place, Kyler Alice, playing a different character every single game. I think he tweeted that it was like 27 different characters.
Damn.
Man, what a number. And then in North America, Faison in third. Boommy in second, and Cody Travis in one of the most important wins in his entire career coming in first. Combo Breaker has been nuts so far. There's still so much more tomorrow for singles. There's more next weekend for doubles as well. Combo Breaker is really just getting started. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in today. Till next time.